up, San Francisco. Let's go. Thursday on the roast.
Is this, what was that show back in the day with Danny Tanner?
Oh, yeah. Wake up, San Francisco. Danny Tanner on Full House, right?
Yes, Full House. Thank you. I was trying to think of what it was called.
No doubt. There you go. Even though it wasn't real, it was still a show. It was our thing. But
it was.
Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard
with
shift.
Becky.
Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? We got a great show planned for you. We always say that, but we try to deliver
it. Mean it.
You know what? We have a show planned for you, and hopefully we exceed expectations this morning. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, will join us at 9 a.m. He will make his morning roast debut. Hopefully it's not the last time he joins us here on the roast. I can't wait to talk to the coach. A lot to get into with the Golden State Warriors. His media day starts on Monday. Training camp starts on Tuesday. The boys are back in town. Steph Curry's out there running the sand dunes out there in Dubai, looking like Jerry Rice. I love it. I love what I see. So I can't wait to get into all that with Steve Kerr.
You ever run the sand dunes?
Oh, yeah.
At like Ocean Beach?
Oh, yeah.
It's
not
tear
easy.
Up your calves.
You know what? I used to do it. We should get up early in the mornings for the San Francisco Seahawks. We used to have the Saturday thing.
It's the worst.
Running the hills, dude. It's a hell of a workout.
Oh, my God.
It is a workout. It works. It will work. But anyway, good morning, everybody.
At my age, plantar fasciitis.
Yeah,
I've got terrible Achilles pain.
Go see Anita at the O Club and go get that thing worked out, baby. She's got me feeling right. Good morning, everybody on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union and Comcast Business Text Line. We love you as well. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. You know, you strippers, man. He's probably not getting no money because nobody's at the yard at Oracle Park. But look, we're going to talk some basketball here. Kevin Cougler, by the way, too. Kevin Cougler, one of my all-time favorites, is joining the roast at 8 o'clock. When I found out he was coming on the show, I jumped around like Charlie from Willy Wonka and Chocolate Factory. I cannot wait. Give it to me, Spadoni.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Dre Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. Kevin Cougler's on the call for the Cardinals and Niners on Sunday. We'll get into it with him. Kevin Cougler, one of my personal favorites. But let's start off here, Shasky.
Uh-huh.
There was a big-time trade yesterday. Damian Lillard finally got what he wanted. And he's out of Portland.
Did he get what he wanted?
Well, I think he wanted to go to South Beach, but I think playing with Giannis Antetokounmpo is a hell of a consolation prize. This is the best player he's ever played with.
Yeah, but on American cities for a superstar to play, Milwaukee's not at the top.
He just played in, Portland, and he became a superstar.
It's not bad, yeah.
So Giannis is a worldwide superstar playing in Milwaukee.
What a day for Milwaukee. Their Brewers clinched the division.
Yep.
The Packers, I believe, played tonight. And then Jordan Love obviously looks good. And then you get Dame Lillard.
Yeah, so Damian Lillard gets traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. Portland receives Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Tumani Kamara, and Milwaukee's 2029 unprotected first-round draft pick and unprotected Milwaukee swap rights in 2028 and 2030. The Suns, they were part of this deal. It was a 3-team deal. The Suns received Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson as part of the trade package. The Blazers also plan to engage with teams on moving Drew Holiday. So Drew Holiday is not going to be in Portland for long. Obviously, they have Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons. They want to move Drew Holiday to get even more compensation for their team, but they do get DeAndre Ayton, which I like for them. You clear the cloud with Damian Lillard. Obviously, you weren't going to win with him, and Damian Lillard gets a new lease on title contention in the Eastern Conference. Does it make Milwaukee title favorites? They're one of the top 5 teams that have a chance. There's no doubt that pick and roll with Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be deadly. It's going to cause problems. We can talk all day about Damian Lillard's defense. Look, when you got Giannis behind you and Brook Lopez behind you, you can block a lot of shots there. So Damian Lillard goes to Milwaukee. DeAndre Ayton finally gets out of Phoenix. He goes to Portland, and Portland starts their rebuild here. So I'm intrigued to see where Drew Holiday goes, Shasky. Is he going to go to Miami? The Clippers need a point guard. Where's Drew going to end up at? Because he's a problem. He gives a lot of point guards headaches. But first, your thoughts on Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee.
Well, Miami is so sad right now. So sad. I mean, Jimmy Butler's out here calling tampering charges. It's kind of funny. But listening to the Levitard show, which is based in Miami, explain their just utter disappointment in how the whole thing went down. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a trade on the table for a long time between Tyler Hero and a bunch of other random pieces. If you're Miami, You lost Gabe Vincent, Max Strus. Who knows what they're going to do with Tyler Hero now? Yeah. They were like expecting to get Dame Lillard. This is a big blow for them. So I don't know how they recover. Regarding Dame and Giannis, of course it's going to look good on paper. I want to see what it looks like. I think it does give them some shooting. The Chris Middleton thing, to your point, is, I think, the most important factor in all of this. His knee has not been right for multiple years. He's an excellent player when healthy. They're in the mix. There's no doubt about it. I look at it from Phoenix. To me, I'm looking at Phoenix, right? They got off of Ayton. I didn't want them to acquire a point guard. I think that's the one thing that they need is a facilitator to get those three great scorers the ball. That, to me, is the biggest unknown in all of this, is what are they going to do to try to get someone as a facilitator? Because I'm looking at them, and on paper, they've got great talent, right? Portland, they might have a nice month to start the year.
They're going to rebuild. And for them, they cleared their cap. They go straight to Scoot Henderson. They give him the keys to the organization alongside Anthony Simons and Shaedon Sharp, who I think is a nice young prospect. Simons. Yeah, but I think highly of Shaedon Sharp. Okay. I think highly of Scoot Henderson.
Okay.
And so they can move off of Simons later in the future if they need to and get a bigger guard or whatnot.
Simons, Tyler Hero, and Jordan Poole were all those smaller guard guys that got a ton of money prematurely, because that's kind of how the CBA is set up. And isn't it interesting that all of them could be or have been on the move?
Right.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. So Simons, look, I think they're all in on Scoot Henderson.
I agree with that.
And Shaedon Sharp. I wouldn't focus too much on Anthony Simons. Simons is a bonus. To me, he reminds me so much of what they had with CJ McCollum and Damian Lillard. I think they'll move off him at some point, but I do like the change of scenery for DeAndre Ayton.
He's just been a malcontent.
Who, DeAndre Ayton?
Yeah.
Well, I think part of that had to do with CP3. Part of that had to do with Monty Williams.
CP3 helped get him paid, too.
But yeah, he did help him get him paid, but then he got benched in fourth quarter or in the second half of Game 7 against the Mavericks, and it was like, wait a minute, it's not my fault. So, look, he does average a double-double. Some of those numbers could be hollow, but I think a change of scenery and just playing with some other youngsters may do him some good there. So I like the move for DeAndre Ayton personally. Now we'll see what happens. When it comes to Milwaukee, you bring up Chris Middleton. He hurt his knee right before the Boston series 2 years ago in the second round. And he didn't play in that entire series against the Celtics, and they won in 7 games. Ended up in the NBA Finals, played the Golden State Warriors, and of course the Warriors won that in 6. He was not right all last season.
At all.
And he was one of the best two-way players in this league, defensively, offensively, and he was the Bucks' closer in a lot of those games.
Fourth quarter facilitator and scorer on the perimeter.
On their way to the championship, he was their closer. He was the guy taking big shots. Now you can have Dame Dollar doing that, but where is his knee at? Because if his knee is not right, I don't think Milwaukee can get past the Boston Celtics. I really don't. Now, another caveat is I'm eager to see what happens in Philadelphia. I'm eager to see what happens with Joel Embiid. James Harden obviously doesn't want to show up.
This league.
And how long will Joel Embiid take what he's taking in Philadelphia?
Are we 100% sure Dame's not going to, demand out of Milwaukee right away?
No. Why would he?
Well, I don't know. There was a hope from Miami that he doesn't even want to report to Milwaukee, because he had told Portland that he wants to only go to South Beach.
Well, he didn't seem like he was doing that yesterday on Twitter.
Again,
seems like he's bought in on it.
Again, I'm just asking out loud.
No, I don't. I'm not in Damian Lillard's circle. Maybe we could ask Coach Watkins, but he had a farewell song. And
the farewell song was interesting.
The farewell song was very interesting.
I mean, addressing haters and
hey, Damian Lillard's retweeting everything about the Bucks. So
you think he's all in?
Yeah, you get to go play with Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Well, Giannis was very outspoken in the offseason about how you better do something or else I'm going to go.
And they did
essentially.
And they did something.
This is a big enough splash for them.
So somebody tweeted, I really believe Dame Lillard going to win a couple chips in Milwaukee and then return to Portland and retire a Blazer. Dame Lillard retweeted that in a heartbeat. He retweeted out a heartbeat. So he's going to report to Milwaukee. He's out of Portland. I don't see why he
and go back to Portland.
Well, I don't see that happening, but I don't see why he wouldn't report to Miami. I mean, excuse me,
it's
Milwaukee.
Just because this league is insane and everybody's got
Miami's
their demands.
Miami's bitter, thinking that he's not going to go there. Blah 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 blah. Now,
Miami now wants in on Drew Holiday.
They should be in on Drew Holiday.
Well,
that might be a better fit.
They need scoring as well, because Tyler Hero does provide a lot of scoring for them. So if they're going to move off Tyler Hero, even though Portland claims claims they don't want him. I do like Drew Holiday. And part of why Drew Holiday, is well known in Miami is because Jimmy Butler gave him the business in the playoffs last year. Mm-hmm. But that's a tough matchup for anyone.
It is a tough matchup.
Jimmy Butler is a beast, especially playoff Jimmy Butler.
I'm looking at this tweet here from Windhorst yesterday. And this tweet was, Brian Windhorst linked Drew Holiday to the Golden State Warriors. And Windhorst said, even the Golden State Warriors, who have interesting young players on their roster, plus a few far-out draft picks and swaps when Stephen Curry might be retired, could join the race, provided they be willing to retrade Chris Paul, who members of the organization have praised for his offseason work of trying to fit in. Now, I was under the assumption that Chris Paul can't be traded until mid-January at the bare minimum.
That's pretty much what everyone has been saying in print,
right?
Whether it's The Athletic, ESPN, etc.
Now, I asked a couple people from The Athletic. I asked a couple people around the league last night. He can't be traded until January, right? And the response I got was, nope, he can be traded. And I said, right now, he can be traded. And the answer was, yep. And I said,
Well, I wonder what's changed.
Maybe there was a loophole. Maybe we didn't read the contract right. Maybe we didn't read the details right.
The
I don't
CBA
know.
is very confusing.
It's very confusing. So
you're working under the assumption right now from your sources that he can be traded prematurely.
I asked directly.
Or prior to January.
I asked directly, he can't be traded till January, right? And the answer was, nope, he can be traded. I said, right now, he can be traded. And the answer was, yup.
So you're thinking, based off that, flip him for Drew Holiday.
I'm not thinking that at all.
Okay, what are you thinking?
I'm just reacting to what Windhorst had to say because I didn't think it made sense. Why would Windhorst say that? He's as tapped in to the league as anybody. He's tapped in. He knows what's going on. And so for him to say that, and if Chris Paul couldn't be traded to January, why would Brian Windhorst said that?
I don't know.
He obviously said that because he knows Chris Paul could be traded right now. So I'm not assuming anything. I'm not saying anything. What I'm reacting to is his information that links the Warriors to Drew Holiday.
Would you take, just hypothetically then, would you take Drew Holiday for CP3 if you could do that right now?
I don't know.
What's the reservation? They do need some perimeter defense.
They need
a little more size.
You got GP2 for that, right?
I totally forget about him every time. They've got so many small guys, man.
Right.
Yeah, but like Drew Holiday is a better basketball player than GP2.
I agree.
He costs a lot more too, and he's under contract for a lot longer.
Yeah, he costs a lot more. And then I'm looking at him just shooting wise, like, yeah, he'll give you 19 points a game.
He can knock down shots.
He can. He shot 38% from the 3-point line last year and 48% from the field. Not bad. 7 assists. This guy's a bad boy. I mean, it'd be hard to say no to Drew Holiday. It really would. 33 years old.
He fits the mentality, too, of the team in terms of, like, grinder, hard-nosed.
Right.
I mean, to me, if you're looking at a guy who can help you as you see all these young wings, and I look at Phoenix in particular as a team that you're going to have to, at some point, clash with, right?
So, yeah, all I'm saying.
If you're going up against Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant, I mean, Drew Holiday is a great weapon to be able to employ against that team in particular.
So I was just asking questions because I was like, why would Windhorst say that if he can't be traded until January? I was under the assumption, so I went out and reached out to a couple people. Hey, is this accurate? Like, can he be traded again right now? And the answer was, yep, he could be traded right now. So I just put that in the back of my mind. I didn't have any opinion on whether or not trading for this guy. I'm eager. I'm now to the point. Well, I want to see if Chris Paul works with the Golden State Warriors.
I do too. I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued by the second unit. I'm intrigued that, boy, can he get the best out of Jonathan Kuminga?
Well, no, forget the second unit. I'm intrigued to see what he can do unlocking more efficiency from the half court for Klay Thompson and Steph Curry.
Yeah,
who's the best facilitating point guard to play with those two?
Nobody. Sean Livingston, maybe?
Well, and I respect Sean Livingston.
But he's not CP3. I get that.
No. And we all respect Sean Livingston. Like, CP3 is on a whole nother level in terms of sophisticated offense. I actually think this is the kind of wrinkle that you need to incorporate into the motion offense, and because he runs more pick and roll, right? I'm interested to see what it looks like. I think you can get more out of Klay Thompson and Steph Curry alongside CP3.
I do too, and I can't.
But there's also a defensive component that I can't overlook with Drew Holiday because I think Drew Holiday is the perfect kind of a player for what ails them right now on perimeter defense.
So,
he really fits that mold. But so does a healthy GP2, which is a good counterpoint that you give me.
So Drew Holiday makes $34.9 million this season. He has a player option for next season at $37.3 million.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. But you look at Chris Paul's money, right? And the money does match, right? The money does match when you think about Chris Paul's deal. Chris Paul, right now this season, of course, he has a team opt-out. He's making $30.8 million this year. And a team can opt out of Chris Paul's deal for 30, and he makes $30 million. If they opt in, he gets 30. And they opt out, he becomes a free agent.
And they would go under the second apron. There's a lot of little nuances of how you can keep. So, okay, for example, just for those that don't know, if you stay under the second apron, the ability to swap future picks.
Yep.
It opens up. If you go over the second apron, then it inhibits your ability to be able to package these. You know how you see teams, here's the 2028 and the 2030, pick swap and all that. You lose that ability if you're over the second apron. It's very confusing for most people to understand, but there's some financial benefits and there are some draft pick benefits for them in terms of moving picks.
Right, so here are the penalties for the first apron. The first apron hits when a team's payroll exceeds $172 million. At this point, the following restrictions are triggered.
Yes.
Teams cannot acquire a player in a sign and trade if that player keeps them above the apron. Teams cannot sign a player waived during the regular season whose salary was over the $12.2 million mid-level exception.
So that would be the buyout market that we always talk about come March.
And salary matching in trades must be within 110% rather than 125% for teams not above the apron. Now, here's the penalties for the second apron. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. kind of touched on this with the Tampering podcast with Anthony Slater and Sam Amick saying, I think the rule was built to stop us.
Yeah, 100%.
And I believe that too.
It was 100%
it's
written
the
to
NBA's
stop
version of the Eddie D rule.
Yes.
The NFL salary cap, I thought, was put in for Eddie DeBartolo because Eddie DeBartolo was spending like crazy.
Yes.
And they're like, you know what? We need to restrict this guy. He's outspending everybody. Owners were mad, blah, blah, blah. Same thing in the NBA. People were mad at Joe Lacob for going over the tax.
And Ballmer.
And Ballmer, too.
Ballmer, too.
Ballmer hasn't had success.
Yes.
See, if Lacob didn't have the success with the Golden State Warriors, nobody would be complaining about it. But since they're hanging banners,
100%.
people were ticked off. So what are the penalties
100%.
for the second apron? All of the penalties for the first apron apply to the second apron as well, which is triggered when a team's salary exceed $182.5 million. One additional penalty is added when crossing the second apron. No access to the $5 million taxpayer mid-level exception. And starting at the end of the 2023-24 season, even more restrictions will be added to the second apron, which is, you can't use a trade exception. Teams cannot include cash in the trade. Teams cannot use a trade exception generated in a prior year. And first-round picks 7 years out are frozen, which means you're unable to trade picks in the future, 2029, 2030, all that stuff.
Which is how most of these superstar trades, not this one, but most of the superstar trades happen. I keep coming back to this. If you told me, Joe, you got to give up, just hypothetically, Moody and Pajemski and CP3 to go get Drew Holiday and I could keep Kuminga,
be very intriguing.
It'd be hard for me to say no.
Yeah, it'd be very intriguing.
And I'm operating this way. When I look at Jamal Murray, when I look at De'Aaron Fox, when I look at Devin Booker, when I look at Bradley Beal, and I look at Luka, I look at all these elite offensive weapons out on the perimeter. I love GP2. I think Drew's just a better player who fits both ends of the floor better for this team, even though he's exponentially more expensive. I'd be hard to say no to that deal.
I would love to talk to an NBA writer at some point within the next week, of course, because I want to get back into
what
this.
The fans would say.
Right, yeah, I think the fans would be okay with it.
The other part of me, I'm really torn here because I do want to see what that offense could look like because I want to see, can Kuminga take a step forward alongside CP3?
I'm going to hear from some fans. We're starting to ramp up basketball. Of course, we got the Niners and Cardinals. We're about to break that down as well, all throughout the 7 o'clock hour and 8 o'clock with Kevin Cougler, of course, who's going to be on a call with Mark Sanchez for Fox Sports on Sunday when the Niners host the Arizona Cardinals. Of course, the Cardinals 1-2. Niners looking to improve to 4-0. But Brian Windhorst of ESPN linked Drew Holiday to the Golden State Warriors.
I love this league.
I asked, could Chris Paul be traded right now? And the answer was yes. So would Warrior fans entertain that? Chris Paul, on the day we're talking to Steve Kerr, we're talking about trading Chris Paul or discussing
That's what we
the
do.
aspect. That's what we do. It's just very, very intriguing.
We traded Draymond Green away 1,000 times, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and we just won the Warriors 121-119.
Don't throw me under the bus.
Draymond Green.
Don't throw me under the bus for that. Brought to you by this segment's brought to you by Go to St. Lumber.
I drive them to the airport.
Don't be dry snitching.
We didn't. The fans did.
Listen. Raymond Ritter's listening right now. Don't be throwing me under the bus, okay? Stop snitching on me.
You know what? I did it, Raymond.
Brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Store, 888-957-9570. Would fans already be willing to flip CP3 without seeing him play a single game? Are you kidding me? It's coming up on the roast.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley...
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
We're having some fun on the roast. Some big-time fun. Big-time fun. YouTube poll question of the day. Would you be okay trading Chris Paul right now without seeing him play a game in a Warriors uniform? I'll repeat that. Would you be okay trading Chris Paul right now without ever seeing him play in a Warriors uniform? 78% says yes, 22% says no. And the reason why we bring it up is that apparently, and I got this sent to me a couple times last night, Brian Windhorst linked Drew Holiday to the Golden State Warriors. Even the Golden State Warriors, Windhorst said, who have interesting young players on their roster, plus a few far-out draft picks and swaps when Steph Curry might be retired, could join the race for Drew Holiday, provided they'd be willing to retrade Chris Paul, who members of the organization have praised for his all-season work of trying to fit in. And I thought, he couldn't be traded until January. Chris Paul, that is. I thought the Warriors would have to wait until January. I asked, and so apparently they can trade CP3 now. It was 60 days after he got traded. So I asked somebody, hey, I asked a couple people, can Chris Paul be traded right now? Like, I thought they had to wait until January. They was like, nope, he could be traded right now. I said, right now. Like, today. Chris Paul can be traded from the Warriors. And they was like, yup. And I said, oh, boy. And I didn't even start thinking about Drew Holiday with the Warriors, and I don't even want to see that because I'm intrigued to see how CP3 fits in. But, boy, if Portland wants to flip Drew Holiday, and you talk about a guy who could defend at a high level, who shot 38% from the three-point line. Chris Paul shot 37.5%. Drew Holiday shot 48%. He wouldn't be asked to score as much as he had to in Milwaukee. Drew Holiday, that is. He did average over 7 assists, and we know he is a dog on the defensive end of the floor who's going to give you about 30 minutes a game. Damn. I'm definitely listening. I want to see how Chris Paul works. I want to see it. Boy, I'm like you, Shasky. If it came down to that, it'd be hard for me not to say no.
To me, I understand that most teams are going to want Kuminga in one of those deals, right? Any of the hypothetical deals that have been out there. Mm-hmm. If it means I'm surrendering Kuminga, I'm not doing it.
Right.
And why am I putting it, on Kuminga as like the give or take, spot? Is because to me, Kuminga on this team is a jolt of athleticism that can play 2, 3, and 4, offensively, defensively, right?
I don't want to trade him.
Yeah, and I don't want to give that up. To me, not that he's a like-for-like on Wiggins, but he's the closest player I've got on the roster that gives me Wiggins' versatility and athleticism and defense. Mm-hmm. And so I'm not surrendering that. To me, it's extremely important for this team, given how limited they are athletically of the big guys and the older guys. You got to have one young bull who can run and be a guy at the rim, you know? Like, think of this team right now, B. If you surrendered, let's just say hypothetically, Kuminga in any of these deals, Wiggins is athletic. Who else on the roster are you designating as athletic?
Yeah, I don't know.
GP2?
Yeah, but
not on that.
He's 6'2", not on that level.
And he
Kuminga takes us to another level.
He plays bigger.
And you got to think about what Kuminga brings to the floor when he is going downhill. He will draw contact, and he will get to the free throw line.
That's an element this team desperately
needs. Need that. They need to get to the line. They were one of the worst teams at getting to the charity stripe last year. And you already lose Jordan Poole, who would get to the line and create for others and get to the stripe and hit 90%, although he didn't last year. But he did lead the league in free throw shooting 2 years ago during the championship run. And Kuminga has that nice little 10-foot fadeaway in the paint. Mm-hmm. He can get you easy buckets. He finishes around the rim. So I'm not trading Kuminga whatsoever. I think Kuminga has to stay. He's a keeper. I'm in love with Jonathan Kuminga. I think he does add something to your point that this team doesn't have enough of, which is athleticism and a guy who can get to the rack.
And I look at the roster as it is right now, It's a lot of small guys. And look, GP2 plays bigger than his size. GP2 is not going to be a 35-minute a night guy.
No.
And if you got certain closing lineups, he's clearly an odd man out most nights.
Right.
I'm not saying he doesn't have a fit. He does have a fit, and he's a piece. But, like, he's small. See, Steph Curry, your best player, is small.
Right.
CP3 currently is small.
Right.
Corey Joseph is really small. Right? Like, go down the list. Moody, he's a bigger body. He doesn't play as big as I'd like him to play currently.
Maybe he's been playing out of position. Like, I didn't like him guarding
but would you
LeBron
agree,
James.
He's left a lot to be desired?
Moody?
Moody.
Nah, I don't know if he's gotten an opportunity like that. Kind of like he's in the same boat with Jonathan Kuminga. But when he does play, he does seem to make the right play.
Okay.
You know, now my thing with Moody is
it's been few and far between.
Well, he hasn't gotten an opportunity.
Yeah, but that's part of it.
You know,
I guess
Steve, he hasn't gotten an opportunity. You know, maybe playing out of his role.
Going to grow.
You know, maybe I like Moody, man. I think Moody fits in well. I think he has a veteran's presence. He knows how to play the game. My thing is, can he hit the open shot consistently? That's what's missing for him.
Gotcha.
Now, would I be willing to move him part of a CP3 for a holiday package? I think about it. You know, I don't think it's a deal breaker to say, hey, move off for Moody, but I do like Moody, and I think, like Kuminga, he just hasn't gotten a consistent role. And when you don't get a consistent role as a young player in this league, you're going to be inconsistent without getting the playing time. And look, we're in year 3. We don't know if the playing time's going to be there again.
But that's kind of where I'm going with this. And the other one, the more and more I think about it, I don't think they did this intentionally, but it's the unintended consequence. It does feel like Podziemski does not fit at all. And to me, he is a logical staple piece that you're trading away to acquire something else.
Right. No doubt. And
it's unfair to me. I don't want his family to listen. The kid's not even dribbled the ball in the NBA.
It's just,
I sound sadistic trading away someone who hasn't played.
We're not trading. We're just reacting to this news because I didn't think it was anything. When I first got the news, I said, come on, man, it's not happening. And I don't believe the Warriors are going to trade CP3 right now.
You think they're going to let it play out?
I think they'll let it play out. But, man, somebody in that building has to be intrigued with this idea. If you preach defense and physicality and getting younger, and you get a guy like that who has won a championship. Drew Holiday won a championship. You know what I'm saying? He beat the Phoenix. He helped beat the Phoenix Suns.
Well, he was the big piece for them.
He was the X factor. Remember that trade happened and people laughed at him, but it was like,
no, he's
Drew
very
Holiday.
good.
Very good.
Very good.
So all the question was, I was under the assumption that Chris Paul couldn't get traded until January. Then I was told, it's 60 days out from the day he was traded. It's all fair game now. And I was like, wait a minute. You could trade Chris Paul right now. The answer was, yup. You can trade Chris Paul right now.
The part of me has this fascination with wanting to see what it looks like with CP3. I just want to see it. The other side of me is like, I think Drew gives me more elements to close a game defensively that they desperately need. Like, both guys have strengths.
Why would Windhorst throw that out there?
Because Windhorst is very tapped in, and I think he knows something. I'm not saying that that's what they're trying to do, but, like, people think that he's just throwing out hot takes. Windhorst is very calculated. Listen to how he talks. He thinks before he says every word. Does he not?
Yeah, he does.
He's very calculated. When he said checkbook wins, he knew what he was saying.
Yeah, he knew what time it was, which, it was laughable.
But you know what, though? That's his opinion.
That's his opinion.
And I'm not mad at him. And that's kind of why I think Windhorst is better than people give him credit for.
No, he is, but
the
also...
Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. It's like, what? You got sweat. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That notwithstanding.
Yeah, come on. Don't start sucking up the Windhorst now.
I like Windy. Honest to God, though, B, haven't I always liked Windy?
I guess. I don't know what you've liked.
I respect his rise.
I don't know.
I feel like he's been unfairly...
I think you like him more now because he's buddies with Nick Friedel. That's why I think you like him.
Honestly, honest to God, when he seceded from the LeBron James camp and kind of carved out his own lane, I respect that dude. I think he gets a lot of like, he's just LeBron's lackey and and I feel like if you've been paying attention, like he's built his own little side thing, and I think that we hold this LeBron thing against him. It was like, dude, he used his avenue to trampoline into a greater career.
Yeah, I got an answer on that on the other side because Lubman's in my ears. Like,
Sorry.
break.
I
What's
like
coming up in
Wendy.
the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll get to Wendy, and then we'll move on to King of the Hill, and we'll get some football cracking. By the way, the Giants, they had 2 strikeouts yesterday at about 9:15. I saw a tweet from Pavlovich. The Giants are up to 1,468 for the season. They broke the franchise record set in 2018. Franchise record for most strikeouts. Franchise history. Oh, the Giants. Go to break, Spadoni.
911. What?
you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Also, don't forget, a morning roast favorite.
Oh, I thought don't forget about Dre.
No. Don't forget about Kevin Cougler. Because
the
he's
Coug?
joining us at 8 o'clock. We know we've played the highlight over and over and over and over again. And, that got me in a lot of trouble with the 49ers organization saying, boy, do you hate us? Why are you doing that to us? Kevin Cougler. Oh, my goodness. If you know, you know. He's going to join us at 8 a.m. I can't wait. I can't believe Sam Blubman. I didn't even ask for him this week. I didn't even realize he was on the call. The fact that we got Kevin Cougler, I can't wait. It's one of my favorites out there. It's Gus Johnson. It's Joe Buck. I do like me some Burkhardt. I like me some Burkhardt. I love me some Robo.
The text line right now, as we discuss Chris Paul, as we discuss Drew Holiday, trade options. Wow. I mean, I'm really surprised how many people are ready to move Chris Paul without even seeing him.
So real quick on Windhorst, because I want Lemon to jump in here because he's got a new report. Not even a report, just some discussion points from Brian Windhorst. Brian Windhorst responded to Sam Lubman during the break, so I want to get to that in just a second. But you said you like Windhorst. You like Windhorst. I like Windhorst, too. I never hated him for the LeBron thing. I know knock his hustle. He maximized that opportunity. He maximized it. My whole thing was the checkbook championship. It's like, whoa, what about the Cleveland Cavaliers when they won the championship?
Well, that's disagreeing.
It was disagreeing. But other than that,
yeah.
I have no issues with Brian Windhorst at all. I think he's one of the more honest reporters at ESPN. I think he needs more runway.
I agree with
and
that.
he's always been a good dude. So I don't have any beef with Brian Windhorst. I saw him in person. You could say that louder.
I said I like him over Tim Bontemps.
Yeah, there you go. Because I thought Nick Friedel should have kept his job. But anyway, I saw Windhorst during the finals, and I talked to him. I said, hey, man, that was us. And he was such a good sport about it. Such a good sport. So I got no beef with Windhorst. But, again, we're talking about this rumor. Not even a rumor. But Windhorst was having a discussion on ESPN yesterday. And he links Drew Holiday to the Warriors. And he said, even the Golden State Warriors, who have interesting young players on their roster, plus a few far-out draft picks and swaps when Steph Curry might be retired, could join the race, provided they'd be willing to retrade Chris Paul, who members of the organization have praised for his all-season work of trying to fit in. Of course, Drew Holiday traded to Portland yesterday. Portland's already looking for a market for him to trade him away for more compensation, more draft picks. Damian Lillard goes to the Milwaukee Bucks. DeAndre Ayton goes to Portland. Yusuf Nurkic, Nasir Little, and a bunch of others go down to Phoenix. So Lubman hit up Brian Windhorst to get some details on this report. Lubman, it's your time, baby. Take it away.
Yeah, so I hit him up and just said, hey, what's the deal here? We thought that, the Warriors have to wait till January to trade Chris Paul. And they said, yes, of course they can trade him now. But to be clear, he wanted to stress that they were talking about a possible type of deal. They're not reporting any sort of deal. So this isn't actually happening. Right. This is just in the realm of theory right now. So I kind of followed up. It's like, okay, so why is it that the Warriors can move Chris Paul now, whereas they had to wait to trade, like, say, D'Angelo Russell a couple years ago when the Warriors acquired him in the offseason? And it was because Russell was signed to a new contract. So when you sign a contract in the offseason, like the Warriors do with D'Angelo Russell, remember that was a sign and trade, right? Whereas Chris Paul was just a normal trade. So when you have to do a new contract in the offseason, you cannot trade that player who signed that new contract until January. Now, because Chris Paul was not on a new contract, the Warriors can move off of him whenever. So again, just to reiterate, D'Angelo Russell was a sign and trade and joined the Warriors on a new contract. That is why they had to wait until January to trade him. Chris Paul was not on a new contract. He's not starting a new contract. His current contract was traded over, along with him, to the Warriors, so therefore they do not have to wait to move him.
Wow.
Interesting. Then I wonder why we all, that was such a thing.
Yeah.
When they acquired him.
It was. What?
I'm so confused. Not on what you're saying. You're clarifying it. But what I'm saying is I'm confused why originally everyone was under the impression that he couldn't be moved again.
You know what? Maybe we just misinterpreted everything that happened. I don't know. It was weird because it was January. That's why I asked. I was like, wait a minute. I thought he couldn't be traded till January. Got it cleared up right away. And there's Windhorst clearing it up right there. That CP3 could be traded. Now, we're not saying trade CP3. I'm not even getting into that, especially on a day where we have Steve Kerr on. But it is very interesting that if Drew Holiday, who plays a lot of defense, who shot a better percentage from the three-point line than Chris Paul, who is a better defender than Chris Paul, we could all admit that. Now, Could he slow down the second unit? Would he be willing to come off the bench? I think Drew Holiday is a stand-up guy. I really do. That'd be very, very intriguing. But I think a lot of Warrior fans, as our YouTube poll question, over 130 votes so far, would you be okay trading Chris Paul right now without seeing him play a game? 68% says yes. 32% says no. So that's what that is. We'll revisit that at some point in the show. But Damian Lillard going to the Milwaukee Bucks. Your first thoughts when you saw the trade, Shasky, when he got traded to Milwaukee. Do you think it could work? Do you believe they're title contenders? Are they the beast of the East now?
Well, I thought it was a good move for Milwaukee, even though I think that Drew Holiday does a lot of things that they need, like closers, especially with Middleton being out, and being not as effective as he's been the last year and a half. Like, they need guys who can score in the half court. They need to make it easier. You can't have Giannis dribbling at the top of the key trying to initiate his own offense. That is very, very important. And you made a really astute detail saying that I know Dame Lillard can't guard, but when you have Giannis behind him
and Brook Lopez
as a defender, like you can funnel people toward him. So it's actually a really good point. The Warriors don't have that luxury though. So as I'm looking at the Warriors and their defense, it's like perimeter defense does matter. It matters a lot, right? Staying in front of people, it matters a lot. Not necessarily in Milwaukee. I think this gives them the slight edge over Miami, over Boston,
over Philly.
Well, Philly.
We don't know what's going on with Philadelphia.
Yeah, to me, Philly, I've kind of scratched off until they figure out what's going on with Harden. Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, am I wrong there?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. How can you not?
This doesn't make Phoenix so much better that I'm more worried about Phoenix. I have appropriate fear for Phoenix. I think Bradley Beal and Booker and Durant are excellent players.
Right.
But my biggest question for them is, like, who's distributing the ball?
Yeah. Is it going to be my turn, your turn type of basketball?
I don't think
Who's
that's
playing
good.
point guard? Who's playing point guard? Now, they receive also Yusuf Nurkic, who's been hurt a lot. Over the last few years.
He's a useful big.
He's a useful big who you can engage in a pick and roll and cook him all day long.
Yes.
Steph Curry comes downhill, pick and roll. He sees Nurkic switch on to him. It's barbecue chicken. It's a bucket for the Warriors. Grayson Allen. Not a traditional point guard, more of a two guard.
He'll be tripping people this year.
No doubt about that. Nasir Little, Keon Johnson, part of the trade package. So are the Phoenix Suns done? Very strange trade from their end, in my opinion.
Why?
It just felt like DeAndre Ayton could fit better with what they had.
They were done with Ayton. When I went to the game 7, whatever it was, when they lost.
The fans were done with him?
Fans were done with Monty Williams and with DeAndre Ayton.
But Monty Williams is gone.
No, I know, but I'm just telling you, like, their perspective. They thought he had quit on the team and he was immature in this. Not to the exact same degree as Warrior fans did Jordan Poole, but like if a fan from outside the Warriors came up to you and was like, "Oh, Jordan Poole, what happened?" A lot of people were done with him.
Yeah, they were.
He was unplayable for them anymore.
But the way I look at it is, forget the fans for a second, because I get why the fans would be done with him. You pay him all the money. He's a homegrown talent, and he's quote unquote quitting on the team. Forget the fans for a second. They had a whole brand new coaching staff. Greg St. Jean, Frank Vogel's the head coach. Greg St. Jean is the assistant coach. And Vogel does like bigs. You think about his tenure, his run around the league, he's had bigs, whether it was Dwight Howard, Anthony Davis, whether it was Indiana and Roy Hibbert and those guys and David West. He does like bigs. So it was very interesting to me. It was like, this close to training camp, and you move off of Ayton. I guess you wanted to free the money up because Nurkic's book money is going to come off the books at some point. So very interesting. I do think Portland did what they had to do. And I think Milwaukee did what they had to do.
Is Portland good enough to worry you at all?
No, they're not good enough, but I understand what they're doing. They had to give the keys to Scoot Henderson. They maxed out with Damian Lillard. They maxed out with him as their leader of the franchise.
Yes.
And he was a great ambassador for that city, but they maxed out. It was time to move on. What's so funny?
I'm just being called the Grayson Allen of the Bay Area.
Why are you focused on that?
Because I love jokes like that.
Who cares?
The thing with Dame Lillard,
it's not even a good joke. It's terrible. People say, "Oh man, you're this."
I despise Grayson Allen.
Yeah,
he drives me nuts. No, but Damian Lillard in Portland, it's interesting. Like, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Like, he signed this big extension there. He kept talking about loyalty. He's taking shots at the Warriors at every turn.
Yeah.
Like, anytime I critique Dame a little, it's like I hate him, and I'm just like, I don't hate Dame Lillard.
Right.
I just find him to be very inconsistent. And
in terms of what?
Well, in terms of, like, he's had this small man's complex about his entire career when you contrast it to the Warriors and Steph Curry. And I understand it's like he's from Oakland and he feels that maybe, Steph has all the things that he wants, right? Like love from the city of Oakland and the Bay Area, championships, like they've gone at it in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you're not some underdog, Dame. Like you were drafted 6th overall.
Yeah, but he's an underdog in the sense that he wasn't recruited highly. He goes to Weber State. He goes to Portland. Yeah, but he still goes to Portland.
He has been a 1% of a 1%er in life for 11 years.
Okay, get rid of the draft pick for a second. Think about when he was drafted. And they were like, oh, man, Dame Dollar from Oakland, man. But is his game going to translate to the NBA? Because he played at, quote-unquote, Weber State. He played at Weber State.
Jokic can talk about being like the underdog. He was a 2nd-round pick. He came out of nowhere. He was drafted, and there was a Taco Bell commercial.
Still one of 60 players drafted.
Dame's awesome. And Dame's awesome. But, like, he's always had this chip on his shoulder, and I find it to be a little too much.
Like, I don't care.
For my liking.
Here's my thing. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. We see all your texts. We see them coming in, man. Thank you for the participation. We always appreciate the texts, even when there are haterade texts out there. But no, Steph Curry, would you consider him an underdog? You don't because of the draft positioning?
No. Your dad was an NBA player. You were taken 7th overall. But again, this is my juxtaposition.
Yeah, see, my position is he didn't get recruited at all. Virginia Tech, his dad's alma mater, was like, okay, we don't even want your son. We don't think it's going to translate well. Like, you got to go to live at old Davidson. Okay. I didn't know where Davidson was until Steph Curry played.
Well, of course.
So you carry a Davidson team to the heights that you do, and then you're this little guy where, you were picked 7th overall, but, boy, is his ankle's going to hold up. Boy, is that game going to translate to the NBA? You're not going to be able to get away with shooting threes. You're not going to be able to get away with that small frame. He had to work and work and work and work and work and work and work. So that chip that they have on their shoulder, it doesn't draft positioning, sure. We've seen a lot of guys get drafted high and be bust. They use that underdog mentality to maximize their potential. Dame Lillard going to Weber State. Think about that. You're Weber State in your top 6 pick. And you go to Portland, they're like, oh,
Larry
we don't
Bird
know.
went to Indiana State. Like this
exactly.
is the NBA has this all over. Like
it's kind of an underdog story.
When you get drafted in the top 10 of a sport, you cannot be just my particular position. You cannot be considered.
He's an underdog in life.
What?
He's an underdog in the game of life.
Well, that's a different story. But then
that's what I'm saying.
And then after the entire time of the Warrior run, they've gone through you like a hot knife through butter. And you've been hating on super teams at every single turn. You've spoken about loyalty like Steph hasn't been loyal. And to me, I interpret that as shots.
Well, he was shots at Kevin Durant. He said that.
It's also shots. There's been subtle shots at the Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt. But he also took shots at Kevin Durant, which I didn't like, saying that, hey, if I was in Kevin Durant's shoes, I wouldn't have picked the Golden State Warriors, where Tom Brady went on a walk with Kevin Durant was like, go to the best team.
Well, it's not lost on me that some of Steph's greatest, finest moments in the playoffs came against Dame's teams.
No doubt. But Dame is still a good player. Dame is still a very good player.
He's an all-time legend.
Whether he's in top 75 is debatable.
He's one of the greatest Portland Trailblazers ever.
And when he has the ball in his hands in the last 4 minutes of the game, you fear him because he makes big shots.
Of course.
He makes big buckets.
But when we're separating and isolating the greatest of the greats, like whether we're talking about CP3, Isaiah Thomas, whatever, all these little accolades – when we're comparing the greats, not when we're comparing him to Jordan Poole. I mean, Dame Lillard's infinitely better than Jordan Poole.
Doubt.
But like when we're comparing the great of the greats, Dame's resume and body of work falls short.
It does fall
from a
short,
lot of those
which
guys.
is why he realized, you know what, it's not going to happen in Portland. They've made some bad moves around me. I've been patient. I've been loyal. It's time to go, which I understand completely. And now he gets to go play with Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Well, and that's the part where I would say to you, I'm glad that he finally came to that realization. It just feels in retrospect, maybe he realized now he's a little hypocritical to do the same thing to Kevin Durant.
No doubt. But he didn't pick Milwaukee. He got traded there.
Well, he demanded
a trade, and he wanted to go to Miami.
Let's not make it out like it's poor Dame.
But it wasn't Kevin Durant signing as a free agent with the Warriors. He got traded there. Milwaukee wasn't his place of destination that he wanted to go to.
And neither was Oklahoma City to be the destination for Kevin Durant out of Texas.
Kevin Durant wanted to be in Seattle. Yeah,
but
we don't know where Kevin Durant wanted to go. We honestly don't know. Let's go to Robin real quick, and then we'll get to King of the Hill. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. So I just want to say that, Bunter, you stole my glory. He has a right, this loyalty thing about, I respect Dame, the fans I've been reading on social media because he's loyal and this and that, but, at the end of the day, nobody wants to be reminded. He's not going to go down in the history books for being loyal. You understand? There's no loyalty in basketball. Maybe I'm old school. I don't know where this comes from. I'm going to give you a classic example and we'll get off this air. Someone said to me on social media, we didn't need Kevin Durant. We had so-and-so and so-and-so. I said, like hell you didn't need Kevin Durant. You don't keep the game of basketball is to put the five best people out there on the floor.
Yes.
Exactly. Nobody apologized for the Lakers or the Celtics or the 76ers back in the day, or the Portland Trail Blazers. That was the game. That's what you do. And so we were ahead of the game because of the way the contracts went, kind of like the 49ers with Brock Purdy. And then we were able to get Kevin Durant. You don't pass up a Kevin Durant to keep a Harrison Barnes. It's to put the five best players out there.
Exactly.
Never apologize for that.
Right. No doubt.
And Robin, to your point, I think that's one of the things that gets lost in the discourse when we talk about NBA players is you got to have great players around you, and you got to have great role players around you. Like everyone wants to laugh at Rick Fox. Rick Fox was a very good, useful player.
Maximize his role with
Absolutely,
the Lakers.
Derek Fishers
Right.
and pick any of the players that were teammates for the Bulls. Warrior fans know you got to have a Livingston, you got to have a Bogut, you got to have an Iguodala, you got to have all those guys. And when I heard Dame Lillard for many years, I'm gonna do it here on my own. It's like, well, okay, yeah, you're gonna be one of the centerpieces.
He tried,
but it's hard.
He failed,
it's
and it's hard.
You got to build teams win championships.
And he couldn't get players up there to Portland.
No doubt.
He couldn't get players up there. They didn't want to go to Portland, so he has to bow out. All right, real quick. We'll get to the 49ers and Cardinals after the break. Real quick, quick version of King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Hit me with the beat. Oh, Damon Oakland. Heard from him on Sunday. He can't stand Jimmy Garoppolo. He's like, he can't stand it. Poor Damon Oakland. By the way, we're not going top 8 NFC teams. What we're doing today is the top 5 disappointing seasons in San Francisco Giants history. San Francisco Giants history. Don't worry, Spadoni. I love listening to the intro.
I'm just going to listen.
So top 5. Number 5, 1991 Giants. 2 years removed from the World Series. They had a loaded roster. They don't make the playoffs. They underachieve. Very, very disappointing. And it was basically, I don't want to say it was the last prime year of Kevin Mitchell, but it felt like that was the beginning of the end for Kevin Mitchell. They finished in 4th place in the NL West, 75-87. 75-87.
It was the rise of the Braves.
No doubt it was. Number 4, 2022 San Francisco Giants. Or coming off the 107 win season, expectations were high. We underrated the loss of Buster Posey.
Yes.
We walked away, but everybody said, hey, man, we still got Lamont Wade. And, you got this team coming back with Farhan's a genius. You face planted. And you barely made it to 500 at 81-81. If you didn't beat up on the Rockies and Diamondbacks, you would have been about 10 games under 500. So 2022, the 4th most disappointing season in my lifetime when it comes to Giants baseball.
Number 3.
1998 Giants. Last game of the season, Coors Field. Remember that one? 8-0.
They lost the 1-game play-in to
the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, Bonds went 0 for 3, 0 for 4.
Popped up like right behind home plate or something like that.
He went 0 for, right?
Yeah. Steve Traxel. Shut down the Giants.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah, the team of destiny, right?
Yes, apparently. All right, number two, real quick. 1999 Giants, the year after, where they go 86-76. They go 18-17 in the last 2 months of the season. Diamondbacks run away with the division. Giants don't make any noise there. It was very disappointing.
Sad end to candlestick for the Giants.
No doubt. All right, and number one. This season. Why is it this season? Expectations weren't sky high, but it's the way it played out. It's the way all the chirping went down. It's the lack of committing to the youngsters. Even last night, Look at their lineup.
Oh, dude,
why are you still trotting out these veterans? Why are you still playing these guys? Are you kidding me?
Wilmer Flores made back-to-back errors.
Listen.
And I love Krug and Kite, but they were out here defending they're like the photo well was no, he threw a 5-hopper to first.
Listen, you know they had that cruise patch, right? That everybody goes crazy over.
Yeah.
You know why I go crazy over
cars?
it? It's the wrong sponsorship.
What is it?
It should be Amtrak for the Sacramento shuttle for bringing everybody up and down from Sacramento. Sean Jelly's back? Really? Sean Jelly?
If he gets option one more time, he has to be DFA'd.
They missed the boat on that. Amtrak should be the sponsor due to the Sacramento shuttle and how much they use it. All right, that's it. We're talking football here. That's it on the Giants. We're moving on here. And next segment is brought to you by the 2023 Grand National Rodeo. I'll give you details on that on the other side.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Hi, thanks.
Whether you're looking to get the kids' toys or your closet organized, we're here to help with advice and tons of savings through October 10th.
Can you help me find all my lost socks?
We'll help you to organize them so you don't lose them at all.
Wow.
Visit us in-store for lots of savings, plus home furnishing storage workshops and more the weekend of October 7th. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com/IKEA storage event. Offer valid 9/27 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/IKEA storage event for complete terms. Exclusions apply.
Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the phone and from the comfort and convenience of your own home or workplace anywhere throughout the country. And I'm back on track, folks. I'm back on track. Your boy got a little lost in New Orleans. No lie, those po' boys, the gumbo, the shrimp cocktails, the fried chicken, the oysters, the alligator. It was too good to pass up. Your boy slipped up. But you know, I'm right back on track as I just had my birthday. And of course, I'm 41 now. So you got to be careful with your health. You got to eat right. You don't want to have strokes. You don't want to have a heart attack. You want to live a long time. So soda helps you with that. And their number one priority is keeping the weight off. How do you do that? Look, it's not a workout program. There's no counting calories. There's no pills or appetite suppressants. It's all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition while eliminating junk foods, beverages, and bad eating habits, while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan, accountability, and it's simple to follow, and big results will come. Visit SOTAweightloss.com at SodaWeightloss.com and say it with me now. Soda is state-of-the-art.
Golfers, swing into the Golf Mart for the hottest new fall arrivals from TaylorMade, Callaway, and Titleist. Come by and test drive the new TaylorMade.
right, we're good to go. Bye.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Who's that, Moody? Oh, boy, Moses. He'll be dripped with the braids next Monday, media day. Can't wait to get to Chase Center. Cannot wait. Going to be a lot of fun. Training camp begins on Tuesday. But in the meantime, we got to talk about those San Francisco 49ers. Kevin Cougler coming up at 8 o'clock. Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. It's going to be a lot of fun at 9. We'll talk to the coach of the Warriors at 9 a.m. in his appointment radio. Steve Kerr, 9 a.m., making his debut on the Morning Roast. We'll see if this is the last time or the first of many times he'll be on the Morning Roast. But I can't wait to talk to Coach. He's had an eventful summer, of course, going to Dubai, the Philippines, coach Team USA. Now he's got this locker room with Chris Paul inside of it, and I'm looking to see how he cooks up this recipe for the Golden State Warriors to get back to the NBA Finals and hopefully win their 5th championship together. But we'll pause on that for just a second. Don't forget the Grand National Rodeo is happening October 6th and 7th, Friday and Saturday, of course. The Grand National Rodeo is celebrating their 75th anniversary at the Cow Palace in Daly City. Again, the Grand National Rodeo, Friday and Saturday, October 6th and 7th. And the following weekend is the Women of Rodeo and Fiesta del Charro. Don't forget about that. Get tickets at cowpalace.com. Yeehaw! You ever go to a rodeo? Yeehaw!
I told you I have. Cow Palace.
Yeah.
A couple times. It's fun.
It is fun. You ever been to a country concert?
Oh, yeah.
They're fun, too.
They're just like rap concerts, except the attire is got more cowboy boots and hats.
My advice for single guys, go to a country concert.
I cannot imagine you with a huge belt buckle, tight jeans, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat.
If I was single, you could. But I'm not. I'm happily in a relationship. 7 years strong.
So
7 years
let's
strong.
make that happen this year. Okay?
7 years strong and gone. But for some of you single guys, like a lot of our roasters, they tell me about it, go to a country concert. Go shoot your shot. Go have a lot of fun.
Old Town Road?
Old Town Road, baby. Let's go.
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on.
Speaking
Best
of old
country song ever.
gunslingers, what do you think the Warriors thought, just like the core, the 3 guys of that trade yesterday?
Interesting. Very interesting. I think they're more intrigued to see where Drew Holiday goes. Where's Drew Holiday going to end up? Miami? Because if I'm Pat Riley, I'll get over the feelings about Damian Lillard to say, I need to go get Drew. Because now Drew, I get him to guard Damian Lillard. I get him to lock him up. That's what my focus will be if I'm the Miami Heat. Big 3 are probably interested to see, boy, the Clippers need a point guard. Is Steve Ballmer and company going to make a move? Are they going to make a move for Drew?
Yeah,
because they need a point guard.
Yeah, but is he your traditional point? I mean, I know he could do a little bit of the passing.
They need a facilitator.
It's a lot of defense.
A lot of defense.
Yeah,
Kawhi,
if they
Paul
got
George.
him, it's a lot of defense.
A lot of defense. So I think they're intrigued to see where Drew Holiday goes. Look, the Warriors have had Dame Lillard in their pocket for many, many years. They've swept Dame Lillard. They beat him in 5. And never went past 5 games against Dame Lillard and the Portland Trailblazers. I don't think that. We got Steph. But Drew Holiday, where does he go? I think they will really be intrigued to see what happens with the Portland Trailblazers and how they move Drew Holiday. Hopefully, they move him back to the Eastern Conference. I'd love to see him in South Beach with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. I'd love to see that.
He gives you a lot of the elements that they live for in Miami's Heat culture. Mm-hmm. They love toughness, physicality, grinder, hard hat attitude, right? Mm-hmm. And he fits all of those things.
So back to the Niners, because they are 3-0. And I know they play the Arizona Cardinals, and that doesn't get a lot of people fired up. But the Cardinals are 1-2, and they've played hard. They played hard against Commanders in week 1. They played hard against the New York Giants in week 2. We were up 20-0 before being outscored 31-8 in the second half. And then they beat up on the Dallas Cowboys. And I know the Dallas Cowboys missed about 3 offensive linemen in that football game. But Rondale Moore, speed. James Conner runs with power and physicality. Hollywood Brown, he could beat you over the top. Joshua Dobbs is playing confident football, inspired football. And their defense has a bunch of no names, but they will blitz the hell out of you. They are aggressive. So how do the Niners attack? Also some concerns at the wide receiver spot for the 49ers. Deebo Samuel and Juwan Jennings missed practice yesterday. Brandon Ayuk was limited in practice. Now, Deebo Samuel's ribs is a lot sore. And I know maybe he is beat up to the point where Peter King said, I don't know if he can last 17 games. Also, Drake Greenlaw didn't practice yesterday due to an ankle injury. So today's injury report is very, very important for the Niners. Could you get away with beating this Cardinals team without Deebo Samuel? I think you could. But dang, they're playing so well that I don't even want to take the chance. I need all my guys out here.
Well, you and I were having a conversation about Deebo Samuel last week in terms of like style of play, longevity, staying on. And I know that people can make fun of me about getting, I pause every single time I see Deebo take a big hit because I know that baked into how he plays the game is he's trying to run through people.
Yep.
And you're not going to make this guy become Torrey Holt overnight.
Right.
That's just not going to be who he is. He's going to try, if he sees the sideline and he sees a player, he's going to try to run over the player. I would like him to go down a little quicker, but I don't want to take away what makes him him. At the same time, man, he's inviting all of these injury type things to happen to him, and it just makes it difficult. He'll probably play. He's tough as nails. But I was hoping after a little extra, it's not a mini bye because there's no such thing as a mini bye. You either have a bye or you don't. They got a couple of extra days of rest. I was hoping that they would hit the field with not this many injuries.
Right. Yeah.
And now it's a little worrisome because, like, let's say you don't have Ayuk at 100%. Let's say Deebo isn't at 100%. Jennings isn't at 100%. The only guy who's feeling close to 100 is Ronnie Bell.
Ray McLeod, maybe?
That puts a lot of stress on Brock Purdy. I think that puts a lot of stress on the offensive line and the run game. That puts a lot of stress on McCaffrey. So this is part of the NFL. You have to navigate injuries as the season progresses.
No doubt about that. No doubt.
But I'm worried about the Deebo thing, man. Yeah. Ribs can linger all year long. Emmanuel Sanders had the rib injury, and he wasn't quite the same in the playoffs like he was toward the end of the year in that 2019 season.
And you have some physical football teams coming up. Physical. And these ribs, when you have a Deebo Samuel who's playing at a high level right now, he's got off to a blistering start this season. He looks like the 2021 version. These next few games, the Arizona Cardinals, which is a divisional game, is going to be physical. The Dallas Cowboys next Sunday, their defense hits. I know they just lost Trayvon Diggs, but they got hitters, and he's not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to go to Cleveland and play against that defense on the road in that stadium. And that defense under Jim Schwartz hits. They are a physical defense. So it's the wrong part of the schedule. There's any part of the schedule is tough, but these next three games
are very important.
Very important. But also with Deebo Samuel, it's like his style of play against these teams. Boy, are you going to further injure these ribs? Is it going to linger even more? Are you going to break one of these ribs? Are the ribs already broken and they're withholding information? That's what I'm concerned with. By the way, they also signed Jeremy McNichols back to the practice squad. So another running back on the squad. Are they looking to maybe trade a running back for another asset? That's something that I'm monitoring and what I thought about when they signed Jeremy McNichols yesterday.
Well, TDP to me is the odd man out. He has no value for you anymore. I think if you can get anything for him, you just move him. You find running backs every year. The Niners can find running backs all the time. It feels like a wasted pick, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. You're talking about injuries. Arizona's going through a lot of injuries on defense as well. Buda Baker missed multiple games in a row. I don't know what his status is right now.
Feels like they're not even trying to play him.
I don't know what's going on.
He wanted to be traded, remember?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. They lost LJ Collier and Carlos Watkins earlier this year to these bicep injuries, but in the game they just played, they lost. And those other guys were contributors on that team. They lost Zaven Collins, Chris Barnes, and Jalen Thompson on top of Buda not playing. So they're missing 4 guys on defense.
They are.
The other 2, you could say 6. Like, this to me is a grind it out, find a way to win this game, and move on type of a game. It doesn't have to be pretty for the Niners. You don't get style points. And everybody wants the style point victories. The Cowboys got into the red zone 6 times. 6 times against this Arizona defense.
Right.
They walked away with 13 points.
Yeah, I don't think anybody fears losing this game. The only fear I think a lot of people have is, are the Niners going to cover the 14-point spread?
I wouldn't even think about that. This is going to be ugly. I think it's going to be another ugly game.
Divisional games are ugly. By the way, Xavier spent $2. He wants to ask us full PPR trade. Devontae Adams, David Montgomery for Travis Etienne and Keenan Allen. I may pull the trigger on that. Etienne and Keenan Allen.
For who?
For Devontae and David Montgomery. I don't know.
Montgomery's hurt. I don't know.
Devontae has Jimmy G at quarterback. I don't know. don't know.
And I'm Matthew Berry here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Don't know about that.
Keenan Allen historically has gotten hurt a lot, almost every single season. Devontae, I think, is going to get the bulk share of If you watch Sunday Night Football, Devontae Adams is the Raiders' offense.
I saw a lot of discourse regarding Devontae and trade requests, and Niner fans obviously wanting Devontae. That feels like not realistic.
His cap hit if they trade on the Raiders would it's like $40 million or something ridiculous.
Yes.
I just don't think that's happening.
So he's
not
just
this
frustrated.
season. If they trade him, it'll probably be next year.
Yeah, he's just frustrated.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Again, Deebo Samuel, no practice, ribs and a knee injury. Juwan Jennings.
The knee out of when did he hurt that?
I don't know. Maybe he hurt it on the same play. Juwan Jennings, shin. Drake Greenlaw, ankle. Trent Williams, veteran rest day off. Brandon Ayuk and Ambry Thomas limited yesterday. So that injury report today is going to be very important for the 49ers. Like, what is going on at the wide receiver position, especially because Brock Purdy needs to build that rapport with these guys. They need to continue to build. They only had the training camp. They had no offseason work. They got off to a hot start. Brandon Ayuk, I think he will play, but I need to see Brandon and Deebo on the same side. I need these guys to score 30 a game.
You know what I'd like to see, B? I'd actually really like to see Brock Purdy, not because I'm waiting for the downfall, okay? I want to see him do it to shut the haters up. I'd like to see him play without Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk in a game. Because I think that would, I think it would completely flip the narrative for him.
No, it wouldn't.
You still think people would hate?
They'd say it's just the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, that's not fair. Dak just played them.
Nobody thinks,
looked mediocre at best.
A lot of 49er fans don't believe Dak is good.
I mean, I just feel like we keep putting restrictions on who Brock Purdy is, and I want to see him do it with limited weapons around him, not because I need to see it, because I want the nation to see it to shut everyone up.
No. First of all, nobody's going to shut up. You know that's not true. Nobody's going to shut up because it's the Arizona Cardinals. And I'm going to say the Niners are 14-point favorites, and we don't even know who's playing at wide receiver. No, it's not going to shut anybody up. Because the next week he plays the Cowboys, and if he throws 3 picks on Sunday Night Football, people are going to say, see, I told you. You know how it is. It's week to week. That's not going to shut up anybody. But I thought it was interesting. Mike Florio joined us yesterday, and he said it's possible that Brock Purdy could be in the MVP discussion.
Why not? He's a quarterback who's putting up unreal numbers.
But come on, to say Brock Purdy MVP? Go ahead, Spinotti.
If there's a team of destiny in the NFC, it feels like the 49ers. And if there's a team of destiny in the AFC, it feels like the Dolphins. Now, if it comes down to those two teams as the 1 seed, 2 is probably the MVP, but there's still a chance that Brock Purdy is going to get some serious consideration if he presides over this team, has good numbers, and the 49ers end up the 1 seed in the NFC. And right now, I would say they're the most likely team in the NFC to be the 1 seed.
So Brock Purdy's 10th in passing, 736 yards. He's averaging 7.1 in attempt. Yards per game, Brock Purdy's at 245 after coming off the 300-yard performance against the New York Giants. So far, no interceptions, 4 touchdown passes. He's been sacked 6 times. We're talking about MVP. All right, MVP of the league. I'm not even sure Brock Purdy's the MVP of this football team and this offense.
Yeah, but you would also acknowledge that happens from time to time, and we bestow MVP qualities on the quarterback position due to the position.
I totally agree with that. But he's not even the MVP of this offense. Christian McCaffrey is.
Okay.
So MVP and Brock Purdy, I mean, I just want to see him get healthy.
Well, but I
just want to see him get through the season.
If he's in the MVP conversation, that means the Niners are really good.
Yeah,
which they are.
Yeah, they are.
They are.
That would be fascinating. Brock Purdy, MVP. Now we're talking about when he does sign his deal, we're talking mega millions, right? Not just million, we're talking mega millions.
Well, let me give you Jalen Hurts' numbers, just the raw numbers. And
right now?
No, last year, because he was in the MVP conversation all year last year.
Finished second.
Right? They were 14-1 when he started games. He had a 66% completion percentage. He threw for 3,700 yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Now, he ran for a whole lot as well.
Yeah.
I think I got the running numbers right here that are in front of me. His runs, boom, 760 yards with 13 touchdowns.
That's the difference.
So you're looking at a guy that put together almost 4,500, close to 5,000 total yards, and 38, 39 total touchdowns.
Wait, 22 touchdown passes, you said?
22 and 13, so
35 total touchdowns.
Yes.
That's a lot.
That's really
Those
good.
are MVP numbers.
Really good. So let's say that Brock Purdy puts together 4,000 plus passing yards, 30 touchdowns, under 10 interceptions. He will be in that mix. He will be in that mix because if you're going to go 14-3, if you're going to go 15-2, 13-4, your quarterback's going to put up great numbers.
Right.
9 times out of 10. And he's going to get a lot of votes.
888-957-9570. Brock Purdy, MVP? MVP discussion? I know it's very, very early. But Brock Purdy, could you see him being the MVP of the National Football League? Brock Purdy? Look, if the one knock on Shanahan is his inability to find a quarterback, does the fact that Brock is already in the MVP discussion start to change that narrative on Shanahan and the quarterback?
Kind of like that.
Here's what Mike Florio said.
Kind of like that.
They have bungled the quarterback position. That is the asterisk on this tenure. They didn't scout Patrick Mahomes in 2017 because Kyle Shanahan thought he was signing Kirk Cousins.
It's all good.
They have bungled the quarterback position. That is the asterisk on this tenure. They didn't scout Patrick Mahomes in 2017 because Kyle Shanahan thought he was signing Kirk Cousins the next year as a free agent. They somehow pivoted to Jimmy Garoppolo during the 2017 season and didn't go after Cousins, obviously, in 2018. Tom Brady wanted to come play for them in 2020, and they said no thank you. And then they saw Kyle got to sit and watch Super Bowl 55. Patrick Mahomes, the guy he didn't scout, against Tom Brady, the guy he didn't want. And I think that contributed to them making that desperate move up to number 3. They blew it with Trey Lance. The Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, I hate that term, but that's what everybody calls the last guy taken in the draft. But they redeemed themselves that way. And I think one of the reasons they still have their jobs and were able to blow that pick as badly as they did and to trade up to get Trey Lance is because the team is otherwise so damn good.
That's Mike Florio yesterday, Pro Football Talk, who was in a very good mood. It's just hard for me. We'll react to that in just a second. During that clip, I just kept saying, Brock Purdy MVP. And I'm thinking, he's not even an MVP of this offense. It's Christian McCaffrey. Christian, you want to shut up, people? Take Christian McCaffrey off the field.
Was Matt Ryan the MVP of the Falcon offense? I don't know. I'm asking you out loud.
I thought he was.
Okay.
I mean, you could make the argument that it was Julio, but Matt Ryan put up some crazy numbers.
No,
that
he
year.
did. He did. And
I mean,
we've cited those. I'm just asking. You know,
he was the guy.
Okay.
I think he will throw for a lot more yard. I don't know if Purdy's going to be able to get to that yardage and those touchdowns that Matt Ryan did that season. I don't know.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, we're 3 games in, right?
Right.
Give me 8, 9 games. We'll have a better feel for this. I'm just looking at your most valuable players over the last 11 years have all been quarterbacks, right? Adrian Peterson, 2012,
right.
Last time a running back, and then a bunch of quarterbacks, and then LT. You know what I mean? So you're looking at basically 2 running backs in the last 25 years,
right?
Give or take.
I know it's unrealistic, which is why I told people not to bet on it. It's all quarterbacks, unfortunately. That year, Matt Ryan was it 2016?
Matt Ryan was 2016. Cam Newton was the year before, 2015. 2017, Tom Brady.
Matt Ryan threw for 4,944 yards, 38 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable season.
If Brock Purdy sniffs 4,000, I mean, he may not sniff 4,000 on this team.
Don't you think most observers would say Julio was at the height of his powers and
he was
one of the great wide receiver seasons of all? Not to take anything away from Matt Ryan, but using your, hey, he's not even the MVP of his own team. I think a lot of people would say
Julio was the big difference maker, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
who got doubled, got all the attention
through 3 wins. Do you think Christian McCaffrey's the best player on the team? But has he been the reason that the offense is moving the ball?
Best player on offense, no doubt about it. Yes, I think he is. Okay. I think he has made this offense go to another level.
Because I think
his running ability and the way he attracts attention is the reason why so many other guys are eating.
That I agree with, but they are throwing the ball like 20 times in each first half.
They are throwing in a lot of screens, a lot of slants.
And it's because of the fear of the run game that's opening that up. I acknowledge.
And the McCaffrey as well. McCaffrey's opened up everything.
No doubt.
To me, McCaffrey is the guy.
So if they're in the contention, I mean, these are great problems to have. We're over here, talking about who should the MVP be if the Niners end up having a great year. But I do think both of these guys are going to be in the conversation.
Yeah, no doubt.
And if you do it with guys missing time, Debo misses some time, Ayuk misses some time, the conversation starts to evolve.
It does. 888-957-9570. We'll get to the lines in just a second about this conversation. Brock Purdy MVP, but also I don't want to shift the focus away from the Arizona Cardinals as well. Kevin Cougler will join us at 8 o'clock. Don't forget Steve Kerr, 9 o'clock. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr will join us at 9 o'clock. Kevin Cougler at 8, who will be on a call for Fox Sports. These Arizona Cardinals, is there anything that makes you fear them? Is there any? Because I don't want to fall into the trap. And I'm thinking, okay, the Niners cannot overlook this team. They do have speed on offense. I know they're missing a lot of guys, but Rondale Moore is a game breaker.
Oh, I like Rondale Moore. I think he was poorly used last year.
Exactly. Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
Is a very good.
He will get behind you.
He will get behind you. He's a solid
Still don't
receiver.
think he's worth the first-round pick, but
maybe not. Maybe you overpay for him, but he's a problem.
He is.
Zach Ertz, a very reliable tight end.
Yeah.
Very solid. Coming back home, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a homecoming for him. Joshua Dobbs, we'll see, but he showed some speed last week. Some speed I didn't think he had.
I think Dobbs has really improved his status amongst the league. I think there are going to be teams that are looking at him as a viable replacement for whatever they've got at quarterback in the interim. Like if you're looking for a placeholder, Dobbs has thrown his name in the mix.
And James Conner, who destroyed the Niners. Last time Kevin Cougler was on a call, Spinotti, if you can play the clip, that game, he had a halfback screen for like 55 yards, and he ran across the field. I said, is that Earl Campbell? Is that Bo Jackson? No, it was James Conner. And he's a very capable running back who you got to pay attention to.
I think the one area where I feel the most confident in is I think that early in this game, their offense is going to look better. When they only had 3 days to prepare for the Giants, it kind of felt like it in that first half, didn't it?
No doubt.
Like they've been way more detail-oriented on their drives and gone like one thing that Shanahan has done great with Brock feels like first couple drives, bang, 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 ball goes right down the field. I mean, methodical, clinical, whatever word you want to use to describe
3 opening drives for the Niners this season. They scored points on all of them. 2 touchdowns against the Rams and the Steelers, and of course the field goal last week against the Giants.
And that drive didn't even look that great.
No,
if we're being honest.
It didn't. It was about 2 no throws on that play.
Right? Now you got 10 days against a familiar opponent. At least you understand their personnel.
It is different, though. It is different how Gannon's using them.
No doubt.
Kingsbury's offense was so basic. No motions, spread offense, no fullback. There was no creativity to his offense.
Do you fear Dobbs a little more than maybe you would Kyler in this game?
Well, this offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing, and we're going to talk to John Gambadora tomorrow about the Arizona Cardinals. They're they're crafty on offense. They do some things like the 49ers, some jet sweeps.
Yeah.
They'll line up a run. Like Rondale Moore was lined up in the backfield last week when he ran for that long touchdown against the Dallas Cowboys. They do some creative things on offense that makes you scratch your head. Steve Wilkes going to have his work cut out for him early on in this football game.
I think the one thing with Rondale Moore is last year, I just didn't know what they were trying to do with him. His first year, his rookie year, he looked like a version of a Deebo Samuel where he could do a lot of little things.
Yep.
I mean, Percy Harvin, however you want to call it. It's like a guy you need to get in space and you need to utilize his speed. Didn't see that last year. Seeing it this year, I'm like, dude, that's the player I really liked because I like that draft pick.
Yeah, no, he's solid, man.
He's really like him.
So we'll see what happens with Arizona. Let's go.
I think the Gannon thing is very interesting because similar to Sirianni, I made sweeping
proclamations about him.
about who he was based on some video. If you ask around the league, a lot of people say he's very high level. Now, you could be a cynic and say that's what everyone says about every coach. And no, he seems to be very buttoned up. And his guys on the sidelines in games are clearly responding to him.
Yeah, no doubt. Jonathan Gannon, he says some things, and I want killers. But you know what? They play like they're killers. They do. They're flying around to the football down there in Arizona. So, and it's a divisional game. Divisional games can be different. They are different. Should the Niners dominate? They should. But if Debo doesn't play and he's compromised and Ayuk is compromised with the shoulder injury, and if you don't have Juwan Jennings, who I think is really starting to show how important he is to this offense in terms of his run blocking, his third down catching, the physicality he brings to the table, whereas Miami, we're talking about the Dolphins yesterday, all their speed guys. Shanahan loves these big physical guys. And Juwan Jennings not playing could hurt your run game on Sunday. I don't think anybody's thinking about that. Let's go to Sean in Oakland. Sean, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good, Sean. How you doing?
Hey, just basically just saying, like the whole Brock Purdy MVP situation. Like, why not? Why not consider him an MVP?
Agreed.
The way that he's playing, you know. And I'm sorry what Shotsky said. Like, let's take Debo and all that to see what he can do, and then that'll shut a lot of haters up. But at the same time, I don't think the offense will run like it's running right now without him.
Of course,
you gotta have those players because, like Joe Montana without Rice, like would he have all those numbers?
No,
You know,
Nope. I remember that 98 NFC Championship game against the Green Bay Packers, Steve Young. He had a young T.O. and a young J.J. Stokes. They weren't ready for the roles that they were elevated to due to the injury to Jerry Rice, the torn ACL. And they struggled mightily in those playoffs trying to pass the football.
Mm-hmm.
Guys couldn't get open. And a lot of people say, oh, Steve Young can't get open. It just proved that you need your weapons on the outside. You need your skill position players. And so, do I want to see Brock Purdy play without Debo and Brendan Ayuk? No.
No.
And I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not saying I understand what you're saying. That sounds very sadistic.
No, I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You want to see it because you think it'll shut up the people who say he needs these guys and he can win without them. I also think he will
elevate his play, B. Like, that's the other thing. I think he can do things. I don't think it matters who's out. Like, yes, it matters that he has weapons and stuff, but I don't think at the end of the day that he's just going to look like a deer in the headlights. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm going at. Like, he's just going to fold. Look, Brock Purdy's all of a sudden going to go from Superman to Clark Kent, and he's not going to look good. Like, he'll still look good.
He will still look good.
Not great, but he'll still look good, I think.
He'll look good. However, he could look good against the Cardinals. And the next week have Debo, Brendan Ayuk, and he throws 3 interceptions, and they were right back to, this guy can't do it.
True.
You know how this works.
That's true.
You know how guys are working.
Burrow doesn't throw a touchdown the other night, and people were like, he didn't even have that great of a game. Yeah. It's like, what are you watching?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you watching?
I don't know what people are watching. By the way, on this date in 1999, speaking of the Arizona Cardinals, Steve Young was temporarily knocked out of a hit. It was his 7th career concussion. He missed the rest of the year. And after that season, he announced his retirement. On his day, back in 1999. Monday Night Football.
I remember sitting there watching him not moving on the field. And it's one of those things that just... He used to get that look in his eye. I don't know if you remember, but when he would come off the field after getting rocked, he'd have that look in his eye. And in that play, he was out cold on the ground.
Well, they went to commercial on ABC and his eyes was closed. He was asleep.
I think most people thought that he was like broken neck, like seriously messed up. I don't know, man. That's one of those moments you just never forget. A lot of people, well, there's a lot of reasons why. You bring up Lawrence Phillips when it comes to Niner fans, and I know Lawrence Phillips has this whole litany of things on why you don't want to even talk about that guy. But on the field, like, it's one of those plays you never forget.
No. ABC went to commercial, and at the time, I didn't believe that was the last time we were going to see Steve Young.
No, I don't think anyone did.
That's how his career ended. His eyes were closed going into break.
Altoon, Troy Aikman, and Steve Young all around the same time. Yep. We're all having the same problems with the hits.
Wasn't Altoon a little earlier, though?
He might have been
in the 90s.
A couple years?
Yeah, because he left, and Altoon was really good.
Sick.
Yeah, he was sick. Ken O'Brien and New York Jets. Altoon, they were on a lot of Monday night games.
That was when I started thinking about concussions like that in the NFL.
Now, this Debo Samuel thing, when we talk about concussions and injuries, and Debo's coming out on a hot start, Shanahan said, something we didn't know until the next day about his ribs. Later in the day, him being sore and stuff, he didn't realize it until later on. Maybe the adrenaline of playing in that football game.
Was that the hit from behind?
That was a hit when he was on the ground and we thought the wind was knocked out of him.
And the ball,
it
looked like he landed on the ball.
And so that was the day. That was the play where he hurt the ribs. Now, knee injury, I have no idea. I have no idea what happened with the knee. Don't know. But that is, after having this long break, coming off the weekend, playing on Thursday Night Football, and not having Debo Samuel ready to practice yesterday, gosh, I looked at these next 3 games. Arizona, they're going to come flying around trying to hit you. The Dallas Cowboys are going to fly around and try to hit you. Then you get the Cleveland Browns. The 49ers need Debo Samuel healthy if they want to get to where they need to get to, and that's Las Vegas. They need a healthy Debo Samuel if you want to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Hell, you may need a healthy Debo Samuel just to beat the Dallas Cowboys. It's going to be a tough game if Debo Samuel can't go in that football game, let alone against the Arizona Cardinals. So, I know I get on you about the worry of the show, but when it comes to Debo Samuel and the way he plays, I do get worried about Debo.
But how do you tell a guy to not be who he is at his core?
Learn from Christian McCaffrey.
It's like Derrick Rose, right? And they're very different, right? But like Derrick Rose, like part of his game was I'm going to attack with reckless abandon. I'm going to attack the rim. And then his body obviously failed him. And it took him years to try to evolve his game and to just be a productive off the bench player. He was never going to be that superstar that he was at one point.
Right.
Like, I think it's really hard to reprogram someone like Debo Samuel because his mentality is to run through you.
Yeah.
That's what makes him great.
It does make him great. But sometimes you just need to step out of bounds.
I know
you want to set that physical tone. The same thing with George Kittle, right? We say, George.
He's been better, though.
He's been better about it.
Has.
But it's like, George, just get your butt out of bounds.
Yeah.
But there was something, too, when a guy does run you over, it sets the tone for your sideline.
100%.
I think about Fred Warner blowing up Najee Harris. Oh, gosh.
Coug?
Kevin Cougler, 8 o'clock. Kevin Cougler, 8 o'clock.
You think about what?
Fred Warner set that tone against Najee Harris and what he did for the sideline.
Oh, you cannot tell me that wasn't one of the seminal moments of that game.
Baldy Ed, Kirk Morris has said, a hit like that lingers throughout the game.
Well, that's one of those primal things that we are afraid to acknowledge in this CTE era that we're in, but that is a real element of football.
No
is
doubt.
smashing someone in the mouth and seeing how they respond.
Mm-hmm. So, Shanahan, I want to read this before we go to the injury report. Kevin Cougler's going to join us 8 o'clock, 10 minutes. He's on a call for Fox Sports alongside Mark Sanchez. Of course, he got the famous call. Oh, my goodness. One of my all-time favorites. Steve Kerr, 9 o'clock, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He'll join us. But Shanahan, he was asked about the Miami game in which his former offensive coordinator, Mike McDaniel, helped them drop 70. And Shanahan said the Miami game was crazy. Who watched part of the game on his phone at his daughter's cheerleading competition. They played so good, they really had it done, it seemed like with about 8 minutes to go. So it could have been a lot worse.
Shanny is one of us, watching stuff on his phone while pretending to do family stuff. Yeah, hon, I'm here. I'm emotionally here. But let me just keep an eye on this game over here.
Watching Red Zone on his phone at the cheerleading competition.
So full disclosure, we were having lunch the other day, and I had the phone propped up against one of the centerpieces of the table. She's like, are you really doing this right here, right now? I'm like, absolutely, I'm doing this right here, right now. I'm not missing this game.
And it doesn't even ask me. She tries to take the phone, and I snatch it back. It's like, nope. So we're in L.A., right? Having dinner, birthday dinner. And I'm like, what time is it, babe? She goes, 6:45. Oh, man, I got to get Colorado ready to go. Colorado State. We're in a hookah bar. There's about 5 different tables with the phones next to the hookah watching the Colorado game. It's just what I do. I can't help it. During football season, it's a lifestyle. You got to be cut from a different cloth.
When was the last time you told the restaurant, hey, put on that San Francisco Giants game?
You have some serious deficiencies.
Last time I told a restaurant/bar to turn on the Giants game, it was Philadelphia, 2011. I was at Beltron's first game, Citizens Bank Park, and they were playing the Reds that weekend.
When he wore 15 and Bochy had to squeeze into 16?
Exactly. And that's good knowledge.
You like that, don't you?
Yeah, I do like that. They played Cincinnati on the weekend, and they got swept, and it was the beginning of the end for the 2011 Giants. But I had a Philadelphia bar put on the Giants and Reds, and it went to extras, and they lost, and I was the only guy at the bar. Damn it. They're like, really, Giants? You left them on the bar? Well, 12 years later, I don't think anybody's asked. Again, they got it wrong with the patch. First of all, what is Cruise? I'm sure Cruise is a great company.
It's a driverless car, I think. Company that gives you rides or something?
So
I don't know.
Maybe is that what they use?
Yeah, they're all around here. You see the white cars with no one in them? That's what they are.
The only way it could be any better is if there was a fentanyl addict in the back seat with no one driving the car, driving around. Wow. Then it could be more Frisco.
Well, it's a driverless car, kind of like how the Giants are a driverless team.
Yeah, well, wow. See,
Sam has been waiting to dump that one.
See, I thought they missed the boat, man. It should have been Amtrak. And somebody told me they should have had Amtrak on the patches because the way they use the Sacramento shuttle, getting guys back and forth from Sacramento to San Francisco, I can't keep up. Sean Jelly's here. Then he's gone. Then he's here. Kyle Harrison's here. Then he's gone. Wait, Ramos is back. He's here. What is going on? The Sacramento shuttle, sponsored by Amtrak.
It's a shame.
They dropped the ball on that.
I'm coming down in Embarcadero. I'm a quick story here. I'm coming down in Embarcadero the other day, and I'm like, what is this? What's the holdup? And you guys know how this happens. You're in the car, and you could see a mile away. There's this huge backup. And you're like, what is the construction? What's going on?
Oh, my gosh.
And so everyone's going around this car. And I'm like, what is going on? I finally pull up. I'm like, this car's not going. I go around the car. It is a driverless car stuck in the intersection with a crazy person. I'm not going to, I know, I'm trying to have empathy here. The driverless car is stuck because a crazy person is yelling at a driverless car with no one in it, and it just stopped in the middle of the intersection, ruining traffic in both directions.
Yeah.
I go, it doesn't get more Frisco than this.
It doesn't get more Frisco.
I was ready to pull my hair out.
Oh, man, those driverless cars get on my nerves. Real quick, before the injury report, we get to Danker. Danker, we got about 40 seconds for you, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, sorry, guys, real quick. I've been saying in the chat forever, Debo's got to go down when he has multiple hands on him. I don't mind the switching back, cutting across the field. We saw John Taylor do it all the time. But John Taylor, if you had multiple hands on him, he knows when to go down. We saw with the Rams elongate their career, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. They were frustrating they go down. Get us those yak yards, that's great. But when you have multiple hands, it's that third, fourth guy that comes in flying that'll tear your structure and your knee up because there's nothing you could do against gravity when it just, completely outweighs you. So, I hope everything works out, but it's a lesson for just McCaffrey, all these guys, just stay injury-free. That's the goal. 20 yards is not worth, a Super Bowl ring, losing one. So, all right, gentlemen, have a great week.
See you, buddy.
All right, you too, man. All right, let's get to good call, Danker. Let's get to the injury report.
Ow! Ow!
All right, according to Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group, all indications point to 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk suiting up this Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. Ayuk, of course, missed last Thursday's game against the New York Giants with a left shoulder injury. He participated in practice this week and has said he is feeling really good. Inman reports that Ayuk may have been ready to go last week, but the plan was always to get him rest for the Thursday night game against the New York Giants in the interest of playing it safe with their star wide receiver's shoulder. Look, man, this guy, his shoulder's going to need to hold up too. Same thing we just said about Debo. You can say the same thing about Ayuk with these next 3 games coming up against some really physical football teams. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I'm surprised we haven't heard from Hillary lately. She's probably laughing at us and all the misery we have when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. But then again, she is a Raider fan. She has to root for Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniel. Oh, Hillary, I feel for you, buddy. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Kevin Cougler. Oh my goodness, he's joining the roast at 8 o'clock.
Brighten your plate with refreshing organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic Honeycrisp apples for $3.29 per pound with Prime through October 3rd.
is happening, Bay Area? What is happening to the rest of the world? The Clark the Sharks in South Carolina, the Canoper the Cows in St. Louis. YouTube and Twitch powered by First NorCal Credit Union Comcast Business. Text line, we love you, we love you, we love you. Shaskis, Benoni, Lutman, good morning to you guys. Good morning to all the folks getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the folks who are working for Muni, all the folks who are working for Bart. I may be taking Bart a lot more in the coming future. We'll have details about that maybe next week as we move studios. We're going to move closer to downtown, and ain't no parking for you boys, so don't rob us when you see us on Bart. Just say hello, please. That's going to be happening. Good morning to the overnight dancers. Good morning to all the teachers, the cops. Where to everybody? Why do you scoff when I say the overnight dancers? They work too. They work hard. They go pay through college.
No, I was laughing at you talking about there might not be any parking for your boy. No, there is no parking for your boy.
Well, you know what? We have one of my favorites on, and I got to say, Kevin Cougler joins us on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to you, Kevin. You have no idea. I may be your biggest fan. I may be your biggest
fan. So you're
fan.
the one. I'm glad to meet the one that is, other than my mom and my wife.
Well, add me to the club here, Kevin, because this call that you made a couple years ago in 2021 became so iconic on the show, we play it maybe once a day. Here you go, Kevin. Let's take a listen.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, it is a staple on this show, and I say we got to get Kevin Cougler on. Now, my producer, Sam Lubman, out of nowhere texts, we got Kevin Cougler at 8 a.m. I mean, we have Steve Kerr coming up in an hour. I may have been more excited to have you on the show, Kevin. That's how much of a fan I am.
It's true. Don't let Coach hear this. Steve Kerr's going to be so unhappy with you guys. He'll be like, I don't even know who Kevin Cougler is, but I'm very excited to be on with you guys.
Yeah, they're probably going to fire me for the pre- and post-game show for saying that here. But no, Kevin, seriously, man, you're one of our favorites here. You'll be on the call with Mark Sanchez on Sunday. The Arizona Cardinals, because obviously you've covered this game before. You've done a great job for Fox. Who are the Arizona Cardinals? I know they're a plucky team that are apparently going through a rebuild, but after watching them last week, it's like, are they going through a rebuild or are they reinventing themselves?
I think it's probably a combination, and I don't know that the two are mutually exclusive. I think you can reinvent yourself while you're going through a rebuild. There's been a couple of surprises, and the first thing that stood out to me is how good this team has been running the football, especially in the first half of games. That's kind of been the MO. They've led at halftime in each one of their 3 games this year because they've been able to establish a run game early behind James Conner. And then their defense has fed on the fact that they've controlled the rock in the first half, and the defense has been able to thrive in that first half as well. Now, they've worn down a little bit in the second half. They're not very deep, especially along the defensive line, and I think that's going to be a challenge for them coming up this weekend. But if you're watching this game on Sunday, keep an eye on how the Cardinals start, because if they get the run game going early, they're averaging over 7 yards per carry in the first half.
Wow.
That helps a defense when you can grind it out. And look, Josh Dobbs, to his credit, is not making mistakes right now. No one knew what to expect. They acquired Josh Dobbs right at the beginning of the season and threw him into the starting role with Kyler Murray on the shelf, and he's played clean football. You play clean football, you run the ball, you have a chance in this league.
What's going on there with Kyler Murray? Like, what's your feel on that? It sounds like he's progressing very well from the ACL injury. They've got a lot of money due. Do they actively sit him? Do they actively shop him? Like, what's the feel on Kyler Murray? Because Kyler Murray went number 1, we got Nick Bosa number 2. So we're always kind of keeping an eye on Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I think the edge goes to the 49ers right now in that deal. Not to disparage Kyler Murray, but Nick Bosa is a generational defensive talent, assuming health. And what Kyler is doing right now is trying to get back as quickly as he can, by all accounts. What's going to be interesting is the business side of this decision for the Arizona Cardinals. Do they allow him to play, risking the chance that contract could become fully guaranteed over the next couple of years with another injury for Kyler Murray? That's a big question, and I'm going to be very interested to see what they decide to do. You know, it's become okay to move on from top quarterbacks. We've seen it with San Francisco. We saw it with Arizona. They kind of started the whole process of, hey, we're going to cut bait with a guy we don't like because they cut bait with a guy they didn't like to get Kyler Murray right after they drafted Josh Rosen. So I think you have to look at this and say, what does the franchise want to be moving forward with Jonathan Gannon? It's a different era. It's a different plan for this franchise. And they're going to have a big-time decision to make when Kyler Murray gets back, because Kyler's making it very evident that he plans to be back. And as he said in his social media post last week, he plans to be back soon.
Wow, again, he's making what, $51 million next season, 45, then 50, and then 40 again. That's a lot of money. And as you mentioned, it's a new regime. We're talking to Kevin Cougler, of course, as a lead play-by-play voice on Westwood One Radio for college basketball. Of course, does a great job there. He'll be on a call this Sunday with Mark Sanchez at Levi Stadium for Fox Sports. So as we talk about Kyler and Dobbs and the Arizona Cardinals, what about this 49ers team? We're looking at the Philadelphia Eagles saying, how could we match up with that? And Jalen Hurts is in a bit of a funk right now, but I think he'll get it together. Brock Purdy right now. You know, Mike Florio yesterday threw out MVP talks with Brock Purdy. I'm like, MVP? Brock Purdy, really? But he gives us a sense of, okay, this is the guy. He's going to get you in the right set, and he's not going to turn the ball over. Tell us about your impression of Brock Purdy so far through his 11 games in the NFL.
Well, all he does is win. I mean, I don't know what else there is to do for a quarterback other than win, play clean football, lead a team. He has the complete confidence of his head coach, which I think is always underestimated a little bit. I mean, to have a coach who trusts you completely, like Kyle Shanahan clearly does to Brock Purdy, and I'm not just speculating on that. We had them a couple weeks ago, and he flat out said, I trust Brock. I trust him implicitly. When you know that your quarterback is going to execute the plays that you call, what a comfort level you have as a head coach and as a team and as a play caller. I've had the chance to see both Philadelphia and San Francisco in person already in this season. I said this before the Eagles played Tampa Bay on Monday night. I had that game for Westwood One. I've had San Francisco both last Thursday and the week before for Fox on the Rams game. And I'm not just saying this because I'm on this station, but I really do believe San Francisco has the most complete roster to date in the NFC. Doesn't mean they're going to win everything,
right?
But if you told me to stack up, to choose one team of the teams in the NFC that I'm going to move with going forward, it's the San Francisco team right now. They've got talent at every level defensively. They've got wideouts that can make plays. They've got a tremendous tight end. The only edge I'd probably give the Eagles is on the offensive line, which I think is the best offensive line in the NFC, but it's not a gigantic difference. And look, Jalen Hurts is off to an up-and-down start. Brock Purdy is not. He's not off to an up-and-down start. So I give the San Francisco 49ers the edge there because of what Brock Purdy's done.
Real quick, Kevin, you brought up Kyle Shanahan. What are those meetings like with Kyle Shanahan when you and the Fox crew go into Santa Clara and you sit down with the coach to kind of get an idea of what they're going to do and get some insight? What is Shanahan like in those meetings?
He's terrific. He lays out everything that we need to know for a game. And I say that, not every coach will do that. Some coaches are a little more guarded. Some coaches are a little more... Kyle is confident enough in what his team can do and trusts the broadcasters. I mean, I'm not running out to tweet or X or whatever it is now. I'm not going to X out the game plan that Kyle Shanahan offers us on a Friday meeting. But he'll go through what, not necessarily here's the game plan play-by-play, but here's some of the keys. Here's the health of our team. He's very honest with us, and I always enjoy our meetings with Coach Shanahan and with his staff. Steve Wilkes is a tremendous addition to the staff. We enjoyed working with him as the interim head coach in Carolina last year, and he's been terrific to work with in the early season here in San Francisco.
How have those conversations changed? Because I was going to ask a very similar question regarding like when he had Jimmy G versus now how he has Brock Purdy. Because it sounds like to me, oh man, I really trust Brock Purdy, or I'm paraphrasing here. That's something that he said to you. Could you tell a couple years ago that he maybe didn't trust Jimmy G and his opinion on the quarterback has evolved now that he's got Brock Purdy?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, he never came into the meeting and was like, oh gosh, I don't trust Jimmy G, or oh boy, this is, I can't call this play because our quarterback can't execute it. I believe he believes in the guy that he has out there, but he is able to tailor his game plan to the strengths and weaknesses of each quarterback, which any good coach or any good play caller will do. And I just think he looks at what Brock Purdy can do, and I think so many people still look at Brock Purdy and go, what, dude, Brock Purdy's a 7th-round pick. He's Mr. Irrelevant. How in the world is this guy going to lead a team to a Super Bowl? And I think his confidence in what his quarterback can do is a statement not only to the rest of his team, but to the fan base as well. Like, look, if I trust him, you should trust him because he's carrying all our hopes on his right arm. He's carrying all our hopes on his brain and on his ability to make plays. If I, the head coach, trust him, everybody else should follow along.
So you do this for a living, and they go, you got to be unbiased. You're supposed to be the broadcaster, and you can't have favorites. Yet, inevitably, we're human. We have favorites. Who's your favorite on the Niners? Like, who's the guy, for whatever reason, it could be a good or bad player, personality or play, who's the guy you're like, that's my favorite 49er?
I love Fred Warner, and I think I love him because he is he just goes about his business, does his business with a steely-eyed focus that I really respect. And every single year, just as the sun rises and sets, Fred Warner makes plays, and he makes the right plays, and he makes smart plays. And he is constantly striving to improve himself, even though he's arguably the best middle linebacker in the game right now. I think Fred Warner, if he continues on this path, has a chance to be in Canton someday. I think he is an absolutely tremendous talent, an incredibly smart player. I am a huge Fred Warner fan. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be rooting for the 49ers this weekend on the broadcast, despite what you'll read in social media that I'm rooting for one team or the other. But I think Fred Warner is just fantastic. And look, the ability to play behind the defensive front that the San Francisco 49ers have helps him a ton. But he's been that guy no matter who's been in front of him over his career. I'm a huge Fred Warner guy.
Kevin Cougler is on absolute fire. You hear him on Monday Night Football for Westwood One. You hear him college basketball Westwood One. And, of course, on Fox Sports this Sunday. He does a great job with Mark Sanchez calling football games. He'll be on the call again Sunday, 125 against the Arizona Cardinals. You brought up Fred Warner. If it wasn't for T.J. Watt, I think Fred Warner could be a candidate for DPOY. He's that good here. But I want to go back to the offensive side of football for a second. And Christian McCaffrey. You know, when we talk about MVPs and who's more important and this and that, I think people are reminded of how good Christian McCaffrey is as one of the better running backs in football. And what he's done to unlock this offense opens up everything, whether it's for Purdy, Debo, or Brendan Ayuk. Did you forget how good Christian McCaffrey was as he was in Carolina kind of struggling with injuries?
I think everybody did. You know, out of sight, out of mind, right? And when he was battling those injuries in 2020 and 2021, everybody just sort of went, oh, yeah, well, here's Christian McCaffrey. You forget what he did in 2019. He went to the Pro Bowl. He was the 1,000 guy, and everybody's talking about him as one of the greats to play the game. Then he gets injured, and, he's 5'11", he's 210. Maybe he's not durable enough to do this. Well, he's durable enough to do this. He's as talented as there is. And anytime you have stats where it's like you're the 10th in NFL history to do X or Y or Z, Christian McCaffrey has a couple of those already. You're among the best to play. And he is, look, again, the Niners don't lose in the regular season when Christian McCaffrey is out there on the field. This is a team that has a very balanced and prolific offense, and without Christian McCaffrey, they're not as good. He is fantastic to watch. He can do anything that you need him to do from the running back position, and he is strong. That lower body is a strong lower. It's not Quadzilla body like Brock Purdy, but it's in there. It's in the range of that.
We've got some people at this studio and in my life who are huge Trojan fans. What's it like working with Mark Sanchez, man? He's dropping Dane Cook references,
Matt references,
the BK Lounge.
I like Sanchez, man.
This guy, he's letting it fly, man. What's it like? Give me something about Mark Sanchez that'll make us chuckle.
Mark Sanchez is the most likable individual that I've ever worked with, because every single person likes him. I always say if he fell into the mud, he'd stand up clean, because every single person, there'd be people there to clean him off immediately. He is just the most likable guy. He loves football, and he's so enthusiastic about football, especially as it's happening. People always go, oh, this guy's full of it. This guy's an act. That's an act. I'm telling you, Mark is giddy when he walks into a booth. He's giddy to watch football, and like many of the people in your life who are Trojan fans, he does love his alma mater. He is a huge USC homer. Believe me, if this were a USC game, you'd have no doubt who Mark was rooting for in the game. He would have a hard time covering that one up. But Mark is tremendous. He is just a ton of fun. He's got a great family behind him, and I love Mark like a brother. He's the best.
Has he ever, spoken with you in confidence or off to the side about the parallels between him and Brock Purdy, just in terms of like going to a win-now team and taking that team deep into the playoffs? Because I do think that the majority of fans have forgotten he was really good for those Jets teams early on. I mean, really good.
No doubt.
The team kind of failed him around, but like I can see some comparisons, or at least maybe he sees a little bit of himself in the Brock Purdy story of what he's trying to accomplish right now.
I think the biggest difference is the expectations entering their careers. I mean, Mark went in as a first-round draft pick and as a highly touted quarterback from USC. Brock came in as an afterthought in the 7th round from Iowa State. Everybody saw Mark's games in college. Pete Carroll, USC, that was the team to watch. You know, I live in the Midwest. I saw some of Brock Purdy's games. Not a lot of people are watching Iowa State football, and that's no knock on the folks in Ames, Iowa, but it's just the reality of the situation that Brock wasn't a guy who was getting a lot of run outside of a very small area, and Mark had the spotlight on him going from maybe the most prominent college football program at the time to the biggest market in America to play football. So there's a certain difference from the expectation standpoint and probably the pressure standpoint going into the career. Brock had very little pressure when he showed up at camp his first year. Every single focused camera was on Mark the minute he showed up, and he took 2 Jets teams to the AFC Championship game. They didn't get to the Super Bowl, but I haven't exactly noticed the Jets running to the AFC Championship game since. So what Mark was able to do was at least impressive from the standpoint of he did that right out of the gate and got that team to back-to-back AFC Championship games. And see, and from the standpoint of pressure in a young spot, yeah, there's a lot of similarities between the pressures of Brock Purdy now and what Mark Sanchez was having to do young in his quarterback career.
Look, I feel like we could talk for an hour because I realized that you were a 94 graduate in Nebraska and those Tommy Frazier teams are my best. So I'm a Florida State fan. That Orange Bowl is an all-time classic, 1916. I know you were there, but I got to ask you, what's your favorite call, Kevin? Because we played the call coming in. What is your personal favorite? What is something you look back at and say, boy, I really nailed that one?
Most of it comes from the Final Four. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of the Final Four since 2008. And my very first Final Four was the Memphis-Kansas Chalmers shot Final Four. Wow. And I'm sitting there courtside at the Final Four. And, 3 years ago, I was calling Division II basketball. And now I'm calling this game on the biggest stage. And my partners in the game are Hall of Fame coach John Thompson and Bill Raftery. So, it's one of those moments where you kind of look at yourself and say, who are you and how did you get into this chair and do you belong here? And then you nail the call and you feel really good about it. Yeah, no matter what I do, and I've had the call of Villanova, North Carolina a few years back. Wow. It was just one of the most amazing games I've ever seen and one of the most amazing frenetic finishes I've ever seen. But it's hard to beat your first. And the first in 2008 with Chalmers hitting the shot and Raftery giving an onions right after the shot goes through. It's really hard to beat that moment. I don't know if it's my best call, but it's the call that I think most fondly about when I think back on what I've been able to do.
Cougs, you're on all of these different stadiums. You're all over the arenas, wherever. SoFi, me and B have like a love affair with SoFi.
I was just down there 2 weeks ago. It's amazing.
It's incredible. I think it's one of the greatest venues in sports right now. Where would you put Levi Stadium of all the? I'm just curious, like an unbiased opinion. Where's Levi Stadium in terms of the top NFL venues for you?
Couple of things that help Levi Stadium be top 5, top 10. I'm trying to run through in my head really quick. SoFi's awesome. The stadium in Minneapolis is tremendous. The SoFi booth, the broadcast booth, has a terrific bathroom in it. That one apart. Got a big, spacious bathroom. You could have multiple people in that bathroom, and it wouldn't be too much room. But one of the things that set Levi's apart is the carving station that they always have up on the food floor. That's not a bad thing to have a place where you can go and have somebody carve you fresh meats or chickens or pork loin or whatever the meal of the day happens to be. So big fan of that. SoFi's hard to beat. Dallas, another, Jerry World. They didn't exactly skimp on that place. It's very nice as well. So there's so many new states. We enjoyed the stadium in Vegas last year. Got there for the first time in Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, and that's really nice. And it's a cool location right there off the Strip. The NFL is fortunate. I did college football for a lot of years, and one area the NFL has college football for the most part is stadiums across the league. little bit better. There's some historic like Lambeau, and then all these new ones, which just have all the amenities you could possibly want.
All right, Kevin Cougler, one more time before we get you out. We got to do it since we have you on. We're going to do it again. One of my favorite calls. I do get so happy with this call, even though it's against my Niners, but we needed to play it to show that, hey, they were getting physically pounded by Colt McCoy and the Arizona Cardinals as well as Eno Benjamin.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Dre Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. You captured the moment, Kevin, because we're all saying, oh, my goodness, we're getting ran out of the building by the Arizona Cardinals. Kevin, you're a great sport, man. A lot of fun on this interview. Hopefully we get to do it again soon. Seriously, we love your calls, man, and we'll be listening on Sunday.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on anytime. We'll do it again.
Absolutely. Kevin Cougler. That was really good stuff there. Love that. Kevin Cougler, he said a lot. We'll react to that. But you know what? You want to go to the 215? You know what the 215 is?
No.
It's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Do we need to do this now?
Sure.
He said on the phone that he would be a cool Eagles fan.
Okay. All right, well, we'll see. Is it Seth Joyner? Is this Seth Joyner calling from Philly?
Dude, if it was Seth Joyner, that would be sick, though. That's what I'm named after.
Wow.
But, I'm being cordial. I'm going to be cordial today.
All right.
I wanted to call about the Niners and just your fan base and my fan base. We both know what game is circled,
December
right?
3rd.
December 3rd. Yep. You guys probably come in with one loss, maybe. You know, your schedule looks relatively easy. You guys are kicking everyone's butt. But I think your team this year might be a little better than ours.
Why?
Might be a little better. I think O-line, we got you guys.
I agree.
Your O-line's good.
I agree. I love your O-line.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we build our team through, and it's always worked for us. So I think we got you guys there, but I think you guys might be a little too high on Brock because you haven't played anyone, and you're acting like, you know, he's the second coming of Jesus. No. Now, I think that Brock is decent, but when you come into the link, well, I mean, I don't know if he can live up to that moment. Like we saw what happened last time. All your quarterbacks got killed. So it
happened. It happened. No, it's what happened. Like that's part of football. It happened. You guys deserve credit for knocking the quarterback out.
Yeah, that's what I want my defense to do, right? So I think our wing rushers, like our edge rushers this year, are not as good. I think everyone can see it. Hassan Reddick's been a no-show. Brandon Graham's been a no-show. But up the middle, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter and Fletcher Cox are disgusting. So I think your running game with McCaffrey will be nullified a little bit by us just because our run stuffing is so off the charts right now. But your Debo nice, Ayuk's nice, and our passing defense is kind of sus right now.
You know,
so
Seth,
I'm excited for you guys to come into the link again this year, and I want to defend our fan base real quick. I think that we are the closest to like a European soccer fan base that the NFL has. And I think if you look at it through that like degenerate perspective, how like the English and stuff look at it, I think you can give us a little leeway. Like we know.
I'm not giving you no leeway. Get off my airways, Seth. It's on.
Seth's
it's on like
reasonable.
Donkey
No,
Kong.
I
Get
like
the heck
Seth.
out of here, Seth.
I like
I
Seth.
gave you too
Seth,
much run. Get the hell out of here.
Be our Eagles correspondent.
No, you're not our Eagles
The Link
correspondent.
is a six
we got
stadium.
Howard
Stop
Eskin,
it.
the
Don't
king
kid
of
yourself.
Philadelphia. We don't need Seth, who was named after Seth Joyner. Get out of here.
You said the Link is dope, and I said yes, it is.
I'm not giving no love to Philadelphia. What is your problem, Sausalito Chasky?
I like Seth.
Sausalito Chasky side with the MVP, trying to break bread with Philadelphia. That's not happening here. Get out of here.
I like Seth. Call back, Seth.
Seth was cool, but get out of here. It's coming up on the game, sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. There ain't no love for Philadelphia fans on this show.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern...
Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Hey, man, got to let you guys know I'm feeling really good, but part of it is due to SOTA. That's SOTA. weightloss.com. They got me feeling really good. And it's a nationwide weight loss program.
Really
as people are telling me that. People just say, hey, man, you lost some weight. I'm like, I did? I don't feel like I did, but I want to lose a few more. The belts are starting to get loose. The suits are loose. I got to get them tailored over and over again. That's going to cost a lot of money, but thanks to SOTA, the nationwide weight loss program, that is 100% over the phone. And the number one priority is keeping that weight off. So you can get it off, but you go back to bad habits, you're going to put it back on. So they prioritize keeping this weight off, and it's not a workout program. No counting calories, no pills, no appetite suppressants. It's all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition while eliminating junk food, beverages, and bad eating habits while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan, accountability, and it's simple to follow, and big results will show. Go ahead and visit SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. And say it with me now. It's state of the art. And look, Seth in Philadelphia.
I like Seth.
Yeah, I like Seth.
He was
fine.
reasonable.
He was fine, but you know what? It's bad blood. It's a rivalry. I don't want reasonable. I don't want that. I don't want to hear that from Philadelphia fans. I know your Scouting Report. We watched it on Monday night. Trust me, every Niner fan is watching the Eagles closely. We're watching every game, every snap. How do we stack up? How's Jalen looking? What's up with Sirianni? These new coordinators. Jalen Carter, damn, he slipped a 9 in Philadelphia. How are we going to block this guy? We are aware of everything going on out there. So I don't need your Scouting Report, Seth. I like it. No, you can call back. He's a good guy. But you know what? I ain't going soft on Philadelphia. It's still wartime.
Can we have a serious conversation? Remove emotion. The Link is a pretty cool stadium.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I like it. Beautiful sight lines. It's got a unique look to it. It gets really loud. It's really cool.
Yeah. It's not bad.
Now, the walk of shame going in, not so great, but perfect for them, bad for us.
It's wartime. It's wartime. There's no love for Philadelphia. I ain't going soft on them. I'm not breaking bread with them.
They're fighting!
I'm trying to figure out a way how I could go December 3rd and get back to the studio December 4th. Because December 4th is the day baby Chaz was born, and she turns 3 that day. I can't possibly miss her birthday, right?
Well,
I don't want to be one of those dads.
I'll be in Vegas in a all weekend, all night tournament for softball, representing the club.
Oh, look at you.
40 overturn.
Oh, wow. Look at you. Nice little flex there.
Yeah, we got a big thing this weekend up in Tahoe. I was hoping to maybe sneak on out of here at like 9:30 so I can hit my tea time at 2 up in South Lake.
How about you just leave at 6 a.m.? You like that, huh?
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, right? Everybody flexing. And then when I do it, he looks back at you guys.
Well, I'm going to Tahoe this weekend.
You like how I dropped that little pre and post on Kevin Cougler?
I love Kevin Cougler gassing up his guy Mark Sanchez. Like, well, last time the Jets actually made the playoffs, back-to-back AFC championships. What have they done since?
What was more impressive, him gassing up Mark Sanchez or me gassing up Kevin Cougler?
There was a love fest there. I think the Sanchez love fest was going on like a 2-minute rant, though. I loved it.
It was pretty good. I do like Sanchez, though. He's quirky. Let's go to, before we pivot to the Warriors, Steve Kerr's joining us in 23 minutes.
Are we going to ask him what everyone's thinking?
What?
Are we getting Drew Holiday for CP3?
Yeah, sure. You can go ahead and ask him.
I'm not going to ask that.
Go ahead, please. Do it. It's appropriate. It's appropriate. Go ahead.
I'm cool.
Sure?
Off.
I don't agree with that, Nick.
Is that Nick Friedel? A lot of people didn't agree with Nick Friedel, including yours truly when he said the bonus championship. Hey, Nick, I love you, Nick, but it's the 4-3. Ain't no bonus in the championship. The only bonus is parades, fun, confetti, and more articles for you, Nick Friedel. I love Cousin Nick, but you're wrong.
I want to talk with Cousin Nick. I haven't talked to him in a while.
I need to hear his laugh.
Yeah. I want to give that guy a big hug.
I want to hear from Ryan and SF, too. Ryan, what's happening? What's up, Ryan?
Man. Hey, how are we going to start off this morning with the Eagles fan? That was I don't know. I think he's tripping. Me personally, I've never liked Jalen Hurts. He's a good quarterback and everything, but to me, he's more of a running back. But he's come on, you can't disrespect Brock Purdy like that too. He's doing. I don't know what's up with all these Eagles fans and always doubted him, but he's a really good quarterback. He's doing what he needs to do. He's not turning over the ball. He's really good. And just to vent a little, just because I didn't get to vent yesterday, the Giants and Farham suck. I don't know what's going on there anymore.
You know what? Let me just real quick on the Giants. Real quick. This was their lineup yesterday. It's Lamont Wade Jr. batting leadoff. It's Mike Yastrzemski, Wilmer Flores at third. Jock in the DH hole. Estrada at second. Conforto. Luciano. Bailey. And Fitzy over in...
Wait, who's Fitzy?
Fitzgerald.
No, he doesn't get Fitzy. That's Bob Fitzgerald.
Oh, okay.
He's been here for one day, and he just came off Amtrak. The Sacramento shuttle just brought him back. They're bringing all these dudes back and forth from Sacramento. The Sacramento shuttle has been in high usage. They're the reason why gas prices are up.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
All I want to see for the rest of this year, you've got like a couple games left. We're not talking about a lot.
3 games.
Can I just see Ramos, Matos, and Fitz in the outfield, Fitzgerald in the outfield, okay? Can I see Schmidt at third, Luciano at short, and Estrada at second? And if you want to play Wade or Flores at first base, fine. Bailey behind the dish. That's all I want to see. You have no excuses. I don't want to see Mike Yastrzemski anymore.
You know what I want to see? The first solution to this team, and to get this team back and to become relevant again. And I don't advocate for people losing their jobs. But it's time to give Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler his pink slip. You can't do one or the other. You can't fire Gabe Kapler and keep Farhan around and hire another manager.
Well, they're a package deal.
They're a package deal.
Did you hear who people are suggesting we should go after?
Who?
I almost want to laugh saying it. Like, tell me you haven't paid attention to baseball without telling me you haven't paid attention.
Is it Joe Madden?
No, it's Bob Melvin.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man. Spadoni.
Come on. It's such a Giants
I'm asking you for 10 seconds on why Bob Melvin stinks.
Oh, well, what has he ever won? There you go. What has Bob Melvin ever won? I thought he was supposed to be the answer to all the clubhouse issues for the Padres. Seemed like it got worse.
It got worse. No one has done less with more than Bobby Melv. Right? Right?
Well, Sam Lubin back here just mentioned, he's like, well, Bruce Bochy never won anything before the Giants. Bruce Bochy went to a World Series.
With Kevin Brown and the end of Tony Gwynn.
Yes.
Name another player on that team.
Ken Caminiti, was he on that team? Or was he in Houston by then?
Ooh, I don't know about Caminiti.
Was Greg Vaughn on that team?
I love
Not Mo Vaughn, but was it Greg Vaughn?
He played for the Brewers as well.
Was he on that World Series team with the Pods?
I don't know about that.
I don't know. That's something to look at.
But again, we're not talking about like superstar players here.
Greg Vaughn was on that team?
Wow.
Look at that knowledge by Bonte Hill.
That is good knowledge.
Ken Caminiti
was. Ken Caminiti. That's great knowledge by Bonte Hill.
And Greg Vaughn are on my all thighs team with Ron Gant. Got to have big thighs, lower bodies.
Pause.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Nick and Berkeley.
You gonna mention that publicly?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Erica Richmond doesn't agree with that.
All thighs team.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson's on that team too.
I'm on this list. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Man, this ain't 95.7 the excuses. This is 95.7 the game. That Eagle fan is lame, man. He don't even know what he's talking about. Check it out, man. The Niner train is rolling through your town. We're knocking everybody off the track, so stand clear. The train is already full. If you're on our schedule, we're just rolling through and steamrolling you. You know what I'm saying? Hurts ain't nothing, man. He's sitting up there throwing all these picks, got all these excuses after the game and all that. And you know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, you see that, man. Purdy is the man, man. He's proving it in and out. I don't know what these Eagle fans are all capitulating, trying to be nice now when they was full of bluster last year. Their defense is the only reason why they even won any games this year. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep that real. The Giants, it's time to get rid of Farhack and Krappler because the Giants are the Giants right now. They suck. They stink. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep it. Man, look, baseball season is over, Shasky. Man, the experiment, the little science laboratory has blown up, and so we got to get rid of the scientists because they're on fire running out the building. They're terrible. I don't even know what's going on with the Giants. It's disgraceful. You know what I'm saying? The fans don't even, the fans ain't even into it. It's bad, man. It looks really lame. I don't even know who the players are. Farhack has made like about 275 moves this year, and with baseball, you have to have chemistry, man. If you know anything about baseball, it's about chemistry in the clubhouse. How can you have chemistry with 5 guys being shuttled in from the Sacramento shuttle in every day? And let me tell you something, man. The Niners, we're rolling. Bonte, way to flush that dude down the toilet and give him a swirly real quick. Because, man, he don't even know what he's talking about. Let's go.
Berkeley. He chopped a...
Turn your mic on.
Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on, Shasky. You're on live radio.
Farhack and Krappler is one of the funniest lines I've ever heard.
He dropped the capitulation.
Dude, then he said you gave a guy a swirly down the toilet. I hadn't heard swirly in years.
I haven't heard that. The Sacramento shuttle getting used left and right, man. I'm telling you, they should add Amtrak on the side of the jerseys.
Oh, gosh.
How many guys are shuttling up and down I-80? Good Lord.
You know,
the other day I was like, wait, Sean Jelly's back? He's been up and down 17 million times this season. Hey, Farhan, Cap, Sean Jelly's a 4A player, which means he's not a major league player. He's a 4A guy. Haven't you figured that one out yet? Please. Steve Kerr joining us in 17 minutes, 14 minutes. By the way, that 98 Padres team. Carlos Hernandez, Wally Joyner, Chris Gomez, King Caminiti, Greg Vaughn, Steve Finley.
Steve Finley was a very good player for a long time. Of course, the Giants got him when he was past the, way past the expiration date.
Burkett and Creek says impressive rant from Nick and Berkeley. Chris Sims said that caller should be on the short list for a Doobie Award. Doobie Awards coming up in December. This is going to be a hell of this award show. I think, too, the day of the Doobie Awards, we need to come in with tuxedos.
Oh, I'm down with that.
Yeah.
I just
tuxedos.
Bought one. Yeah.
There you go. You just bought one. You can wear it out. I'll go rent one. Or I'll just wear a bow tie with a suit.
Yeah.
And because the new studio will have AC, so we won't burn it up.
Thank God.
So we can drop that bad boy down to 60.
I wore pants in the studio for the first time in a month. I'm regretting that decision.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun at all. Steve Kerr joined us in 15 minutes. Let me ask you this, Shashkin. The callers can come in on this at 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear what the callers would have to say about this, as well as YouTube and the Comcast Business text line.
People want to know where Nick's been drinking at this morning so they can go meet him.
Hey, Nick, he calls it turned up.
I love Nick.
He's turned up. He's high off life. Who's out of Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green? Who's it more important for this season to play at a high level?
Andrew Wiggins.
You think so?
Yeah. Because he's the only guy still in his prime of those three that you referenced that I believe has the unbelievable impact at both ends of the floor to take them from a good team to a great team.
I guess the most important Warrior for this season will be a better way to ask that question. Is it Draymond Green?
Well, Trey's always important.
Is it Klay Thompson? Is it Andrew Wiggins?
And
is it Looney? Because we know Steph is going to do his thing.
Yeah.
Kuminga, Moody, GP2.
Like, even though I know a lot of people are going to look at advanced numbers and true shooting efficiencies and things like that, and they're going to say, Klay wasn't even that good based on his PER, even though he hit more threes than anybody and blah, 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 blah. Like, he wasn't an efficient player. I kind of know what I'm getting from Klay Thompson. And even if he isn't the most efficient this year, he brings a lot of value, both to himself and to others on the floor in terms of the spacing and whatnot. Not having Andrew Wiggins on the floor crushed this team's soul.
Yeah. No, it did.
On both ends of the floor.
It did. He was playing his best basketball.
Well, and he gives them a guy who can take a hard dribble and just elevate in the paint over a bunch of people, and they don't have that on the roster.
And before he suffered the right adductor strain, he was shooting a three at a high clip, a career high percentage. He was shooting in the 40s. Suffered the right adductor strain, then got sick. Played, kind of found his rhythm a little bit. Had a big game before he had the 2-month absence. So I think two-way Wiggs, that's a storyline that has been flying under the radar. Everybody's so hyper-focused on who's starting at the beginning of the game. And I think back to all the radio shows we do. Unless the Warriors get blown out in the first quarter or they're down by 20, we rarely talk about the first 5 minutes of the game. Rarely. We're always talking about the end of the game and who's on the floor or the second half or the third quarter dubs or the third quarter adjustments, the halftime adjustments. We rarely talk about the first 5 minutes of a basketball game on these airwaves. So I think, too,
other than the fact that we allowed a lot of players to get in rhythm early last year.
Right, well, that was a problem. That was
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, well, even with Andrew Wiggins, the starters were getting off the slow starts.
Yeah.
That it is what it is. But this whole net rating in the first quarter, the Warriors changed their lineup 5 different times in 13 games in the playoffs.
The net rating is the new war.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I get it.
Games.
I get it. And look, they had to switch up some things depending on matchups.
Yeah.
This team coaches depending on matchups. Steve Kerr, if there's a matchup problem, hey, let's go to GP2 in the starting lineup. Let's go to JaMychal Green in the starting lineup. Let's go to Otto Porter Jr. in the starting lineup.
Where is JaMychal Green at this year?
I don't know. I don't think he signed. Well, let's go to Nemanja Bjelica. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've seen all type of different starting lineups sort of go to St. Warriors in the past and playoffs. So I think there's too much there's too much focus on who's starting the basketball game.
Would you agree, though? They have a lot of small guys.
They do have a lot of small guys.
And I understand that they want to play a certain way. God, if there's an opportunity to get a better two-way perimeter player who gives you a little bit of more size on that front line, I'd be all, or on that backcourt, excuse me, I'd be all about it.
Is that Drew?
Yeah, I would,
Holiday.
as long as it doesn't sacrifice me Kuminga. But the other side of me, it feels conflicted because I want to see what CP3 can bring to the table to elevate a guy like Kuminga. I want to see what he can do with Clay and Steph in the half court. You know, we talk a lot about, Steph and Clay coming off screens. What about a guy rolling to the hoop in the name of Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah.
Could you imagine him? Has he played with a point guard as good as CP3? A pure point guard.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't think so. So, look, he's going to set him up well. Again, this Brian Windhorst was the first had to say, and the Warriors could be in the mix for Drew Holiday because they are able to trade Chris Paul right now. He didn't report it. He just said that's something that could happen. Chris Mannix is now taking it a step further, and I don't follow Chris Mannix.
He's boxing in NBA.
Yeah, but he throws stuff out there. Like I'm not trying to rip the guy, but I don't know how many times I've seen a report from him and I'm like, okay, that didn't happen, or okay, you're just throwing stuff out there. But Chris Mannix, Sports Illustrated, Golden State could quickly become a front runner for Drew Holiday. Warriors have the contract, CP3, blue chip prospects, it could be again Moody, and the draft capital to get it done. I wonder, and our YouTube poll question today was, would you be okay with trading Chris Paul without seeing him ever play a game with the Golden State Warriors? And last time I checked, it was at 68%. Yes, we would trade Chris Paul without seeing him play a basketball game, which is crazy, right? Because now I'm here to see how it works. I want to see how it works. Now I'm intrigued to see how it works. He's been putting into work with the guys, Draymond Green. He's worked out multiple times with Stephen Curry. It seems like he's buying in. I don't think, a lot of people are worried about his ego and coming off the bench. I don't think it's really going to be a problem. I think by week number 2, unless they struggle out of the gates, it won't be a problem. Now, who's going to be on the court in the last 5 minutes of the basketball game? And if they lose that basketball game, well, should have had me out there. I could have helped the team win. Or, well, don't let it be Draymond Green. Don't let it be Chris Paul. What if it's Klay Thompson? That's where guys are really going to be irate. But I think the most under the radar storyline is the X factor of Andrew Wiggins. Where is he at mentally? Where is he at physically? Because, man, when he was playing at a high level in those playoffs, and last year he picked up where he left off in his All-Star season, they were a legit factor. If he's right, they are definitely Western Conference contenders and NBA championship contenders.
Well, you could see him playing himself back into game shape during the Kings series, and it felt like he was behind the 8 ball. So I want to see him stay, nice and tuned up. Last year, it just was a lost year.
Yep.
And they need him to come back and back up what he did in the 2021 season.
No doubt.
Desperately.
No doubt. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia. By the way, somebody asked us about the Doobie Awards. It's our yearly award show. Best calls, best interviews, funniest interviews, best sound bites, best freestyle raps. We've got a number of categories, plethora of categories here. Best dismissal. Am I in a runner for that?
You have all of them.
No, I don't. You have all of them. I don't dismiss anybody.
Right there's a dismissal.
95.7, the excuses.
Anthony, my main man Anthony up in Benicia, baby. What's happening?
Top of the morning, Joe and Bonte, chill, heal. Hopefully that sticks because you always chill. So I got my most important person on the Warriors. I'm going with JK. And I'm going with JK because his athleticism, the potential to be a full court, defender, the potential or the ability to defend 3s and 4s and maybe even small 5s, the lob threat, everything that he can bring to the table. I'm pointing at him. I'm looking at him. I'm worried that he may not be empowered by Steve Kerr, considering that we're getting older, and Steve loves the older guys. And I'm okay with the quote-unquote experience, but you need youth later on in the season and further in the playoffs. And I think JK, if he's willing to take the challenge as well as being empowered, I think he will be an X factor, especially later on in the season. I like the Wiggins pick as well, but I think Wiggins is going to be just fine. I think what happened to him, whatever was going on with him in his personal life, that was something, I don't think that's going to happen again. So I'm not worried about him, but I'm looking at JK. I got JK as my vote. And I also wanted to say one thing, fellas. The Dame dollar going to, I want to know what you guys think about this. Is Dame a Steph hater? And the reason I asked that is because he went on and said that he was willing to lose every year, which he has already done, than play with Stephen Curry. And now you go ahead and you join Giannis, who's already an established champion and has an established team and culture over there. So I know that might be an unpopular opinion, but do you guys agree? Is there something there?
I
Because
agree
it
with
seems
you.
like Dame might be a Steph hater.
No, I agree with you because I don't know about Steph hater. That might be too strong. Are there some jealousy, animosity? Have they been fighting for the same thing for many years? Do they play a comparable position? Does one guy, have a superstar status in the city that you were from? Like, I think there's a lot of things baked into this. And I think a lot of people interpreted the KD thing as him sliding KD. I saw this as him sliding Steph Curry as well, because now Steph's got all this hardware that he doesn't have because Kevin Durant ended up choosing to go there.
Right.
And maybe it's overblown in terms of like jealous, like whatever word you want to put. Like there's clearly something, he feels it kind of a certain way. I've always felt that way when it comes to Dame. And I think it's natural. It's natural. We have people that maybe we respect, but we want to beat in life and in professions. And I think that's probably the way Dame views it.
Yeah, no doubt. And who could blame him? He's been up there in Portland.
No, I don't.
And he saw a lot of guys leave. LaMarcus Aldridge. Brennan Roy career was cut short. And that was a little before him. But, Nicholas Batum going to Charlotte. Who else was there? Wes Matthews, he moved on. Robin Lopez moved on. So a lot of guys left him. Alan Curry, that was a bad contract.
I know, I'm teasing.
They gave Mo Harkless a big-time money contract. Al-Farouq Aminu. And they invested on the wrong guys, and he sat there, and he took it. And, he gets swept by the Pelicans. He gets beat by the Warriors. He gets swept in the Western Conference Finals with no Kevin Durant on the Golden State Warriors as he was nursing an injury that season. I mean, I don't blame him for being a little jealous because this is his hometown, and he comes home, and he's got to see number 30.
I don't blame him.
He's got to hear about Curry.
I don't blame him. I'm diagnosing it is what I'm doing. I'm viewing it from my particular prism. Do you think Dan Marino feels that if he was drafted by the 49ers, he would have had Joe Montana's career?
Sure. I'm sure he thought if he had a running game or defense.
Right.
I'm sure if he thought he went to Denver, maybe he could have done some of the things that John Elway did over his tenure in Denver, Colorado.
Especially late.
I'm sure if he got drafted by his hometown team, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
He probably could have done some things after watching the Steel Curtain for so many years and playing at Pitt University. So I'm sure there's some animosity there. And that's okay. It's the competitive nature.
It's natural.
Jordan looked at Bird and Magic like that. You know what I'm saying? Magic looked at Larry Bird like that. Like, look at him. He's winning these championships. Barkley.
He viewed Jordan as like, well, I'd love to play with Pippen.
Right. And the one time Barkley was like, I'm not the best player on the floor is when I play Michael Jordan, which is an all-time quote, I think. But even Shaq, when Kobe won the championship without Shaquille O'Neal, and he got the 5 without Shaq, you don't think Shaq felt some type of way?
Oh, no. Kobe admitted it when he saw him and Dwayne Wade winning one. And and then Shaq felt some kind of way.
He did.
The second Kobe won one.
And he tried to go back to the Celtics and try to beat Kobe. And his body failed him. So if Dave is jealous, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I bet you there's people jealous of us on these airways. I know they are.
Jealousy is a basic human emotion.
But I try not to use it and just try to congratulate. Now, Dame has congratulated Steph. He's cool with Steph, but, he's like, damn. I sat up here and grinded in Portland, and he tried to recruit players up there. That's the difference. Steph was able to recruit Steph, Dre, Clay. Warriors were able to put an infrastructure in place to invite Kevin Durant here and get him on board, and it worked out. 3 finals appearances, 2 NBA championships. You wouldn't have won a third one had he not got hurt or Klay Thompson gotten hurt. You would have 3-peated, like the Lakers, like the Bulls. So, I mean, I'm not mad at Dame. And now he gets to go to Milwaukee and play with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and it's going to work. That pick and roll between Giannis and Dame is going to be deadly. Deadly. And if you're worried about his defense, well, you got Giannis and Brook Lopez behind him where he can funnel guys into them, and nobody wants to shoot over Giannis, and nobody wants to shoot over Brook Lopez because they will block your shot out of bounds. It will block your shot into the 5th row. So if Chris Middleton is right, we may see Dame Dollar in the NBA Finals. We just may, because you need help no matter what. One thing we've learned in all these sports, you need star power.
I mean, even
you need top-end talent.
The year Kawhi won it all, they got an unbelievable series out of Lowry and Siakam.
Fred VanVleet.
How about Norman Powell?
Norman Powell was really good. Marc Gasol.
Gasol was very good.
Serge Ibaka there.
All those guys contributed to the Warriors losing that particular year. It's just, and I'm not trying to turn this into a woe is me or that I don't like Dame Dollar or any of those things. I find some of his actions and his words to be hypocritical. And it's just, I find it ironic today that now he's joining a super team.
Well, he didn't pick that team. You know what I'm saying? He got traded there. He wanted to go to Miami.
That would also be him pairing himself up with a guy.
But is Miami really a super
again,
team?
like you can't for like 5 years say, "Oh, I'm never going to do this,"
Well,
and I'm going to.
You know
I'd rather lose every game than join this. It's like, come on, man.
You're the master of this phrase. Pivot, don't panic.
Yeah, but I also admit how hypocritical that sounds.
Well, he's probably going to admit it as well. He did a farewell song for Portland. He's got love for Portland, and it's a great move for Milwaukee. I think it's a good move for Portland. But you know what? Let's focus in on the Warriors because Steve Kerr's going to join us in 1 minute here. And this is a huge season to Golden State Warriors basketball after last year. And look, last year was a struggle for everybody. Everybody. Losing 6 to the LA Lakers in the second round was a nasty taste in our mouth. There was a big trade in the offseason. But now we've been able to get away from the summer, get away from Warriors hoops, and now we're back with Media Day on Monday. Training camp starts on Tuesday. Chris Paul is in the mix. Kuminga looks great this offseason. Klay Thompson and Kevon Looney getting their work in on the China tour. Then Klay Thompson getting his work in New York City. Draymond Green running laps with Chris Paul at UCLA.
That was pretty good.
Steph Curry running the sand dunes in Dubai. Getting his Jerry Rice on.
What is Sarge doing?
What is Sarge doing? He was in the FIBA. Hey, he played well in the FIBA championships for Croatia.
He was
and
playing
that's a
very
sneaky little move for the Golden State
Sarge
Warriors.
For like 4 years.
No, I like Sarge a lot. And by the way, when we talk about those NBA finals between Milwaukee and Phoenix, when he tore his ACL early in those finals, that kind of changed the series as the Suns were up 2-0 because they didn't have that lack of big men to at least put a body on Giannis as he went crazy over the last 4 games. But boy, it is going down. Warriors basketball is back. Steve Kerr's going to join us in a moment as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. We see all your texts. A lot of texts coming at us today. It's about nonsense. But a lot of people are saying, 619, nice move by the Bucks. Damian Lillard should be a force. That's Burke in the Creek. What up, Burke? 510, are the Bucks considered a super team? It all depends on Chris Middleton and that knee. If that knee is right, ain't going to be a problem out east. They are. Because Chris Middleton is very underrated when he's right.
Super team as in like 3
stars. Giannis and Dame are stars.
Absolutely. Middleton's not that by the maybe the public, but he's a very, very, very good basketball player.
He's been an all-star.
Yeah.
He's been an all-star.
But I don't know if and I don't think people will call him a superstar. Right. But he is an absolute closer was for that team for many years.
And how about this? 510, Comcast Business Text Line. Do not trade CP3. Win a ring for Chris. Gives a team more motivation to play harder on those Tuesday versus Detroit games. It's not James Wiseman.
Quest for Chris. I told you this is the thing I'm going to get off the ground.
Quest for Chris. I'm all in on it.
You like that?
I'm all in on that.
I want my royalties somehow or however we can figure that out.
I'm sure somebody will steal it and make money for themselves.
Yeah.
That's the way this business
Not
works.
mad at that.
Nobody gets credit. Like the Jimmy O'No throw, I want royalties for that. Now everybody's using that.
From now on, when I have a horrible take, I'm going to point to the opposite side of the room and then just fire off a bad take that I know gets intercepted before it lands.
You think Steve Kerr watches football, man? Who's his football team?
Well, he's a Dodger baseball fan, correct?
And he's feeling good about that.
So maybe he grew up a Charger or a Ram fan, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I know he's a big Dodger fan. We know that for sure. He loves soccer. Who's his soccer team?
I don't know.
He likes somebody.
Who's your soccer team?
Well, it was Tottenham.
What do you mean was?
Well, Harry Kane moved on and he went to the German league.
So you're doing what you do in college football. You're going to have 7 teams.
No, I have one team in college football. It's the Florida State Seminoles. Did you hear Mike Norvell in the post-game
What
locker
about your
room?
Colorado Buffalo?
No, I'm rooting for Deion Sanders because so many people are hating on him. And it's like Eton Thomas, by the way, of Syracuse. Matt Nahegan showed me his tweet yesterday. The hatred towards Deion Sanders is a lot like the hatred the Fab Five and Muhammad Ali got. Why are we hating on Deion? He turned around a program and won 1 game. Sold out the spring game. All right, the last 6 years in the spring game in Colorado, they hadn't had 47,000. Deion did that in 1 year. but a lot of people hating. So I'm pulling for Deion. That ain't my team. There's no emotion towards Deion Sanders. My team is the Knowles. And you should have saw Mike Norvell after the game pounding his chest, saying adversity. These guys had me so fired. I must have watched that video like 15 times. And I showed Anna, and she was like, look at your face while you watch this. I was ready to run through a brick wall. I was ready. So that's my one team. But in soccer, I'm a free agent now.
I'm all great. You're a free agent in soccer now?
I thought about going over to Liverpool.
So you're the fan that you hate in other sports. Keep going.
No. Because I don't have a year. I just got into soccer about 7 years ago. By the way, shout out to Whitley Sandretto, our digital manager here at 95.7 The Game. And, of course, diehard Chiefs fan. She thinks Steve Kerr is a Chargers fan. That's got to be one hell of an experience.
He should go save the Chargers. He can elevate them from fringe playoff team to champion. I'm dead serious on that. He'll get their defensive sets right. Right? Right?
I would think so.
He'll know how to maximize Herbert.
Oh, my
God.
gosh.
Maximize Steph.
She thinks. She wants to make sure. She thinks he's a Chargers fan. Maybe we could ask him as we effort Steve Kerr. He's going to join us in moments here. Also, another storyline with the Golden State Warriors. Kevon Looney's summer, man. How underappreciated is Kevon Looney? Because I think Sacramento Kings fans.
Underappreciated?
Outside the Bay Area?
Well, of course, because he's a role player.
Right.
Outside the Bay Area, role players, or outside of any market, role players almost always get devalued.
So, unfortunately, I got a little bit of bad news here, fellas. Coach Kerr had a last-minute thing pop up, so he will not be able to join us this morning.
That's unbelievable.
So we will be getting him on tomorrow morning. We're going to figure out the time, but unfortunately, that's the business of live radio. But so we'll talk to Coach Kerr, just not today.
Oh, my God.
You know what we're going to get,
Can we
right?
just go to break now?
You know what we're going to get?
What?
Steiny and Goop, breaking news. You're getting Steve Kerr on at 1 o'clock. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Oh, my God.
And I'm going to be so jealous.
Do you think it was me telling Kevin Cougler, hey, I was more excited about you than Kerr?
No.
Steve's actually a really big Eagles fan, and you heard us going after Lincoln Financial Field earlier, and I think that
cannot be true.
That is absolutely a joke.
He's him and Farhan are best buds, and he's been listening for the last month.
This ain't 95.7 The Excuses.
Oh, man.
Hey, bro, straight up, you deflated.
I am deflated. I'm very deflated. I was ready to wish him happy birthday.
How many times you and Steve Kerr talked on TV?
I'm sorry. We talked.
Coach Kerr was going to let the CP3 drama tamp down regarding Drew Holiday before he jumped on this.
Oh, man. I've talked to Steve Kerr on television about 3 to 4 times. Talked to him in person about 5 to 6 times.
Really?
So I've talked to him a lot.
So does he knows who you are?
Yeah. Panic, don't pivot. That's $2 for Ernie. Panic. Somebody said he was on Twitter Spaces right now.
No. Defending Spoelstra and Pat Riley, the Godfather.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. Well, that's that. 888-957-9570. Who's the most important Warrior?
No. We're not doing that. I want to hear from Warrior fans. Drew Holiday for CP3.
Yeah, that's good.
Pick the combinations.
Yeah.
Pick the combinations.
Now let's go full throttle.
Or are you out?
Now let's go full throttle.
Are you in
full
or
throttle?
Are you out?
Would you trade CP3 right now for Drew Holiday?
Hey, last year I traded Draymond 7 times. 7 times.
888-957-9570.
Let's trade CP3 before for
go
one
ahead.
game.
Report what Windhorst told you earlier today, Love, until we reset.
Just real quick, I give out the shout out to Ernie Chavez. Paid $2 to say panic, don't pivot.
I just said that. Are you guys listening? You guys don't listen to me at all. I mean, you and Shasky do the same thing every single day.
Because guys are in my ear.
No, nobody's in your ear. Nobody's in your ear. You're in your ear.
I didn't see it. Can't tell you.
In fairness, I had to explain to people why we were not having Steve Kerr on, so I was a little preoccupied.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I have no idea.
Producing back here. There's a lot of things going on.
888-957-9570. Yesterday, Windhorse. Oh, God.
They said right now he's interviewing for the Chargers job.
So, Steve, according to Brian Windhorst, ESPN, he was talking about Drew Holiday, linking him to the Golden State Warriors. He said, even if the Warriors, who have interesting young players on their roster, plus a few far-out draft picks and swaps when Steph Curry might be retired, could join the race, provided they'd be willing to retrade Chris Paul, who members of the organization have praised for his offseason work of trying to fit in. And now people were saying, you know what? You can't trade Chris Paul until January. And I reached out to a couple people and said, why is he bringing this up? And they said, well, they could trade Chris Paul right now. I was like, what do you mean right now? They say, yes, he could be traded right now. So Chris Maddox, before I go to you, Lubman, get ready. I want you to pull up the text from Wendy this morning. Chris Maddox at Sports Illustrated. Golden State could possibly become a front-runner for Jrue Holiday. Warriors have the contract in CP3, blue chip prospects in Kuminga and Moody, and the draft capital to get it done. So, as our YouTube poll question of the day, would you be okay trading Chris Paul right now without seeing him play a single game for the Golden State Warriors? 67% says yes. 33% says no.
I'm in as long as you can keep Kuminga.
So, why could Chris Paul be traded right now? Lutman, take it away.
Yeah, so obviously I hit up Wendy to ask him, how's this possible? And he wanted to reiterate that when they were talking about that, they were talking about it was a possible theoretical deal. They're not reporting anything. Nothing is in the work. Just want to reiterate that. So then I kind of asked him, what's the difference between like the Chris Paul situation where we can trade him and the D'Angelo Russell situation a couple years ago when the Warriors had to wait till January to move him. Basically, the difference is when the Warriors acquired D'Angelo Russell, it was a sign and trade. So D'Angelo Russell was on a new contract. When a player signs a new contract during the summer, that player cannot be traded until January of that season. Chris Paul was not signed to a new contract. He was simply traded. He's on the same contract. So since he did not sign a new contract, he can be moved at any time.
So there you go. Chris Paul can be traded.
All right, I'm
and
in.
You know what?
I'm in.
Jrue Holiday, defender,
I'm in.
shot 38% from three, over 40. What was it? I pulled up the numbers.
I don't care what he shoots for three. That's what I got the Splash Bros for.
So
I need him for a little bit of facilitating, toughness, perimeter defense. Have you seen the West? You got Anthony Edwards coming. You got Luka Doncic. You've got obviously the three-headed monster down in Phoenix.
John Morant.
De'Aaron
Fox. Up
you're
in the road.
forgetting the guy who crushed them last year.
Lonnie Walker.
Austin Reeves.
I'm not even joking. I wasn't trying to bring him up.
Dog.
I wasn't trying to bring him up.
No.
Phil in Oakland.
Killed us.
Phil in Oakland, 510 Comcast
Jamal
business text
Murray.
line. I'll go drop off CP3 right now.
Did anyone buy a CP3 jersey?
Bye.
Oh, my gosh. 888-957-9570. That is what we're doing for the rest of the show. Chris Paul is eligible to be traded. A lot of people haven't bought into Chris Paul. Then there's the whole thing about 6 starters and starting or whatnot, and Chris Paul's ego, blah, 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 blah. Would you trade Chris Paul without seeing him play in a single game for Jrue Holiday, who, by the way, Shasky, he shot 48% from the floor.
Ooh.
38.4% from the three-point line.
And he's a guy who loves the mid-range and loves to get to the line as well, even though his usage rate isn't as good as some of the other superstars. I think he can play well with and without the ball, and I think that defensively, he gives you versatility. He gives me some of those Klay Thompson elements that I was getting a couple years back.
19 points, 7.5 assists,
defensively.
5 rebounds.
Yeah, he's an all-around great player.
Would you trade
Good
Chris Paul right now for Jrue Holiday? We'll do that on the other side. We could break right now, Spinoni. So we break right now? All right, let's break. That's coming up on the other side. Line them up. 888-957-9570. No Steve Kerr, but we got you the roasters here on 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up, presented by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley,
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
He will join us tomorrow. Not today. He'll join us tomorrow.
You think he's on the phone? Working the phones with Dunleavy?
Something important came up because
I'm teasing.
I'm
teasing.
Steve Kerr, no, seriously, Steve Kerr is never he never does this. Like, something had to be important, and I respect him so much. When he signs up to do an interview, he does that interview.
Well, I just think this happens.
Right, it happens.
This happens.
But it's never happened in the history of 95.7 The Game.
Really?
I think he's like, do I really have to go on with those clowns?
Bro,
I need another 24 hours to think about this one.
You're talking to the guy that had to reschedule Joe Horn to the day before the feds kicked his door in.
Well, it's Joe Horn. It's Steve Kerr. Talk about a Hall of Fame coach.
There's so many of them. I can't really give you an exact name.
Don't go to Dell just yet? Why not?
Is it Del Curry? Is it Del the funky Homo sapien?
No,
is it Dale Davis?
We're having an issue with the phone right now, so you need to wait a little bit while we troubleshoot and fix it.
It's Dale?
Dale.
In
Dale
Madden,
Davis.
when you create a custom coach, the automatic name that they give you for the coach is Chris Dale.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. You have to go in and change it.
All right. 888-957-9570. Can people even call in? Can we put them on hold?
Yeah, people can call in.
Right.
We just won't be able to put them on air for like another 2-3 minutes.
All right. So stay patient. 888-957-9570.
So here's why I would do the deal.
Hold on. Let's reset it. Let's reset. So basically yesterday, Windhorst was talking, and he was saying, look, the Warriors could be in on Drew Holiday. They have the contract. They have the assets. And I'll read it verbatim here. Brian Windhorst, ESPN. Even in the Golden State Warriors, who have interesting young players on their roster, plus a few far-out draft picks and swaps when Steph Curry might be retired, could join the race for Drew Holiday, provided they'd be willing to retrade Chris Paul, who members of their organization have praised for his offseason work of trying to fit in. Chris Maddox, SI, which kind of scares me a little bit. But Chris Maddox, Golden State could quickly become a front-runner for Drew Holiday. Warriors have the contract, the blue-chip prospects, and the draft capital to get it done. Now, when there's smoke, there's fire. Could the Warriors be in on Drew Holiday? If we know anything about this organization, they will make a bold deal. And there's been so much talk about whether or not if Chris Paul could accept a bench role. If he'd be willing to come off the bench and take a reduced role. If he'd be willing to sacrifice. Now, I've heard from multiple people when Chris Paul initially got traded to the Golden State Warriors, he wasn't too thrilled about it. He thought maybe he'd get bought out, go to the Clippers, maybe go back to L.A., obviously there's a lot of history between the Warriors and Chris Paul. But he's warmed up to the idea. But boy, when everybody's talking about his defense and how small you are, and a guy like Drew Holiday becomes available, who's 6'4", and is a hell of a defender, an all-NBA defender, and what he could do to lock up some of the guards in the Western Conference. Now, you're going up against John Morant. You're going up against Luka Doncic. You're going up against those young studs in Houston who are coming. Darvin Ham and company. You got Devin Booker. You got the Lakers with D'Lo and Austin Reeves. He could guard Paul George at times. And then you go up the road to Sacramento, an hour and a half away. And we know all about De'Aaron Fox. Oh, and by the way, Oklahoma City, they're coming too.
Don't forget Murray.
They have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the defending champs with Jamal Murray. Yeah. So you got problems out here in the Western Conference.
Keegan Murray for the Kings.
Well,
though I think he's going to be an ascending player.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you.
I think I'm doing the deal.
And listen, we all were under impression that you couldn't trade Chris Paul until January. Well, we cleared that up. If you sign a player and you trade for a player, you sign him, you can't trade him until January. That's the D'Lo thing. They traded D'Lo in January, they moved off him, or in February, and they got Andrew Wiggins, and the rest is history. It was a very good deal for the Golden State Warriors. Two-way Wiggs became an all-star and an NBA champ, became one of your most important players during that run. And he's one of your more important players right now. But since you traded for Chris Paul, didn't sign him, you can retrade him right now.
Boy, Dunleavy we would throw a parade for him if he could flip that thing. I think a lot of people would. When you think of players that got traded somewhere where you thought they were going to play, only to stay there a very short time and get moved again, even though that wasn't the original idea of the franchise acquiring them, what's the name that comes to mind in sports?
What's the name?
Mike Piazza. Florida Marlins. You remember that deal?
Oh, yes, I do.
He wanted a big deal with the Dodgers.
Yep.
Vin Scully and him got into it. He blasted Vin Scully. They ended up trading him and Todd Zeal for Sheffield, Charles Johnson, and Bobby Bonilla. And he plays 5 games with the Marlins.
And then goes to the New York Mets. What about Rasheed Wallace?
That's a really
Portland
good one.
Trailblazers. Going to Atlanta.
That's a good one.
What did he play in Atlanta for, a week?
3 games?
A game?
Was it 3?
2 games?
It might not even have been 3
And he
games.
got flipped
I'm gonna look
to
that up.
Detroit.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
they won a championship. I think there's a lot of Warrior fans who would not mind this deal at all. Like, I disagree with the 925 Comcast Business Text line. He says, stop it, Bonte. CP3 fits this backup role perfectly. He doesn't move the needle like CP3. CP changes franchise.
Oh, my God.
Well, you haven't been watching Drew Holiday, who's an NBA champion. He's an NBA champion. And he's a baller. And he doesn't have that ego that apparently Chris Paul has. And I think that's unfair for me to even say because I don't know Chris Paul personally. It's just what we've seen from afar.
Rasheed Wallace was traded on February 9th, 2004, right before the All-Star game. He played 1 game for the Hawks.
1 game.
Scored 20 points through 3 quarters, had 6 rebounds, 5 blocks, 2 assists, and a steal. And then was traded immediately to the Detroit Pistons with Mike James.
I mean,
that's incredible. For Chucky Atkins, I mean, that's
unbelievable.
Lindsey Hunter.
I want to know from Warrior
Bob
fans because
Searle
every
was in
single
the
day
deal?
we were just the MCs at the Olympic. We're the MCs at the Olympic Foundation for Fight Night.
Yeah, boxing,
they raised a lot of money. They raised over $500,000. Really cool.
Yeah.
Everybody in that building, everybody that I ran to, how's CP3 going to work with the Warriors? It's all they wanted to know. Whenever I go pump gas and I see somebody, what's up with CP3? Is this really going to work? There's a lot of Warrior fans who aren't bought in on this. 888-957-9570. If you were the GM of the Golden State Warriors, and I know you're not, but we're going to play this game anyway. If you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., do you consider a move to go get Drew Holiday and make Chris Paul the centerpiece of that deal? Do you do that?
I'm thinking
Drew Holiday, the more I'm talking about it, the more I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a great fit.
What about this? Let me throw a 3-team trade deal at you. What about Chris Paul ending up in Miami? Tyler Hero and something else end up in Portland, and the Warriors get Drew Holiday, and maybe, just maybe you send GP2 down to Miami and give them some more perimeter defense. He kind of fits their culture. They lost Gabe Vincent. They lost, Max Strus. Him alongside Chris Paul gives him a little defensive deflection. It alleviates some of your guard constipation on the Warriors. Maybe Pajemski goes somewhere. I'm just throwing it out there. Miami is still in the mix to try to trade for someone.
888-957-9570. It's a very, very well-constructed deal, Shasky. I'm all about the 3-team trades.
I know you are.
And Miami needs a point guard.
They do.
They're going to be in on Drew Holiday. Now, Pat Riley may be ticked off if he doesn't get Drew Holiday at this point after being ticked off about not getting Damian Lillard. But you look at the Western Conference, and there's question marks about, I don't think, here's the deal. Here's the reason why I consider this deal. Because whenever we talk Warriors basketball, we talk about Steph and CP3 being on the floor together. We don't dismiss the fact that offensively they're going to be dynamic. But there's a lot of questions on the defensive end of the floor. Can you play 2 smart guards like that defensively late in games against some of these Western Conference teams?
It's the biggest question mark I have.
Does that even come to your mind if Drew Holiday's on this team?
No.
Do you even 1 second say, boy, I don't think Steph and Drew could play together? But I don't think, yeah, it's just one. You don't think about that one time.
No, and if you have some sort of combination of Draymond, Wiggins, and Drew Holiday, think about how you are defensively versus the rest of the West. Who is matching up with you defensively? With Wiggins, Drew, and Dre?
I don't know.
B? Now, I keep thinking about Phoenix. I keep thinking about Denver. I keep thinking about how we're going to match up against those kinds of teams. How you're going to match up. I feel like Luka, they're going to be better than what they were last year. The Clippers. All these teams have wing players that are dynamic. If you don't have a defensive stopper on the wing and multiple defensive stoppers out on the wing, you're in trouble. And I look at GP2 is an excellent player for this team. Drew does more.
Wow. Again, Drew Holiday, it's Nick Avila, our boy from NBC, just tweeted at us. Not even a question. of course you'll make a trade. You trade Chris Paul for Drew Holiday right now. You don't even think twice about it. It feels like the perfect fit.
It does.
It really does. Now, this came out of nowhere. I was knocked out.
He's a lunch pail guy. He fits right in with this team. As a role player, he is perfect. He's about winning right now. Family man. I mean, all about the game. Drew Holiday would be perfect.
All right, let's go to the lines.
Kuminga.
I want to hear from Warrior fans right now about this, right now, because it is possible to retrade Chris Paul. And what if the Warriors have been talking to Chris Paul saying, yeah, you know what? It's going to be tougher than we thought. Let's go to Tim and Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, long time no talk.
Tim?
It must be basketball season.
Tim Dog?
It gotta be basketball. Come on, man. I'm with Shasky 100%, man. Like, who's scoring on GP, Wiggins, Kuminga, Dre, and Drew Holiday on the floor? Gosh. I mean, they D'ing up everything and switching everything, no question. And the same thing CP could do for Kuminga on the offensive end, Drew could do. I mean, honestly, this is like a next level move, like almost a no-brainer. And I think people slipping on it. Kuminga really takes that next step and gets you to like 14 to 18 points a game, man, you have done something. The guy was already averaging 10 on 38% shooting from the three when the coach was barely running him out there in his head the whole damn time. You telling me he can't get to 15 to 18 this year? I mean, man, this could be something. So I'm all in. I'm just like Shasky. I'm not losing Kuminga, though.
Yeah, I can't lose Kuminga.
That's the only stipulation. I can't lose Kuminga. That's my only stipulation.
I had to hold on to him. But would it really stop you from doing a deal for Drew?
Yes, I'll just give him more firsts. You think I'm joking?
No, I know you're not joking.
You think I'm joking? Is this a man who's not dead serious?
Listen, I think I might be with you, man. I might be. You got to win now. Who gives you the better? That's another question. Who gives you the better chance to win now?
Drew
or CP3?
A winning in playoff series, like you talking about 16-game players? Drew's a 16-game player. You know how Draymond talks about that?
And that's the other thing that we haven't really discussed yet, and we'll get into it more and more as basketball season plays out. But when you have Draymond Green and CP3, I've been thinking about this a lot. Is CP3 going to be a guy who just stands in a corner or stands on the wing waiting for an open shot? Because Draymond Green in the half court handles the ball a lot. That's your facilitator in the half court, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm waiting for that Dre holding the ball with his like hand and like, come on, like pointing at CP3. CP3 looking over him like, I'm the point guard.
Boy.
I was kind of waiting to see that.
This is juicy. Windhorse just doesn't throw things out there like that, man. He's respected. Carlos in San Francisco. You'll get to CP3 trade, Los. What's up, Los?
Hey, guys. Hey, and just hear me out. I'm kind of against trading CP3, and this is the reason why. Because it won't be 1-for-1. You're not trading Chris Paul just for Drew Holiday. We'll probably most likely have to trade away Kuminga and maybe Moody, so that's why I'm against it. And plus, if you make that trade, how does that impact the flexibility next year? Because we already know the Warriors right now are tight in the cap, so I feel like it would have a greater negative impact. Obviously, maybe not this upcoming season, but the years going forward afterwards.
Can I be honest with you? Looking at what happened with the San Francisco Giants, the second Buster Posey left, I don't even care about what happens after Steph. It's all about maximizing Steph.
It's about the now.
Yeah. And I'll worry about what they've sacrificed, giving it up to give these guys better chances to winning a championship now. Period.
Now
because there's no guarantee.
Right. We get into the cap ramifications in just a second. The second apron. Of course, the Warriors are in the tax right now. Part of the reason why they got Chris Paul is because they can move off him after the year. Holiday, I believe, Drew Holiday has a player option for $30 million. But I think that's something the Warriors will say, you know what, the hell with it. We got Drew Holiday. We got a lockdown defender. We like him. He fits in perfectly with this team.
Well, and who's to say that, depending on how this year goes, he likes it. He slices a little off that, and it turns into a 2-year deal or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, we thought Draymond was going to get, 35? And what did he end up getting?
Yeah, 23, 25, 27.
It's not bad.
Not bad at all.
It's not bad.
Let's go to Dino in the city. Big Dino. What's happening, Dino?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Thanks for taking the call. Hey, I am 100% all in. Let's get rid of CP0 for Drew. I think they.
Oh, he just got cut off.
But I don't give up too much more. And
we got to do it also because I wonder if we have enough pieces, because a team that might be in the running that has a lot of pieces is the Lakers. So if anything, we got to do it to make sure that they don't go for him. What do you think?
Yeah, it's an arms race, no doubt. I'm also looking at the Clippers. Do I want the Clippers getting Drew Holiday?
No.
You know?
Do I want Phoenix?
Well, who are they going to trade?
I don't know. They've been making moves, and I thought they had no assets.
I think they, you know, they had their asset in DeAndre Ayton. He's still a young guy. I don't know about Phoenix. They'd have to give up Booker or Beal.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, they've made some deals that surprised me.
But Portland's looking for picks, maybe. What is Portland looking for? That's the key. What is Portland looking for Drew Holiday?
I don't know, but that's why I try to get that third team in there somewhere.
Miami Heat.
Because that third team, because there's no way you're throwing GP2 to Portland, given what happened.
No doubt.
You got to get that third team in there. Because you got to match up contracts. And if you get Drew, GP2 becomes redundant.
No doubt. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy. Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. What's up, baby?
Yo, what's up, y'all?
What's going on, Grandpa Daddy?
Hey, come on, man. Drew Holiday, CP3, look, don't even get me started, man. That OG got to go, baby. Whatever we can do, man, it's on and popping. Like you said, Joe, it's about the now. Man, you got to play it down, man. Get rid of that. I don't even want to say. Get rid of Sleepy 3. You know what I'm saying, bro? Let's do that.
Hey, if you ask Patriot fans today, hey, could you have redone anything different at the end of Tom Brady's career? Don't you think they'd all be like, yeah, we would have been a little more aggressive in surrounding him with some talent toward the end?
No doubt.
Right?
Also, what the last 30 minutes is telling me, you know.
We were waiting for the CP3 thing to run its course.
A lot of people talk themselves into Chris Paul.
Of course.
They weren't really convinced about Chris Paul. And they're still not.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Now this is another
Michelle
bullet.
is right.
Guarantee you. This is another bullet that Warrior fans will use against this organization if they don't get Drew Holiday. They could have traded CP3 for Drew Holiday because I could already see it now. Now, it may not be true, but it's what these calls are telling me, what the texts are telling me, what Twitter's telling me, what YouTube and Twitch is telling me right now is that a lot of Warrior fans still aren't all in on Chris Paul.
My wife cannot stand Chris Paul. She calls him the flopping baby. Because all he does is flop around and scream and yell at officials. She can't stand him. And I kept saying, we're excited for CP3. She's like, I'm not. I don't like him. She also didn't like Durant. So, you know, she loved that Draymond punked Durant. It's like one of her favorite moments.
Well,
she loves Draymond. She's a Draymond fan.
I'm going to have to disagree with Michelle on that one because
she thinks the Warriors are soft at times and Draymond brings the edge.
Well, Kevin Durant helped you win 2 championships.
No, I agree with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Just giving you one Warrior fan's perspective.
Hey, I'm going to tell Michelle I love you, but you're wrong about that one. That was not right from Draymond Green. It was not right.
She excuses bad behavior. That's why she's married to me.
Wow. So,
by the way, so we're talking about the hypothetical of trading for Chris Paul only for him to never suit up for that team.
Awesome.
Bay Area franchise in the past has also traded for a future Hall of Famer only for that player not to play for that team in that regular season.
Hope your birthday is booming.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
I thought you were going to go Randy Moss. I was like,
Randy played well at times.
He just wouldn't run routes on the infield dirt. He told people, I don't run routes on the infield dirt.
That 18 looks so sick.
But you know what he said? Yeah, I don't do that on the infield dirt. I'm not running dig routes and crossing routes.
He also said multiple times in his broadcast here, I'm not a Raider. He said it to fans, I'm not a Raider.
I'm not a Raider. And yeah, he shouted out the Raiders in his Hall of Fame speech.
What a jerk.
Which Raider was not a Raider more? Randy Moss, Warren Sapp, or Richard Seymour?
Richard Seymour was all-pro with the Raiders.
Yeah, he was really good with the Raiders.
Yeah,
nah, he was legit.
I was going to say him as a Patriot.
Yeah, but we all do. But he played well with the Raiders. He didn't mail it in with them.
Richard Seymour is one of my faves.
Warren Sapp, Randy Moss.
So I had a buddy who
Antonio Brown couldn't even get to week 1.
I had a buddy who moved Warren Sapp's stuff into his house. He was living in the city. He had a spot in the city. I don't know if he was living.
I used to see him in a marina sometimes.
Yeah, and let's just put it this way: Warren. He lived lavishly.
Not after it.
He lived lavishly is what I'm going to say.
As he should.
Up there on Burnett.
888-957-9570. Let's reset with this. Chris Mannix just tweeted out an hour ago. Golden State could quickly become a front runner for Drew Holiday. They had the contract in Chris Paul, blue chip prospects, Kuminga or Moody, and the draft capital to get it done. This comes off of yesterday's discussion with Brian Windhorst. on ESPN. Brian Windhorst was having a discussion, and he said, even the Golden State Warriors, when they're trying to link Drew Holiday to teams, he throws this in there, and Windhorst is tapped in. Even the Golden State Warriors, who have interesting young players on their roster, plus a few far-out draft picks and swaps when Steph Curry might be retired, could join the race for Drew Holiday, provided they be willing to retrade Chris Paul, who members of the organization have praised for his offseason work of trying to fit in. And I thought, boy, you could trade Chris Paul. I thought you had to wait till January. Nope. No. You could trade him right now today.
Okay,
it was confirmed by multiple sources.
Let's go. You know what I appreciate right now? Just for a quick second. We have been suffering with the Giants talking about, like, oh, Shohei, it's a pipe dream, whatever. Any good player who could be had, Warrior fan base is salivating over, and you know damn well this front office is at minimum kicking the tires and figuring out what the parameters of a deal would look like. Is it even a question?
No.
Is it even a question?
The 49ers too.
The second that was an option yesterday,
right,
that they weren't all having a team meeting.
No doubt.
It's not even a question.
Not even a question. Go ahead, Lubbock. He's got a tee up there. Sorry to cut you off, Shazzy.
Yeah, so this was actually Whitley Sandretto just passed this along to me, but this is from NBA Central. The Ringer's Kevin O'Connor mentions Chris Paul as a potential trade target for the Miami Heat.
Oh,
so, quote, let's say things go poorly for CP3 with the Warriors. Not many teams need a lead point guard, and not many teams could offer playoff-ready assets in return. Miami could, though.
In the words of the great Kuiper on a Giants game, it's out of here! Get that guy out of here! Get him out of here! What are we doing? Get CP3 on the first banana boat to Miami.
Oh, my gosh. Media Day's on Monday.
Him and Jimmy Butler are perfect. Let's go.
CP3. As a host of Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live, I welcome you with open arms to the Bay Area. Now, Drew Holiday, if you want to come here too, I welcome you with open arms to the Bay Area. It's a better fit. Drew Holiday's a better fit.
100%.
And Miami's desperate for a point guard. It makes way too much sense. And Steiny, who's laughing, knows it. He knows it. And you can't tell me the Warriors aren't in on anything, because the minute they signed Kevin Durant, that was all out the window. That was all out the window. The Warriors are in on everybody, because that's how Joey Lightyears rolls.
I love this team. I love this league.
That's how Joey Lightyears rolls.
For 2 months, I thought Dame was going to Miami. Thank you, Portland, for sustaining the Warriors' optionality of winning championships once again.
David San Jose.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
What's up, fellas? So what I got is, of course, Drew Holiday would make us a better team, right? And, of course, that would make us a stronger contender. But when I look at how far the Warriors can go, I focus on three people: Joker, Giannis, and Anthony Davis. If Anthony Davis is healthy and we have to face those three players, we don't have anybody that can slow them down by 5 points. We have nobody that even irritates them. So that's my concern, even though it does make us a better team. And I know we want to say we're obsessed with bigs. We don't need them. But those guys, those teams are going to be a problem, because Looney and Draymond Green can absolutely do nothing to them.
But can we also be reasonable?
Yeah,
can we, 1 second, I'll let you finish. Can we also be reasonable? There's a guy in Miami who's an elite big man defender. He struggles against those guys.
No doubt.
I mean, he couldn't guard any of those guys.
Bam Adebayo
Nobody
couldn't.
guards those dudes.
So I agree with you. There's not a lot of people. There's maybe two guys in the whole league that can slow them down. But I'm talking about just guarding them. They can't guard them. So it's like, and it's because we don't have anybody over 6'9". That's so ridiculous.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal, though. And Jokic is a problem.
Yes.
No doubt.
Undeniable.
But the way the Warriors attack Jokic is the way they beat the Denver Nuggets. And that's the way they plan. You know, I was talking to a couple people in there, like, the Nuggets really didn't want to play the Warriors in the playoffs. And I don't know how true that is.
That's what you heard?
Yeah, I was having a conversation with a couple people.
Interesting.
They didn't really want to see the Warriors, because the Warriors have something that no other team has. and that's Stephen Curry. And when you get Jokic in the pick and roll and you start cooking him, does it affect his offensive games at times? Absolutely. But also wears him down a little bit.
Yeah.
It is tough following number 30, and you don't want to give him wide open threes. So, yeah, sure, you're not going to be able to guard Jokic, but who's going to be able to guard Steph?
No one.
Who's going to be able to guard Clay with space?
It's been a 12-year problem for the league.
No doubt.
And well, the other part of this is like, look, the Lakers series, it ended with a thud, right? A big thud. Dude, there were some close games where the Warriors couldn't defend on the perimeter.
Right. Well, also,
that was the problem.
Well, no, the other problem, too, is the spacing offensively couldn't get good shots. And you got Lonnie Walkered. You got Lonnie Walkered in Game 4. You win Game 4, it's a different series. It's a 7-game series. So that series was a lot closer than what people from what people remember. Now the Lakers, they were bigger. You know, maybe the quick turnaround hurt the Warriors, but they got Lonnie Walkered, and the spacing on the floor. So could Drew Holiday provide spacing? He shot 38% from 3 last year. Chris Paul shot 37.5%.
I just think he fits. Culturally, he fits.
And everybody's talking about defense. And all off season, all I've heard is, boy, how are they going to defend?
Well,
they're going to be too small.
People.
No doubt.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
And it's fair to be concerned about that.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about that. How are you going to defend with 2 small guards? You bring Drew Holiday to the Bay Area, not one fan is concerned about how you guarded the perimeter because you have Drew Holiday.
No.
Not one person would bring that up.
And now it gives Wiggins opportunities to pick and choose other matchups. Because right now, Wiggins has to guard the number 1 perimeter player, right? Mm-hmm. So now you got Wiggins and you got Drew. You tell me, outside of PG and Kawhi, when healthy, who's got better perimeter defensive options than the Warriors?
Yeah, not many.
If they acquire, and I'm assuming GP2 goes in a deal.
Yeah, no doubt. It could happen.
I'm telling you, 3-way deal. Get
Three-way
Miami
deal.
involved.
Yeah, I know.
Get CP3 down to Miami.
Because they need a point guard. They're hell built on that.
The Lowry thing was horrible for them.
It was.
And they struck out on Dame. They lost Gabe Vincent. They lost Max Strus. They need a point guard.
And Pat Riley right now doesn't want to do business with Joe Cronin, the GM of the Portland Trail Blazers. He is ticked off, but maybe you could get him involved in a 3-way deal. Maybe. Can't open the Cal in St. Louis. Can't open the Cal. Talk to me, baby.
Man, I just barely woke up and y'all already on fire. Oh, my God, if CP3 watches you guys. If CP3 is watching right now, the Warriors Nation has spoken. All I got to say is, I love it. I love the idea, man. I love getting Drew Holiday. But the only thing that I think that would have been good about Chris Paul is the fact that he does get foul calls, and that would have helped the Warriors get more foul calls because we really didn't get any last year.
That's a good point.
And when you think about it, we really only lost most games by less than 2 or 3 points. So I'm telling you, Drew can bring more than 2 or 3 points. Kuminga's going to be in the game now. He's going to be playing. He started off last season doing real good because I don't think it's that hard. I think we can sit up and do it.
Wow. This is interesting. This is very interesting. Let's go to New Jersey. Shay in New Jersey.
Oh, we're going all around the world.
That's what we do.
Hi.
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 As a guru would say, hey.
Hi, guys. What's up? So I just have another scenario for you going back to Dwight Howard. Now, I would love to have him on the team, but I'm thinking, say he came and did this, workout, and he went up against Trace Jackson Davis, and maybe Trace smoked him, and maybe that's why the Warriors didn't sign him. Is that a possibility?
That is a possibility.
It is definitely a possibility.
I leave it at that. That's all I want to say.
Shay, real quick.
I'd love to have Dwight, but maybe this kid outworked him.
Shay, real quick before you hang up. I know it's almost 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Drew Holiday. How you feeling about that?
I feel guilty because I would love to trade CP3, and I'd already warmed up to CP3. I saw the lineups. I was like, okay, CP3, Dario, Kuminga, Trace, or even Usman. I knew what the second lineup was going to be. And then you guys keep forgetting Corey Joseph is on the bench in case CP3 doesn't make it. Corey Joseph is good. It's good enough.
Shay.
He's good enough.
You sound like someone like myself who's got life experiences, and I mean this with all sincerity. You ever had that friend that had a significant other that you just knew wasn't the right person for them, and then one day they came to you and told you that they broke up with that person, and you're like, oh, thank God. I never liked that person to begin with, but you didn't have it in your heart to tell them that you didn't like them. That's the way we all feel about CP3. Like, we go along with it because we know it kind of makes some of the people happy in our life, but in reality, we know they're not meant for each other.
It's difficult. It's difficult. However, he's smart, and I'd rather a smart player than an athletic player that doesn't know how to execute.
That's true.
So I feel guilty because I would like Drew Holiday because he's also smart, and I would not mind that trade. And actually, I kind of wanted Drew to go to Heat, but yeah, this is Warriors Station. So I would not mind him coming to, I would love for him to come to the Warriors. But if not, I'm okay with that. But that whole big man thing that we keep on playing around and stuff, I think that Trace Jackson kid, I think if they don't sign Dwight Howard, I think Trace Jackson smoked him in the workout.
Oh, wow. I hadn't heard that theory before.
I hadn't either.
That's wow.
How about my theory about relationships? We all had that friend.
You've been in 2 relationships in your life. Stop.
No, I'm talking about that friend in your life who they're with someone that you really don't like, but you don't have the heart to tell them because clearly that person's happy. And you're like, well, I'm happy that you're happy, but I don't like that person. And then they break up and you're like, never liked them. That's the way we all feel about CP3. Don't lie to me.
Bonte's face when you and Shay were talking. You and I both have life experience. Like, whatever the hell that means. We're all experiencing life right now.
Sound like she was old because that was not what my
life
intention
experience.
was.
I'm 41 years old. Yeah. I've been through some things, relationship-wise.
Have you ever had a friend who's had a relationship where you knew that person wasn't right for them?
Of course, we all have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We all have.
That's CP3 with the Warriors.
We all have.
It's obvious.
Yeah, hey, I'm with Louis Robertson. I hope CP3 is not listening. Media day gonna be spicy. Gosh. Boy, oh
Who's
boy.
going to get traded more in the next year on this station? We've already traded Draymond 1,000 times. It's got to be CP3.
Well, no, you guys are trading Klay Thompson, too. I'm not letting you off the hook for that. I'm not letting you
Well, that
off
was
the
last
hook.
year. This is this year. I'm pivoting.
Y'all will trade Klay Thompson the minute he goes 3 for 20. Because it will happen.
His name would be Trade Thompson.
See?
I did not see that coming.
I didn't see it coming either, but that's don't sit here in front.
I did not say that.
The only guy, and there's a wackadoodle out there who would say, yeah, it's time to trade Steph now. You're not getting any younger. It's time to reset.
Who would say that?
Oh, you don't believe there's a person out there who would say that?
Hey,
I've seen the text.
We got this Corey Joseph Pajemski guy. It might be time to move off of Steph.
Listen,
Are you kidding me?
I'm
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Come on, man. Come on. There were people, everybody could get traded. That's what we do. That's what we do in sports trade. That's what we do as fans. That's what we do at the barbershops. That's what we do at the bars. That's what we do on our couches with your boys. Why could you trade him?
That's what LeBron does every day.
Yeah, LeBron does, exactly.
Every day. He goes storming into the GM's office.
This guy's got to go.
This guy's got to go.
This guy's got to go.
When it doesn't work well, it's LeBron's fault. But when it does,
Dude.
it's Rob Pelinka. He's a genius.
Oh, yeah,
so.
no doubt.
Doesn't
No
matter.
doubt. What a show. Steve Kerr will join us tomorrow. John Gambadoro will join us tomorrow. Do we got any room for stats, Rob Guerrero? Sure we do. Because I got to get at him for coming at Baldy about some things.
What do you mean?
So he loses his mind over everything. But I love Stats on Fire.
Okay.
He's passionate.
I am ready to get in the car. Well, you know what? Give me
Fast Five.
Give it to me.
Fast Five.
One of my favorite things to do in life is get in the car, turn the engine on, sit there, gather my thoughts for a second, and listen to Steiny and Goo. I can't wait to hear what Steiny and Goo got to say about this.
I've already heard a little glimpse of what Guru has to say.
And
What's
we got
he
a
saying?
Passoy problem in the clubhouse.
I'll let we do have a Passoy problem. To giant. Oh my God.
Say that again.
And we got a Passoy problem in the clubhouse.
A Passoy problem.
He
I
said
said
the
no.
word Passoy 50 times in that first segment. So much so that Evan Giddings turned around to me. He's like, all right, I don't think I could do this today.
Dude, I love him so much.
He loves that P word. My final thought is My final thought is, man, the Warriors are back in our lives, folks. They are back.
Hallelujah.
We don't have to talk. Hey, the Giants, y'all can sweep the Dodgers this week. And guess what? I'm going to get my Stephen A. Smith on right now. We don't give a damn. We don't care. The Warriors are back, and the rumor mill is swirling. It's swirling. Drew Holiday? Did anybody even buy a CP3 jersey?
Did they even sew up one for him?
Oh, my gosh. Steve Kerr tomorrow on the roast, I hope.
You know when like they bring up a prospect and all they have is like 88. We've got that number. We've got no name placard on the back. That's what they did for CP3.
That's what they did for Joshua Dobbs in Arizona. Spadoni. What is happening?
Thursday Night Football tonight, gentlemen. We love some football. Lions, Packers. Should be a fun one. I like the under in this game, 45.5. There you go. That's my final
Primetime games usually go under.
Yep. Thursday night, too. Divisional matchup. Might be a little chilly in Lambeau.
Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night, games usually go under because the public loves over.
Excited to see Jordan Love tonight.
Love it. What you got?
I guess first off, I can shout out to Brian Windhorst, whose information kind of helped save the show this morning regarding this Chris Paul thing. All summer, I feel like myself and a lot of other Warriors fans kind of spent it kind of accepting the whole reality that Chris Paul is going to be a Warrior this year. In the span of just like an hour or two, gone. All that acceptance, gone. Get him out of here.
Oh, my gosh. You know, I was down in the dumps with Steve Kerr, had to move till tomorrow. We hyped it up. We had our questions ready. We stayed. I even came early to work today, so fired up. And I was in the dumps. But you know what? You, the roasters, you, Shasky, Spadoni, Brian Windhorst, have a way of picking me up. And you guys totally redeemed yourselves.
Yes.
And now I'm back.
Yes.
And I'm feeling it. And I can't wait for 10 o'clock because Steiny is cheesing ear to ear.
Oh, dude, Steiny's so
thinking,
happy.
I don't have to talk about the Giants. I don't have to talk about the Niners injury report. Hallelujah. Yeehaw, let's go.
Well,
Fast five.
Evan's the
Let's
happy
go.
one, the
What?
producer of the show.
Oh, because he has to do nothing today.
Yeah, just
except pick up
answer
the
phone
phones.
calls.
And hit the dump button every now and then. Oh, man. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity.
If he never plays a game for the Warriors.
What if that trade breaks Thursday? Because they've been getting all the breaking news.
They will. They will get it today. It's going to happen. I can feel it.
Stop it. Don't do
In
that.
my bones.
Don't do that. Chris Paul gets traded for media day.
You want to talk about the Giants being completely irrelevant as the season ends?
Oh, my gosh.
Niners Cardinals has so much more Niners Cardinals has so much more buzz. And then if the Warriors get Drew Holiday.
Oh, my God. The future starts now with Steiny Guru.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Yeehaw!
tell you what, we got action.
Action, baby.
We got action this morning. Steiny and Guru in the house with you. And something... I should have come out with things are percolating.
Or Buffalo Springfield, something's happening here.
Yeah, it seems apparent that the Portland Trailblazers are set on moving on from Drew Holiday quickly. And there's a team in the Bay that reportedly has some interest, and that is the Golden State Warriors in Drew Holiday.
Man.
And it would involve Chris Paul. And I'll throw it to Goo in a sec, but Chris Paul can be traded today if need be. He just can't be traded to Phoenix or the Washington Wizards. Okay. But he can be traded today. So, let's go, Warrior fans. You want Drew Holiday? You want to pay the price for Drew Holiday? He's a hell of a player, Goo.
No doubt about it. And working with you, partner, all you talk about is scenarios to where if things, not being negative here, but if things weren't to work out for this Warrior team, mainly the big three, what would you do 2-3 years from now? Even though guys are under contract, that hit me in the cardiac muscle. But I'm telling you, sometimes things happen in other places, other relationships to where men and women and teams benefit from that. And now the byproduct of yesterday's blockbuster trade is one Drew Holiday is on the market. Listen, you know how much Jonathan Kuminga. I thought Draymond not re-signing or re-upping with the Warriors would give him the runway to blossom and spread his wings, spread your wings. And that didn't happen. I love JK, but I would package JK and the sixth starter, the origin of that, which is CP3, because this has not been a smooth transition. There is a rat on the table. Shout out Atco. And now, if you could put a 2026 first-round pick in there along with Kuminga and CP3, I think everybody benefits, but the Bay Area and Dub Nation would benefit from the big three. Just got an injection of hoop greatness. And
Chris
that
Paul.
No, he's gone the other way. We got somebody coming north. That's Drew Holiday, one of the best ball defenders in the game. A guy that's clutch, that knows how to run a team. What are we waiting for?
I don't have a bad thing to say about Drew Holiday.
Wow. You always been high on him.
Always. Guy can guard multiple positions. Not a great shooter.
Man.
But a terrific
We got that.
defender.
We got us shooting already, Stoney.
I mean, when you start thinking about fit, to me, Drew Holiday's the kind of guy that can fit on any team because he can defend the 1, 2, 3 if you need to. Question is, are you willing to give up Kuminga for him? That's who I'm asking for if I'm Portland. And you know what's funny, Goose? We spent all last year, and I think for the most part, you like Kuminga more than I like Kuminga. Right. And you wanted him to play more, and I wanted him to learn more, earn it. But you know what's funny is now push comes to shove, I don't think I'm making that deal. I don't want to trade Kuminga, believe it or not.
So you would say no to Drew?
I don't. Let me be precise. I'm not saying no to Drew. I just don't want to trade Kuminga.
Well, that's what it's going to take.
Well, then
because you got to give. We talked about it yesterday, Stoddy. You got to give up something to get something in this world.
I know.
And oh my gosh, imagine what Drew would do for Dre, Clay, and Steph. You talked about it. They need the infusion of, oh my God, a guy we don't need to change his diapers, no learning curve. Because let me tell you something, Steiny, Evan Spadoni, the line is around the corner, I believe, for Drew Holiday's services. He ain't Dame, but if you got game already, what he brings to the table can put you over the top.
I would think most contenders would be very interested in Drew Holiday. I don't think you know what? I know most contenders are interested in Drew Holiday. You just have to go. I mean, the Miami Heat, you're damn right they would take Drew Holiday.
Celtics?
The Warriors would love to have Drew Holiday. The Celtics would love to have him. I guarantee they'd love to have him in L.A. in either one of those
just go ahead. Him and Paul George on the perimeter?
There's no sense in going through the teams. I mean, any team that's a contender could fit a guy like Drew Holiday on their team. And the beauty of Drew Holiday is he can fit on any team. And that's kind of, in a crazy kind of way. I'm not saying Drew Holiday's better than Damian Lillard.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. But in a crazy kind of way, I could see teams being way more interested in Drew Holiday than Damian Lillard. The teams that are just, if you're close, I think if you think you're close, Drew Holiday makes sense.
And the Warriors already have their closer or closers, if you want to throw the daggers from three, the jump shooter. They got the closer. Other teams that like Milwaukee needed another closer. They got that. Drew will help you get there, Steiny, and he can close it out with his legs, his defense. But I'm shocked right now because on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat and the Comcast Business text line, Steiny, I'm getting Guru Computer. Okay. 65% are saying don't trade Kuminga. He can't reach his full potential here, I don't believe.
You might be right. I mean, Draymond Green's here, and as long as Draymond Green's here and Wiggins is here,
oh, man.
I mean, Kuminga's going to be swimming upstream, if you will.
So I'm saying this would be the Warriors' new death lineup.
That's premature.
If you could get him.
Premature. This is a 44-win team. Let's not go with the nicknames yet. Okay?
Well,
all right.
Boy.
Here's a good question. Why would Portland want Chris Paul and not Drew Holiday? They don't want Drew Holiday. They're going young. All right. They have no, like, if you don't want Drew Holiday, then you don't want anybody. And so they're going to try to move Drew Holiday for a young player and more picks.
All right.
So if they got to take Chris Paul to get Kuminga and a pick or two, I think they'd do that in a heartbeat. And then you know what? And they try to move Chris Paul again. The Blazers.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
what would Chris Paul do for, like, Boston? They lost Marcus Smart, who wasn't smart in certain situations, but he was a dog, Steiny, and they had success. But, man, oh, man, this is a chip that could the landscape of the league right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they are linked to Drew Holiday. Now, they're linked to Drew Holiday along with a lot of other teams. He's going to be very sought after. There's going to be some good proposals for him, I would think.
Man.
Can the Warriors put together a proposal that beats everybody else, but yet they don't sacrifice too much?
And tell me if you feel me on this. You feel me knocking. The sixth starter right on the table, which we all believe there's something going on, and I don't want to say it's necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think it's a good thing, Steiny, because when you talk about it and you put every component in there, you talk about Chris Paul's streak of starting. I'm sure that means a lot to him. Just everything. This gives you an opportunity to bypass dealing with all that and what comes of that. You know, like the residue from that. This is like a gift from the basketball gods to where, we thought we had to deal with that. We didn't. Drew's here. It makes sense.
The Warriors right now remind me of who's the guy, the Popeye guy? Wimpy? Who's a hamburger?
Yeah, pay you on Tuesday.
I will gladly pay you Tuesday for
Wimpy.
A burger today.
Where you going?
Feels like that's what the Warriors are doing. We will take Drew Holiday today, and we will pay for it later, but we don't care.
And that's what winning teams do.
I don't know. Winning teams also prepare for the future. Winning teams also look 5 years
Jackson
down the road.
Davis, you got Moody. You got Pajinski. You got Rudy Gay.
Not yet.
Well,
he's got to make the team. Rudy Gay's got to make the team. He's 37.
Yeah.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. And Drew Holiday. What would you give up to get Drew Holiday? Or do you not want Drew Holiday? Are you okay with Chris Paul? So here's something that I've heard now twice about Chris Paul. It's kind of interesting to me. I'm reading Brian Windhorst's column on ESPN, and he said that the Warriors have been pleased with Chris Paul and his trying to fit in to the Warriors.
Okay.
So I'm hearing the same thing. I'm hearing that Chris Paul is around. Like, he's around. I've heard that Chris Paul's not only around, that Chris Paul has already been talking to the young players. He's in the facility. He's doing Chris Paul things. In the words of a guy who knows, guy said he's an effing pro. Chris Paul. He's like, he gets it. All right, so that tells me that even if Chris Paul's not crazy about being here, he's still a leader, and he's going to do the right thing, and he's going to be who he is, which is a guy that is just respected throughout the league. So I could see a situation in which they trade for Chris Paul, and he says, I mean, all things being equal, Mike, Dunleavy, and Steve, I'd rather not be here, but I'm Chris Paul, and I'm going to do that. And maybe they said, look, we're going to, we still may make some moves. We'll keep that in mind. And in the meantime, Chris Paul is being the leader that Chris Paul is. He just happens to be doing it for the Golden State Warriors. They have a lot of young players who need mentoring. And guess what? The veterans on this team last year, how'd they mentor? Last year?
And the head coach.
Apparently Chris Paul's pretty good at that. So I'm just saying that Windhorst wrote that the organization has been encouraged by Chris Paul and his fit here. And I'm here to tell you that I'm hearing the same thing, that Chris Paul.
So then the Warriors are out then, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Then they shouldn't take a flyer. Like there's no trade imminent then if they're falling in love with that, because everything that you're saying I love, but that's come on, he's doing his job, and I know CP3's a pro, but I mean I can't fall in love or let that, when we don't even know what his role's going to be on the floor, supersede making my team better.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that if Chris Paul doesn't want to be here, the best way to get out of here is by making everybody think Chris Paul's going to be here for a while. And how do you do that? You integrate yourself in the franchise. I'm sure, Chris Paul is doing the right thing, and I think the Warriors are trying to accommodate Chris Paul. I do. I think they're prepared to ask him to come off the bench, but I don't think they really want to.
What if he said, you know what, if you could get me out of here, or they had a conversation?
That's kind of what I think is going on.
Now that would be grown-up stuff, and I could believe that could be happening. I don't know why I'm tingling, Steiny, because it's what you said a couple of days ago to hit me again. Not to be redundant, man. You were talking about what if there were some downtimes with these guys, and you got guys under contract, and you look elsewhere to kind of appease them and get them up out of here. To me, one Drew Holiday extends the run. Now, where that run ends up, we'll watch, but my goodness, he is a better fit than CP3. And this is me not dogging CP3. I said as soon as it happened and you made the proclamation that he was coming here, I said that's not a natural. It's not a fit. But this would be, and to get CP3 to go somewhere and help out, I would be happy for him, just like a young Jonathan Kuminga.
Drew Holiday starts? Is he going to start?
I would. There's no way. Huh? I feel like he's bringing more to the table at this point in his career than CP3, so hell yeah for me.
Who's not starting?
If it were Looney, I would understand it now. No, it's being they were coming at me on the goo who wouldn't start.
You just got 3 inches bigger.
Yeah.
But, go ahead and cut that. You got 3 inches bigger. But,
boy.
But yeah, that's enough. So anyway, I don't know. I don't like the idea of mortgaging the future.
But this is big news, right?
Oh, yeah. And I like Drew Holiday.
I asked you and Evan in the green. Oh, go ahead.
No, there's just a logistical thing here, too, that we got to factor in, and that is Drew Holiday is in the last year of his deal. So they won't be able to re-sign him, most likely, because if they do, then he just becomes their Jordan Poole. And they had to get off Jordan Poole to get off that second apron.
Wasn't CP3 a Jordan Poole?
But he's coming off the books.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Drew Holiday's coming off the books at the end of the year. Right. Do you really want to trade Kuminga and Chris Paul for 1 year, Drew Holiday?
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you can go out and get Drew Holiday and it doesn't cost you too much, I think you go out and get Drew Holiday. Here's the only problem I think with that the Warriors may have is I think a lot of teams are going to want Drew Holiday.
Man.
I think a lot of teams want Drew Holiday.
All contenders.
And so when you get a lot of teams that want a guy, there's going to be a lot of good offers out there. And the question becomes, can the Warriors put together the best offer for Drew Holiday? And then that's where it becomes a little dicey because you start looking at what other teams are dealing with. Now, Chris Mannix, NBC Sports New England, I believe, said the Warriors definitely could get Holiday because they have the three things you need. They got a contract in Chris Paul. They got some draft picks they could give up down the line, and they got a young player or two that maybe Portland would want, Kuminga and or Moody. So the parameters are there for a deal, but that might not be enough.
No doubt. And we'll find out here shortly. And I told you and Evan coming in here just off the Dame news to make this all, what everybody's focused on right now, because the basketball world it has been shook, is I don't remember a big boy moving on the eve of a season like Durant. We found out free agency July 4th. I don't remember a big boy being moved this close to the tip and start of the season. And then the byproduct of that is now Drew Holiday, who is not a Dame, but damn, he's damn good. Man, Steiny, he's going to have suitors around the corner like a Christmas sale on a Black Friday sale.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors have been linked to Drew Holiday, one of the best guards in the NBA. Man. Terrific defensive player, great leader,
champion,
great locker room guy, and yes, champion. And the question is, do they have enough to get him? And would you give up some of your young guys to get Drew Holiday? Let's go to Matt. 888-957-9570. Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. How we doing?
Hey. Well.
This sounds very intriguing. I've kind of been out of touch for the last week. But so Holiday's, 6'4", and what is he, like 30 maybe?
34. He's 34.
34.
Yeah.
And
they
a young
1 year left on his deal.
1 year left in his deal.
And he makes, $30 million probably? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, boy. Jesus, he's a better fit than Chris Paul is.
I would agree with you there. Would you give up Kuminga for him, though? Kuminga and Chris Paul? Is that too much? He's 33, by the way.
For 1 year?
And that fifth ring, possibly.
Yeah.
Boy, I'd have to think about that one.
And I'm with you.
If that's all it would take, I would sure like to hang on to Kuminga if you could. Would they take GP2, or is that not enough?
Probably not.
Well, he's already been there, yeah.
But thanks, Matt. No, I think Matt said it. I'd have to think about that. I
mean, John, we know it ain't GP2 going back. This is a big deal, Steiny.
Well, it'll be a real big deal if they can get him.
You ever have friends call you during the show and you know they're not listening? Damn.
Family, mostly.
No, that's just, damn. Been on the radio umpteen years. They still call.
But I don't hold it against people who don't listen to the show.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
Oh, I find that offensive.
I don't.
Seriously. My buddies, go ahead.
Like who? 49 Frankie owes it to you to listen to 20 hours of radio a week?
No, not 20.
Okay. 3?
Well, don't call me while I'm working. That's all I'm saying. Respect, you know what I'm doing. Yeah, but to be oblivious to the time, damn, what have we done? What kind of friendship we got?
But if you had a wife who worked in an office, you call her.
Different.
Is it?
Well, she knows when you're on.
So this is more important than office work.
Not saying
this 4 hours.
This is office work, to be honest.
You're right. But sounds to me like you think it's more important than office work because you can't be bothered, but office people can be bothered. See what I'm saying?
Well, I hadn't looked at it.
You can call somebody back at the break.
Yeah, see,
tell 49er Frankie you'll call him in 3 minutes.
No, it's Trainer Vic. I ain't doing that.
Oh, this is Trainer Vic.
Yeah.
Like how many hours a week do you think Relaford listens?
30 minutes. I'm being real.
Well, then that's not much of a friend.
Oh, boy.
888-957-9570. You want Drew Holiday? I do.
Or do you want your fifth ring? How about that? Put it like that, Steiny. Because you're closer with Drew Holiday to me.
Oh, okay.
And I would risk some of the future because Kuminga, I love you.
Some of the future. That's basically 80% of your future.
You think Kuminga would want to leave and go somewhere if he knew he was getting 25, 30 minutes a game?
Yes.
18, I believe so too.
Yes.
Man.
Absolutely. Of course, Holiday's a heck of a player. By the way, Steve Kerr was supposed to be on with the morning guys today at 9.
Damn it.
And Warriors canceled that interview.
Man. Something's happening.
I mean, far be it from me.
Boy, we were ready for the interview.
I'm no conspiracy theorist, but things are percolating. I love that.
That is great.
I love that. We'll see. We'll see if the Warriors can jump into this Drew Holiday sweepstakes and whether they're willing to part with a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. I'm leaning no on giving up Kuminga. Look, see, this is what I mean. Like, Steiny, you get an opinion one way or the other. It's like, I like Drew Holiday, but I do not want to. Like, we have and I say we because I'm a Warrior fan. We have so many older players. We can't afford to give up a guy who could, here's how I look at it.
All right.
Jonathan Kuminga is one of the few guys on the team who's getting better. We got to be honest. Most of the guys on the team are declining. I don't want to give up the one guy who's getting better. But I know Drew Holiday's a hell of a player, and I'm not saying if you want Drew Holiday and you're willing to give up Kuminga, you're an idiot. I'm not saying that at all.
I appreciate that.
I think it could be a tough call. I can see why they would do it. I could see why they think it's just a little too much. So that's where we are right now.
A lot of people in the chat, again, First NorCal Credit Union, saying hold on to JK. I'm shocked.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation, and we'll see how this all plays out. But the Golden State Warriors,
Jr. early on in his tenure, Stoney, faced with a decision.
So I guess Mike Dunleavy's been working. But yes, once again, Drew Holiday looks like he's going to be available. And, we may have about 3 or 4 big trades coming before the season starts.
Man.
So we're going to Drew Holiday's going to get traded.
No, it's no doubt about it.
Okay. And if he gets traded for Chris Paul,
that's 2. That'd be trade number 2.
And then what about, we got James Harden still in Philly, who says he's not showing up. Harden's still probably out there and can be had if you want him. I'm not saying for the
Warriors.
Warriors.
I left the Harden fan club. Kind of proud of myself.
Oh, boy. You're in and out of fan clubs a lot.
Please stop. See, I admit it. I brought it to your attention. I'm out on him.
You loved him last year. In fact, you criticized Embiid and said Harden was the guy who won him that first series.
Those are facts.
Okay. Just making sure.
I will not lie. The truth is the truth, Jack.
Yeah, I get it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru in the house. We got action with the Golden State Warriors. Are they sniffing around Drew Holiday? Looks that way. 888-957-9570.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Flag and Anthem.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. By the way, we'll be out in Oakland. Oakland. That's like Shannon calling Steve Skip. We'll be out in San Francisco, where we are now, Monday for Media Day.
Think there'll be news? News?
Maybe.
You feel like something's up, though, huh?
Definitely.
I do, too.
Not necessarily with the Warriors, but they're involved. They're
trying.
How do you know? There's no way Drew Holiday is available and the Warriors say, nah, no interest.
I agree.
Like, there's just no way.
I agree, partner.
You at least have to start thinking, all right, well, Chris Paul? Okay, well, now what? What after him? What are they going to want? Well, that's too much. That's not enough. We can do that. But that's what's going on, I guarantee you. Hey, by the way, and here's another thing that's got to be factored in. I said that Drew Holiday's a free agent at the end of the year. He's actually got a player option next year for $39 million.
Ooh, boy.
That's a problem. That's a problem for the Warriors. They can't. That's why they got rid of Poole, because Jordan Poole was under contract, not this year, but next year for $30+ million. And then the year after that for $30+ million. So if they acquired Drew Holiday, they would have to figure out that player option, because like the Warriors almost can't have him exercising his player option. Otherwise, they are. Then they're his $39 million contract. They'll almost have to pay $200 million.
Then they may not be on the phone then. Or if Joe was like, what's the price for number 5? Or for me to wake up and come to Shea Center on the day of games and feel like we are really a contender? Like, I mean, man, what's that worth? And maybe Joe will say it's worth whatever I got to pay, whatever that 39 turns into. But man, Steiny, this is big.
Dev's in an Uber. What's up, Dev? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Man, I don't believe that will go after Drew. And the main thing outside of the money is timing. I think they already made their move with Chris Paul. I think if we don't make that move, maybe they try to, because it helps. Here's a young player with Jordan Poole. We'll take Drew, somebody proven, somebody that plays defense, somebody that can fit into the scheme. But I just don't see it happening. I see them really moving with Chris Paul. But this is the scary thing, because I don't know about the cap.
Hey, Dev, you can call back. You were breaking up, and I lost you at something about the cap.
I was going to jump in and ask you, along with the caller, do you think, because to me, part of me, I'm answering before I even give you the question, I think they do. Do you think there is a sense of regret on bringing CP3 here and maybe doing it without not getting the sign off from the vets, if that's how it went down? This to me symbolizes an out, but it's an out where everybody, even including Jonathan Kuminga, could be at a different locale to where it's greater for them on a personal basis.
We can talk all about Chris Paul's basketball fit with the Warriors and whether he does fit or he doesn't. Some people think both ways on that. I see how he fits coming off the bench. I see how he doesn't fit because he doesn't play an up and down style, among other things. But the reason he was traded for was because of money. It was a financial move. So I really do believe that the Warriors, even if the big three said, Chris Paul, really? What can the Warriors say to those guys other than, we have to get rid of Jordan Poole. We must. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. We're not paying all that money in penalty. Okay, so then the big three's like, all right, get him in here, see if it works. And I think they got Chris Paul in here, and they're seeing if they can turn Chris Paul into something maybe just a little bit more beneficial to them.
Like they did with, I know it's different situations, but D'Lo turned into Wiggins. How'd that work out?
Steiny, come on. What? They didn't get rid of Poole because of money. They got rid of Poole because he just didn't want to play. They got rid of Jordan Poole because of money. They got rid of Jordan Poole because of money. Joe Lacob acknowledged that. That's part of the reason they got rid of him. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want Drew Holiday? If you want Drew Holiday, do you want to give up Jonathan Kuminga? Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, here's the other thing about Kuminga. They're going to have to pay him if they don't move him. And you might think, well, he's not. Kuminga's going to he's going to make some money. Maybe not a ton, but the Warriors have to think about paying him at some point pretty soon. So maybe the way the Warriors are thinking, we get rid of Chris Paul and his 1 year. We get rid of Kuminga, so we don't even have to. Now we don't have to worry about signing him down the line. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
No, and I love it. And before you grab the phone, I think so much of Jonathan Kuminga. When we didn't know what was going on with Draymond Green, I was lobbying for, and I appreciate what Draymond has done. I was like, JK is ready, and I would be confident. And there would be bumps and bruises of him being your starting power forward. Like, that's how much I think of him. And now you got Jackson Davis, you got Wiggins, you got Dre. I just feel like Steiny, not roadblocks, but he'll never be able to get the minutes that he wants. And that's
maybe not
just
right
me.
away.
All right.
No, maybe not right away. And look, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I mean, think about last year, some of the fans' frustration with Steve Kerr not playing Kuminga. Okay. I understand frustration. Why is he going to play this year? Why will Jonathan Kuminga play significantly more this year? Looney's still here. Draymond's still here. Wiggins is here and back.
You're going to laugh, Steiny, but you need to make up that production point-wise. That's just one aspect that I'm focused on of Jordan Poole's departure. And I think Jonathan Kuminga can give you some scoring, some easy buckets, some slashing, pick and roll with Chris Paul. So that's why I think we're going to see more of him by necessity.
Maybe. We'll see. But anyway you look at it, I think we're still looking at Kuminga being a 20-minute player. I mean, I don't see where the minutes are for him. And here's the other thing. You start thinking about Dario Saric and his game. Tell me Kerr's not going to like him.
Oh, man.
I mean, Steve Kerr's going to like Saric if Saric can play like he did a few years ago. He's coming off an injury 2 years ago.
Dario guy.
Yeah. Sophomore in Pacifica. What's up, sophomore? How you doing?
Gentlemen, I'm doing great, thank you. Wonderful to be talking Warriors with you.
Thank you.
Yes. I think that the Warriors have failed to develop Kuminga very well. I think, if you look at his teenage years, I think that right now the young man needs a home and family feeling as well as a great place to play basketball, and the Warriors just have not done it for whatever reason. I think CP3, much respect. What a class act. But I think that dead bod strolling up the court with dribbling the ball, it's just not a Warriors kind of style of play. So I think moving them on, maybe together, maybe they've developed a bond, and bringing in this new guy, new to us, of course, he's older and everything. And then after a year, we got choices. We see how he's doing as he's getting older and decide whether to make that big commitment to having him play his player option with us. But I think it's go time now. I don't think Kuminga's going to be a big winner as a Warrior, so the move makes sense to me.
Appreciate the call, sophomore. Man, it probably would take Kuminga at least. And what if I say Kuminga to pick, maybe? Like, Drew Holiday's good. Like, he's a good player.
I'm still in. What pick you need?
Well, don't forget, the Warriors probably aren't going to have a pick this year. Oh. That one's going, I think, to Boston now after Memphis traded it to Boston. But it's top 4 protected. But tell you what, if the Warriors don't want a top 4 pick this draft, and if they do, could you imagine if the Warriors have a top 4 pick this year? Something went haywire.
Oh, no, and we wouldn't like it.
We wouldn't like it, but at least they'd have the pick.
James Wiseman.
Now 5.
Yeah.
The Warriors would get the 5th pick in the draft. That would have to go to Boston. Oof.
That would hurt.
That would be a gut punch. But the Warriors, they feel like their window's open. 888-957-9570 is the number. Drew Holiday. Portland's looking to move him. It's that simple. They're going young, and they want to move Drew Holiday, who's got one more year left on his deal, and then he's got a player option. And the Golden State Warriors have Chris Paul,
who needs the ball in his hands, doesn't Steiny, what word I feel like Chris lumbers at his age right now down court way more than Holiday. But Holiday, Giannis will bring it up. What does he do? Take off sprinting. Middleton will bring it up. What does he do? Take off sprinting. So Dre can still be Dre on the court with Holiday. Is the CP3 one of the things that scares me, Steiny, was, without that component of Dre being Magic Johnson, trying to get the offense initiated, what's Paul going to do when I know that your boy is more spry? Holiday, man. And I know this is going to be a bear, Steiny, because their lines around the corner. Boston has 1 million number 1 picks for the number 1 draft pick. So I don't know, man. But if somehow they could get it done, Steiny, I'm doing it.
Yeah, my prediction on this would be and I'm not saying it would necessarily be the Warriors, but if it is the Warriors, got to be a 3-team trade.
Put it in the cap,
because Portland doesn't want Chris Paul. There's no,
he don't want
interest.
them
exactly.
Yeah.
So who's a third team that might want Chris Paul?
Boston.
Okay,
that would be your new Marcus Smart. Not defensively, but
650 says, "Hey, you guys, I love listening to you. I say let's go with Drew. They're going to have to restructure next year anyway, particularly. Let's face it, this 5th ring could be the last ring for Steph, and building a 1-year contract with Holiday. Yeah, they got to figure out that second year with Drew Holiday. So go ahead. I was
going to, because it comes down to that Kawakami podcast that Joe Lacob was on. If I were to ask you and Evan and Spadoni, if you told Joe Lacob you're going to pay Holiday that 39 mil, but you would win a chip, and it would essentially probably cost you 200. I think Joe would do it to get number 5.
Maybe that's what he's saying to Drew Holiday. I'll tell you what, Drew. We'll take you, but you got to rip up that player option. But I'll tell you what, if we win it with you, then we'll pay you. Nod, nod, wink, wink.
Let's call business. I know.
Kool-Aid is in Oakland. What's up, Kool-Aid? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, good. Long time, first time.
Hey.
Hey, look, guys, I think there's one thing we need to discuss real quick is at the window of the big 3.
Okay.
Especially Steph. All right? So basically, we don't know how long that window's going to be, so we need to win now. So if we can get Drew in here, I think it'll be an excellent pickup for him. And then at the end of the year, we can figure out, how we want to do this. But if we can get that 5th championship of Steph, because that window is closing, guys, so we need to get someone in here to help him with that. And if Drew can bring it, we can get rid of Chris Paul like right now and just bring in Drew and get that 5th ring for Steph and Clay and Dre.
Wow. Appreciate the call, Kool-Aid.
It makes sense. I mean, we've talked about it. Jonathan Kuminga needs to play a lot of basketball. And right now, if you were to, Evan even said in the green room, Kuminga on paper, you wouldn't be missing that much, Steiny. But if you're going to resign to, I want to hold on to the potential of what Jonathan Kuminga can be, if that's greater than maximizing the big 3's window, then okay. But for me, I'm trying to maximize the big 3's window, and Jonathan will probably have a great career. But Steiny, I would sacrifice that because, again, I just think there are players in his way for him to be happy and reach his full potential in a Warrior uniform. So I would say, Jonathan, it was a good run. Good luck to you. But, man, we got to include you in this trade, and I think the Warriors would be a problem adding Drew Holiday.
They might be.
What do you think the big three are thinking right now? If
they want Drew Holiday.
No doubt.
I mean, there's no. Yeah, I would say that there's probably no doubt. Drew Holiday would make Steph Curry's life so much easier. 510. Drew's a better fit than CP3. Yes, you're right, but you still have the question of who starts. You're right. I don't know if that's a big deal. I don't know.
Well,
maybe.
see, to me, it ain't a big deal.
Well, now it's not a big deal because you can just move Looney
I got
there.
a greater player.
See, I got a problem with that.
But no, it's just.
I got a problem with that.
It's just the skill set that he brings and what he can do, Stoney. He can still wiggle and jiggle.
I got a problem.
He ain't the best shooter in the world. He can create and dish. I mean, this dude's played with Giannis and Chris Middleton, two dudes that can get their bucket, man. So, to me, the only reason I'm coming off of that is you're giving me something greater.
What about rebounding? You spent all day yesterday talking about when
Drew
we don't have Looney.
Let me look it up. Drew can get you some boards.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think he is athletically and physically. He's
33
Yeah,
now.
but so is Steph. 34.
Right. He's lost some athleticism.
You're 2 days removed from your birthday, so I'm not even going to fight you. Okay. If that's how you feel, but to the naked eye, I don't see slippage yet.
Okay.
Right.
Of course you don't. Because you don't look at the defensive end of the floor. Drew is a better fit than CP3 and Howard. He's the one. All right. Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Curry and Clay and Draymond would want Drew Holiday. Question always is, what are you giving up?
There it is. What do you have to give up?
Kuminga. I mean, see, that's the other rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo.
Warriors don't have a lot of guys to move. Like, they're not trading Steph. They're not trading Clay. They're not trading Draymond.
Wiggins.
They're not trading Wiggins, probably. They're not going to trade and Looney. They can't trade their only big guy. So, who's left? Well, Kuminga and the young guys. But, they don't...
Kuminga's the one, Stoney.
But it's not like the league is clamoring, we need Jonathan. Hey, if we get Jonathan Kuminga, you're trading for Jonathan Kuminga, and you're basically... I think if I'm another team in the league, I'm viewing Jonathan Kuminga as a flyer. I'll take a flyer on Kuminga. I think which means I'm not going to give you a lot of value for Kuminga because he hasn't done anything.
But the potential's still there, Stoney.
That's fine. But that's why I wouldn't give up anything because he hasn't done it. He hasn't done it. Give up Clay for Drew. Why not? You really want to start that?
The NBA told the NFL, hold my beer. Hold my beer.
I guess they could trade Clay for Drew straight up. You guys don't have the guts to do that.
Clay's
I know
a lifer.
you don't.
The big three are lifers.
I know.
Because I care about morale, and I'm Janet Jackson. I'm not Janet Jackson. It ain't what have you done for me lately. I do know what you've done for me. That matters where I come from.
Yeah.
He's fly by. 19 of you done, you're out of here. You changed, your hair's turning gray, you're out of here. I want a divorce.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
It would take
stuff.
guts to trade a Klay Thompson. Take a big set. And if you're not man enough to do it, you're not man
you
enough
lose
to do
shooting
it.
then. Drew, yeah. That changes it all.
Well, here's the other thing, though. You almost can't. If you trade Clay, you still have a problem because Drew Holiday's under contract next year. Although Clay would be off, then you wouldn't have to pay Clay.
Yeah. And Clay and his new deals, Donnie, which we think is imminent.
Yeah, Portland can give him Portland, Oregon. He went to Washington.
UW.
Hey, maybe he wants to get back to the Pacific
he's
Northwest.
from Lake Oswego, which is right outside of Portland.
Where is that? Evan? Lake? What is it?
Lake Oswego. Him and Kevin Love.
So is that right? It is Oswego, not Oswego?
Yeah, Oswego. It'd be like Fremont to here. It's kind of like a suburb of Portland.
Wow.
Fremont. Stop. Clay's a lifer.
Yeah.
And you got the two best shooters in the game still going when they're with Curry and Clay. So
let me ask you a question,
I don't want to
Evan.
lose that.
I know you don't. Yeah. Evan, let me ask you a question. Who's a better player right now? Drew Holiday or Klay Thompson?
Probably Drew Holiday.
Then make the trade. If it makes you better, go ahead and do it.
But you know they can't do that.
I guess they
Nor
can't.
would I do that.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
Thank you, Evan.
Now, how come? Seriously.
Because
nostalgia?
Well, Drew Holiday also, if you swap him for Clay, does that guarantee you a championship? Do you automatically elevate yourself above Denver? Because it's the only way I'm moving Clay Thompson.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah. I'm just poking. I'm just picking and poking and asking.
Spadoni just asked me that same question, by the way.
For Clay?
Yeah. You guys think alike.
Let me tell you something, Spadoni knows the business of basketball. You guys GM by your
know
feelings.
Where he wants Drew at. Yeah.
You guys GM with your feelings and emotions.
No, it's a family
Here's
feel,
the other thing,
Stoney.
man.
People care.
If you traded Drew Holiday for Clay Thompson, I'll tell you what, that would clean up some cap issues. Because then you don't have to pay Clay $90 over the next 3 years.
He would be Portland's best shooter.
He would not play a minute in Portland. They would move him, I got to believe. Oh, man. Curry would never sign off on trading Clay. That's our guy, Rotz.
Yeah, I believe
it's a good thing. It's a good thing I know Rotz because I can poke at him.
Rotz is right.
Hey, Rotz. Lacob told Curry to pound sand over Avery Bradley. Yeah. Lacob is not afraid to look the big three in the eye and say, just play the game and let us do the general managing. He clearly does that.
CP3 on line one. You got me thinking, of
course,
that was done without their input.
Steiny, do you think CP3 would rather start on Portland or be a sixth man on the Warriors? No. He doesn't want either of those.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm with you.
Oh. Could you imagine Mike Dunleavy is 6 months after he gets the job trading Clay Thompson?
Never happened.
I'm not saying it's gonna, but never say never, Goo. Not with Joe Lacob. I'm telling you.
And when he did do that interview with Cal Comey, there was no Dame on Milwaukee and your boy floating around to be had, Drew Holiday. Things change, Donnie. So do seasons.
You know what? And here's the other thing. Well,
you got to spit it out.
I mean, the only guy I'm really listening to is Steph, if I'm Joe.
Nice.
I mean, with all due respect to Draymond and Clay, they're subsets of Steph Curry. You know what I mean?
You got to be...
With all due respect, if Draymond wants something and Steph doesn't, what are you going to do? You're going to go with Steph. You got to, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we got action in the NBA.
Man.
We got big action in the NBA. Drew Holiday, terrific player. Terrific player. Is on the move. And the question becomes, should the Warriors make a move for Drew Holiday? And would you make a move for Drew Holiday if it would cost you Kuminga and a pick down the road, along with Chris Paul? I'd be a little reluctant to do that, but I could understand why they would do it.
Let me give you this. Mm-hmm. For all the Jonathan Kuminga supporters out there, I've left the club. I've resigned. Only if this trade happens. Jonathan Kuminga, had he had on paper a Jordan Poole season to where he averaged 18 to 20 points a game, and I could sit here and look you guys in the face and be like, oh, he tapped on it. He was knocking on the door. Although one season, that's what it's going to look like. The fact, Steiny, that we haven't seen that, I know the potential is through the roof, but that ain't about what timeline I'm on. I'm on the timeline of how do we extend the big three? How do we get closer to maybe getting number 5? So that would make me, sign off on this deal. Kuminga has not done that on paper.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. The question is, will Drew Holiday be with us in the Bay? Drew Holiday? They're sniffing. Warriors are sniffing, probably along with another 8 teams, but they're involved. And it's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. We'll be right back.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley,
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Kevon. I'll tell you what, your buddy Guru just sold you out. He just stuck it to you,
I'm
Kevon.
mad.
You got no right to be mad.
Looney is our dog. Hopefully, we always see Looney on the trip over to Chase.
You know what? He's the only guy.
Looney's a real one, baby.
He's the only guy who requests us.
Right. Because we keep it real.
Let's be. Goo, what do you think? Are we going to have an early holiday season in the Bay?
Look at you. Can I say something that's bothering me?
Nothing?
He's not your only. The audience are your fans, too.
Go ahead.
Lucas Alexander, assistant PD.
Oh, my God.
Was in here, and he was in here panicked.
Director of Sports.
Director of Sports. Thank you, DOS.
I'll address that in a second.
I like it. But listen, and he was doing it for Willard and Dibbs, who are my brothers. Deal with the heat. But he was in here frantically like, the thing's not working. It's not going to be cool enough when they come in.
Yeah.
Deal with it. Like we deal with it.
Exactly.
I didn't like that.
Leaders can't be looking panicked. You've got to set the tone.
I don't like scared work, Steiny. Yeah.
I hear you.
Hey, Director of Sports. You coaching. That's a dope title.
It's so nebulous. Robert in Fairfield. What's up, Robert? Happy holiday.
What's up, Robert?
To chime in on the whole holiday deal. I'm a big Portland fan, long time, since late 80s.
All right.
And I just don't. I feel like you guys would probably have the least amount of chance of landing Holiday. I mean, you're talking about Kuminga wanting to get more minutes. He wouldn't get more than 18 to 20 in Portland, which wouldn't make him very happy. And I don't see Portland taking Chris Paul unless you add another team, like you said.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Going to Boston. Yeah, but I mean, if Boston also wants Holiday, so why don't they just go after Holiday? I mean, Portland could get Robert Williams and a pick.
You're right.
Or even Brogdon, because I know Brogdon wants out.
You think they could get Robert Williams?
What's that?
You think they could get Robert Williams?
I think Portland could if they could. They're trying to replace Marcus Smart, and I think Holiday would make sense, and they would get rid of Robert Williams for that.
I hear you. To me, that's a good point. It's a good point. I thought they were going to give Brogdon a shot at just being the point guard.
He wants out. I heard there was bad blood there, Stoney.
I'll take Brogdon.
But when they made that move for Smart, who's in Memphis now, never did they think that Drew Holiday was going to be available. That's why I just love life. You wake up and you go to bed and you think you know, but you don't know. Now here's an opportunity. Who's going to make it happen? In Boston, and what's your guy? A former coach now upstairs, Brad Stevens. I mean, he's got a lot to work with to go get Drew in a Celtic uniform. My goodness.
The one reason that Portland might not want to go, Boston might not want to, Portland might not want to go right through Boston to trade Drew Holiday is because perhaps by including the Warriors, Portland could get more than they would just with dealing with Boston. But again, Boston now could put together a package that just go right to Portland and say, hey, here's what we'll give you for Drew Holiday. Portland then says, okay, we like that. But then they can come to the Warriors and say, we're still interested in a pick or two that you got. And, but I hear what the caller's saying. The question is if it's like, here's what I think's going on. Yeah. If you're a team that thinks it's got a chance, you're going to go after Drew Holiday. But you know what? You also have heard Chris Paul's available still. And you know what? Chris Paul could still be a valuable piece to a team like a Boston or a Miami,
I hear you.
Or maybe one of the LA teams. So that's to me why I think the Warriors are involved in this.
So the Warriors' phone could be ringing.
I think that's possible.
And this is random, Steiny. This is so random, Evan. But I talk about let's just say there's no deal done, and I get to watch my guy Jonathan Kuminga. We do Dub Nation. But I just thought about a team to where if he was on that team, it would be the best fit since a hand in the glove, and that would be the Dallas Mavericks. They have nothing remotely close like a Jonathan Kuminga. And for Kyrie and Luka to be able to just bring him, oh, man, just when I think of Dallas and their soft the power that Kuminga could play with, knowing that he's going to get 25 to 30 minutes a game.
Oh, Kuminga.
Match made in heaven.
Kuminga. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you meant CP3 to the Mavericks.
You're probably going to throw something at me.
No one going to throw something at you. Nishi in San Martin.
Hey.
What's up, Nishi? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Yeah, it's Nishi from TJ Martin. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Hey, man, I haven't talked to you since you went to Ireland a couple months ago, so glad to be back on the air.
Thank you.
And, a couple of things I wanted to touch on today on today's show. I know you guys are talking Warriors and trade talks and things like that, and, I can't really speculate on what Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to do. I mean, if they stick with Paul, that's fine. If they can get Drew Holiday for a good deal, I think that's also fine, right? But, hey, have you guys gotten to touch on the San Francisco Giants today? Because I don't want to jump shift the conversation, but I think we need to do a collective effort on shaming this Giants ownership. Steiny, what do you think about that? I mean, they've been cheap from the get-go. I think we as an entire station need to come after this Giants regime until we see change. I mean, what do you think, Steiny, Guru?
You missed yesterday's show too in the start of it. If you want to go find it, we went in heavy. We weren't the only show, but man.
Yeah,
they're kind of a pinata now. They're easy to hit.
They are. 888-957-9570 is the number. Some news percolating around the Warriors, and it involves Chris Paul and possibly Drew Holiday. Here's what's going on. Drew Holiday was just traded from the Bucks to the Portland Trailblazers for Damian Lillard in a deal. But the Portland Trailblazers have no interest in Drew Holiday because they're tearing it down. They're tearing it down. And the question then becomes, do the Warriors have any interest in Drew Holiday? And I think the obvious answer would be, well, sure, of course, we'll listen. You got to listen. He's a good player. So then the question becomes, what would you give up for Drew Holiday? Would you give up Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, and a pick, and a first-round pick, let's say, in 2026? To me, oh, boy,
you know my answer.
I think I'm saying no to that, believe it or not. I don't like the idea of getting any more old. And, like, they're already old.
Right.
Now they're going to keep being old, but get rid of their two opportunities for young guys to come in and inject some support.
But, Steiny, Drew Holiday's got at least 3 good years left.
He may retire at the end of this year. That's what he's been talking about, retiring. Now, he's got a player option, so people are going to be like, well,
he talked about retiring in Milwaukee, which is now out the window.
At the end of this year.
He wanted to finish his career with Milwaukee.
Okay.
Right.
So maybe he's got 2 years left. Or maybe he would want to play more for the Warriors. More years.
That would extend the Big Three's window, and that's my more concern than the future.
I know. It's everybody's more concerned with the present than the future, but somebody's got to think about the future a little bit. Just a little.
How valuable do you think the Warriors' first-round picks are going to be?
Oh, my God.
Do you think that's part of the hang-up, too?
Well, I'll tell you right now, if I'm an opposing team dealing with the Warriors, and they throw around these picks later in the 2020s like they don't care, I would absolutely
be gobbling them up.
Oh, my God, yes. My God. That's, I would make a deal with the Warriors and take their pick in 2026 and think maybe Curry retires in 2025. And then what?
Well, that ain't.
What do you mean that ain't?
If it was 2025, that's a problem, JD Voice, but he ain't going nowhere.
Okay, it's 2028. And now, Curry retires in 2027. And now you don't have a pick.
Yeah.
You're not going to want to not have your first round pick the first year Steph Curry is not a Warrior.
I'll give you that.
I don't think.
I'll give you that.
I mean, it's easy to throw caution to the wind.
And when's that day? What year is that, though? You know, Steiny?
Sean in Oakland. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Doing well. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't think it makes a difference if the Warriors get what's the guy's name?
Drew Holiday?
Drew Holiday or not. You know, I think getting another guard just doesn't make sense to me. The Warriors need help on their front line scoring at that. Comparing them to the other teams in the West, like the Suns, the Lakers, and the Nuggets, I just don't see how he will help out against their front lines. So it just doesn't make a difference to me.
All right, appreciate the call. I think he's an upgrade over Chris Paul.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And that would be an exchange. So it ain't like you're keeping Chris. Well, you lose a wing in Kuminga, but it's not like you're keeping Chris Paul and you're adding your boy. You would do an even exchange.
Somebody bringing up something on the Comcast business text line, and it's the kind of thing that's fascinating to me. It's a language thing, and I think it's the kind of thing that I enjoy. From the 209, you said. Who'd you call a pinata?
The Giants.
Yeah, you said the Giants are easy to hit as a pinata. And somebody who's kind of like me out there said, is a pinata really easy to hit?
Come on.
I mean, you're blindfolded.
But you can see through about half of them. Come on, man.
I mean, sometimes you're whacking at that thing for hours and you can't get it open.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, thanks, 209.
Well, if you're a Giants hitter.
That's a 3.5. That's a 4.
Hey, that might be better than my Rudy Gay and Ben Gay.
No, you should have.
I should have tucked that.
You should have set that up.
Oh, man. Evan said if you're a Giant, you got to play that for the boys at the Shantay's over.
Rafi in Berkeley.
Oh, boy.
He says he's got a hot take.
Oh, give it to us. This is the show.
Oh, you know what I would do, gentlemen, if I was a true cold-blooded
I know what you do.
Of the Golden State Warriors, what am I going to do? Read my mind.
Oh, tell him, Steiny.
Trading Clay.
I'm trading Clay. Off the bat, I say Clay. It's been real. Drew Holiday, lockdown defender. I've got Chris Paul, who I think is actually going to be a great fit leading the second unit, feeding Kuminga,
you coaching?
Able to distribute, able to balance things out. You know, sometimes playing at the end. I don't really think he's going to be a starter, but I'm shipping Clay, man, and that's all I got to say about it.
Real quick, Rafi, though, I got to follow up with one question. If you're Portland,
go ahead. If
you're Portland, it makes it sound it might have to be a three-way deal. But
you know, it might, but you know, you're getting a savvy vet. Clay's playing the 3. Clay's, you know, in some small ball lineup.
Yeah,
Clay's playing the 4 almost these days. I think he can set the tone in a locker room. He's going to be able to educate some real young shooters.
They might be able to pay him too.
Yeah,
he wants to win.
Does he?
I see Portland liking Clay.
Wow,
interesting.
That don't fit with what we think is going on.
Appreciate
I love
it.
Clay, Steiny, and what's left and what he's got left.
You guys are so scared.
Come on.
How do you live your life so timid? Seriously. Life should be lived. It's an adventure. Don't be scared, dog.
The guy afraid of mice. We both are. Steiny, come on, Portland. That ain't a fit. I don't think Clay would be a fit.
Okay, they ship him
Clay
to
would
Miami.
Be attracted.
They ship him to Miami.
Oh, then they would come on now.
Okay.
Who was offering
But you don't want to do
that
it.
deal
But you're
for
saying
Dame?
no. That's the point.
Yeah.
You're saying
I don't want my team to be the shooting of the Golden State Warriors, Batman and Robin, just to be Batman. There is nothing like Klay Thompson on fire, like we saw last year in those 2 months, December, January, where Curry was out a little bit. My goodness, that is overwhelming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Drew Holiday may make more threes in the postseason than Clay. He didn't make any in the postseason last year, and he was terrible the first 2 months of the season.
I want to call you a tool, but I know you're trolling.
I mean, for all, you know, and this is the thing. I don't, they're not going to trade.
They're not.
Okay. Do you believe this or not?
Because I'm always honest with you.
When you say they're not trading Klay Thompson, you're probably right. But I believe Joe Lacob would trade Klay Thompson for something that would make them better as a team and give them more flexibility moving forward.
Does Drew Holiday fit that bill that you just spoke of?
Pretty close. I mean, pretty close. Now you got a good defender you can pair.
But now you only got pretty much one shooter, and Wiggins on a good day.
Okay, but you got a better defender, and you got a better overall player. Just saying. Mark in San Francisco. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny and Goo. I'm just very clinical about it.
Okay.
You know, I would trade Clay. I love Clay, but just looking at him objectively, the way he's played the last couple of years, I mean, he shoots us out of games. So, and Kuminga, I would never get rid of Kuminga. I saw him give Luka Doncic problem 2 years ago, one-on-one. I saw him give LeBron problems defensively, one-on-one. Kuminga I would not trade Kuminga for anybody.
But listen, let me ask you this about Kuminga. Don't you think now with Draymond, Wiggins, Jackson Dayton, there's a roadblock for Kuminga? I agree with everything you said. I saw Kuminga pick those guys up, LeBron 94 feet a couple years ago. I just think there's a roadblock here for him to be satisfied and reach his full potential.
I agree with you 100%, Guru, and that roadblock is Clay. He's also needs the secondary scorer. He should be the secondary scorer, in my opinion, the starters. That should be Wiggins.
And you know what?
I love Clay.
Clay's been sliding to 3 more. Wiggins plays some 4. Yeah,
now that's coming in. Wow.
Appreciate the call. Gutsy.
Man. But trading Clay, what would it do for business?
It would be, what do you mean?
Like the
I think they'd still sell out next year.
PR.
I think they would sell out next year.
You're right. You got the chef. Wow, man.
I mean, the thing that the thing that would be unbelievably appealing to that is, man, you could see, then you don't have to pay Clay. I'm not saying they should do it, but
that's another part of this.
I just think Joe Lacob is the kind of guy who I think he would trade anybody but Steph. I really do. Am I a jerk?
I want to say only sometimes, but go ahead, Stoney. You walked into that one.
Like, if I would truly ask Warrior fans this, so you might have a chance, like the Klay Thompson thing, all right? You might be better as a team, possible, and you might be better for the future flexibility-wise. So if I told you that you might be better now and you'd be in a better position a year or two from now, you really hold on to Klay Thompson because why?
What he's done.
Okay.
Well, and what he's meant to this community,
and that's where I think Joe Lacob would part ways with.
And you could be right. You could be right
because you owe the Bay Area more than you owe Clay. Benny's in San Jose. Benny.
Hello. How's it going?
Hey, Benny. What's up, buddy?
A few things. I'm just listening to the show. I was wondering if you guys had a stat for how many buckets Chris Paul has put up against the Warriors in the last few years versus Drew Holiday. And I think we keep Clay just because of the way Steph feels about him.
Appreciate the call. I would be willing to say Drew Holiday scored more points against the Warriors than Chris Paul.
I remember it. When did they play? Was it Christmas? A couple years ago. Drew does well.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting stuff. Interesting stuff coming out of Chase Center. And, you know, I don't usually like to do, well, I do like to do this. And I guess adding to the intrigue, Steve Kerr was supposed to be on the morning show today at 9.
Well, that is.
He canceled.
Man.
Why would he cancel?
Why
would he cancel?
Business, Steiny.
My first thought was maybe he's getting an extension.
That's leader of my clubhouse.
Okay, but I don't think you cancel an interview because you're getting extended.
What if he was sick? Wasn't feeling good.
Was his birthday yesterday?
Boy. Little yak. Little yak.
Actually, Golden State Warriors not interested in Drew Holiday. Steve Kerr simply hung over.
Oh, boy. Steve got after it. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's a good one.
No, I haven't with the intel.
Marlo.
The Henny's undefeated.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Morello.
Hey, what's up, boy?
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, boys? Been a while. Good to talk to you. Hey.
Yes, sir.
Hey there, Matt. Hey, here's my point. I'm not going for a Drew Holiday over Clay, and it's nothing sentimental. It's just fit.
Okay.
you get rid of Klay Thompson right now, who's shooting the rock. As far as I'm concerned, Holiday shot 26% from the three last season.
Mm-hmm.
You already brought a guy who's not a great shooter in Chris Paul. And so you already have Draymond and Looney on the court. So who's shooting the ball? We're going to have to bring Steph to his 26-year-old to be able to beat these guys with his shooting. I don't think it's a good fit.
I agree.
And morale-wise, I don't think it fits the morale of the club. I think you're going to shoot yourself on the foot.
Well, forget about Klay. How about Kuminga? Would you be willing?
I'm keeping the roster as it is. Because I want to ask you a question. Didn't we just sign Rudy Gay?
Yeah, but he's got to make the team. He's old.
Oh, okay. No, but I like the roster the way it is. I don't think I'm keeping Kuminga and Moody for this next phase of the Warriors. And no, I'm good. I'm good where we are. Let Drew Holiday find his home, maybe in the East Coast where he was. But let's move on to what we've got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Murillo. I mean, when you say who's going to shoot, Chris Paul's a good shooter. Chris Paul makes shots. 47% career, 38 from
but he
three.
don't shoot it like Klay, the volume.
Well, but he shoots.
That's part of the offense, Donnie. Catch and shoot.
I mean, he shot 6 a game when he was with Houston. Even last year, he shot 4.5 a game. I mean, this is okay. If you think Klay's getting better, then probably hold on to him. But
coming off an off season and putting in that work.
Supposedly.
We saw it.
We saw what?
Him playing, I think it was at the gym in New York.
One video does not mean that a guy has been working out all summer.
Okay, what about the driveway thing where he had the sled and he was moving the sled up the driveway to work on his legs? That was early.
And Draymond's going to work on his three-pointer. He's been working on his three-pointer. And Wiseman was doing unbelievable things, dribbling full court in the site. That gets me. And you did it on purpose. You did it on purpose.
I can't wait for this season, man. It's already started.
Got your popcorn ready?
You're running that in the ground.
888-957-9570. Interesting stuff here from the Golden State Warriors. Media Day is Monday, but there is action happening. Chris Mannix, Sports Illustrated senior writer, saying the Warriors likely to be involved in any discussions with Drew Holiday. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, saying the Warriors are sniffing around Drew Holiday, and he makes some sense for Golden State. If you're worried about whether you can or can't trade Chris Paul, you can trade Chris Paul today if you want. You just can't trade him to Washington or Phoenix. But you can trade him right now if you want. Now, here's the other part of this. Chris Paul's been at the Warrior facility for the last couple weeks. Been playing with Kuminga, getting to know some of the young guys, apparently putting in time and doing what a leader does. Does that convince you that maybe we should see what Chris Paul has in the tank? 888-957-9570 is the number. Drew Holiday's a hell of a player. Would you give up Kuminga and Chris Paul for him? And would you even consider possibly moving a Klay Thompson for someone like Drew Holiday? 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's all sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Make the most of California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. 95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Again?
See, I think this is a little mean-spirited of Evan Giddings, but I'll play along. We have some breaking news regarding the Warriors, but it has nothing to do with Chris Paul or Drew Holiday. And I feel like you kind of baited some Warrior fans there. But we do have news. The Warriors are going to host the 2025 NBA All-Star Game. It's coming to Chase Center. 2025.
Wow, that's big.
The Golden State Warriors will host the NBA All-Star Game at Chase Center. 2025.
This is how old I am.
Okay.
The Vince Carter special dunk contest was 2000, the last time they had it at Oracle, right?
Yes.
That was 25 years ago of my life. I was single then.
You act as though it was better then.
No, it's just so
Well, you got
old.
so excited.
We're old.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
That was 25 years ago.
No, it wasn't. It's only 2023 still. It's only 23 years ago.
Well,
I'll tell you who should be fuming right now.
Lakers.
Vivek Ranadive.
Oh, boy.
He built his arena before Chase Center. And now he's got to watch his old pal Joe Lacob get an All-Star game.
Man.
Apparently, Sac's still got to get some hotels up there in the
But Sac is popping, Stoney. Don't sleep on J Street.
Sacramento. Jazz Street?
J Street.
Oh, J.
That's where everything's
Been around
at.
since 2016.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm not here for Sacramento slander. At
1320 probably lit the spies in the
At all,
YouTube
not
chat.
here
We're going to
for
go
it.
tell them. Good for the Golden State and San Francisco. Yeah, baby.
I got to read this text. 510. Anybody legitimately thinking about trading Klay Thompson isn't a real Warrior fan. It's absolutely ridiculous to even entertain the thought. The big three are on a mission to retire together. Real fans know that.
I feel like I wrote it.
Well, he's right. I can talk about trading Klay Thompson because I'm not a real Warrior fan. But the question that I posed that I can't believe I'm getting pushback on it without even any specifics. I said to you, if the Golden State if Joe Lacob believed that he had a deal for Klay Thompson that would make the team better right now and give the team flexibility moving forward, would you do it? And I'm hearing a lot of no's, and that does surprise me because I'm saying you're going to make a trade for Klay that's going to make you better now and in the future. I guess I don't.
But that's not really out there. But I hear you, Stoney.
What's not really out there?
That scenario because
why not? We don't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you can't dismiss that they're both making $37 million.
No, that's
one's
a fact.
making 37, one's making 42 or whatever. You got to try to make the contracts.
Matt, I hear you.
I mean,
we talked about it because of what he means and
that's
what he's
right.
done.
But I can't.
You hate that.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. That there are actually fans out there that'll say, we'd rather keep Klay than get better now and have more flexibility in the future. That, to me, is preposterous. But I'm not a fan, nor do I own the team. But I think an owner of a team might think a little differently. Reggie's in Vallejo. Hey, Reggie, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
What's up? How you guys doing?
All right.
Man, I just wanted to talk about the Drew Holiday situation. Sure. I think the Warriors should go for it in packaging Chris Paul and Kuminga, and here's a few reasons why. I just don't think it ever worked for any of the young guys on the Warriors. I've been a fan for a minute. I'm 27 years old, but just seeing the culture kind of be compromised and seeing just Jonathan Kuminga's attitude and Wiseman being shipped out, I mean, it kind of just never worked as far as just like the development for all the young guys, to be honest. I mean, the only guy that was close was Jordan Poole, and he's out of here now. And I don't know if you guys saw the Iguodala comments about Jordan Poole, about him not having that same freedom that Draymond Green and Steph had.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
that sucks.
I know. Thanks, Reggie. Good stuff. I'm not listening to Iguodala anymore. He's not an NBA player.
Did he speak on that?
He's not an NBA player right now. What does he matter?
Do we know that? He's on the Warriors.
No, he's not on the roster right now.
I saw it. They put Rudy Gay on there, Steiner. You said he has to try out.
Because it's a training camp roster.
Yeah.
I don't think Gay's going to make the team. But I mean, Rudy Gay might make the team, but even if he does, he's
Rudy Gay, brought to you by Ben Gay.
If people are saying, "Oh, Rudy Gay,"
nobody's saying that.
There are a lot of people that already are like he's on the team and in the rotation.
But they got bigger fish to fry.
Okay, 707. This is fair because we're not heartless like you, Steiny.
You left a word out. Yeah.
My question to 707 is, what about Lacob? Is Lacob heartless? I think he is.
Well, he wasn't with Draymond. Who saw that 4 for a hundo coming?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I mean,
you said something earlier.
I think we underestimate Joe Lacob's his ability to be a killer. I really do. That's just me. What were you gonna say?
No, I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole of. You said Jordan Poole was not here because it's strictly financial, but Stanley, I think it was more Punchgate and then the financial. But just my 2 cents.
Yeah. I mean, they acknowledge that the money was a big part of it because they had to get under that second apron. Lifelong Knicks fan here. No one should be off the table in pursuit of a championship. If trading Clay makes you better, trade Clay. Trust me, the championship is worth it. Let me just throw this crazy thought at you, just because I like to do this stuff. What if I told you if you trade Clay, you'll win your 5th title? Would you say yes to that?
I would have, yeah.
Oh,
to my core, I'd have.
All right, so we found
Curry would have number 5.
We got to trade Clay for a championship trophy. Is what we got to do.
No, I would it's about the chips.
Wait, but can we trade him mid-season so technically he still gets a ring?
No,
he's a part of the team.
Guy thinking.
No,
so he has 5 also.
That is good
like
thinking.
That. Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Is that when you got? Is that the due date? Evan, All-Star break.
What's
halfway
that?
through the season to where you qualify to get a ring? Is it halfway? I didn't know that.
There's no standard. It's whatever the team wants.
Oh.
Like the team, in theory, like they gave one to Caspi.
I remember, and you said he shouldn't wear it. I said he better rock that thing.
I wouldn't. Why should he wear it? He didn't play.
They wanted Matt Barnes.
That's right. Barnes has a ring.
Hey, Barnes calls and listens to this show.
Who does?
Matt Barnes.
We love him.
Now, how do you know that?
Because he's been on Willard and Dibbs. He's been on with us. He's been on with the morning guy.
That doesn't mean he listens.
He's Sacramento.
He's been a guest on our station.
But he has a house in Sacramento.
But he doesn't listen.
You don't know that.
I do.
Yeah, Odyssey
Matt
app.
Barnes never has downloaded the Odyssey
Now
app.
come on, stop. He's probably listening now, wondering what we're talking about with CP3. Well, what up, Matt?
He's listening to D-Lo and K. Russell.
Hey, those are my guys. And K. Diddy just got married.
Diddy.
K. Russell.
Why would he talk to us when he could talk to Diddy and K-Rock?
They don't start to 12.
Oh. Curry.
K. Russell, you're special.
Has the big 3 come into the league together and retired together? It's about legacy, Steiny, and Lacob could attach his name to that. That's a good question.
The part I just don't. I feel like you omit. But no, you said I would get. I'm a renegade.
It's a business. That's the way I think of it, and I think that's the way most owners think of it.
But the big 3 are their own business too, and I think Lacob knows that. Steiny.
I'm sure he does.
Why did Draymond get the 4 for 100?
Listen, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. We love Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
He's all about championships. If he thinks he can win a championship by trading Klay Thompson, trade Klay Thompson. What are we doing here, people? We're not running a geriatric home.
Well, you added Rudy Gay.
But I'm just saying, I get it. I wouldn't want to trade Clay either.
All right.
But
as long as you admit that, we're good.
But I put it out there that even if you had a trade available that makes you better now and in the future, And people are saying, no.
Because people, that's like, we're making it up, and it could be happening behind closed doors. But because it's not tangible and there's not a name, Steiny, that's why everybody's riding with Clay. But just one thing about the assassin, Joe Lacob. Steiny, you think Draymond's, just real quick, 400 was all about what he's going to do or all about what he's meant and what they are? Because to me, that was 70% of the deal. And it was risky. He'll never say that.
They made a decision to sign Draymond and trade Poole, not keep Poole and let Draymond walk.
Right, but how much of the nostalgia went in?
Nothing. I don't think anything.
Oh, my goodness. I think 70% of
They
that
were not
Dre's
let,
favor.
They were not letting Draymond Green walk away for nothing. Like, they were just not going to. It's the same thing they did with D'Lo. I think.
Look how that worked out. Yeah,
exactly. Like, Poole, to me, was the guy. Steiny, you have to take Iguodala seriously because the Hall of Famers on the team, including the coach, swore by him. Poole didn't have the freedom the other guys had. All right. I'll take him seriously. Oh, I was just going to acknowledge 408. You know what? I'll take him seriously.
And I got a new Eastern Conference team. I think you could figure it out. Wizards. I'm rooting for Poole. Actually,
you can't do that.
What?
No, you can't. Why? Are you doing this on purpose?
I want the Wizards to make the playoffs.
You know I have a personal relationship right now with a guy who works in Washington. That's my
all right,
team.
Take him off. I don't want him there, but I want Poole to make the All-Star team. I forgot I'm Detroit, too.
You can root for beat Detroit. You pick Detroit.
I already did.
I'll pick Washington.
This is James Wiseman.
You know what, Goo? I checked that. That's the old Matt Steinmetz. I want more. Yeah, root for the Wizards. We'll root together.
There we go.
Oh, my.
Yep. Like to see your old pals do good, man.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru, and we got action here in the NBA. Media Day is at Chase Center on Monday. Guru and I will be there.
Perfect timing.
It is.
Could pop off.
The
they wouldn't cancel it,
news out there is that the Golden State Warriors are interested in Drew Holiday. Both Brian Windhorst of ESPN and Chris Mannix, senior writer at Sports Illustrated, are saying how the Warriors have the goods to put together a package for Drew Holiday, who Portland's looking to move. What's that package, you ask? Well, it would be a contract, Chris Paul. It would be a young player or two, Jonathan Kuminga, and probably a number one draft pick down the line. That's a damn good package. Is that enough for you if you're Portland? Now, the thing with Portland is they probably don't want Chris Paul. So it'll have to be most likely a 3-team trade somewhere. But for our purposes here in the Bay, would you trade Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, and a future first for Drew Holiday? And I think that's something, I don't know if that's the exact deal, but there's something the Warriors are thinking about right now.
And what you brought up, Steiny, I'm being so real because, I'm about family and unity. But I'm sorry, what you read about how he's been at the facility and Joe, that means nothing to me yet. You know what I mean? Unless you tell me, that ain't a year worth of a relationship being on the road 41 games of an 82-game season. I guess I'm saying, partner, is that didn't hit me in the cardiac muscle yet that he was around.
Okay.
They would be like, yeah, it was good. It was, it's business. But it sounded like you said
it is business, except for Warrior fans.
Paul was making an impression on people to where, you know what, we're on the eve of the season starting in camp. It's too late. I still think it's early.
Yeah,
talking to the young guys, I get that. But man, that ain't gonna prevent anything.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The bottom line on this whole thing is we don't know what the Warriors think about Chris Paul.
No doubt.
We know that part of the move was because they had to make it. But part of the move is Chris Paul's good. Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer.
That is a fact.
So maybe the Warriors acquired Chris Paul to trade him. That's possible.
But this is close now.
What is?
Where we're at now, the eve of camp opening it up. I don't think this was how they had it planned or mapped out.
510, your hypothetical trade of Kuminga and Paul and a first is too much.
Man.
I tend to agree with you, 510.
What if you didn't need the first? What if you could do it without the first?
I don't like trading Kuminga. I know people say this is why you're not a fan. I just don't like the idea when we're so old of giving away one of our young players. And not only that, if it does take a first, giving up on a young player when you're giving up an opportunity for a young player when you know Steph, Clay, and Draymond are going to be gone. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. Like, you guys got to be like, these guys are Hall of Famers. I'm going to put it this way: these guys are Hall of Famers.
That they are.
They're among the greatest players of all time. I mean, they're not just going to retire and the Warriors stay on top. I'm just saying, if I'm Joe Lacob, I absolutely have to think about a pick, let's say, after 2025 that I'm going to give up because I know that our guys are going to be older and we might not be good after Steph leaves.
So all the more.
So then, what happens to your? So then,
yeah, but Kuminga ain't Jordan.
No,
he can't do it by himself.
But what if you're one of the worst teams in the league after Steph leaves, but you don't have your first round pick?
Well,
because you moved it for somebody.
I give you that. But
I'm not saying,
way down. I hear you, Stan. That's way down the road, and a lot. Look how this has happened. Somebody is going to be the beneficiary of a trade that nobody saw coming, and they're going to add, a top-tier player to their organization, and their odds and chances of getting to the mountaintop just go astronomical. So who's to know? Steiner, you can say it's so easy about this. We don't know what's going to happen before we get to that plan. A lot of stuff can pop off.
Okay, do you think the Warriors are going to be better?
No.
Well, okay, so all I'm saying is I ain't just throwing number one picks into a trade if I'm the Warriors because we want to win now and I'll take something in 2028. Like, you guys, I don't think you're putting into the equation the fact that might be a really good pick. It could be a generational player if you fall off, which, like, if I'm Joe Lacob, let me ask you this. If you're the owner of the Warriors, would you allow for the possibility that the Warriors are going to fall off after Steph?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if that's a concern, then I gotta make sure I got picks from 2025 to 2030, or at least some.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not mad at that, but I want to make sure I got players. And you had one in Jordan Poole. Not that he was Steph, but you thought the passing of the baton was going to be natural and easy, and he's out of here. You got to have players, Donnie. So you got time to get young and develop young players before that day does happen. And it's not just through the draft.
City Boy.
Julian.
What's up, City Boy?
Hey, what up? What's going on? Happy belated, Matt.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I wanted to say I'd love to see Drew come here for a year or two. I would love it, but there is no chance I'm giving up Kuminga. No chance, no way.
Okay.
I mean, for one thing, the team is already small. We're going to give up one of the few fairly big players we have. I mean, and I know Drew is 6'4", but he's still a guard, and you got to have some bigger players. And, Kuminga's upside is huge. You're going to send him to Portland, who you see all the time, and then he's going to come up and blossom with Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons. I mean, we don't want to see that. We just don't. And, there's bad blood between the Warriors and the Blazers from last year's GB2 trade. The Warriors, I think they filed a grievance. I mean, so put it this way. If a trade's going to get done, Portland, we made Portland look bad, I think, by calling them out, and they're going to say it's Kuminga or nothing. They're not just going to bend and be nice, right? I mean, I think if they're going to say they know we don't want to give up Kuminga, they're going to say you got to give us Kuminga. So I don't think the deal gets done. I'm okay with that, but I would love to see Drew here for a couple of years. And you guys were talking about Eastern Conference teams, man. My Eastern Conference team is Orlando.
That's a good call.
Good call.
That's who's coaching them? Is it still Borrego or is it still Steve Clifford? Who's coaching them?
It's Clifford, isn't it?
No, actually, it's a young guy. It's all that. Hold on, it's a young.
He's a
guy.
brother too. I forget his name.
He is. Yeah.
All I know is he's black.
Right. Thanks, City Boy. I'm not going to be able to come up with it.
I forget his name. Come on, Goo. You gonna get it, Steiner?
I give up.
Okay.
I know I won't get it. I know he's a young brother.
Jamal Mosley.
Oh, man. Come on, Goo.
That's right.
Well.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Daly City. Mike is a businessman.
Hey guys, if you go on a majority of Facebook groups and forums, majority of the real Warrior fans, if they call themselves, believe that once Steph Curry retires, their window of championship is done. So they want to trade any future first-round picks or any young players to maximize Curry now because they don't think that they're never going to sniff another championship after. So they don't care about the future.
All right.
And I believe I want to trade Clay. So that's my feeling.
How come? Hey, Mike, you realize by saying you want to trade Clay, the Warrior fans are going to be really mad at you.
Yeah, but everyone thinks Clay is 2019. He's not. He's old. He can't move laterally anymore. He can't shoot as well anymore. I know he led the league in three-point shots, but he takes a lot of volume, and he just pouts a lot. So that's my take on Clay.
Yep, thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. Chris Paul, is he on the market already for the Warriors?
And how much of him?
By the way,
how much does he want to move?
By the way, I know I'm close to on the money when Never Go Full Jeff agrees with me on the YouTube chat.
He's been pounding you all day. Did he agree with you?
He loves the idea of trading Klay Thompson. Never Go Full Jeff.
Yeah.
My man. Yee.
I'll pull some favors for him here and there.
888-957-9570. A lot going on right now. A lot going on. The Golden State Warriors said to be interested in Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday, 33 years old. He's a member right now of the Blazers. Do you want Drew Holiday? What would you give up for Drew Holiday? I know Never Go Full Jeff would give up Klay Thompson, believe it or not. I got you, Never Full Jeff.
Look at you.
My man. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into the conversation. We'd love to have you. 925, it's win now or bust. Okay. Let's give up all our draft picks so we don't have them after the big three retire. But who cares?
But
you know what? I think, here's the thing. Yeah. The Warrior fans that are saying don't worry about the picks down the line, they're the ones who, they won't even be fans if they're not good.
But you're telling Steph, we're worried about the show that's coming on after you. We don't know when it's going to start. Steiny,
that's right, Steph, because we got a business.
I'm going to tell you real quick. I want your answer on the other side. Yeah. How much do you think Chris Paul might want a new location if he really thought this wasn't a good fit?
Good question. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. That segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And one last thing, we will jump into some football. Down the line, we got Ross Tucker, Philmo Mike's favorite guest. He's coming up at 1:30. Get into some football with Ross Tucker. I'll say the number one more time, 888-957-9570. Warriors.
Steiny, you are one pathetic loser.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating.
Yep is right. Hey, never go full Jeff. I love you. You know that, buddy. I'm just messing with you.
You've been in a good mood.
Why wouldn't I be?
It's going on 30 days.
Why wouldn't I be in a good mood?
I don't know. Something happened in Italy.
Think about my life.
Well, you see us
puts most people's lives to shame. And I appreciate my life. Look, when you appreciate what you do, I'm glad you.
You're
brought
stealing
that up.
off my notebook. But go ahead.
Last night I had the privilege of moderating a panel discussion.
How'd that go?
With some underserved people from the underserved students from the San Francisco community. It was wonderful. I was very impressed. I did it at Lincoln High School.
Well, that's why you asked Bonte, did he go to Lincoln?
Yeah,
he went to Washington.
He did. I guess they're rivals, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so the Murray Athletic Development Foundation, gentleman named John Murray, works for the Warriors, has a foundation, and he's trying to uplift underserved youth. And he had me moderate a panel with some people that worked for the Warriors in different facets, and we tried to help them with information on if they would want to get into the business.
Did these youngsters who were so privileged did they learn about you?
Well, we all went through and just said, 3 or 4 minutes about, So, I don't know if they knew who I was, but they knew what I did because I told them, and it was
awesome stuff. Way to give back to the community, man.
It's elite. Yeah,
did you have a sport coat or?
I did. I had a jacket. I went home and changed.
There you go.
Let's go to Judy in Moraga.
Hey,
Judy, how are you?
The hell with the kids.
Woohoo! I'm so excited to be listening to you two, and that's a really cool thing you just did, Steiny. That was neat, but that wasn't why I was calling. I was kind of going to go back to May when you guys did the summit at Fornvino, and you talked about you asked should Draymond go, and there was a kind of a verbal vote going on there.
Yeah.
And now it's should Clay go? So I work with execs all day long about do you have the right team, do you have the right people, the right role, the right roles, doing the right stuff to win. And I guess it's gonna boil down to say maybe Joe's brutal decision as to whether he goes the emotional way, keep Clay because he's been kind of Guru's thing. He's been here so long and he's contributed so much and he's very loved. Or is it going to be? It's really just about the win, and is Holiday the right person, or should we already be thinking about trading Chris Paul?
Yeah, you know what, Judy. Thank you, Judy, for the call. Really appreciate it. And Judy's right on the money. Yeah, it comes out of Lakeland. All right, you want to hear? Can I throw something out there?
So your show.
It's going to take a minute or two to set it up.
Go ahead. I can be quiet. I think for that long.
Let me make it clear. I don't care whether the Warriors trade Klay Thompson or not. I could care less. I couldn't care less. To tell you the absolute truth. I'm sorry to say that. But one thing I was thinking about with Joe Lacob. Think about this, Goo. So he buys the team, and they are not very good. Okay? And then he decides in his second year, I got to trade. I got to get rid of Monte Ellis because we got to tank, and I'm getting rid of our best player, and I'm getting rid of our fan favorite player. And not only am I getting rid of him, I'm going to acquire a guy who's hurt and not even going to play the rest of the year, Andrew Bogut. All right, so he makes that trade, and then it's the Chris Mullin retirement jersey, and he gets booed. Essentially off the stage in 2012, I believe that was. He gets booed off the stage. In other words, people couldn't stand Joe Lacob in back when he traded Monte. Hell, he talked about how his now wife Nicole didn't talk to him for a week or two. So here's what I'm getting at. Joe Lacob has been at half court and heard an entire arena boo him out of the building. He's been disliked. He's been doubted. He's been despised before. So, and that was before he ever won a title. So now he's got 4 titles in his back pocket. And all I'm saying is, you can't tell me he be afraid to make a move? He doesn't care about the fan. I mean, he cares about the fans, but he doesn't care about their reaction. Don't we know that already? He endured what he endured with Monte Ellis. Now, you might say, well, Monte never won anything. Okay. But it's Joe Lacob. Do you have blind faith in Joe Lacob?
I do.
In other words, if Joe Lacob were to make a move, would he get your support no matter what because of all he's done in the last 10 or 12 years, even if it would be to move on with Klay Thompson? Like,
yes.
He's
earned that.
Okay, are there Warrior fans here? I guess are there Warrior fans out there, or Goo, do you believe that Lacob would not trade Klay Thompson under any circumstance?
With every fiber in my body, I believe he would not trade.
He would
Klay
not.
Thompson. Yes.
Okay, that's where we disagree.
He did, I'm a real one to where, Joe, you are batting 1,000 in my book. So whatever you did, trading Klay, be disappointed. Even if it didn't work, you still cannot come down from your Don status. But you really believe?
I disagree with you there.
Okay,
yeah, we have a disagreement there. I think Joe Lacob, the way I set it up, if Joe Lacob thought he could trade Klay Thompson and be better now and get more flexibility for the future, I think he would do it. Like, I'd like that's what I'd rather focus on rather than what I think. I don't matter. I don't matter.
So
we don't matter. And Judy's right.
But Curry matters. Draymond matters to a degree.
They do, but nobody matters more than Joe Lacob. And Joe Lacob has proven during his ownership he does do it his way.
Yeah, Frank Sinatra.
So here's the other thing. You can't have it both ways. Like, you can't say Joe Lacob, light years, best owner in sports, without being dynamic. You can't get that moniker without being bold. You don't get that reputation by playing it safe and keeping things the same.
Yeah, but
Joe Lacob, I believe, would do anything outside of trading Steph Curry to milk this thing longer, even if it includes moving Klay Thompson or Draymond Green. That's what I think.
And 90% of the Warriors' offense, to me, is they're shooting from the Splash Brothers. So it's not like Klay Thompson's where Brandon Crawford's at, to where you could kind of see, like, you know what, this guy could be done. And I know what Brandon has done, but right now he looks old. Klay is either 2019 Klay, hell no, but he can still make the most shots and take the most three-pointers in the game. And to go with Steph Curry, you still have your nucleus, Donnie. You still have the antidote that had you win a chip, which Klay was a part of just in 2022. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So whatever you got back, I don't think would make up for what you lost in regard to some of your heart and soul on what you do offensively. That's why I feel like
you get better defensively. Does that matter at all?
No, it doesn't when I lose Klay's shooting.
Okay, it's not like
it's
Klay averages 20 a game, Drew Holiday averages 15. We got to make up 5 points. That's the way I kind of look at it.
And I get, you know what, for a second there, I was like,
but here's the other thing, Goo.
Your boy came back into trade, but yeah.
But here's the other thing, Goo, that I was thinking. If you were to move Klay, you're not getting a Scribini. You're getting an NBA champion.
And for a second there,
Drew Holiday's an NBA champion. So, again, the argument, Steiny, Monte Ellis is not Klay Thompson. Oh, I know that. We know that. What I'm standing on is I do believe Joe Lacob would have the guts to make a move like that. I guess. Let's just simplify it to there. If you think differently, I respect that disagreement. But why? Explain to me why you think Joe Lacob's more nostalgic than a killer. Because I've just seen Joe Lacob.
Because they're on a journey together, Stoney. They're on a journey together. And Klay went through the dark times. He's come out of the dark times. They've won a championship since that. You talk about Klay was on the team when he got booed. I'm just telling you, Steiny, they're family. And I'm not trying to stick up for a guy that's not bringing anything to the table. Klay is, but let's be real and put the right on the table. Brought to you by Atco. Of all the real basketball aficionados you know, how many of them do you think if you picked up the phone or sent them a text, even your guy in Washington, would do that trade, Drew, for Clay on this version of the Warriors?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I think
because that's the other part. The Clay, he's just a perfect fit.
You know what?
And he's been one.
Okay. Klay Thompson's an icon.
Yeah.
I get that. But he did not have a good year last year. His 3-point shot be damned. He was in his career. He was bad the first 2 months, and he was bad when it counted the most.
But in between that, Steiny, if somebody wanted to know the number, it was where his career average has been 39-40%. You can't take that from him.
That's fine.
But you can point out it was ugly, it was boo-boo in the playoffs. Okay, I got nothing for you. But over an 82-game stretch for a guy that did not pick up a basketball, allegedly, last off-season, I got to believe I'm getting a way stronger and more consistent Klay Thompson. And if you can lead the league in threes and attempts, do I dare say tired legs, my goodness, watch out if you've been working like we think you've been this season.
San Jose Jazz fan on the YouTube chat. I thought we had a new Steiny. An empathetic Steiny.
Wow.
A Steiny who cared. Even a little, but no. Steiny could not care less if Clay was traded. I hate being misrepresented.
Yeah, no.
I can't stand being misrepresented.
Speak on it.
Here's the question to Warrior fans. It's got nothing to do with Matt Steinmetz. I'm a nobody. I don't matter. The question is, would Joe Lacob make the move? And my answer is, I believe Joe Lacob would move off of one of the big three outside of Curry, which means two guys, Draymond and Clay. I believe he would move off either of those guys if he thought they'd be better now and it gave him more flexibility for the future. I think he would make the trade even though it is Klay Thompson. That's all I'm saying.
And that's
I'm not saying I would too.
That's a hell of a bargain to turn down, a deal to turn down, though, Steiny. Get better now and alleviate some of the pay. I'm like, damn, where's that at? But it ain't that cut and dry, Steiny.
Drew's 3-point percentage worse than Clay. No kidding. I'm not saying Clay can't shoot threes. Okay, but you know what? If we're going to put rats... Drew Holiday's a better all-around player than Clay.
Well,
Clay's one-dimensional.
All right. I don't think you'll get a fight there.
Well, obviously I get a fight there. But the question isn't what I think of Clay.
I want to throw something at the window and not at you. Because now you got me... It's pumping through my veins now. This is all about what the big three have left, damn it. And if Jonathan Kuminga, who has not reached his full potential yet, and I'm not blaming him, if he's got to be part of something that can help us get number 5 or 6 or 7, damn it, that's a no-brainer. It is a no-brainer. And if you're telling me Jonathan Kuminga, who I love, is the guy that you're going to give the baton to, nah, I don't see that. If something greater is going to present itself, a different type of player that's going to get that baton from Steph, it ain't going to be Kuminga, Steiny. So if I'm Daryl Lacob, I'm going all in and get number 5, 6, or 7, Jack.
And clearly that's what they're trying to do.
And I don't think CP3, you could talk to me all day till you're blue in the face. I think they know, and it was done a lot because of financial reasons and implications, but that is not Drew Holiday. That was done for other reasons, and of course they're going to do the dog and pony show of, we're all, yeah, but it don't even make, we got 6 starters, please. This would be seamless.
I love how it's seamless with Drew Holiday.
Because he's bringing...
When you move Looney to the bench, but it's not seamless if you move Looney to the bench for Chris Paul.
What is the thing?
But Looney's going to go to the bench either way, so he's probably not going to be happy, whether it's Drew Holiday or Chris Paul.
I was talking about when I was single. I'll take another crack at it. I'm single. I'm dating a girl. I've gone out with a young lady a few times. I call her after the 3rd date. She says hello. I can no longer see you. I say why. I'm seeing somebody. I would be hurt. But if I had that same conversation, he says, yeah, I've been Jay-Z, I met him. I'm going with Jay-Z. I wouldn't be as hurt.
I'd be more hurt.
No, I'd understand. Like, it's Jigga.
I have a wife.
Like, it's different. You know what I mean? It ain't no regular Joe Schmo. You got Jay-Z. I'd be happy for you. So my thing with that analogy is it's all about Looney. Why are you not starting?
Okay.
CP3, let me go talk to the coach.
Right.
Looney,
There's no
you not
chance.
starting. Why? Goo, they got Drew Holiday.
Hey,
I'd be like, all right, Looney.
No, this is how it went.
Yeah.
As long as we're getting into fantasy land. Here's how it went.
Big blame.
Steve Kerr went up to Looney and said, hey, we got Chris Paul. Would you mind coming off the bench for Chris Paul? And Looney goes, I ain't coming off the bench for Chris Paul, but if we go get Drew Holiday, then I'll come off the bench. Come on.
But see, I'm not mad at that, but it's bigger than Looney's perspective from that standpoint. It's about the team. And I just believe athletically
what about
and
the team with Chris
defensively, your boy runs circles around where CP3 is at in his career. That's all. And no shade at CP3.
If Lacob wanted to move off one of the big three, why did he extend Draymond? Because he didn't want to give up any of the big three for nothing.
I give you that. That's heavy, man. And it's probably somebody said that analogy was dumb as hell. Big Z.
What analogy?
Mine. Shout out Big Z.
I just think it's interesting.
You think something's happening though, huh?
Oh, definitely. I don't know necessarily with the Warriors.
He canceled.
I'm gonna
Kerr canceled with the Rose.
I'm gonna make a prediction.
Put it in the cap.
I think Holiday will be traded pretty soon.
Oh, there's
how about that?
Okay.
Like before Monday.
Before Monday. Okay.
I think so.
All right, I'm gonna ask you and Evan.
It just
Evan,
feels like too much is going on.
If it's not the Warriors, give me a team. I'm telling you, it's Boston. If it's not the
I think
Warriors,
it's going to be Miami.
Okay, Evan.
He's not listening.
All right.
He's
working.
Yes, he is working.
No, that's what I said.
No, this time he is really working though.
Oh, I got you.
It's
We'll
not-
get his answer.
Oh no, actually he's eating.
Oh,
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And we're entertaining the possibility of Drew Holiday. Why are we doing that? Because Portland's trying to trade him. Portland's going young, everybody.
Can I sick the Steiner on a texter on the Comcast business text line?
If it's got your back, I will.
925 had nothing to do with me. I want you to give them this smoke. All right. Drew and CP3 are the same player. Wouldn't they want two different skill sets? I'll turn it over to you.
They're different.
Oh boy, go.
Drew Holiday and
Go
Chris Paul are
ahead,
different.
boy. Talk to. That's what you got.
Drew Holiday's a better defensive player.
Man,
there's no doubt. But
and finisher.
But let me put you here on the spot a little bit because I want you to explain where you're at with Chris Paul because it sounds like you're close to thinking he's done. Is that fair?
No doubt about it. Okay. And when I say done, you are still great, CP3. You are going to the Hall of Fame. I rooted for you when you guys had that massacre against Dallas on your own, and I felt like you were the one that could have picked up the slack, but maybe physically you weren't capable. But now I just don't like the Draymond component of this, and Draymond not bringing the rock up. Drew Holiday would be Carl Lewis. Get the ball, somebody get the rebound, we're running. Chris Paul ain't running these days. So, okay, maybe you run with the starters in the second unit come in and you skin the cat differently. But if now we got a problem and the starter thing, that tells me he's not all the way bought in. So if there's a chance to bypass this uncomfortable acclamation, we can do it and get greater at doing it because something just shocked the world with the Dame trade that has a guy with the caliber and skill set of Drew Holiday available. Life is incredible. Take advantage, Lacob. Go all in. Poker term.
From the YouTube chat, Never Go Full Jeff saying Steiny's ignoring the fact that if they trade Clay instead of CP3 for Drew, the team gets even smaller. Nope. You're wrong, Jeff. They make it smaller height-wise, but Drew Holiday plays bigger than Klay Thompson. He plays bigger than Klay Thompson. He just does.
I ain't mad at that. I like that. It's fact. And he damn sure plays bigger than CP3.
It almost sounds to me if Joe Lacob were to trade Klay Thompson, some people would stop being Warrior fans. There's no chance that happens, right?
Not to that degree.
In Lacob, we trust, no matter what.
Because it's the Golden State Warriors, Stoney, not Thompson's. Dude, we got a preseason game October 7th.
I don't know. Yeah, playing the Lakers, I think, right?
Then they don't play them in the regular season to 2020.
What?
Schedule makers call me
I don't look
up.
at the schedule.
I
haven't looked at the schedule since it comes out. I don't even know who their opener is.
You're playing.
I know who their opener is,
Okay.
Phoenix. I have no idea who their second game is.
All right.
Because you know what happens? It's really weird with the schedule. It's crazy how they do this, but every year you play the Eastern Conference teams twice and most of the Western Conference teams 4 times. So it's always going to be some variation of that.
Look at you.
Don't give a rat's behind if, we're in Charlotte in March. So what?
415 Comcast Business Text Line. Damn, Guru, you're so full of crap. You sound like a child. But that kills him when I read it. Yeah.
Kills who?
Whoever wrote that to try to throw me off.
They try to throw us off all the time.
Yeah, when
Guru.
you read it, you
guys
just
got
spray right
nothing
on.
out there.
It's called repellent.
Yes.
Hater repellent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Guru and I. Insulated. We are insulated. It's an insulation sensation.
I know the boss might not like this, but I really want to hear more about last night, you and the kids.
What happened? Oh.
How long was it?
About an hour and a half.
Well, that's dope, man.
About an hour and a half. Guru's referring to... Can I be honest with you, though?
I hate when you say that because then I feel like you're lying.
No, but like you said, thanks for... it's cool that you're giving back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
don't ruin it.
It's the least I could do. Dude, I go to Lincoln High School for an hour and a half, and I talk to some kids along with 3 or 4 other people for an hour and a half. It's like, come on.
Dude. But the question is, why don't we do it more?
St. Matthew.
Okay, then why don't we do it more unsolicited? Why don't, how come you and I, when we're having the lunch at the cafeteria, why don't we say, you know what? How could we benefit some not that we're Jay-Z and Snoop, but how could we benefit some youngsters here in the Bay Area, boys and girls?
Well, that's what John Murray did. He started his own foundation. And
is he the one with the afro?
No.
Okay. At the Scores table?
You know what? Maybe Guru and I will start a foundation.
No, for real.
We should.
There's no cost, right?
No.
That's my only problem.
No, we'd register it as a nonprofit.
Oh, let's go.
We would need donations, though, from philanthropists to get us up and running.
The ballers we see on a daily basis.
Oh, gosh. No, but it was it makes you feel good.
I've done something like that. I would like to do more.
And, dude, the high school kids were engaged, and they were asking good questions, and it was a uplifting experience at Lincoln High School in the city. 888-957-9570 is the number. Drew Holiday, you in or you out? And what do you think Joe Lacob is? You think Joe Lacob? Would he? Could he? Should he? The legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire is back in the Bay Area at historic Mare Island. Experience creativity, innovation, and endless possibilities 2 weekends, October 13th through the 15th, and then the 20th through the 22nd. Tickets at makerfair.com.
During Jeep Adventure Days, get $11,000 in lease support on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xE. $11,000 lease.
Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Tim. Stein and Guru.
It's that time.
House.
Yeah, baby. It's
what time?
Tim Roy time.
Oh, yeah?
We got football, NBA during the week with baseball, playoffs, college football Saturday. This one you wish you weren't married, man.
You did it again.
That did come out.
You're sending bad signals.
Nah, she ain't
about
listening.
partnerships.
Yeah. I'll be all right.
Should I go here or not? It's a little bit about.
We don't do scared business.
But it's
go ahead.
It's a little it's self-serving.
Oh no, you ain't been big-headed since you lost in fantasy. So go ahead.
I was with somebody yesterday, and they called me something, and I thought about it, and it might have been the best compliment I've ever gotten in my entire life.
The beauty of
I'm being
what we
completely
do,
serious.
You're going to share it, and not just Evan.
Guess the word. Somebody said I was blank.
Go ahead. Said you were what?
Forget it.
Come on, Steiny.
Nah, you're sticking it to me.
No.
Kind?
No.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's be realistic
Shot in
here.
the dark there.
I was called trustworthy.
I'll give you that. There's no doubt.
That's a good word.
Oh, there's no doubt. That's a hell of a compliment.
Yeah.
That's better
you
than
not
kind.
heard that before?
No, I've never heard that before. No, I haven't.
No, I kind of quibbled. That's big.
Anyway.
Right.
Thank you.
I've heard it about 8 times about it. But anyway, good for you, Steiny.
Well, you're a better friend than me. We've established
no, there's
that.
no doubt.
You are far more loyal than me.
Yeah. I hate
No,
that.
I'm sorry.
No, I hate
you are
that that's
far
the
more
case.
loyal than I.
I got you.
You know, I
I
changed
like
that.
team meetings too. Show meetings.
No
Go
meeting
ahead.
today.
Look at him.
Night, boss. No meeting today.
And we got to get Tucker at
Fly,
1:30.
Eagles, fly. I was looking at the boss.
Dude, oh boy.
Let's catch you up on some stuff real quick. Drew Holiday apparently is going to be on the move pretty soon. And the Warriors are said to be interested, and they're said to have a package that could be competitive. Now, Drew Holiday is going to be sought after, and the question becomes, what would you give up for Drew Holiday? Would you give up Chris Paul and Jonathan Kuminga? I just threw out there Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, and a number 1 future pick. And somebody on the text line, on the Comcast Business text line, said that was too much to give up for Drew Holiday. Now, Drew Holiday is a damn good player. NBA champion, too. So we're just throwing that out there, talking about the Golden State Warriors, and then talking about Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob is a river. That's the one, there's no malice here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying get rid of Clay. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is I believe we've got the kind of owner in Joe Lacob. And I'll say it. Warrior fans, don't you get it? The guy's a riverboat gambler.
No doubt about it.
The guy literally plays in high-stakes poker games.
But he's not heartless.
We don't know that. And
the reason I say I feel like I know that.
Can you become a billionaire without having some heartlessness in you? I don't think you can.
Oh, Steiny, there's a lot of people got lucky.
I mean, he's a self-made man, too.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm going off of this while I'm saying he's not hard. He has a heart. Steph, Clay, and Dre are untouchable. And
I would disagree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and
that's as far as it goes.
Okay. And that's where I would.
But it's enough for me.
Let me ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. Forget me. Forget Goo. And forget what you think. My question to all Warrior fans out there is, do you believe that Joe Lacob would move off one of the big 3 if he thought it was beneficial? The way I answer that is, of course he would. But I'm not saying I'm right. I am not saying I'm right. I just believe Joe Lacob's got the kind of personality and makeup that he would move off Clay or Draymond if it benefited the Golden State Warriors. Now, you may feel different, and I'm interested to hear If you do, and why? 888-957-9570. You just think Clay's a bridge too far.
That no doubt about it. Even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't do it because of what Clay has meant. That's all, Steiny. I come from that cloth. Like, I'm cutthroat too, but damn it, these are the three amigos. They built it, and Clay's had the dark times. He's now coming out of that. They've won a championship again since after that. Now, man,
you know what?
And you know what I'm gonna say, Steiny? You might not agree. It's a street term.
I'm gonna say something that you're not gonna agree
All
with
money
either.
ain't good money.
Oh, it's.
And to trade Clay, I believe the collateral damage off the court probably wouldn't even be worth the win on the court.
But he suffered collateral damage when Monte got traded, and he battled back and put together a winner.
I was so mad at him.
I know you were. Maybe you'll be more mad at him in a week.
No, it's not going to happen.
Probably not. You're probably right. But it's more about
I got to be careful here.
The idea.
Have you and Evan ever thought about if Drew looks at the Warriors as, even with his services, we're a player? Or is he looking at, look what the Lakers have done? Look what I'm asking you, what do you think Drew Holiday is thinking about this current Warrior situation with him in it? Because as excited and the fact that I've talked myself into they need to go all in, Steiny, I do wonder if he says, is he the only big we got? Is he enough down low? Like, is he looking at us like we're looking at him? Are there other more attractive places?
Maybe, but he's not in control of that.
Oh, damn. Hot damn.
But let me ask you a question. Like, if you're Drew Holiday, do you want to come to the Warriors? He might not want to come to the Warriors because he's probably saying, I might not even start there. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'll say this about that.
Yep.
If Chris Paul, it hasn't been determined, and that fight to me going boxing is in the 15th round of we don't know if he's coming off and there's 6 starters, the better player in this scenario is Drew Holiday by far, so he should start. I hope that he shouldn't even be pondering that question.
All right.
But dude, Boston.
But
who else, Steiny?
What, that would want Holiday?
Yeah, no, I mean, they have the
Run down
Lakers.
Give me the standings.
The Clippers.
Give me the standings. Clippers.
Boston.
Lakers.
Milwaukee.
Warriors. Denver.
Okay.
Sac. Like, any team on the rise would want Drew Holiday.
Man.
Now, you can't just drop him onto a roster.
Memphis.
You're going to have to give something up. Yeah, why not? He can play anywhere.
Miami, Dallas.
Jim's in San Francisco. Hey, Jim. What's up, my man?
What?
How are you?
How you doing?
Dynamite.
Okay, yeah, this is Gil. Anyways, I was talking, wanted to talk about the big three. Been a fan of the Giants, Niners, Warriors since the 70s.
Okay.
And I hate to see the big three get, broken up. But if it would benefit us to win, why not? We're talking about history here in San Francisco where we've traded Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Rick Barry, Juan Marichal, Joe Montana away. But why is it such a cardinal sin to trade away Clay?
Wow.
Well, thanks, Jim.
I mean,
you're right.
Examples.
I mean, you're not right, but you have an opinion that other people share.
And those were heavyweights that he talked about.
How would it be beneficial if it would upset much of the fan base, and that's where the revenue comes from? And that's kind of what I'm saying, 510. He traded Monte Ellis and got booed out of the building.
This is crazy.
12 years ago.
Yeah.
And I get it. Monte Ellis is not Klay Thompson, but he was a fan favorite.
Oh, my gosh.
And what I'm getting at is Joe Lacob was absolutely willing, able, and more than ready to stand in front of Warrior fans and explain and talk to them about why he traded Monte Ellis. So I don't think my point is he's not afraid to do it. I don't think.
I got you.
I don't think. But
you do feel like there's a buzz happening
no
today.
Doubt. There is. There's absolutely a buzz. We got Windhorst reporting that the Warriors are among some teams. He's at ESPN. We got Chris Mannix, SI senior writer, talking about the Warriors could put together a package for Drew Holiday. Most of those guys have Chris Paul and Kuminga, but I'm not sure I'm getting rid of Kuminga. Tough
and you
one.
ain't getting them.
Some tough ones. These are some tough ones to figure out whether you would do it or not. John's in Richmond. Hey, John, what's going on, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, John.
Yeah. Hey, am I on?
Yes.
All right. Hey, Steiny. I'm calling about this Drew Holiday thing.
Okay.
And all I can say is the Kerr 6'9" and under league experiment was exposed in the World Cup. So I agree with the earlier caller. Warriors need to get some size and not age. So any discussion of Drew Holiday getting older and smaller, that's just not a starter for me. That's all.
Fair enough. Thanks, John.
I was going to ask John, did he want Dwight Howard? Who the hell is John?
Safe to say, yeah. I'll just speak for him.
Rudy Gay came out of nowhere. It was about Dwight. He was going to L.A. to work out with...
415 Steiny, I would have agreed with you about Lacob, but then he extended Draymond when it would have been the perfect time to turn the page on the core three.
Wow.
Guru got you there. Oh, you didn't need to stick that in there. Well, my answer would be you had to re-sign Draymond because
you weren't giving him away for nothing.
Yeah, you can't let him walk for nothing. Like, that's the one thing that I don't
But if they were really high on Kuminga like we thought,
that's true.
He would have been the something.
That's fair. That is fair. They are not, the Warriors are not comfortable. We're not comfortable letting Draymond go because Kuminga can't fill in for him. They don't believe. If they thought Jonathan Kuminga could play 4 and was ready for that mantle, I do believe they probably would have moved off Draymond.
And I wondered,
but they don't have him.
I wonder if Day said as much when he said, not the handwriting's on the wall, but he said some things early on in the season like, it's a business, and I wonder if he was thinking maybe Kuminga would be more further along than we thought.
Well, I remember saying when they...
And I just had another crazy thought before you go.
Go ahead.
Did Draymond look at Kuminga? Maybe that's why he didn't help him as much. Like, I could be helping my replacement. I'm just saying.
Hey.
Just the thought just occurred to me, and I blurted it out. But go ahead.
Who knows? Maybe. I know this, that I remember when we were talking about should they extend Draymond or should they not extend Draymond, the one thing I remember saying is, if you re-sign him for 4 years, you may as well trade Kuminga.
That's how I feel.
So, no, Steiny, signing Draymond showed Lacob is not a killer. Okay, that's one way to look at it. I'm not going to denigrate you. Good conversation. Scott Marin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm listening to a lot of disrespect for Mr. Klay Thompson. I tell you that, man.
How come?
I think it's a basketball move. That would be. I think it would be stupid. I mean, I know Klay. He didn't have his greatest year last year, coming off a championship. But from all indications, is that he's got it together. And I think it would just be a disaster, even on the basketball floor. I think Thompson is poised to have a big year. And I think even with CP3 is going to help him do that as well. He's been playing with Jonathan.
Scott, let me put it to you this way, because I get. If you don't want to trade Klay for Drew Holiday, that's fine. But what I was more surprised at is I put it out there generically that I think forget me, I think Joe Lacob would move Klay Thompson if he thought it was a really good move for now and the future. Whatever that move is, I don't know. But I think, I
agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. He would. I have no problem with that. But this would not be
fair.
That.
Yeah.
Number one,
okay.
You would be. He's going to be there for 1 year. I mean, it's not worth it.
I'm with you.
So, no. All right, man.
Good stuff, man. But no, Scott, that's good.
Steiny, I just
want to make it clear. I'm not saying trade Klay Thompson.
But Steiny, this dude shot 41.2% from 3 last year.
In the playoffs?
No. But that's why I'm bringing this up.
Right.
Don't you feel like you're being overbearing?
He's one-dimensional.
Yeah, but when that one-dimensional was working, Steiny, besides Steph, he's the purest catch and shoot, let it go thing we've seen.
This is where
41.2%.
You're putting me in a position to have to be overly critical of Klay Thompson. You're right. I don't really want to do that. But he's not the same player he was, Goo.
I give you
well,
that.
That's important.
But who is?
That's the point, Goo. When Klay Thompson was at his best, he was
I got
the best.
All right.
And he allowed the Warriors to do something that many teams couldn't do.
Okay.
Which was put a great defender.
No doubt.
That's gone. That comes at a price.
All right, but let me just tell you something. I feel like you're forgetting the 22 championship where with this new Klay Thompson.
I am forgetting about that because it's 2024 soon.
They won it with this version of Klay.
And he was worse last year.
Was he?
I'm rebutting people that say Klay had a great year. I don't know what you remember.
I'm not picking. He made the most threes in the league.
That's right, because he had 2 great months.
He shot his 41.2% from three.
More shooting games from three, under 30% during this season than any other season in his career.
But him
so
with Wiggins and
more
Steph,
bad games last year
I think he's
shooting.
the best compliment to Steph Curry still. With whatever version you want to say he is of himself, he's the best. It goes through the Splash Brothers mixed with Wiggins and Dre.
Right.
Like, the formula is still the same, and it's working.
No, it's not the same, Goo. It's not the same formula.
Me why. Last year it didn't work.
Clay could guard better 2 years ago. He just could.
Right.
And also,
I got
now he can't guard point guards like he used
and that's
to.
Why
that made the Warriors go.
I got you. But, Steiny, what about when Wiggins took some of those duties when they beat he wasn't getting exploited by a Brown or Tatum in the finals.
Do you think he can do what Klay did? You think he can do what Klay did? I think Klay moved far better laterally when he was at his prime than Wiggins.
There's no doubt. I'm just telling you, he's better physically than what he was when they beat the Celtics. And
we'll see.
And if you're going to fight me
I'll say
over
we'll
82 games and 40%, which is my career, where I'm at, I can get. Google was
shot
too much
the ball,
up and down.
He shot the ball at the same percentage. He always shoots it from three, but he's declining in every other area. What?
I ain't fighting. That last one you just said, I'll give you that, but that was still the theme when they beat the Celtics. So what makes me think that they can't get it done this year with
Denver's the champion.
Klay?
Denver's the defending champion. The Warriors haven't won it for 2 years.
Yeah, and they got a Jokic problem. I don't think it's a Klay problem. I just like the shooting that these two dudes still have is second to none, Steiny.
No, they are second to none now.
Okay.
Like, they're not who they were. Klay was the best. Like, this is what he was the best two-way perimeter defender in the league in 2018 or 19.
Okay.
He's not that player. He's still good. But that's important stuff when you're talking about winning it all.
Right. And when I'm trying
they don't beat the Rockets unless he defends Harden in those series. That's the way I feel.
Somebody said, why are we not talking about Klay's the most threes? I just said it 8 times. Steiny, I hear what you're saying. They don't have at their disposal. What I'm telling you is the 2023-2024 Golden State Warriors go as far as Klay and Steph take them. Mix with Wiggins, mix with Dre. Their arsenal and ability to hopefully be on at the same time, to me, because I watched Klay and the struggles of last year when Curry wasn't there, the Klay now, oh my God.
Oh my God, what?
He is still a marksman.
He and Steph Curry
now, you talking defense, I'm going to be quiet.
Did you detect any slippage from Curry and or Klay in the postseason?
No, fatigue, no doubt about it.
So there you go. If you're saying this whole season rests on how far Steph and Klay can take you, then I think you're admitting it might be close to over because both those guys wore down at the end of the season. They both did. Neither of them Steph had a great game against Sacramento. Won him that series virtually single-handedly, but the numbers are the numbers. Klay will take
and I remember what Klay wasn't against the Lakers. I do get that. But Steph even wasn't at his best against the Lakers.
Okay, but you're willing to kind of just dismiss that.
I'm saying Curry's back got tired, and so did Klay picking up Wiggins' weight when he was gone. There was a residual effect for Wiggins being gone.
So Wiggins being hurt
was why
he wasn't
hurt. He was just gone.
When Wiggins was gone,
Wiggins
being gone is one of the reasons Clay and Steph broke down.
I believe. And they weren't perfect, but they had to carry loads most nights that people didn't even see. And when Wiggins came back and it was ready to be go time, legs were tired. I believe. Now, do you think
But this year they're
the fact that they're not
get
getting
younger.
older?
Like they're getting older.
But Steiny, sometimes when you get young upstairs mentally, that helps you. Like they're not decrepit on the floor. Now, if they're going to be one, that makes you younger and feel spry. And that's why I'm up here telling you, I ain't coming in here like no fanboy. Clay's working out. Clay's going to be stronger. Now, could he still have a bad? We'll see. I wouldn't bet on it. But he's going to be stronger at the end.
Why would you think that?
Because he had to get over, and he shared it with us, the mental hurdle of not getting hurt, and that's why he didn't pick up a basketball or do anything remotely close to get his legs stronger, because he was like, I just finished a year. I don't want to mess it up. This season he was active. And I don't even got to say anything about Steph.
Supposedly.
You know what Steph is bringing.
408, this trading Clay talk is crazy. Maybe. I'll tell you what, Joe Lacob's thought of it. That's all I'm saying. He's thought of it. And the one thing I'll say is, like, here's the part that I don't know.
No, go ahead.
It's like they won the title 2 years ago. Last year, okay, there were reasons. They won 44 games. I had it written down. Steph's 35, 36. Draymond's 33. Clay's 33. Like, why do you think they're coming back and they're going to be better than they were last year, even though they're older? That's what I'm asking.
It's incredible. The same thought process that had me thinking that they couldn't really win it in 2022. You, Evan, and I were at the.
Okay, so hold on.
Nobody saw that coming.
Hold on. Last year, the Warriors were stubbing their toe all season. All season, they're stubbing their toe.
Was up. Steiny, the punch and the road record. The signs were there.
That's what you're going with.
And then the sabbatical by Wiggins.
Okay, that's what you're going with.
Those are big deals, though.
Okay, that's what you're going with.
That could take down any boat.
Oh, but I thought we had championship pedigree.
So did I.
And we had special culture.
So did I.
Okay. Well, that's been shattered now.
Well,
Yes,
the glass has been mopped up, swept back up because Poole's gone.
Poole wasn't the problem altogether. Huh? So you think Draymond? Oh, Draymond's going to be fine.
No. I didn't say
Draymond's not a problem.
No, but Steiny, it's a fresh start.
It's a fresh start, but these guys are getting older. Like,
well, they're not ready for canes and wheelchairs.
No, but if I'm Steve Kerr, are you going to play these guys more this year or less?
I don't know the answer to that. Okay. I don't know the answer to that, Steiny.
I mean,
but I'm worried about come
better
April.
Be less.
Yeah, I'm worried about April.
They'll be beat because they're an older team. They're gonna have to somehow fight through it. But it's gonna be hard. Mac Zach, Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Yeah, I got something I'm worried about.
Hey, Mac. Hey, Mac. Can I ask you a favor?
Oh, good call, Steiny.
Can you hang on through the break? Because I got to get a break here, but I'll put you through right away in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I will.
All right. Thank you, Mac. Appreciate it. We'll get to Mac on the other side. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a new fire pit or conversation set. Ashley has everything you'll need. Shop in-store or visit ashley.com today.
When the going gets tough, Ram trucks keep you going. Hurry in for great deals during Ram Power Days. Ram, built to serve. Get 0% financing for 72 months on the purchase of a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab. Hurry into Ram Power Days. Finance offer not compatible with any other offers. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 10/2.
Brighten your plate with refreshing organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic Honeycrisp apples for $3.29 per pound with Prime through October 3rd. Take it on the go for a hearty snack to bite into. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall around the corner, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race, and kids back in school, it's easy to see what the buzz is all about. Speaking of electricity, did you know that Subaru makes an all-electric vehicle? The Subaru Solterra is a go-anywhere, all-electric, symmetrical all-wheel drive vehicle built by Subaru, a brand you can trust. Now you can go anywhere and help the environment while avoiding the gas pump at Stevens Creek Subaru. Whether it's a new or certified vehicle, service, parts, or you just want a great cup of coffee from the Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination.
This month, lease a new 23 Solterra Limited for $348 per month. Just $348 for a new Solterra EV from Stevens Creek Subaru, plus tax for 36 months with $69.95 due at lease signing. MSRP $56.35. No security deposit needed. 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN number PA015431. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Thanksgiving is almost here. Bring on the food and your extended family. But first, bring in the new carpet. The Home Depot has the styles you want in colors you'll love from brands you trust. And installations included. Schedule your measurement by October 16th.
Amari Stoudemire out there. You know, I just remember like, here we go. You know, another humdrum season. You know, and that's how I feel with our new GM. It's like he's a humdrum player, a vanilla player. He's going to be a vanilla humdrum GM, and we're going to follow that pattern and be a humdrum team again. Appreciate the call, Mac Zach.
Wow.
Well, that's I'll work with you halfway there, Mac Zach, and if that is the way Dunleavy is, how's that going to work with Joe Lacob, who's more up and down?
Yeah.
Maybe like Bob Myers is pretty even keeled, and I think of Mike Dunleavy that way too. So we'll see. How they work together, Goo. That dynamic's just starting out.
Yeah, but I'll say this for Dunleavy Jr. I don't think this was a seamless fit with CP3, so my antennas are raised. But you can easily erase that away if somehow you were to facilitate a trade to land the Warriors' Drew Holiday and the big three mainly, the big four with Loondog.
Let's go to Dan in Napa. What's going on, Dan? How you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going well.
Hey, so did you guys see the press conference with Steve Kerr a couple of days ago and Mike Dunleavy?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the things they talked about for this year, and even a problem for last year, was kind of the connectivity of the team. And I just think pulling Clay out would kind of go against everything they think.
That's fair.
So I think too that the championship year before last kind of bought Steph whatever he wants, and there's no way Steph is going to say, "Oh yeah, I'll trade Clay for anybody." So I think it's a good conversation point. I think it's fun, but they're ride or die. I think with these three until it's over. So it may get ugly before it gets better, but I think they're talking about the reason Poole left is because of the connectivity, not because of his talent level. And I don't know with
Chris Paul,
the guy from Portland, I don't know what his contract status is, but I don't think they're going to, I think they like Chris Paul's expiring contract. So I don't know if he's also on an expiring contract.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to.
Hey, Dan, good call. Real good call. And I give you credit for the connectivity thing.
Yeah, no doubt about
it. Because they were harping on that, and maybe that does have something to do with it.
Because that could have took them down, Stoney, if you take them at their word last year.
Nobody's advocating trading Klay Thompson.
Yeah, not at all.
What I'm saying is I do believe Joe Lacob
would do it.
Is open to everything under the sun if he thinks it would make the team better, with the exception of trading Curry. The other thing that I'm kind of feeling right now, and it's that it's not that I don't have loyalty, but we got to acknowledge something when we talk about the big three. And it's not only is Steph obviously the best player of those three. He's the one. But he's aging better than those other two.
All right.
That matters to me. Like, not only is he the best of the big three, he looks like he can play the longest. Yeah. And because of that, I can't view him as a big three anymore. It's Curry. Curry's still playing the closest to his prime of those two, and I think we can all agree it's not even close, right?
Yeah.
So,
just take Clay off the table with the two back-to-back injuries.
Right.
All right, I got you.
Right.
You'll never make that up.
But to me, that's a factor. It's like when I look at how we're going to be over the next 2 or 3 years, I'm saying I got to expect Dre and Clay to decline. Steph hopefully can keep this up. Like that's the way you talk about it.
Right.
So
and
it's
Dre
about
got
Steph.
paid because I think he could keep it up 4. I know you said he could be traded, but I'm with you.
Let's go to Lou. Lou's in Lafayette. What's up, Lou? How you doing?
Well, yeah, it's going to be hard to outdo the guy before me. He had some really, really good points. Defense is what is talked about much more than you see. So a guy like Ru Holiday, who's known for his defense, would really, really be a huge addition. So I'd certainly want to get him. In terms of Lacob, I got to agree with Matt. I mean, he's going to do what's best, and so I'm with you there. And two more things. First of all, you guys are great, and I hate to say this, Guru, you're good, but Steinmetz, you're tremendous. I've been listening to you since you were a insider many, many years ago for the Warriors. And last, I want to
thank you.
And I want to say something that I've been wanting to get off my chest a long time. This whole idea of load management, which people complain about it all the time, and people don't seem to understand what causes that is the fact that the regular season really doesn't mean much. You could be a 1 to a 6, it doesn't matter. Even if you're a 10, it may not matter very much. And so, I call it the pregular season because, those games are not, so you're going to play some game in February and risk someone getting injured. You're going to sit them down. And no one seems to make the connection between the fact that regular season games don't mean much. That's what causes load management. Plain and simple. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And in fact, I think what is also happening is because teams are load managing, therefore their players get rested. The feeling is, you know what? I'd rather get to the playoffs as a 6 seed healthy than be the 3rd seed, but have my guys play 78 games a year.
Well, it's going to be a lot more difficult to finesse it this year because they're cracking down on it. NBA.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's so easy to do.
He said, what was it, Plaguer?
Pregular, I think.
Was Lou the guy who called you trustworthy last night?
No, he wasn't.
Very
And
complimentary.
that was not shaded me. You're his guy. He gave you love.
He said you're good.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you're great. But no, she liked you.
He sure did.
He gone. Oh, wow.
Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. Ross Tucker, Odyssey's NFL.
Wonder what he's feeling about Hurts, because all he needs to do is get his groove back.
Wide receiver ran a bad route on the first one, and then the second one was like a punt.
Oh, boy, you got Tony Romo-itis. You doing that, yeah.
Okay. Before the 49er fans get on me, 49ers look like the best team in football right now. Not afraid.
You taking them in the points? Oh, we'll do our picks tomorrow. How'd we do
still
last
14?
week? Yeah, 14.
It's still 14.
Yeah, it's down at 30 to 7.
That gets up to 14.5, and I may jump on the cards.
Ooh. That's easy work.
Dude,
it's 2 touchdowns, Donnie.
Yeah, but Arizona comes out. Arizona leads.
Hey, the Giants were down 8.
Halfway through the first quarter.
Giants were
Arizona
down 8 in
7.
the 4th.
San Francisco 0.
You didn't out me, too. I put something on the vine midway through that 4th quarter when the Giants were down 8, spread 10. Like, boy, Uncle Backdoor he's at the front. Then he got ugly.
Tonight's Thursday night game, Detroit versus Green Bay.
You know who's winning this.
I don't know. They haven't played the game yet.
Campbell in Detroit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
-1. And how do you know that?
Because they're a better team. And I like Jordan Love. It's at Lambeau, the game.
They usually put the second team home.
Give me the Packers.
Ooh.
Look at Evan, frisky.
I'm getting Evan in here right now.
Uh-oh.
Aaron Jones? Christian Watson?
No, it's there. Not snitch. No, snitch.
You're the best.
But it's gonna be Evan's very even keeled for the most part. I come in this morning and he is agitated. Not really, but radio agitated.
Yeah.
And something's bothering the hell out of him. And I can't figure out what it is.
Oh, you know what it is.
Well, now I know what it is.
Uh-oh.
He's on Guru's fantasy team.
Go ahead.
His name is Ronald Acuna.
Yeah. What about him?
He didn't like this.
The
40 homers,
back
70 stolen
in
bases.
the ground.
First one to ever do it.
Yeah.
But he stopped the game and picked it. I'm watching in real time because he's my fantasy baseball team. Shout out Frisco Baller. And Evan is so special because I didn't put it on the Vine. You know, I like Flair, but Ricky Henderson, when you break Lou Brock's record, then everything stops. It was a tie game. I just didn't feel like that. You needed that bag like that. And this is what I thought, Evan, before you go. I go, if I'm in a Brave uniform, I'm like, I love you, Ronald, but can we finish the game? Steiny, he took the bag and did it's 70-40. Nobody's ever done. But Evan, go ahead, man. I didn't like it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
That's my guy.
Ronald Acuna is the first MLB player to go 40-70.
Yeah.
Okay. He is nowhere near close to the first man to steal 70 bases in a season, and that is when you hoist the bag. When you break a stolen base record, you can take the base. If you hit the home run record, I don't know if you could take home plate, but you could try to dig it up and carve it out of the ground. Ronald Acuna, in a tie game in a 10th inning of a playoff-centric game, I'm sorry. I do not want to see you hoisting the bag up if you are not the greatest of all time and or your name is Ricky Henderson. I do not want to see a single baseball player take a bag out of its boring, shout out to Bill King, and hoist it into the sky.
I didn't. And Steiny,
I'm trying to think of a way to take the other side here.
And he actually won him the game. They were losing, broke the Cubs' heart. He gets a base hit, steals, he comes home.
Can I get a couple questions in?
You can address the bench.
Do his 70 steals lead the league?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
By the way, there's a guy named Estier Ruiz with 65.
It's not about
Hey, by the way, you said who did 40-60? Remember we were talking about that? Did you give me an answer on that?
That was the point, because we were talking about things that should be celebrated.
Right.
So
no, but you said somebody had hit 40 homers and gotten 60 steals. 60. You said there was one guy to do it? Maybe I misunderstood.
No. I didn't know. I just asked the question because apparently Ronald Acuna is the first person to do anything.
Like the bag is sacred. Ricky Henderson, when you break that record, you go get that bag about that dirt.
So let me get Ricky Henderson stole his 70th base in 1983 on June 25th.
Oh, my God. Ricky was so bad.
It was his 73rd game of the season.
He stole a lot when they were up 6
and Bonte
runs.
came down Evans Road like, dude, he had to. Why are you so mad, bro? But I kind of get what Evan was saying.
Let me get this straight. Just work with me here.
He's also already been honored for going 40-40. He has stopped the game multiple times in order to quite, understandably give him his flowers.
No doubt. He's MVP.
I didn't like it.
I tweeted last night, but Stoney, he went and took the
510. Y'all sound like crusty old man. I agree. Let a guy have fun.
Well, I am one. I was at my hoop game in here. But Stoney, other than that.
So, again, let me get this straight. Last week, we were talking about Brock Purdy. And somebody came up with a stat that he was the only quarterback to win his first 9 games and throw for over 200 yards. Anybody? I said, that's not a record. Oh, it's a record, Steiny. Okay. Well, 40-70 is a record. Take the base out.
Yeah, and if Brock Purdy stopped the middle of the game in the third quarter to take a piece of turf out of Levi's Stadium, we would say, what the hell are you doing? And first down.
Yeah.
Well, Evan, not if Purdy were. How long's Acuna been in the league?
But
5 years?
25.
Yeah,
the feat he accomplished was a combo. You should have took part of the outfield wall with you, because part of what you accomplished is hitting home runs. You don't touch that base until the record is solely about stolen bases. So that's why, and he did it too. He went and he couldn't get it the first time. He was trying to, and I was like, I'm with you, Evan. This ain't all about the stolen base, is why that base should have remained second.
Hey, you might as well bring an acrylic guy out and frame the bat in the middle of the game.
He's a bad dude.
Man, you guys are.
No, we're just real. And I thought about his teammates. Were they like, damn,
they support him.
Yeah, I know that, but did you have to take the bag, though? I'm just saying. Shasky and Bonte didn't like it. Shasky was laughing like, Evan, why are you so mad?
You do you, Acuna.
Well, I like that. That's old.
I know, but
we got Ross Tucker.
Celebrated his 70th steal. What a feat.
There's a guy in the majors with 65.
Yeah. But you know what's funny is, Ricky Henderson this, Ricky Henderson that. Hey, Ricky.
Best to ever
You
do
ever
it.
hit 40? Exactly. You had to set the stolen base record to take that base out of the ground, Ricky. But you didn't hit 40.
If Acuna called Ricky and said, hey, I got to 70 bases. It was a real good time for me. I took the bag out. I hoisted it in front of all God and everyone. Ricky'd say, yeah, Ricky would have had 70 at the All-Star break.
I think, what if Acuna would have said, today, I am the greatest player. Didn't he say that? Today, I'm the greatest.
Yeah. Real quick.
I can't denigrate Ricky. That's an act,
You got
everybody.
me
I'm
so
just messing
mad
around.
at Ricky for not hitting 40.
I said, never even close.
What's his most?
28.
Evan, how would you know that?
Because
and he did
know.
it twice. Evan, you knew too?
Yeah, 1989.
Okay. How would you know that?
Dude, this
I'm
is
fine.
getting personal.
Remember you won Jockford on the Mickey Man? You did something.
Ricky Henderson played for the Yankees.
28.
28.
And
Ask me
Evan
somebody
knew it.
else. Another player out there. I'll give you all kinds of information.
Rod Carew, your favorite.
The most home runs he hit?
Yeah, because we know he could have hit more.
16.
No, I got to fact check it. Yeah, but
Let's go to OG Fillmore.
Sorry, 1990.
Hey, y'all, how y'all doing?
talk
well,
to
man.
us.
Doing well, man.
Hey, man, I just wanted to chime in, man, and let you know that somebody's offering this 3-0, man, because, hey, the Warriors is packed, man. You ain't going to have no more turnovers like you had with Poole. They taking the ball from him. If they sign Rudy Gay, man, hey, man, it's going to be there's no weak spot. And Kuminga is a breakout this year. Nobody talking about Moses Moody. And, man, so you give Steph 30 minutes, Clay 30 minutes. Nobody need to be tired. See, Wiggins was a big part of that because he was gone a long time, man. So, hey, man, I don't know why the people ain't giving the Warriors out, but they finna shot some people.
There it is.
Thanks, OG
He said,
Fillmore.
ain't nobody about to be tired, Stardy.
Okay.
But the Wiggins, we all can agree that hurt, that crippled this team, and Kuminga's psyche. If you want to get,
you know what's funny? You didn't even mention Draymond Green. Shame on you. You're trying to whitewash history.
No, what do you mean? Oh, the punch.
You're naming everything that went wrong last year, and you didn't
that
bring
was
up
obvious.
Draymond Green.
Stop. We made the documentary.
650 says Vegas doesn't think they have a shot. What's Vegas's number? I thought was 48.5. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Right.
Goo,
I got some trivia for you, smart ass.
Okay,
and
give it
Evan.
to me.
Oh, we got time? Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Give
So
it to me.
JD Martinez is 2 RBIs away from 100.
Oh, boy.
That would be the first time Dodgers would have a quartet to drive in 100 runs in the same season. Mookie Freeman and JD Martinez. Can you and Evan name the only other time that has ever happened in Dodger history? 3 guys with 100 RBIs in the same season. I can't see behind me, and what I know of Evan is he's not a cheater, but he could be Googling, but I'm looking at the answers, and I'm so glad, and I hope you don't get it, Stunner.
Is it the 70s?
No.
Is Roy Campanella one of them?
Yes.
So we're going Duke Snyder. Come on. I'm not
Ron
going back.
Say?
No.
He's later. Sorry.
Come on now.
You guys got 2. I'm shocked.
I can't remember who was on those Brooklyn teams.
Yeah,
but
it's not Pee Wee Reese.
Thank you. Duke Snyder. Who's the other one?
Starts with a G, first name.
I'm not doing this.
He had a song called My. That was Johnny
Neil Young?
Gil Hodges.
Okay. All right, who's fourth?
Oh, it's 3.
You said 4.
I said 3, buddy.
Quartet.
You said quartet. That's 4.
I'm reading it's MLB stats.
Okay. How's it going?
All right. No, here, hold on.
Yeah.
Now.
What's going on?
Trio. Yeah. I got you.
No, I got it right here.
What's the word?
JD Martinez
Okay.
is 2 RBIs away from 100 RBIs. That would be the first time Dodgers would have a quartet to drive in 100 runs in the same season. Underneath that, Freddie Freeman joins Mookie Betts and Max Muncy as the first trio of Dodgers with 100 RBIs in a season since Roy Campanella,
Okay.
Gil Hodges, and Duke Snyder.
Okay, so they never have done it before with 4. They're 2 RBIs away from having 4
And
guys
I was
with
waiting
100.
I was waiting on the third answer from you two because you got 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought there
Gil
were 4
Hodges.
guys
Oh,
back
yeah.
in the day.
Gil
That's what a
Hodges.
quartet is. But that's...
Well, you're right there. But it read 3.
Oh, man.
Count the bucket.
Oh. But...
I read what was on here. I
you
got
know
it
what?
right here.
No, we're throwing that out. I won't give you a loss, but you don't
only
get a
got
win.
2. You only got 2. You guys were stuck
You said
on
there
2.
were 4.
No, I said 3. Can you name the other 3?
Here's my goo.
Did I give you real quick? Did I
Do
give
you
you
know
4
what
Dodgers?
a quartet is?
Yeah. I gave you 3.
Goo, I have to say, even though you just got me mad about this quartet and the Dodgers, you look great. I mean, you look fantastic in that,
I
in
get a
that New
haircut
Jersey.
today. Shut up.
Oh, do
Marky.
you?
Yeah, Marky
Okay.
D. Yeah. So don't get mad. Don't take it up with me.
No, I'm taking up how good you look, Goo.
I feel like I don't look good, and I feel like you're playing. We call that dry capping.
No, that's not what I'm doing, literally. I'm not dry capping. I give you my word.
Oh, you talking about my weight loss?
No, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you how I'm doing, Stoney. It's soda weight loss. Your boy's happy. I'm down 24 pounds. And the best part about this whole journey is sodaweightloss.com. SOTA, Stoney has provided me with my own personalized nutritionist. Her name is the beautiful Rebecca. And what's happening is I'm cutting out junk food, my late night eating, and SOTA has provided me with their own food, Stoney. So right now, I got specified times throughout the day that I eat and put the food in my temple, and I'm doing this from the comfort of my own home, and I'm dropping pounds rapidly, and I want you to be a part of this journey. Go to SOTAweightloss.com.
That's state of the art. Nice job, Goo.
That was worse than Buckner. Remember Buckner and missed the ball? You threw it, yeah.
Well, yeah,
no
there's
doubt.
miscommunication.
Yeah, no doubt. Because I was fighting on you and Evan about this court, because they did word it wrong. Because it is 4, but it's only 3.
They actually worded it right. Because they
only gave you 3.
Right.
All right.
If J.D. Martinez knocks in 2 more runs, this year they'll have 4.
Right.
That'll be the first time they ever had 4.
It
they
read
had
like
3
it had previously been done. Yeah. But you guys still only got 2.
Well, I know, because we're going back to 1953.
Well,
I mean, that's even young for me. That's even old for me.
I had a joke for you.
God, I thought it was going to be Say, Garvey,
What
Rick
was
Monday,
Say's
and
nickname,
Dusty
real
Baker,
quick?
the Penguin.
Look at
Come
it.
on, Goo. They also had the other Bill Russell. Come on.
Look at my boy.
I can tell you they're 2 catchers. They platooned Yeager and Ferguson.
Dude.
Come on, guys. Garvey, Lopes, Russell, Ron Say, Rick Monday, Dusty Baker.
Talk to me.
Give me a break.
This is where our show goes. The street cred goes up, Stoney.
All right. We come back. The bottom line is this. We got Ross Tucker, Phil Mo Mike's most favorite guest. We're going to get into some Niners talk with Ross on the other side. And that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm with you, Guru.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Stal, the Guru Johnson with you. And on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross, let's get you started. Who is number 1 and 2, respectively, in this week's power rankings?
I got number 1, the Miami Dolphins.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Number 2, the San Francisco 49ers. Number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles.
So you're telling me.
That's how I have it right now, but honestly, at this point, you could probably make an argument for any order between those 3. But, I mean, what the Dolphins have done is pretty darn impressive. So has what the Niners have done. They both gotten off to really good starts. The Eagles weren't that great the first couple weeks. They looked pretty darn good against the Bucs. They're all very good teams, obviously.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game.
Ross, I was telling Steiny in this new world we live in with social media, the NFL feels like college. How did the team look that weekend? Style points. I know you look dominating Monday night, but I thought, like you had mentioned, New England had a chance to beat you guys. But if I hone in on Jalen Hurts, I know you got a new offensive coordinator. What have you seen from him? Because I'm not going to dare tell you, Ross, he's playing bad, but I feel like he doesn't look like through 3 weeks the Hurts that we seen last year. What have you seen up at close?
I would agree with that. There's some thought that it's been some of the exotic defenses and defensive coordinators he's gone up against. They also are, for the most part, playing the Eagles to try to stop them from throwing the ball down the field. They're playing a lot of coverage, which is part of the reason why 2 weeks in a row the Eagles have just been able to absolutely run on their opponent at will. You just don't see that very often in the NFL. The Eagles seemingly able to get like 8 to 10 yards per carry, like they have the last couple games. But no, I think it's fair to say the passing game still doesn't look quite as seamless as it did most of the year last year. But I mean, you're also talking about a guy who's 20-1 in his last 21 regular season starts. I mean, he hasn't lost since 2021. He's lost 1 game since 2021 in the regular season. It's really, really impressive. And obviously, he won a couple playoff games last year and then lost the Super Bowl. But he hasn't looked like Super Bowl Jalen Hurts quite yet. But I think part of that was, the Chiefs tried to stop the run more, whereas the other teams have been more, hey, let's not let them have explosive plays in the passing game, and so then the Eagles can just kind of run all over them.
Hey, Ross, let me ask you, if you were playing, and I don't want you to get into technical football stuff necessarily, but if you were playing the 49ers, what would you try to take away from them when they're on offense?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that's part of what makes them good, right? That if you try to stop the run, Purdy has shown that he can throw it pretty good. I probably would still, and there's the philosophy out there that, it's all about explosive plays and how many explosive plays that you give up. I mean, it's just a lot different than it used to be, man. They don't get as upset anymore if they're giving up 5 yards a carry or if they're giving up, 8 to 10 yard runs. It's like, as long as you're not giving up 30-yard passes, the belief is, or chunk plays, that the offense will screw up at some point or get a penalty or they'll have to settle for a field goal. So it's kind of a new world we live in. I guess I would still be of the mindset, quite frankly, for both the Eagles and the Niners, I'd still make the quarterback beat me. And Hurts was second in the MVP voting last year. But, I mean, you're going to lose if you just let him run all over you. I just don't understand that thought process. If you're going to let DeAndre Swift average, like 150 yards a game, you're going to lose that game probably. So these are really good teams. I would rather take my shot that Purdy or Hurts has an off day. Purdy's gotten away with a bunch here in terms of some throws that could have been picked off, and that's not gonna that luck won't sustain itself.
Ross, I feel like we're brothers. I'm going to just share some TMI information with you. My dad's from Bullard, Texas, and I don't know if you know this. He passed down Cowboy fandom to me. So I'm born and raised, and I'm working here, so I got to duck every time I come in. But Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch got extensions, and I've criticized Kyle at certain junctures, but Ross, I know his brilliance. I watch it weekly. I watch other teams. The fact that he saw Debo and had a vision for him, and now he's a Swiss Army knife. Ayuk, I know what Kyle's doing, and I kind of get mad at him because I feel like, you know what? You're so great, you could have already had a Super Bowl ring, but that's neither here nor there. Can you share with us your thoughts when they got the extension on top of the extension? Because I told Steiny it was perfect timing to me.
Well, how many years do they already have remaining? They still have remaining.
They were signed through 2025.
Yeah.
So now it's got to be through 2027, 2028, something like that.
Yeah, I guess I never really understand the need to do that in pro football. Like college, I get it because they can hold it against you, right? Like they can hold it against you that you're only under contract for 2 more years. You're not stable. You shouldn't go there to that school. But the NFL, like Kyle and John, they're not going anywhere. I mean, unless the argument is the price will only go up, and so let's lock them in at whatever the market rate is now. I don't know.
You know what?
They probably could have waited a year, maybe even 2, if it's till 2025. So that's a good question, I guess, for Jed York. I feel like organizations do that a lot in the NFL with coaches especially, but also GMs. I never understand why they do it, and I wouldn't do it. When's the last time a coach or GM's contract expired and then they went to another team? It never happens. It doesn't happen. Like, these guys aren't going to build up what they've built up for years and then go to the end of their contract and then go sign with some other team. I don't understand the need to give any of these guys. I'm not talking about Kyle and John. I think they're both fantastic, but any of these guys, these extensions multiple years early.
Hey, Ross, I got to ask you, I know you do a lot of college football. What do you think about what's going on in Boulder, Colorado with Deion Sanders?
I think that they got smoked on Saturday by Oregon. I've seen these videos where their kids are all talking all kinds of trash to Oregon. It was 35-0 at halftime. Like, what world are we living in? He has created a lot of excitement about what's going on in college football and what's going on in Colorado, and I think that's a huge positive. I mean, the TV ratings and stuff are phenomenal. I'm not sure I quite understand 10 million people were tuned in while Oregon was just destroying them. I don't know. I'm not sure I get that phenomenon. I did not care for his initial meeting with the Colorado kids when he first got the job.
Gotcha.
Everything else I've been totally fine with, but these are 18 to 21-year-old kids, and for him to get there and basically say, I'm bringing my own luggage, you guys should get out of here, and then have it on camera and post that, I get it. It's big business, and he's doing what it takes for the big business, and that's fine. But I don't know. Like, I have friends that have kids that play college football. I played college football, and I thought that was a little bit distasteful.
Ross, I got to bring this up. Steiny and I, we got a few boxing matches under our belt, but I came in here Monday after the Sunday night game. I don't know if you watched where McDaniel was down 2 scores and chose to kick a field goal rather than go for a 4th and 4, in the red zone. And you played this game, but I told Steiny, his defense is raggedy already, but why wouldn't you just trust your offense and Jimmy and Adams to get it and try to tie it up, then have your defense go out there? But to kick a field goal and think you're going to get another stop, then if you get the other stop, Ross, you still got to drive the length of the field. Your thoughts on that decision, being a former player?
Thought it was horrendous.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was horrendous. And I really do give these guys benefit of the doubt on some things. I mean, with that time left on the clock, you can't assume you're going to get the ball back. And his logic of we need to score twice anyway makes absolutely no sense. The second score, Josh, could be in overtime. They have overtime and everything now in the NFL. It's really cool. And if you tie it in regulation, you go to overtime, and that's where your second score can be. It didn't make any sense to me at all.
It was head scratching, but I actually here's the thing with those, Ross. I get it. I do understand what he was thinking. You know what I mean? I actually do. But I'm not saying I would have done the same thing. But you know what I mean? All those, I can explain it how it would work, and it might be less likely than what he should have done, but I at least kind of get it. You know what I mean?
If you're trying to win in regulation, I guess I get it. But you still need a touchdown. It's not even like it was 2 field goals. You still need a touchdown after that. I can't imagine that any of the analytics say that's what you should do. And I think, I know Josh. I was in New England when he was there. I really like him. I think he's a really smart coach. He just hasn't been a good head coach. He just hasn't. Denver, here with the Raiders, I don't know how you could have any hope that they're going to turn it around with the Raiders this year. And honestly, I thought Mark Davis did a horrible, horrible thing by firing Bisaccia and Mayock after they went to the playoffs, almost beat the Bengals. With all of the negativity they had that year, to overcome that, and then he doesn't even let those guys. He doesn't even bring those guys back for another year. I think Mark Davis, this is like karma. He's getting what he asked for.
Ross, we'll get you out of here on this one. Any chance Arizona, who shocked the world and beat Dallas, 12-point underdogs, any chance against the Niners this Sunday?
There's always a chance. But no, they're not going to win that game. I think the Cardinals probably spent too much time having everyone tell them, how great they are, how awesome it was that they were able to beat, the Cowboys and all that stuff. I think this is going to be a tough spot for the Cardinals. Really tough spot.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, thank you as always, easy, my man. Have a good one, and talk to you soon.
Of course. See you guys.
Man, that's Ross Tucker. And those hits are from Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now. Quit laughing, goo, and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips.
Oh, dude.
This is one of those.
Yeah. Inside base, but it ain't inside base. Go ahead.
No, this is forget the spread for a sec. You know what? I never do this.
Okay.
But I'm ready to say the Cardinals have no shot. Yeah. You know what? Here's how I think of it. I say, this is what I say to myself. I say, Self, you really think, Steiny?
You turn it into me every day.
Game was it. Steiny, you really think the Arizona Cardinals, okay? Steiny, you really think that they're going to be able to beat the Dallas Cowboys after not being favored by 12, and then they're going to come to San Francisco and in consecutive weeks knock off the Cowboys and the Niners? I don't see it, Bob. I don't see it.
That makes me like.
You know what I mean?
That's the boss has the mattress money bet. That just you ain't doing that and this.
Admit it, 49er fans. When I put it like that, you love me. There's no. Hey, we're gonna wake up Monday morning. Okay, we're gonna wake up Monday morning.
Yeah, man, I'm so.
And we're gonna look at all the shows on that Monday morning. Hey, good morning, it's football. Good morning, it's Tuesday. We're talking more football. They're gonna say, are we talking about the Arizona Cardinals who just dismantled the two of the three? No, please.
You should put something on it then. The way you.
Well, I said the spread. I don't like. How much money could I win just betting on the Niners to win?
Not much.
Exactly.
Just -14. Yeah,
however, I do have a stat for you, Stoney.
Give it
Since
to me,
2010, NFL teams as 14-point or more underdogs are 10-77. So the Cardinals have approximately an 11.5% chance to win based on previous games.
Yes, but here's where I always like to go. Let me see the opponents the week before all those games of those teams. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Evan and I were talking real quick. Is this a trap game?
No.
Well, it is if you're.
It's not.
You're riding high right now. You know how good you are from last year and where you went. You're undefeated, and they're hearing the tea leaves. Saying Dallas, Philly Niners.
Nope.
And now you're supposed to just dismantle an Arizona team.
I'm starting to think about the Niners.
Yeah, Kyle ain't going to let that happen.
How do you
the players?
How does a
let
team
that
like
happen.
Arizona get up for last week's game and pull it off? Wake up Monday and go, all right, let's do it again against the Niners.
It's their job.
I mean, I know it's their job, but it's also the 49ers' job to take care of business at home against an inferior opponent. I'm not touching the game. Last year,
they didn't do it 2 weeks in a row. Remember, they lost to Chicago. 2 out of the 3 weeks lost to Chicago and then lost to a Denver team that ended up being diddly squat.
AJ Cruz, 75. Wait, Steiny's actually taking a position on something? Did I?
That's a 4.
I don't think so.
You said Chris Paul was coming.
Oh, no, I said I might. I might take. That's good. Yeah, Cardinals aren't winning this game.
Yeah. Their Super Bowl was last week, I believe. Although, Snotty, they were in the games that they lost prior to last week's game against Dallas. They were in it to win it.
I heard Cougler, Kevin Cougler.
Yeah, he was on with the morning guys.
Yeah, I heard him, and he was talking a lot about Arizona, and he gave some stats that were incredible. The Arizona Cardinals are averaging 7 yards per carry in the first half of games.
They got your boy. I tell you what.
Who's my boy?
Did you, the running back? Yeah. Cancer survivor. Hey, what about Dobbs in his video? Did you see him go to the team store to buy his own jersey, and they didn't have any? Oh, it's great, Steiny. He went on to, how do you not? He goes, I know I just got here, but damn, just beat Dallas? I can't, dude, that hurts. So then they had the jersey where you can put with a Steinmetz on the back. But, man, show that man some respect. I felt bad for him. He was a little hurt.
No.
Wow,
Tell you what, beat the Niners and we'll get your jersey. Beat the Niners and we'll put the name on the back.
That's not happening, baby.
That's what I say.
Boy, that could get it. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, one real quick thing that came out of yesterday's Kyle Shanahan press conference is, and it's not a big deal, but I did give it some thought. Shanahan and Lynch, according to Shanahan, they were extended before the season started.
Yeah.
So it is a little different for me because
you were like 2 games.
Well, exactly. At that point, so if he did it at the beginning of the year, that point Ross Tucker made was interesting.
But why not announce it and I believe Kyle?
Because you know why? Not everybody at the front of their mind is thinking, how can we bend over backwards for the media?
Well, Ross didn't like it. Ross didn't like it. You were getting to that.
Probably also wouldn't have been a great move to announce an extension for the front office when Nick Bosa hadn't been extended.
That's a great call.
That's it.
That's great insight. It's great insight.
He hit that.
Yeah, he did.
Like a pinata.
See, the thing about the pinata, Goo, is if it's so easy to hit, it won't last long enough. So and you're blindfolded.
But are you really? I've been in a.
You know what would have been
I've been in a lot of blindfolds you can see through. So.
Maybe you should have said, easy as hit as a pinata without a blindfold. But then the words get a little unwieldy. And you can't,
but when you know where and you feel where it's at, nothing's easier than hitting it thin.
You know what? I like the fact, believe it or not, that they got the extension before the season as opposed to after the third game.
Business is good, man.
Well, exactly.
I wish they played Miami in the regular season. They played them last year. Dolphins had receivers running all over the field.
Yeah, you're clinging to that, aren't you?
No, Tua.
You're clinging to it.
That's when we were like, something's up with Tua. His throws.
Steiny, is it worth going to the Cards-Niners game? Yes, absolutely.
Now, why would they ask your opinion?
Because.
No, I'm just saying, if your name was Jack, go have fun, live. Ask somebody on the radio.
Well, it's dangerous, too, though.
I ain't laughing at that. It's dangerous everywhere.
No trap game.
NBA All-Star 2025 in the Yay.
Good call. Way to keep
we got to get rid of the bippers. Yeah, we're going to watch the city. We're going to clean this city up by the time that
When you
happens.
say we, you mean you?
Well, we're going to go to the local high schools and talk to the students.
Where does this come from?
You talked about a nonprofit. See,
That's right.
I know you. You don't even remember that. You feel good and you just say stuff, and then I double back. What happened to our nonprofit?
No, the nonprofit's fine, but you can't be setting up speaking engagements before we actually form the 401 corporation. What's it called? A 401c or something? You know that one. The nonprofit one.
I don't know.
I got a question.
Who butchered the Dodger question? Because it wasn't me.
What Dodger question?
The three in the quartet. That's the stuff that followed.
That wasn't a big deal. I didn't think.
Twitter messed up.
That was funny. That was absolutely.
Yeah, but the air.
We got to go?
Yeah.
Got to go. And you know what? Here's the other thing. Well, I don't have to sign off. We'll be back. 95.7 The Game.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating.
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I mean, sometimes you're whacking at that thing for hours and you can't get it open.
Boy. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, now joined by Mark Willard
guys.
and Dan Dibley. What's up, gentlemen? How are you?
Thirsty Thursday.
I don't like when he starts that. That sounds like I was listening to the show.
No. I'll start then.
I was listening to the show. But
what I just learned in the urinal was, the
TMI.
kind of information. No. Matt Steinmetz, my dear friend, we've been good friends for 20 plus. He was having a conversation with a man I've never met. Never seen him before.
He's the custodian.
Sanitation engineer. Thank you. He's elite.
You know what that makes him?
It's a sanitation sensation,
I'm
and
just
I'll pay the buck. These two are going back and forth, dropping wrestler names for like 3 minutes. And yeah, I was in there for 3 minutes. I like to wash my hands, okay? What's wrong with that? I learned more about wrestling during my... Yes, Mark, it's a urination sensation.
Wow,
that's another bug.
Got a roll.
Yeah, it's $2. Steiny, I had no idea you guys had that kind of a relationship.
A couple months back, he mentioned that his favorite wrestler was Moondog Mayne, and he showed me a photo of a match that he'd seen. And from there, we just continue to talk about wrestling. And
just bonded, huh?
I saw the other night, I told you guys, I saw a Bruiser Brody documentary. It was fascinating. And I just asked him if he remembered Bruiser Brody. And
How did it end?
I got to go to
the documentary or my urination.
It ended with Bruiser Brody's death by stabbing in Puerto Rico.
Oh, death by stabbing.
Yes, he got stabbed before a match in Puerto Rico.
Man,
I just had a feeling it wasn't going to end well.
No, it didn't.
I don't know why I had that vibe.
Does it ever end well for a guy named Bruiser?
Or for any wrestler,
point.
quite
That's
frankly.
a good point.
I mean, who's aged gracefully in the wrestling world? Anyone?
I think Hulk Hogan.
Is Hulk doing okay?
Yeah.
What's he up to?
He transitioned into like reality TV and got that second paycheck.
With his daughters,
All those guys really have to make a decision after wrestling, whether they're going to get healthy or not.
That's the thing. It's that life.
Yeah.
That's a rock band, NFL, wrestler. Like,
have you ever ordered a pay-per-view wrestling event?
No.
Why would you? You can watch it for free. All-Star Wrestling, baby.
I don't even think I've ordered a boxing pay-per-view event. I've gone to parties. I've gone to parties where they got to pay.
Ask me if I've ever been to.
Have you ever been to
Yes. Hamburg Fieldhouse.
I respect wrestling.
How'd that go?
It's fun as hell. And actually, it was probably my only good memory I have of me being with my brother. He took me to it.
Man,
and
I have a good memory of being with your brother. We were at.
Please explain.
We were at Cato's Ale House.
Oh my
in
God,
Oakland on Piedmont Avenue. This is probably 15 years ago. And you're like, hey, Dibs, it's my brother.
You remember it, he doesn't.
And all of a sudden, Bob is in there, and we're drinking beers with Bob. I think it was Cato's.
I don't remember that.
It was definitely at some tavern in Oakland.
Any chance it was a Golden Bear?
It was the Golden Bear.
Okay.
Shout out Brian Shaw.
And shout out James Daly. I apologize. It was the Golden Bear. And your brother was in there, and it was 42 minutes of unadulterated awkwardness.
Yeah, he's not exactly electric, my brother.
No.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What are you more excited about, the possibility of getting Drew Holiday or that the NBA All-Star Game's coming to the city in 2025?
That's not close.
Right.
That's not close.
Right.
What is it?
I am giddy at the idea of trading Chris Paul before he ever puts a uniform on.
You and I
am
both.
freaking giddy at the idea.
We might have some action.
Giddy, huh?
There's some smoke.
I have no idea if there's smoke. I would imagine they're trying like hell, but I imagine they're one of 9 teams.
I just
trying
looking
like
at your
hell.
face, I call this the Brock Purdy sensation. They had that Geico for the Trey Lance thing that didn't happen, and I think there's some buyer's remorse to just with the whole thing with CP3. And if somehow they could do this, you didn't even have to live it.
I wonder if everybody caught the conversation, and these are maybe the intricacies of what Tim Kawakami said to us yesterday about Chris Paul and
the Wiggins.
Okay, so Tim talks to Steve Kerr. okay, does a podcast. And Tim, who I think is among the group who's very, very dialed in and knowledgeable in the Bay Area media, right? So he does the thing with Steve Kerr, and they talk about this, and he comes away yesterday and says to us, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but he likened it, as you just said, he likened it to the Wiggins situation. And what that means, for those of you who didn't hear it, is when Andrew Wiggins did not want to get the vaccine, the Warrior organization and his teammates decided, we're going to go laissez-faire with how we handle this.
Yeah.
We need him to get this thing. We need him to arrive at this decision, and we all agree with that, but don't tell him. Just allow the man to get there himself, which I think is really smart, especially in a situation and a subject like that. And he did, and then they won a championship. The reason he likened it to that was he says, the organization kind of all knows that Chris Paul needs to take a back seat and get on the bench. He's the only one who doesn't know. Let's go laissez-faire. Let him see some practices, sort of get just amazed by the beauty of that Warrior starting lineup and realize that he needs to be the sixth man. And I thought to myself two things.
I love it.
Chris is not Andrew. Chris is not going to just get there because you want him to, because his ego is 8 times the size of Andrew's, number one. And number two, I'm concerned at the idea that the Warrior organization all has the same opinion, but won't share it with Chris
because of eggshells.
As if his resume is so amazing.
I feel you.
That we can't tell him.
I feel you.
Oh, by the way, our resume is better. That is a concern. And if you've got an opportunity to go get a low ego, 6 years younger,
better player.
Yeah. Bye-bye Kuminga.
Bye-bye Kuminga.
Ready for that,
I want you to make sure that you say that because
bye-bye Kuminga.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make sure we get that. Yeah.
I'll say it.
Because you want the young star gone. Because he's gone.
He's
gone.
Love
and maybe
him, but
Brandon Podziemski, the pride of Santa Clara, is gone as well.
And whatever draft picks you want.
Yeah.
Take them all.
Yeah. Hey, and I'll tell you this.
Oh, my God.
I think you're being a bit premature,
Okay.
Gibbs. I love Kuminga. I led the wagon, but to call him a star, he's got potential to be a star, but nothing on paper is anything that they would miss from, oh, my God, and like Jordan Poole, 18 or 20, how are we going to replace that? So I love Kuminga, but he is nothing but a pack of potential, and I don't like the roadblocks in his way. I thought Dre was going to say night-night, and then Kuminga could take over. So to call him a star, I think, is a bit strong.
Well, I mean, I'm not the one calling him a star. And personally, I think that if you look at this team and you're adding older player after older player and you bring in Rudy Gay,
Ben Gay
doesn't have a roster yet. Shout out, that's a 4 on Ben Gay. But you're trying to get as old as you possibly can. And so what I've said all along is, you know what? Get older. And I'm a little concerned that Drew Holiday's not old enough. And that's my big concern with the trade.
Same age as Clay and Dre.
Not old enough. I need a 37-year-old brought in here because you want old players. That's what you want.
Why you shake your head at us? Or specifically me, it looked like.
Yeah,
no, him.
No, why?
Well, he did the bit about getting older.
Oh, okay. No. I mean, like a minute and a half ago.
What's Carmelo's not free?
When I said bye-bye Kuminga, you looked at me and there was an audible...
Oh, because he's been that way the whole show. He kind of not feeling it.
No. Look, to me, this is an interesting one. I don't think I'd do it. Because I obsess maybe about the future, but I just don't like the idea of starting to give away picks after Curry's gone because... But that's me. Well, and I'm not I'm not in love with Kuminga. I just would have trouble trading him because we have too many old guys.
My thing about picks was what pick has Joe Lacob ever made that they have made and then kept and then loved? The answer is none of them. Jordan Poole, they drafted him, they paid him, but actually they didn't pay him. They gave him a contract and then they shipped him out. So Joe Lacob is not concerned, in my opinion, about picks. And if we get post-Steph Curry, he's going to shovel money at whoever he can shovel money at to keep this thing viable.
Well, and that's true. And that's where I'll give him, not the benefit of the doubt, you need it, but the Lakers don't worry about draft picks because they'll just clear cap space and go get a free agent. See, I think that's what Joe Lacob feels like he'll always have in his back pocket. Like, you know what? We're not going to be very good this year. I'll tank, cut the payroll, and we'll go get Giannis, or we'll go get Embiid or somebody.
What if you looked at the trade this way? Forget all the names involved. Forget Drew. Forget Jonathan. Forget all of that. Would you trade the idea of really stinking for a few years after Steph's gone in exchange for absolute maximizing of what he's got left?
Where can I sign up for that?
Exactly. And Steiny, that's why I would answer the question that way. You're not wrong. Could it be stupid down the road?
Nope.
Maybe. But the whole post Steph, I shut down when I hear post Steph. I don't want to think about it. I don't care.
That's fair.
I feel like all roads end in the same place. Once a year, something happens where we go, shouldn't we be maximizing what Steph has left? And that's to me what this opportunity is.
And again, that's a way to go.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. I'm not saying you're wrong.
And I like Jonathan. I like Jonathan.
So too late for that.
No,
too late for that. You already shoved him out the door. You don't get to go into your. You're going into your Moody Ward right now, into your back pedal on a 9 route. You already shoved him out the door.
Yes, and I
don't mean you don't like him.
I used to, as you know, I used to live in or travel in Oregon a lot. I know my way around. I'll drive him there, and I'll let him know the whole way that I like him.
Yeah,
but. Here you go.
Hey, just past Bandon, head a little further north.
It's not, I ran this by Snotty. Kuminga's got his hardware, but if he was guaranteed 25 or 30 minutes to run with some youngsters, if he has some truth serum, who's to say he wouldn't be like, you know what, I'm ready to go because I'm going to play and I'm going to
need to give him truth serum. I'd love to get out of here.
Didn't everybody
just
say,
like James and Jordan.
Didn't everybody say Chris Paul was going to unlock Jonathan? Well, they could still play together.
Sure.
It's perfect.
Yeah, and you look at Wiseman's team, 500-1 to win the chip, and Jordan Poole's team, 500-1 to win the chip. And so Wiseman's going to be probably 14-9. Yeah. Jordan Poole's going to average 28 in absolute Bolivia. So enjoy it. Yeah, Tony Bruno.
Bolivia or Oblivion?
It's Oblivion, but Tony Bruno would always say
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was one of his bits. So
okay.
I was trying to tip my cap to my partner while I could.
You.
Yeah.
So the Giants are in their season watching the Dodgers say, you can sweep us night. We're on our way to the playoffs. It just gets worse.
Well, they're not going to start Logan anymore either. No, Logan Wagner is
I'm in a baseball
done for the year.
Well, Gabe said a couple days ago that he thought that he would start again.
Yeah, well, he's not.
You gotta shelf him.
They're going with the kids.
Yep, they got to.
Kyle Harrison's going to start.
He was supposed to start Sunday.
Pick up Kyle Harrison.
He was supposed to start Sunday.
Right.
He was going to cry.
You shouldn't even start Kyle Harrison if you have any shred of decency.
Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck,
Why are
Kyle
you
Harrison.
happy?
I like that weekend rotation.
There's your rotation.
I would not start Kyle Harrison at all.
The Dodgers will be terrified about 2026 when they're done with this weekend.
Why?
Because if you think that Kyle Harrison is the future, why would you throw him in a meaningless game? The Dodgers don't care. You're done. Why would you pitch him?
Let him throw to Mookie a couple times.
Okay, because that's gonna
get a scouting report.
That's gonna help him. That momentum between early October and April.
No, why not?
You know why not?
Well, yeah, why not?
Brock Purdy, why not?
Did you see? We got into
Brock Purdy, why not? Yeah.
Ronald Acuna 70-40, first person to do it.
Yeah.
Why did you go Ricky Henderson?
It's a joke, dude.
Take the base out of a tie game. It was a combo achievement. You're great. You're on my fantasy team. But you're not Ricky. The base don't come up unless you break Ricky.
I'm going to be the one on an island here, and Evan Giddings can take the weekend off from talking to me because I know how mad he was about this. This stuff doesn't bother me one bit.
Nothing bothers you.
It's sports. Celebrate the hell out of it, man. Okay. Like Ronald Acuna is the best player in the game right now. We're going to get.
Okay, dude.
Oh, dude, come on. Those fans in attendance. What are you going to remember 20 years from now?
Yeah, I'll never forget where I was.
You're going to remember when the Braves and Cubs were tied in a game that had wild card implications for one of the teams?
Tied too.
Or are you going to remember that Acuna did a freaking lap with a base?
DMs, help me out. Help Evan and I out.
Team Acuna.
Mark is a son of a math teacher, so
Matata, okay?
Mark should do the math based on the base size and what those actual stolen bases mean because it's no longer 90 feet. you know it's now down to like
I didn't even
89
think of that.
feet,
8 inches.
whatever it is.
Whatever.
It's actually
Look at
shorter than that.
Dibs.
It actually matters. And, whatever the math is, 70-40, big deal.
What if
Put the base down and go ahead and play baseball.
No, I want to psychoanalyze
No, go
all
ahead.
you.
Psychoanalyze.
Why does it bother you?
Couldn't even get through the
Why?
take.
Why does it bother you?
Couldn't even get through the
Because the
take.
base comes up when you break a stolen base record.
Yeah.
You did along with your home runs, but you gave the impression that you were the greatest stolen base guy of all time.
No, he didn't.
That base stays in the damn ground until somebody eclipses Ricky.
Why?
So
No.
I felt like it
Just
was
because-
fraudulent.
No.
He's great, MVP.
You're putting words in his mouth.
How about take your
He
helmet
didn't-
off and you do
He
the
didn't-
crown?
Just because Ricky did that doesn't mean he's saying he's
I'm
Ricky.
the greatest of all time.
He did something that Ricky never did.
Well,
What was he
Didn't
supposed to do?
so
Take
go
half a
take a
base?
piece of
What
the
the hell is it?
outfield
I mean-
wall then because you hit 40 homers.
But truly, fans, why does it bother you? What? Who got hurt?
Honestly,
What happened?
You know I love Flash. Shout
People
out
would
DC
say it
Comics.
took away from the game
yeah,
itself.
and that, it was.
Oh, for God's sake!
It was a little too much grandstanding.
The game that in half the cities you can't even fill up a building for it.
I'm shocked.
He needed two rule changes, not one, but two, to steal 70. And
that's pretty good.
You know, you're gonna pull the thing out of the ground. If
The
Ricky
big
had
bases.
these rules, Ricky would steal 270 bases.
Great,
the big
Right.
bases.
So
cool.
keep the base in the ground, RA, and go ahead and try and
That's
steal
all.
third.
And
man.
I love the guy.
Joke,
He
dude.
never hit 40 home runs,
Well,
and the game is
Nah,
completely.
he never did,
He
yeah.
achieved something that
Yeah.
nobody else did, but I'll still circle
No,
back.
for sure.
Even if he didn't, what's the matter?
There's a
why,
game.
Why does it butt hurt you so much?
You know what I thought of is I kept thinking about these home run celebrations where they put them. Man, that's what's the difference? It's clear baseball.
Well, this was
like
a record.
kind of encouraging more of this.
Sure. Oh, but I
For
mean,
sure.
70-40, it's a thing, yeah. Congrats.
Big
but,
bases
I mean,
deals.
yeah, you stole 70 bases based on 89 feet and the fact that pitchers can't really hold you on anymore. So good for you.
You like bat flips?
Congrats.
I
You
love
like bat
him.
flips?
I love him.
Okay, so you're okay.
Has the home run changed in
You're-
terms of I hit it and it goes over the fence?
You're
Did the
okay.
rule change
You're
in terms
okay.
of the home
Hold on.
run?
You're okay.
I wanna see
No.
more.
The ball is completely juiced.
Well, it's not now.
You're okay.
But that's okay.
With totally celebrating something that happens 3.5 times per night. But we can't celebrate something that's
But it's
never
not
happened
stopping the
before.
game. You're
Never,
taking your
yeah.
trot.
So
Will.
what?
This
So
was like,
what?
dude, it's just.
They
It
spent
was
the
prima
game-
donna-ish to me. That's all.
I mean, that's fine. I'm
They can't hold him on.
I'm
How's he not
curious.
going to
There
steal
you go,
70?
Snotty. There it is.
They literally
Look
can't
at the
hold him
screen,
on.
Snotty. There
I
it
mean,
is.
I'm just, yeah. I'm curious why it hits people in a certain way. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
I think if they were up 8-4, I wouldn't have had a problem. It was tied. We got a game to finish. I'm old school, man.
They finished it.
Yeah.
It's all good.
And
Yeah.
he won the game at the home
At
plate.
least they played the game. Hell, the Mets turned the game off. Nobody got mad at that. Mets wouldn't even let them play. I don't know.
You want Drew Holiday?
Yeah, badly.
That's man.
Badly.
Do you
Dibs,
really?
where you at? You so-so or 50-50?
I say bring him in.
All right.
I mean, if you're going to bring him in, if you're trying to maximize the window.
There we go.
And, if Chris Paul is going to be here for 1 year anyway, the only thing that I want to caution Warrior fans about is that if you bring in Drew Holiday, you're probably going to lose Klay Thompson. Or you're going to beg Klay to take, $12 million a year? Because if Drew decides he likes it and he opts in, you're not paying all these guys. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're kicking the can down the road. But if you want to try to win it this year,
Number 5.
if you want to win number 5, having Drew instead of Chris, yes, you're better. And Jonathan Kuminga, whatever. If you have Drew, you're better. Instead of Chris and Jonathan Kuminga, you're a better team. If Klay Thompson's your 6th man, you're a better team. So if that's what you want to do, if you want to try and win it now, then bring him in. But just know this, Warrior fan, you're probably going to lose either Wiggins or Klay going into next year.
Why do you think that?
Because Drew Holiday would opt in.
That's
Is
okay.
Drew just going to... You're not going to... You already said it in your
No.
exclusive conversation with the Warriors executive.
No, you have no
You're
idea
not
what,
paying more than 4 guys.
and you don't know what Clay's extension would look like.
Right. What do you think it's going to look like? Less than 30?
Probably
3 for 90, 30 for me.
Exactly. And minimum 30.
No, not minimum.
Okay.
You got to play this year.
Okay.
Let's see what he looks like. You've all been
So you
telling
got
me for 2 years that
Wiggins
he's on this
and
steep decline.
Draymond, and then you've got Drew Holiday, and you got
What's
Steph.
Draymond making this year?
This year?
Yeah, when
he's
he tore that deal
making-
up, what's the deal this year?
I think it's still like 24.
Right, which you
Next
told
year
me
is
there
27?
was no way he would do. You told me there was no way.
Well, I didn't think he
have
would get
that
a fourth
number,
year.
That you told me there's
Yeah.
no way that number
But
would
what's
come
he
down.
making next year?
I don't know.
You don't have it in front of you?
Under 30.
Right.
And the number was 30. Is there a chance that Clay makes under 30?
I don't think so.
I do.
Yeah.
But I got to see him play this year.
Sure.
But
sure.
The
He's making 42
But if-
right now.
Man, Ronnie
That's going down.
Yeah.
That's going down.
But I know it's going
that's
down, but how far down?
But I kind of do agree with Dibs. Like, I don't think Drew Holiday can opt in for 39 and then they give Clay 3 for 90 because that's right where they were with Poole.
That's problematic.
So,
but
It's a non-starter,
but
I
no,
think.
it's not. It's not right where they were with Poole because he ain't Poole.
no, he also doesn't have
financially-
two more.
This
he also doesn't have
it's
This
two
is
more.
an ego-free guy who plays on both ends of the
Yeah.
floor. That do not undersell that. They did not just
Right.
trade Jordan Poole because of money.
No, but in
Traded
terms
Jordan
of the
Poole 'cause he
money,
was a problem.
I think that's what he was saying. In terms
Yeah.
of the money,
Yes.
that's where you are with Poole.
This is the way I look at it. You guys aren't wrong. I think the Warriors, if they were to do something like this, it would feel to Joe almost like a knife being twisted in the back. But sometimes opportunity knocks, and for a certain player, you get uncomfortable.
Sure.
And this guy fits, I think, like a damn glove with what they've got currently facing them.
No doubt about
So,
it.
do you get uncomfortable for this guy? I would.
The other thing you could theoretically do is bring Holiday in, and he's got an opt-in next year, and you just make it clear, look, we win it all. I'll pay you, Clay. If we don't, we got to move off one of you.
Yeah, they don't. I mean,
Man.
the Andrew thing to me is a different thing, but yeah, there's no guarantee Clay is going to be back, or else it would be done already. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, still got time.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
I'm interested to see why or when, if these guys get extended, both Clay and Kerr.
You wouldn't do it, or you would?
Which? I'll take
Drew Holiday.
CP3,
Yeah, I'll take-
Kuminga, and picks.
Let's go.
Multiple picks, Steiny. Multiple picks.
No, I'm not doing it.
You're not doing it. No. You doing it?
Oh, set
I
all
worry
the
too-
picks.
I worry-
They don't.
Dude, I love that.
They've never done anything with their picks
I'm
in
with
terms
you.
of
Me
like.
too, man.
I mean, they drafted Jordan Poole. He was great, and then Jordan's under contract, gone, and James Wiseman, gone.
This is James
And
Wiseman.
thank you, Jonathan
been
Kuminga.
working on that.
Kuminga would be a part of this trade, and he'd be gone. Ryan Rollins gone. PBJ gone.
Yeah. Wow,
I
keep
mean,
going, man.
I mean, who am I forgetting?
And,
Got
and-
it.
Nemanja
Patrick Baldwin
Nedovic
Jr.
gone. Sorry, my Nedovich.
Nemanja?
joke. Yeah, thank you.
But I
Got
mean-
I
stepped
remember
on.
like once I was like, yeah, Nemanja Nedovic, and Evan goes, it's Nemanja. Like, who cares?
Whatever, Evan. Where is he now, Evan?
Thank you. Where's Evan now?
Yeah.
Evan's all
Yeah.
right.
He heard my Acuna take it. He laughed.
Oh, God.
He's down the
He was
street.
running high.
70 stolen bases. It's actually
big
63.
bases. I never thought
the big
about it.
bases. What a
Big
joke.
Whatever. Have fun out there, guys.
Can't hold
Who
him
cares?
on. Who could not steal?
I mean, who
Guru
cares?
could steal 12 bases in the bigs.
15,
Although
man.
what is funny is he stole more bases than the entire Giants organization
Now
this year.
Well,
That's
you
an
know what? When you say
embarrassment.
Giants organization, I think of their AAA
My
club
fault,
at South.
Steiny. I apologize.
No, but you know what? Actually,
You're right.
bring that back for a second because here we are in a city that has referred to its baseball team with anger as boring 1,000 times a week. And we're mad at Ronald Acuna because he took a base out of the ground.
No one's mad at Ronald
It
Acuna.
sounds like you all are mad at Ronald Acuna.
No one's mad at Ronald Acuna.
for acting the fool and carrying on when he doesn't deserve to.
Sure.
Yo,
No one's mad at Ronald
give me
Acuna.
1,000 Acunas and act a fool all day versus what we're watching now.
Right. This is what we talked about yesterday. Kendrick Bourne scoring a touchdown down 28-0 and doing the shoulder
KB?
shake and doing the
Yeah.
dance. It's largely the same thing.
I find it to be like not similar in any single
Fine.
way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm not
Ronald
looking for validation.
No, but Ronald Acuna is not doing this within the framework of losing. Ronald Acuna is the best player on the best team. He's crushing it. He's awesome.
Yeah, MVP.
Every kid wants to wear the jersey. He is exactly what our city is dying for. And I don't know, you guys are turned off because he stopped the game for a few minutes. It's just surprising to me. That's all.
I just didn't think the feet was worthy of it. That's all.
It's a non-feat. 70-40 is not a thing.
Is hitting a home run
it was an accomplishment.
Pirouette?
You know what I mean.
Well, I know what you mean.
Sure.
I just don't know why. I don't know why it gets people.
When somebody gets 200 hits, do they stop the game and ask for the baseball and I hold my bat in the air and pirouette?
Be fine if they do.
Yeah, big deal.
One of the things Guru and I do. Gotta go to break.
Okay.
But
all right.
You've got something, I believe. Before break.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, guys.
Okay.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with General.
957 The Game.
I'm very excited by this idea. I have no idea how viable it is or what conversations are happening behind closed doors. When I do see Chris Mannix say that Golden State could quickly become the front runners for Drew Holiday because they have exactly what's needed, which is A, the contract, B, the young players, C, the draft capital to offer. I mean, my gosh, this is, what's the commercial? Biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Wesley Hogan.
There you go, Wesley. I'm glad you're here today.
Yeah.
This is the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
You're just trying to get out of your bet with Alan Stiles.
No, but I didn't even think of that. You can share with the audience the genuine look on my face when you said that in the other room, and I was like, oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yes.
I'd also win dinner.
You and Alan
Beautiful.
have a bet over whether or not Chris Paul will be in the starting lineup for your Golden State Warriors on opening night. He says yes, you say no, and you've been in some trouble now for the better part of maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
I thought the line moved yesterday with Tim Kawakami's comments, some of which we'll play for you here in a minute.
I love Tim, but I don't think the line moved that much because he talked about like eventualities in terms of them figuring it out. And he said like, oh, maybe 10 practices. But I think Chris's ego is stronger than maybe the eventuality you were hoping for. But this news over the potential Drew Holiday trade and the Warriors being involved and Chris Paul, if Chris Paul's not on the team, he's not starting opening night, Mark.
No,
back to you.
And Alan could come
You're
up
welcome.
and say, all I said was that Chris was going to start on opening night. I didn't say
interesting.
for which team. Look, the favorite in the bet is probably, quite frankly, that someone's going to be hurt and the whole thing will be null and void. But truly, that is not a part of my thought process here. And just to moonwalk a little bit so that you all know what we're talking about, and we would love your thoughts. Would you do this? 888-957-9570. Drew Holiday goes to the Blazers as part of the Lillard deal yesterday. And it has been made very public very quickly that Drew Holiday is not in the future plans for the Blazers. They got a bunch of young pup guards that have a lot of draft capital, cachet, whatnot. The Blazers are young guard heavy. Drew Holiday is not in their plans. Drew Holiday is an incredible two-way player. Drew Holiday is a low-ego player as far as NBA stars go. In fact, you probably don't even realize he's an NBA star. But go look at his numbers and look at his contract.
Sure.
He's fantastic. He fits perfectly. He's 5 years younger than Chris Paul. And the Blazers are not going to be looking for that sort of like break the bank. We want a massive star. All they're going to want is young players and capital. Yes, some big contractual thing needs to happen for a trade to be allowed. So they're definitely going to want an expiring deal in the neighborhood of $30 million. Gee, let me think. Who's got that? Who's got the $30 to $35 million contract that expires at the end of this year that they would have no problem giving up? Go around the NBA. How many of those are there? Warriors have Chris Paul.
Yep.
Yes, he's tradable. We've read all the rules. Yes, he's tradable. Paul, Kuminga, draft capital for Drew Holiday. I understand it would make some uncomfortable financially within the organization. I also know that Joe Lacob is someone who does that. When offered with, hey, you want to get uncomfortable financially here? Joe's usually like, can I win? And if the answer is yes, he says yes. I would do this yesterday. Gosh, I would do this yesterday. This would give me all kinds of optimism about this season that I do not currently have.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't have that optimism, and that's a little bit disappointing, I think, from a Warrior fan standpoint, because Chris Paul is a great player. He's a Hall of Fame player, and I think that he can fit in certain ways with this team. Now, is Drew Holiday better? Absolutely, but you lose Jonathan Kuminga. So if you want to talk about your second unit, so you get Drew Holiday in, and Chris Paul goes out, and Kuminga goes out, so now your second unit is Klay Thompson and
I don't know who the sixth man
Dario
would be.
Saric and Brandon Podziemski.
And Moses Moody and you're
Oh boy.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You said
You're
it
in some
yesterday.
trouble in the
no,
second
it's not.
unit.
You're not. It's not a line change. You're in trouble with the second unit because you lost Jonathan Kuminga
and Chris Paul.
But you got Drew Holiday.
Sure.
So you've got a better six. You've got a better front six. You lost your 7 in exchange for a better 6. And can you sub in that 7, whoever that is, whether it's Dario Saric, whether it's Moses Moody, who, by the way, quite frankly, has achieved more in big moments as a young player than Jonathan Kuminga has already in a Warrior uniform. Like, yeah, that doesn't worry me at all. Not even a little bit. I think this, and by the way, when I say it would give me all kinds of optimism that I don't currently have, I'm not telling you that I'm all the way out on the Warrior roster as currently constructed, but I said it yesterday. It's old. It's old, and that does not usually work. Turning 38 into 33 and lowering the ego is a huge yes
for a 1 year thing for sure
from me.
From a 1 year standpoint, absolutely. And for me, if you have to give up your 2028 first or your 2030 first or both, because you can't trade next year's first, and I don't think you can trade the 2025 first either. So I think the first time you can trade your first round pick is 2026. So if you want to do that, go ahead and do that. So you give up Kuminga, and you're giving up on Kuminga, and you're turning Chris Paul into Drew Holiday, and it's a 1 year thing. So if it doesn't work after 1 year, I wonder what you do with your team, because if Drew Holiday opts in and Klay Thompson wants to get a deal commensurate with how he played last year, that's at least $30 million a year. And I don't think that you want to pay all these guys all that money.
Yeah, I have no idea what Klay's going to make. I don't know about the whole at least $30 million a year. We'll see how he plays this year.
His year last year was at least worth $30 million. Probably more like $35 million.
Bobby Marks actually called it about $30 million a year as of last year. But if you keep hearing people, he's in steep decline and he can't defend anymore.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, this contract would not be about 1 year. Like this whole $35 million a year idea for Klay, if it's a 3-year deal that's running to his 37th or 4-year deal to his 38th birthday, I don't think it's going to be $30 million a year. I don't think that at all. And so I don't see this as a 1 year type of a thing. In fact, I think they're much more tailored for 1 year right now than they would be if they got Drew Holiday, because from the simple standpoint that Drew is signed for 2 years if he wants it, right? Player option for the year after this one. And he's a player who's still going to have life beyond those 2 years if something were to work out for him to still be on the team going forward. Not Chris Paul. Like right now, the way the Warriors are set up, this is another reboot next season. You're hoping to extend Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, that's it. You decline that option, and you head out onto the market with maybe a new couple dollars to spend, and I don't exactly know what they would do with that. So to me, this is this makes you a better basketball team this year, and it probably makes you a better basketball team for a couple years after that as well. And for me, it's about maximizing Steph Curry. If they always say that, and everyone always does, here's your chance.
Well, and your chance came by trading Jordan Poole, and you brought in Chris Paul, which gave you the word that everyone likes to use now, which is optionality, because you have that with Chris Paul. Even if you keep him at the end of the year, you have optionality in terms of his salary and what you could do with that slot. So if you would have kept Jordan Poole, you didn't have that optionality because you were locked in for him for 4 years. But you bring in Drew Holiday, and if things work well, but you don't win the title, and Klay plays great, well, then you have a choice to make between Drew and Klay, because I don't think that you would sign them both, knowing that Andrew's going up. Andrew's contract has been very team-friendly. Draymond goes up. Steph is north of $50 million for next year. So based on what you had heard from your Warriors sources, they weren't going to try and do 4 guys making north of 30, and that's what you'd be looking at.
Actually, though, no, because if you remember what Andrew Wiggins' contract is, it does not get to 30 until he has a player option in 2026.
Wow, yeah.
He's sub 30. Draymond is sub 30. What I don't know, and just to share that with the audience, the idea that after this new CBA rule goes into effect, that NBA teams across the board are not going to want to do 4 players making more than $30 million a year. That was said to me, okay? So if that's the case, well, how far down does that extend? Does that mean it's okay if you got a bunch of guys making 28? Is 30 the hard number? Draymond's making less than 30. Andrew would be making less than 30. I don't know what Klay Thompson would make. And obviously, in that scenario that you just threw out, Drew Holiday would be making more than 30. Klay Thompson would be making more than 30. So they actually would only have 2 people making more than 30, potentially 3 with Klay.
Sure.
But again, I look at this more, the history of Joe Lacob. Joe, a number of times, has been like, we're not doing $400 million.
Yeah.
And then a few months later, it's like, you said you aren't doing $400 million. He's like, all right, we'll do $400 million, but we're not doing $420.
Well, this year is the first time that he said it, and it looks like they're going to do it.
Yeah, because when presented with an option that looks like a winner, Joe Lacob says yes. That's Joe. You're a Warrior fan. You got a great owner. You got a great owner who will do that. He will extend the strings when presented a great opportunity, especially one that you didn't know was coming. This is that. This is that. Nobody knew this was a possibility. So I definitely think the Warriors are going to be in on these conversations. I really hope they get it done. I think that this would be this is W's across the board for the Warriors if they do it.
Do you hope that they get it done because of your love of Drew Holiday more or your disdain for Chris Paul?
There's
like which one hits you harder? Because I know you don't love Chris Paul. And Drew Holiday, everyone likes him. Good defender, very good defender, solid egoless player. He's a great player in the association. Early 30s, fits with the timeline and all the rest of it. But I wonder where your motivation lies more.
Well, it's more about Drew, but it's also like it felt like your question was making it more about individual people, like personal. It's not personal.
It's basketball personal. Because whenever the Chris Paul thing came up months ago, you were adamantly against Chris Paul.
I don't think it fits. And he's old.
But you were adamant against him as the player, and based on what you've gleaned from him and what you've seen from him, and so
there's a little.
It was more than his age and his career. It was more about like the player he's been.
Listen, we're Warrior fans,
and you're not wrong for that. Yeah,
we're Warrior fans. We're not fans of Chris Paul,
right?
That doesn't mean
we are now.
It doesn't mean I've got like an axe to grind with him.
No, I'm not saying you're out there throwing eggs in his house.
He's not. He's not my favorite. But I could certainly wrap my head around it if I thought it was a perfect fit. I think the Warriors have done an unbelievable PR job over the last 3 months, getting everybody to go, yeah, it fits. No, it doesn't. He's 38, and he's small. Is he a better defender than Jordan? Sure. Is he more mature than Jordan? Sure. Is he probably not going to get punched by a teammate? I think so.
Is he a better fit than Jordan? Yes.
Yes, but that's because Jordan literally became toxic. So almost anybody would fit more than Jordan Poole. Do I think it's this perfect fit and we're all kumbaya now? No. I've been very clear the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
There are times where I feel like we're being punked. You're bringing in Chris Paul, Dwight Howard, and Rodney McGruder? Is this a joke?
Rudy Gay.
You're playing jokes on us, right?
Right.
Okay. So, no, I can wrap my head around Chris Paul, the person, but the fit, I still do not really see. And this is a way better fit for now and in the future. This is a younger, better basketball player. Sometimes we got to simplify this. It's very similar to the conversations we've had about the Giants. Oh, too much analytics, and this guy in the front office, and this guy's in this position. Stop. Get better players. That's it. End of sentence. End of sentence. This is an opportunity to get a better basketball player. Do it.
Yeah. Even if it's just for 1 year and you have to give up Jonathan Kuminga, who looks like he could be a future star.
Looks like he could be. Boy, where's this market been on that sentence over the last 3 years?
Well, they've been in the camp of Steve Kerr won't play him. That's where they've been.
Right.
I don't think that anyone has looked at Jonathan Kuminga and said, well, he's not the guy. Like, you saw James Wiseman, and you could make that determination based on what you saw.
Define that, the guy.
Like, you look at Jonathan Kuminga, and you don't look at the way he plays and think, oh, he can't possibly be a star. You look at James Wiseman, and you see the way he played, and you could look at that and say, well, I could see where they're going to give up on him.
I wouldn't say that, but if you're the guy, like an all-star, I would firmly bet against that happening for Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, an all-star is it's few and far between guys who become all-stars.
Exciting style.
Can he give you 18 and 9 a night and be an exciting player? Absolutely. Can he be Kuzma?
To me,
can he be Siakam?
Oh,
can he be?
I would guess probably not.
Wow. Okay.
I would guess probably not
For a guy who's what 21.
Yeah, like maybe.
Okay.
He's got very.
That's what I said. Maybe
he's got a very right, but
his upside is through the roof.
But I don't want maybe. Steph Curry's here. Bleep maybe. What are we doing?
Sure.
Steph Curry is here.
Yeah.
Let's go with yes. Can Drew Holiday be an amazing player in the NBA? Yes, he is.
He is. Yeah,
Done.
he's a star.
Get him. We gotta stop.
No, it's easy to spend Joe Lacob's assets when you're.
Well, listen.
Just send them all away.
Yeah.
Trade all the draft picks.
No, I mean,
and trade all the young players.
That is my current opinion. Not always. It is right now. It is in this situation. Is he going to do it? I don't know. Does he have to do it? No. But
he's more likely to do it if he can. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I'm certainly sharing that's what I would do in this situation. I feel like we get stuck right now, whether it's James Wiseman, Trey Lance, what have you, because of where we've been. There's kind of this thing where it's like, if you want someone for the now instead of the future, you're like you hate young players. No, I don't hate young players, but in this particular situation, I would rather have Drew Holiday than the possibility of Kuminga becoming XYZ. And by the way, stats don't even do it for me because there are a lot of players in the NBA that can do 18 and 9 if they're on a crappy team that's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can do 18 and 9. Can he do it for a champ squad? I'd bet against it.
You mentioned Lance and Wiseman, and those are unfair comps in terms of the Kuminga conversation.
I didn't comp him to Kuminga. I comped him to the way we talk about young players.
You said Lance and Wiseman.
Young players. That's all I said.
Lance and Wiseman are different than Kuminga, in my opinion.
Agreed. I did not comp them to Jonathan Kuminga, I'll say again.
Okay.
I did not.
I'm not saying that you comped them to that.
I talked about the way that we view young players, this whole potential thing. Let them play. Let them play. They have been with them for years. If the Warriors,
Kuminga's been here for 2 years, 3 years, maybe.
Right, that's a long time.
Okay,
and he's in practice every day. And I think he's a good young player. If they think he's a superstar, they wouldn't be on the phone. Do you think they're on the phone right now?
They're absolutely on the phone.
I think they're on the phone right now.
I think everyone's on the phone.
Yeah,
and they're talking about Chris Paul, and maybe they're even talking about Klay Thompson. We don't know who they're probably shopping everybody but Steph Curry. And if they're shopping Steph Curry, then I don't want to be a fan of this team anymore. But if you're on the phone, then you're taking calls and you're shopping. You're probably not shopping everybody, but if teams are asking about Klay Thompson, you're saying, well, maybe not Klay, but hey, Chris Paul, certainly. If you're Portland and you're looking at the Warriors and the offer is Chris Paul, Kuminga, and a first-round pick, to me, it's an absolute no. I think they can get more than that.
You think?
Absolutely.
Huh.
Absolutely. It's a seller's market right now in terms of Drew Holiday.
But you got to remember, someone's got to have that contract. Someone's got to be paying somebody north of $30 million, and it's expiring, and they want to get rid of it. That doesn't grow on trees. Not everybody's got that.
Right, and also be a contender in that same space.
And be able to pair it with a young player and assets that you like. You know what I mean?
But the draft picks, if you're Portland, you're looking at these draft picks and you're not looking at them as like lottery picks.
No, but everybody who's offering you picks are going to be contenders. That's why they may even want something that's further down the road. Maybe they want a 2027 or 2028 draft pick because
2030.
I would like once Steph is retired, first round draft pick, wouldn't you? I know it's down the road, but that's the way Portland's looking at this. They're not winning anytime soon.
Right.
Everybody calling is going to be a contender who right now is going to offer you something in the 20s as far as a first-round pick if it were next year.
For the most part. And so then it comes down to what's the player you're getting back. And if Portland is really enamored with Jonathan Kuminga, then it becomes more of an attractive thing because Chris Paul is a veteran placeholder. He's a salary. He's a contract in terms of what you're describing, like what Portland would want. They got to match up a salary, so you're looking for a guy who makes a lot of money, who won't be around for long. And if that's Chris Paul, then so be it.
Yeah. To me, this one feels good. It feels good. And there's another aspect to this, because you asked if it was like personal about Chris Paul. Not personal, but there's a concern, and it's this. Listen to, or in fact, let's do it this way. If you missed what Kawakami said to us yesterday, we see some of you getting on the phone. Jonathan, Scott, we want to come to you. If you want to weigh in on this, would you do this deal for Drew Holiday? 888-957-9570. Would definitely take your calls coming up next, but also play for you what Kawakami said yesterday, which to me, it paints a picture that is the concern side of the Chris Paul Warriors relationship. I know everybody, they've played so nice. Draymond and Chris, right?
Camp hasn't even opened.
That's sitting in a tree. And so now everyone's practicing together. Steve Kerr loves him because he talks on the phone and doesn't text, all of that stuff. I'm telling you, to me, this feels like this could go sideways so fast because of who Chris Paul has been. This has been someone who has ruffled feathers in locker rooms his whole career. So we got all of that coming up for you next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
The final days of the fall.
4 years from now, when Steph hangs it up and there's a statue and Draymond hangs it up and there's boxing gloves and Clay hangs it up and he's no longer here, in 2028 and they're all gone, Joe Lacob will make this team still be good.
I buy what you're saying.
By hook or by crook.
I buy what you're saying. However, I do raise an eyebrow when I hear him, as he kind of did in the Bob Myers press conference, like, that's what we do. We'll be good. We'll be good no matter what. But it's like, hey, take it easy. It's not like you don't have Steph Curry. We've watched this, right? Bill Belichick's the greatest of all time. Do it without Tom and give me a call.
Sure.
It's not that easy. You can be a good organization and you can be good. You can't be great unless you've got the dude. And that's not easy to find. So we'll see.
Yeah.
The other emotion I have when you bring that up is, I don't care about 2028. Like, that feels so long from now.
Sure.
Yes, you have to plan for it, but I don't think you can obsess about it, especially now when you have twilight time for an all-time great.
Yeah.
Multiple all-time greats, but really, really like an all-time great.
Well, it's about the three of them. It's Steph, Clay, and Dre, the longest tenured trio in the association, and they've got 4, and they want 5, and if they get 5, I'm sure they'd love to have 6, and so that, to me, has more weight than 2028, 2029. You're right, and if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm thinking about that, but at the same time, I'm thinking, I've got Steph Curry, top 10 player all time. I've got these 3 guys playing together who have won almost more titles together than any other trio ever. I mean, you've got a Boston trio, you got the Bulls, you got the Lakers, and then you got San Antonio.
Yeah.
End of list. I mean, these guys are them. They've done it. So I'm going to do everything I can to get them further up that list.
So Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, comes on yesterday, and here's the other thing. This is no longer about who starts. If Allen wins dinner, he wins dinner.
About who stays. Right?
That too.
Yeah.
But like obsessing over, I know a lot of people have blow off the conversation about whether or not Chris Paul is going to start, because who cares? In the end, right? It's the first 5 minutes of the game. Are we really going to lose our minds? No, I'm not. But it's more about the underlying issue that leads to that answer. Okay? So listen to what Kawakami says here, and then we're going to the phones.
Chris Paul needs to see it. He deserves the respect of seeing it before anything is imposed upon him. And then they hope not to impose it on him. They hope that he comes to that conclusion along with the rest of them. And that involves Steph Curry, Draymond Green, all of them. I think what the Warriors are hoping and believing, and this is really the Warriors' way, is it's all kind of agreed to. You see it on the court. Look, you could have more energy running that second unit. Maybe you close some games with Steph and Clay. Maybe you don't, but get the feel of this before we're going to put a Hall of Famer on the bench for the first time. That's how Steve Kerr does stuff. And, you could just hear it when he was talking to me. I could feel it. I knew that was the way they were going to approach it. No, we'll see what Chris Paul says about all this, and maybe he doesn't agree, but it makes sense. The lineup makes sense with the starting 5 from last year. That is statistically a tremendous starting 5. Makes sense and positionally and all the things they do, and then have Chris Paul be coming right off that bench with whatever 6-minute mark at the first quarter, lead the second unit into the second quarter, and then you see what the best group is from there.
If that's the way Steve Kerr does things, I have no reason to be worried or get in the way. Steve Kerr does things very, very well. He's a great coach. He's a great NBA man. So there's that. But in this particular case, if you're waiting for Chris Paul to get there and he doesn't, then what do you do? That's my question, because when I listen to Tim talk, this is what I hear. I hear there's a whole organization that knows that Chris Paul needs to come off the bench, except for Chris. And we're just going to wait, and we'll make sure he gets there. But then if he doesn't, what are you going to do?
You pick him up and you take him up and put him in his crib. And maybe this is me dealing with a baby, but this morning you tell the baby,
goo.
Thank you, Mila, Milky, it's bedtime, and she crawls away. It's like, okay. And she comes back, milk. Okay, you can have some milk, and then it's bedtime. And you crawl away a second time. It's like, you know what? Crawl away one more time. We're going to bed. And she crawls away a third time, and now I got to go up and give it the double underarm scoop, put the sleep sack on, and it's over. And if it's Chris Paul, I'm not saying he's a baby. He's a 17-year vet, but Chris, you need to come off the bench. Nah, I'm good. I'm going to start. Chris, we're better with you off the bench. Nah, I'm good. I'm going to start. Okay, Chris, here's your sleep sack. You're our sixth man. So I do think that there's a time, there's a framework, there's a timeline, and dealing with a 1-year-old is different than dealing with a 38-year-old, kind of.
As long as we get to the right answer, I don't care.
Right.
Take as much time as you want.
I didn't have 4 weeks, Mark. I had about 17 minutes this morning.
If the guy goes over to the scorer's table and crosses Kevon Looney's name out before they announce the starting lineup,
you go to your room.
And with his chicken scratches, he puts Chris Paul in there, and he comes running through the tunnel. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up, Jonathan?
How's it going, guys? You kind of talked me into it, Mark, because I still got high hope for Jonathan Kuminga. I was hoping that maybe the Warriors could train him and he becomes, a more aggressive Andrew Wiggins. But then again, like you said, it's all about getting the fifth for Steph and Dre and maybe Clay. So, hey, F them picks, Chris Paul, bye-bye. Yeah, do it. Let's do it. Why not?
So we convinced you from the time you got on hold, because your comments next to your name say don't trade Kuminga. So something was said while you were on hold that changed your mind.
Yeah, you were saying that they've been watching a guy for years, and it's like, yeah, that's right. They don't really see what they're seeing. So, yeah, maybe he's not the guy, because if he is the guy, why would they give up on him?
Well, here's what I would say, Jonathan, and thank you very much. I want to be clear. I'm not down on Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think that the Warriors are down on Jonathan Kuminga. This is just a situation where when a great opportunity shows up and there's an opportunity to get a very good player, sometimes it has to hurt a little bit. Okay? Lucas offered me a fantasy trade on my way in today. It's a horrible trade. He wants to get something awesome without it hurting. It doesn't work that way. You want awesome, it's got to hurt a little bit. Kuminga, I grant you, it would hurt a little bit. I like Jonathan Kuminga. I think there could be something there. Do I think it's a superstar? I do not. But who cares what I think? It's not that.
Right.
It's that you want Drew Holiday. I want Drew Holiday. It's not about being down on Kuminga. I want Drew Holiday on the team.
There are 46 players this year who are characterized as stars according to the load management system, and Drew Holiday is one of them, and Jonathan Kuminga is not. So will he be on this list someday? I hope so, which means you're either All-NBA in the last 3 years or an All-Star in the last 3 years. One of those two criteria is what makes you a star now, and I think Jonathan Kuminga has a chance to get to that point
maybe
at some juncture in his career. Now, will it be while Steph is still here? Probably not. So if that's your calculus and you can bring in Drew Holiday, who is a star, and he's younger than Chris Paul also is a star on this list, but he's not going to be able to help you as much as Drew Holiday.
Yeah, 38-year-old version of. Scott Marin, real quick. Hey, Scott, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, real quick. I think you guys got to take a look at Drew's actual production. If you saw him last year in the playoffs, he was not good at all. And my brother-in-law is from Racine, Wisconsin. Big Bucks man. He watched all the games. I don't pay attention to the Bucks much, but Drew, if you go back and do some research on him, and the fans think he's a terrible playoff performer. In fact, if you look at his stats, they aren't very good. So I think you need to. He's a great defender, no question about it. He's been a great defender, but he got cooked last year too. So and he's got high mileage on him. He's what, 33 years old? Is that correct?
33 years old, same age as Clay and Dre.
Right, but he's got some mileage on him too, and offensively he's been terrible in the playoffs. I suggest you go check that out and check some of his tape from last year. Did you watch the playoffs last year?
Yeah, of course I did, Scott.
Every dribble, Scott.
Here's what I would say, and thank you for the call. Like, really? You're going to make decisions in the future based on the 4 games he played in a playoff series last year? You know what I mean? Christian McCaffrey was hurt 2 years in a row. The Niners didn't blink. Well, what about the history?
That was also a historically good Jimmy Butler series.
Yeah.
One of the greatest series of all time.
Like, dude, the league is salivating over acquiring Drew Holiday. The league's freaking out right now. This guy's good, really good player. Really, really good player. All right. 888-957-9570. We'll take more of your calls. You doing this deal or not? We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. It's Willard and Dibs.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than 11 cable cars. 1,000,000 times older than the Golden Gate Bridge. Something that ate the daily equivalent of 500 Mission-style veggie burritos. See the world's largest dinosaurs. A new exhibit at the California Academy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You can't stop me today. It's Thursday. It's the best day of the week. I have 413 fantasy players in this game tonight. I am juiced. Okay?
Across 4 leagues?
Yeah, we got your boy. Hang in there, big guy. If they're down at halftime, I'm going to say it out loud. Hang in there, big guy. There are brighter halves ahead.
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's go, Jared.
It's a big win for us.
I'm going to Jared.
Yeah, we're tailgating for our fantasy matchup. It's host versus host. Afternoons versus middays. Dibs, Steiny. 2 old friends collide. Scott,
That's big. That is
I need
big.
it.
That's big.
I need it. I've been
Lucas
juggling my lineup.
I think it's me. Lucas, do I play you this week? I don't
know.
Yeah, you know. Stop it. Don't act like you don't stare at this stuff for
He's
18
so
hours a day.
demure.
It's so ridiculous.
I'm 3-0. I don't even know. I don't even know this.
Yeah, I'm in 17 leagues.
Yeah, I offered you a trade that would totally ruin your team this week right before I play you, but I don't know. Do I play
Should have
you?
accepted.
Lucas is top of the
Ridiculous.
table. He's the Manchester City of our fantasy league.
What does that mean?
It means he's in first place. Sorry about that, Grandy.
He is?
Yes,
It's a hell of a compliment.
He's 3-0 and he has the most points. What don't you get about that, Mark?
I don't
you
look
get
at
it?
this stuff. I have no idea. Oh, no, I don't play him this week.
You know who's second?
I don't play him this week.
In second place is a man for whom you will be buying steak. A Sizzle, Fantasy Fizzle.
No.
Alan Stiles is also undefeated.
No, I feel good. I feel very,
Then our
very
top
good about
scorer, who's 2-1. Man, I'm mad. We give up too many points.
That's just because he had Mostert last
Guru's
week.
third.
Yeah, this is it's way too early to be talking about these kind of stats.
Then
but
Connor, and then Evan, and then
how many stats are you going to give out?
then you.
And then me.
Well, I had to get to you.
It's 3 games in. I'm 2-1. We're doing fine over here.
Big talker, big brocker. You're in 7th. Big deal.
Rock-a-doodle-doo. Come on. We're fine.
I'm 2.5 points behind the Krugerrands. I need to move up.
That's embarrassing.
I'm moving up with a bullet.
Let's go to Leroy in
Let's
Oakland.
go to Leroy.
Come on, Leroy. Get us back on
7th
the
place.
Drew Holiday train. Let's see if we can get Chris Paul on a 17th NBA team. What's up, Leroy? What are you doing?
Hey, I just pulled up in front of my house after a long day of work. I'm off the rest of the week. My birthday's coming up. I got a great weekend planned.
Let's go. Job well
feeling good,
done.
man.
Leroy, how old are you going to be this weekend?
53.
Yeah.
Attaboy, Leroy.
Yeah.
You hang in that demographic.
That's right.
I'm down. I was 220 pounds, man. I'm down to 169. I'm feeling good.
Woo, state of the art.
I don't want to talk about me. I want to talk about my Golden State Warriors. So yesterday, I talk to my wife all the time about sports and my son. We're sitting around talking. And I just was telling them how, pissed I was with the draft and who we picked. And I thought that we chose, age over youth by getting rid of Poole, and then we bring in Rudy Gay, and I'm going, oh man, and we brought in Chris Paul, and I'm going, we're just getting so old. And that brings me to my point. If we can bring in Drew Holiday, who's a little younger, then bring him in, because I don't expect a lot from my Golden State Warriors this year. I don't think Willard and Dibs that we're going to be very good. And I have an interesting thing to tell you. So I'm watching SportsCenter today, and Stephen A's talking to Mark Cuban, and he's talking about something else, and he goes, the power rankings in the West, there's 4 teams, the 2 LA teams, you got Denver, and I forgot the other team.
Phoenix. I'm sure it was Phoenix.
Phoenix. Yes, he did. Phoenix. But he didn't mention the Warriors.
Of course not.
And I thought that was interesting. And I said to myself the other day, I said, man, I'm looking at us we'll make the playoffs. We'll be, probably a 5th or a 6th seed. But man, it's going to be tough sledding. So Warrior fans, I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'm hoping we can make a championship run. But I'm not encouraged.
Well, Leroy, here's what I would say.
Happy birthday, Leroy.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Enjoy 53.
Nice job on a job well done on your day at work. I'm not as down on the Warriors as currently constructed, maybe as Leroy is, but he does have a point, and this is where my pessimism comes from. They are going to show up with the oldest roster, and just because of of resume and championship pedigree. I know that looks good when we talk about stuff, but when you get onto the floor, and he brings up Denver, the LA teams, and Phoenix, that doesn't even acknowledge Memphis and the Adorables and all the other, like there's other young teams that might be ready. OKC, New Orleans. This is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to go get a top 4 seed. And to think you can show up with the oldest team out there and just say, hey, because we have name value and pedigree, that's going to work on a Tuesday. Do you know what I mean? Like, I get what you're saying when we get to the end of the year.
April.
But, like, when you're working your way through this thing, I don't know that helps you that much. And this move, while it certainly wouldn't make you a young team, Drew Holiday ain't no spring chicken either, but there's a lot of mileage there, and it's also the style of play and what he would offer. If there are two things that a basketball Jones would really worry about here, it's Klay Thompson declining simply as a defender, and if Chris Paul's role is too big, you're often are going to end up in a spot where you're too small, particularly on the defensive end. Drew Holiday, with one swing, goes check, check, and changes all of that.
What's he go, 6'3"? So
plays way bigger than Chris. He's a big beef. He's a big side of beef.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Yeah.
He's a big guy.
Big
But it's not like he's, 6'7", 6'8",
No,
and really
he's a guard.
But he's not solving your Klay Thompson defensive problem.
Sure he is, because he like Klay's role could be to go guard the third best. Like, you'd have Wiggins and Drew. You'd have two elite
I get
perimeter
it, Mark.
defenders.
I get it. I'm with you there in terms of, you do get younger and you get better on defense. I'm not so worried about what's going to happen in the end of days. If you're healthy in April, I like the veteran pedigree. I like having a team with experience. And, I'm not that deterred by, what the Kings did this year. The Kings ultimately lost because they were inexperienced. They lost. They might have been the better team, but you get to Game 7, and you weren't good enough to win that game, even though you had it at home. The Warriors' championship pedigree shone through. So if you have Chris Paul, I still think you can win that kind of a ball game. If you don't have Chris Paul, if you have Drew Holiday, yeah, you're a better team, absolutely, and you're a better defensive team.
I don't know why the conversation doesn't sort of like. Why is that? That's the card right there. That's the hammer that you just said at the end. A better team. Like a better team with Drew Holiday.
Right. You're a better team
6'5",
if you're all healthy.
This is a solid 3 inches taller than Chris. Yeah.
Okay. You're healthy by the time you get to the end of the year, if you're able to get to the end of the year.
Yeah.
And if you don't have Jonathan Kuminga, who's expected to play a lot more this year and take a lot of pressure off your old team, as you're mentioning. So if you don't have Kuminga because you had to trade him, and now you've got, a very short bench in terms of having to win games all year, I wonder if you're able to be healthy and fresh by the end.
It's interesting. I do like Jonathan Kuminga. I really do. The skill set is fun, and he could be an energetic guy. And I do like the Warriors. The idea, obviously, of having some youth that you're looking forward to. That's fun too. I get all of that. But also, wouldn't you say that this is an uncomfortable idea? It sounds to me sometimes like when people are analyzing the Warriors this year, there's not an excitement about Kuminga. There's a reliance on Kuminga.
There should be.
I don't want that. That doesn't feel comfortable at all.
Well, you relied on him last year.
No, they didn't.
Well,
they wanted to, and then they couldn't.
Well,
and that's kind of what I'm getting at.
They did because he played the 7th most minutes on your team.
I know social media says that he grew an inch a day in the month of July.
He's 7'1".
So he's now 8'3", which is exciting. I can't wait to see what that looks like. But, yes, did he work hard in the offseason? Sounds like he did. Is his head screwed on further straight? Sounds like it is. That's all great. But he's a total unknown as far as a piece that is a key centerpiece rotation player on a championship aspiration squad. That is a total unknown.
Right.
And the idea that, like, oh my gosh, you're gonna have to have that. Well, it might not be that. It very, very might not be that.
Right.
So the idea, I don't know.
But what he is a guy who plays, and that's my point.
So does Drew.
Yeah, so does Jordan Poole, who led the team in minutes last year, and he's gone. So All I'm saying
he
is
plays on half the game. But anyway, go ahead.
Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
He led the team in minutes.
No, but he only plays
and he led the team in points.
Right, but he plays
last
on
year.
one end of the floor.
But he plays, and that you're
not
not
on the
you're not
defensive
catching
side.
my point
no,
here.
I'm catching yours. You're not catching mine.
No, I'm totally getting
He only
it.
plays half the game.
But he plays, and you're missing the point
Poorly.
because you've got a team where Steph Curry missed 26 games because he is an older player.
How does Kuminga fix that?
He plays.
He doesn't play guard.
But he plays basketball, and that's the point. Jordan Poole played all 82 last year. Yeah. So my point is, all you've talked about is you've got this old team, and you can't win with an old team. And I don't think that you're wrong, but when you have an old team, it would be nice to have a younger guy who you could say, you know what, Jonathan, you're young, you're spry, go play basketball. And even if you're not always going to be great, if you play 22 minutes a night, 82 times, that has value.
I don't know what we're trying to achieve here. Are we trying to have a body who you feel is more likely to be healthy, or are you trying to win a ring?
Both.
Drew Holiday versus Jonathan Kuminga this year. I mean, my God, it's not even close. Who makes you a better basketball team?
Sure.
Like it's not even in the same area code. You can be excited about Jonathan, and you can like how he flies. And I do too. I am not down on Kuminga, but to compare what he would mean this year versus Drew Holiday, even Chris Paul versus Drew Holiday, I don't know. My opinion is that's not even close as to who would have a bigger impact.
Sure. I'm just saying that Jonathan Kuminga is a guy who provides you youth and minutes, and you're very concerned about the age of this Warriors team with Chris Paul, even without Chris Paul.
Right, but
you've got an older team. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy who's going to play minutes.
But I think you're also only looking at one side of this, which is to say, they would get older if you turn Kuminga into Holiday. They would also get younger because they turned Paul into Holiday.
Agreed.
Paul's playing the bigger role this year than Kuminga.
But
Holiday would come in and play the Paul role, and that
Holiday's playing the Poole role, and then Kuminga is playing the Paul role.
Okay.
In terms of minutes.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know.
I'm just talking about pure minutes.
I thought Chris Paul was a starter.
He is, but he's not going to play more than 24 minutes a game.
Oh, he thinks he is.
He's not going to play more than 24 minutes a game. That's just the way that's going to go. And if you look at Chris Paul and the way his career has trended, I don't need to coach, Mark.
Okay.
I watch basketball and I look at the trajectories of players.
I've not even heard that said. In fact, Kawakami said yesterday it might be as much as 30. He said that on our show yesterday.
Right. I'd be stunned if Chris Paul played. And again, we could talk about 30 minutes a game, or we can talk about actual minutes. I'm more interested in actual minutes because Steph Curry played 32 minutes a night, but over 56 games. So the minutes he played, the total minutes, were not as high as Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Now, is Steph Curry better than Jordan Poole? Of course.
Yep.
I would never argue to the contrary, but with a team that is older and a team that is going to load manage, and we know this, I'm looking at players who are going to play actual minutes, not MPG, but total minutes. And I don't think that Chris Paul is a guy who's going to play, let's say, 2,000 minutes.
Drew and Chris both averaged about the same number of minutes last year.
Right.
About 32 a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Over how many games? And Chris played a few fewer games. I see 59 games.
Drew played 67.
Yeah.
Played 67.
So you're talking about an extra 250 minutes, which is largely negligible over the course of an NBA season. But I'm looking at Chris Paul's minute total, not his minutes per game, but his minute total, and it is trending down. And that's where...
As it should. Yeah,
exactly.
As it should.
So if you think that he's going to play 30 a night, it's going to be over. If he plays 30 a night, it's going to be over. Exactly. Yeah. I think you want him to play 24 a night over 70 games as opposed to 30 a night over 50 games.
I'd like him to play in Portland.
0 minutes.
I'd like him to play in Portland.
You'd rather have him play 0.
Yeah. Javier in Vacaville, hey, with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Javier, how are you?
All right, how you doing, Mr. Dan Dibley and Mr. Willard? I tried to text you about 3 weeks ago, but I think blocked my number, didn't deliver, no longer delivers text messages. But that's, all relative.
It's awkward.
The contrary opinion of Mr. Holiday being on the Warriors is very simple. He's averaging 25 and 7 at 33 years old, and he's 6'5". And you telling me with him, you trade Paul and either or Kuminga or Moody with a pick, maybe 2, to Portland, that just does so much for you because the Curry minutes when he needs a blow and or is, injured, needs a game, that's your starting point guard by default. And most importantly, he is a top 5 defender at the point guard position. If you go and get Drew Holiday for 50 cents on the dollar right now, it is a win. You're shooting 47.9% from the field, 38% from 3. Chris Paul is a shell of the production that Drew Holiday would bring, and he's not bringing in I need to start. You're telling me Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney with Holiday, Payton, either Kuminga and or Moody, whichever one you don't get rid of, with Rudy Gay and Sarge, that's a championship-level team. My last point, the Kings didn't lose the game 7 against the Warriors because they were worse. Steph Curry went nuclear and went for 50 for the win. But hey, respect. But Drew Holiday would be the piece to put you in the top 3 in the West. Go get him by any means. Chris Paul is not what you guys. I mean, the Warriors could do well with him, but if you can get Drew Holiday with a Chris Paul and or Kuminga and or Moody swap with a pick or 2, you do that 12 times out of 10 and 13 times on a Sunday.
Yeah, Javier, thanks, man. I don't think Moody would get it done. That would surprise me.
No,
but Javier brings up something that I think is important to discuss because we don't know Drew Holiday. You don't know Drew Holiday.
Are you talking about the Rudy Gay and Sarge part of it?
No, I'm talking about the part that Drew Holiday, and wouldn't this be a freaking breath of fresh air? Listen to something that is tucked into this comment that Brian Windhorst of ESPN said about Drew Holiday being available and how the league is salivating over this and how important it might be to the playoffs this year.
What happens with Drew Holiday and where he ends up in the next couple of weeks could be a bigger outcome on the NBA title than this trade with Dame Lillard. And I say that because Drew Holiday is now available on sale. 2 days ago, you couldn't get Drew Holiday from the Bucks unless you were offering a superstar player and draft picks. Now Portland is going to be willing to sell him basically for draft compensation. You're not going to have to send him a great player. That means a bunch of teams that could compete for the title with the Bucks are now brought into it. I'm talking about Boston, New York, Miami, potentially the LA Clippers, and even more teams. Drew Holiday is a plug-and-play, two-way, low-impact, low-ego player who has proven to have championship DNA. Teams are crawling all over themselves, contenders. And I would even argue that it's possible that a team that acquires Drew Holiday, despite this star pairing in Milwaukee, could feel better about its championship chances than they did a couple of days ago.
3 words I really, really like. Low ego player.
Crawling over themselves.
Golden State Warriors are all set on ego. We're all filled up here. So to swap Jordan Poole for Chris Paul felt simply like going, okay.
The lateral move.
At least this ego isn't mad at us right now.
This ego didn't get punched in the face.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But when I hear this discussion, you coaching, should he start? Should he come in just because he's Chris and break up the most efficient lineup in the NBA just because he's Chris? I'm sorry if I get a little triggered because the whole season was ruined last year because of people's egos. It ruined the season.
Wow. That's one way to look at it.
No, it is. These two guys.
I don't think it was because of people's egos. It was because of people's fists.
Well, and what did the fists come from?
Don't know. It came from one person's hand.
Chirpity chirp at each other was based on egos.
In October.
Yeah, it was based on egos. Guys are chirping about contracts, who should be getting what. It's all based on egos.
Sure.
So forgive me if I'm not fully buying into the Warriors' connectivity line when they bring in Chris Paul and he immediately wants to start on a roster that's all set with its starting lineup. How about low ego player? I'm in.
Well,
I'm in on that.
Forgive me for just glomming on to what he also said, Brian Windhorst, in that soundbite, which is teams will be crawling over themselves or each other to get this player, which tells me it's going to take more than Kuminga in a pick and a broken down, egocentric, according to some, point guard who's 38 years old. So if you think that you're just going to get away with Kuminga and a future first or a pick swap, Portland's going to have options. And I don't imagine that Portland is going to settle for Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, and a future 2030 first-round pick. There's going to be better offers out there.
I don't agree.
Yeah,
I don't agree. Again.
We can make a wager on it to see if they get.
Listen.
If they get more compensation than that, I would bet that they do.
But that's going to be subjective. Who's the good young player that they admire in Portland? Who's the contract that these teams are giving up? Like the Warriors are in, at minimum, an advantageous position that they've got a $30 million expiring contract. That's
a player who's not, like, if you wanted to give up R.J. Barrett, if I'm Portland, I'd rather have R.J. Barrett at $26 million, team control for 2 more years after this year, a 23-year-old player who's actually... He's better than Chris Paul right now. He's better than Jonathan Kuminga for sure.
He's a guard, and they're drunk with guards already.
But he's a player that you can bring in, and absolutely he helps your team more than Chris Paul or Jonathan Kuminga.
Portland's not interested in being good this year. That's the whole point.
Well, they're interested in building something.
Right, and by the time they build it, R.J. Barrett will be 30.
Right, by the time they build it, Jonathan Kuminga is 6 years away from being great.
Chris Mannix, 7 hours ago, Golden State could quickly become a front runner for Drew Holiday. The Warriors have the contract, the blue chip prospects, Kuminga and Moody, and the draft capital to get it done. These are the 3 things that you need. You need somebody making $30 million plus who you want to get rid of that's expiring. You have to have good young players that Portland will want. You have to have draft capital. Check, check, check. I'm not telling you they're going to get it done, but blowing off this as something Portland wouldn't want, I don't agree with that.
I didn't say that that's something that Portland wouldn't want. I said that Portland can do better. That's what I said.
And tell me who's got that. What's the other team that has those 3 check marks?
Well, I just gave you a team, and you poo-pooed it. Yeah,
that's not. So
R.J. Barrett's not better than Kuminga, and not better than Chris Paul.
He's not a prospect. He's already a player.
But he's got a fixed salary. He's a fixed asset with 2 more years to go.
They don't want the 2 more years. That's the point.
But they also want draft picks. And a Knicks draft pick is going to be better than a Warriors draft pick.
I mean, again, we're talking about draft picks that are years down the road.
Right.
And markedly, I mean, if you're looking at a Warrior pick and a Knick pick, you're gonna like, we got to go to the Knicks because they're going to be drafting like 17th and the Warriors will be 23rd.
I think there's a higher likelihood that the Knicks are in the lottery before the Warriors are in the lottery.
I don't know. The Knicks are not a lottery team right now. I mean, they got some good players there. That's a playoff team.
Right.
For sure. All right, we keep taking calls on this. 888-957-9570. Doc Feely, 20 minutes away. Latest on the Niners injuries as well. Stay with us. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Hi, thanks.
Whether you're looking to get the kids...
Jackson Davis.
You can be.
All right, so there's your young big.
Okay.
That's going to be the big damn deal.
Yeah.
In a few years.
5 years in college, and he comes out. He's polished.
I do think he's going to have a role. I think he's going to have a role.
But hold on, you're telling me that Steve Kerr is going to look at a young player and say,
he's going to give him a role.
You got a role?
That's right.
Okay.
He's going to sit him down. It's going to be like Christmas. He's going to give him a little wrapped gift. You want to know what's going to be in there?
A roll.
Nope. You're going to open it up.
I thought that was a perfect setup.
It's going to be minutes. There's minutes in that box. Trace?
Come Christmas.
There you go. That's
it's
for you.
Because Chris Paul's got a hammy, and Clay's got knee swelling, and, Draymond, he needs a rest.
Maybe. It's an interesting sort of thought process, right, of getting older or getting younger. If you give up Kuminga, it's like, wait a minute, that's our young guy. But if you're also giving up Chris Paul, well, yeah, there goes your dinosaur too.
Right.
So split the difference. And if I asked you who was going to play more minutes as it's currently constructed, who's got more minutes this year? Per game. Not overall.
Not total?
No.
Okay.
Per game.
Wow.
Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga.
Per game? It's Chris Paul.
Okay.
It's Chris Paul.
Then Drew Holiday acquisition would be getting younger.
How about total? Because per game, when you're dealing with an older team, means nothing to me. Because per game, it's great. Steph Curry last year averaged 35 minutes a game, but he missed 26 games. So in those 26 games, he played 0 minutes, which means somebody... And I'm sorry if this is groundbreaking to you, but somebody had to play those minutes.
Right. By the way,
those are minutes of basketball that you need.
I don't want this to shake your trees either.
Shake it.
But
Peter Gabriel?
Young players are also allowed to get hurt.
Sure.
That happens too.
Jordan Poole played all 82 last year.
Yes, he did.
Kuminga played 67, and he would have played more if it wasn't for those meddling kids. I mean, Steve Kerr.
I was hoping you would go that
I had to. Dante DiVincenzo. Restaurant quality.
We got to go to
He's in New York. He played 72.
We got to go to
games.
a red and white tablecloth Italian restaurant before the season starts and tip a little, you know what I mean?
We should.
A little Sangiovese or something like that.
The waiter comes over.
Yeah.
Can I get you guys? I'd like to maybe get a little of your DiVincenzo.
I'll have a couple of slices of DiVincenzo.
Let me get a glass of your finest DiVincenzo.
They'll be like, I don't get it.
And find your way out.
Be like, never mind.
Show yourselves the door. All I'm saying in terms of minutes, and I don't want to browbeat you with numbers, but Jordan Poole played almost 2,500 minutes, and those are gone. Mm-hmm. As much as he was maybe not a lockdown defender, and I'll have to look at the film to determine that, the dude played. He showed up, he laced him up, and he played.
You keep saying that, but I keep looking on the other end of the floor, and he's never there.
He was there-ish. He was around.
Yeah.
He was kind of there, waiting for an outlet pass.
Watching people hanging from the rim after dunking.
Minutes will need to be played, is all I'm saying. So if you're going to part with Kuminga,
I hear you.
A guy who played 1,400 minutes and would have played more and will play more.
Like, quite frankly,
I worry about that.
When you watch Jordan Poole play, don't you wish he was more like Drew Holiday? Like, that's a two-way player at 6'5", who scores essentially almost the same number of points per game that Jordan does, and then goes to the other end and makes life hell on somebody.
So you're asking
with low ego.
You're asking Jordan Poole to be the player that Drew Holiday became at 32.
No, I'm saying that what a perfect person for Jordan Poole to end up turning into.
Wouldn't that be great?
Drew Holiday.
And he might turn into that player, but the Warriors gave up on him.
No. I'm saying on the Warrior roster.
Sure.
When you watched Jordan Poole last year, if you're like, boy, if we could trade this guy for anybody in the league who'd come in and do the same things that we want Jordan to do,
right,
but also do it with low ego and defense. This is it. Drew Holiday.
How old was Jordan last year? Was he 23?
24? Yeah.
When Drew Holiday was 23, he shot 44% from the floor.
Cool.
39 from 3. He turned it over 3 times a game, and he averaged 14 a night.
How did he play on the defensive end?
You know who did that this year?
Who?
Jordan Poole. He averaged more points.
Stop with numbers.
He turned it over 3 times a game. All I'm saying is
that is not a genuine point you're making.
The point I'm making is that Drew Holiday at 32 is not the player that he was at 23. So for you to expect Jordan Poole to be two-way Drew,
I didn't say
to be
that.
a Drew-way player, that's unfair.
Listen to my point. That's not what I said.
You said, wouldn't it be nice if Jordan Poole could play like Drew Holiday?
No, I said, wouldn't it be nice if they could turn Jordan Poole into Drew Holiday? In other words, if there's any player in the league that we could trade this guy for, it would be Drew Holiday. But they got Chris Paul. So if they can then turn Chris Paul into Drew Holiday, I'm putting my hands up like a ref and saying, that one is good.
But you're forgetting another small wrinkle to...
Which is Jonathan Kuminga. And I'm willing to do it.
And?
What, draft picks?
Multiple.
Great.
Okay, I don't want you to shove that under the rug,
I'm
because
not shoving it
eventually
under the rug.
when we move and we pick the rug up, we're going to find that.
I walked in here and said it as clear as day the minute I arrived today.
You did.
That's going to be a yes from me, dog.
But that was 2 hours ago.
I said it again.
I'm just making sure you always say that, because it's not turning Jordan Poole into Drew Holiday.
No, my point is
You're
about
shoveling
fit.
Jonathan Kuminga onto the curb.
My point is about fit. And as much as I love the inner workings of the Warriors organization, they have smart people at every doorway, and they know what they're doing. And it is adorable that they've gotten all of us. Oh, connectivity. Oh, it's going to be incredible.
And optionality.
I cannot wait to buy a ticket to see the connectivity this year. Oh, and the maturity. I love me some maturity. I can't wait to sit there on the floor and watch the maturity that oozes off this floor. Great job. You have sold everybody on it. And you do have, I'm not saying they're disingenuous. There is a point to be made here. Is Chris Paul going to fit better emotionally and whatnot than Jordan? Sure. But not like Drew Holiday. That's a 33-year-old two-way player who, if you want him to be the sixth man, okay, I'm the sixth man. Done. It's just so much easier, so much more effective, just flat out better. That's a better fit than Chris Paul or Jordan Poole, in my opinion.
Yeah. Better than Jordan Poole, you would hope so. Better than Chris Paul, it's yet to be determined. And I feel like there's a strong sentiment, not only from you, but from a lot of people about Chris Paul in terms of what we think that he's going to be, based on what we have seen him to be from the outside. We've never been fans of a team that he's been on. In fact, we've been everything but fans of the team that he's been on. We've actually hated the team, hated the team that he's been on and hated him as a player. So now that he's on our team, some of us are taking those biases with us and applying them to what he's going to be. We don't know.
Chris is a phenomenal basketball player. I would expect nothing less. I'm not saying he's going to go out there and stink. I don't know why he would do that. He's Chris Paul. But
He's a Hall of Famer.
But I don't think it's a perfect fit. Steph Curry's on the team. This idea that Curry, Clay, and Chris can all fit into one backcourt and guard the other team, I'll be straight, okay? That's the one portion of the floor I'm talking about. I don't think that works. There are way too many teams that will exploit the living daylights out of that. That's how I see it. You start matching them up, especially if you want them to start. Match them up with some of the other starting lineups and tell me who's guarding these people. I think the Warriors are going to be a much less efficient starting lineup if Chris is in it. And that's not good. And so Drew can either come in and it would be a much more efficient starting lineup, or even better, go over there and be the sixth man and don't look at Kendra Andrews and ask more questions when she asks a question. That's what I would say.
So you're telling Drew, go ahead and you come off the bench, and
maybe
we're going to go ahead and start Clay?
Yeah.
Even though Drew is better than Clay right now, you're going to have...
Oh, that's debatable.
I don't think there's much of a debate. He's a better defender.
Better defender, yes. Probably a little bit lesser of an offensive player, I think.
Depending on what you value in terms of the fit, as you talked about.
Right now, I value that the Warriors starting lineup is the most efficient group in the league.
Among starting lineups.
Until it's not.
Yeah.
So, right now...
And that's the stat that I was kind of stuck on yesterday.
That's who I'm starting.
In terms of starting lineups, it's the most efficient starting lineup among starting lineups in the league. And they played together for, I think, 330 minutes as a starting five because, Wiggins missed half the year and Steph missed 26 games and all the rest of it. But very efficient group, but you're still talking about a very small, microscopic fraction of the year.
Pat in Foster City here with Willard and Dibbs. We'll get to Doc Feely here in just a few minutes as well. Hey, Pat, what's going on?
Hey, great discussion. So I'm sorry I tuned in a little late. I missed sort of the upfront part of this. But
don't do that again, Pat. You need to be here at 2 o'clock.
My bad.
Come on now.
My bad. But, I like Drew Holiday a lot. And, I liked his brother when he played for the Warriors for a little while, too. But, Drew's obviously a better player. But, I was thinking about the Warriors roster and whatnot. And I guess, I heard you talking about Kuminga and whatnot. Maybe if they're going to package Chris Paul, maybe it's Moody instead of Kuminga, just because, if we had Drew Holiday, what that would do to the minutes that Moody's going to get and what that would do to minutes that Gary Payton's going to get, not to mention their number 1 draft pick. So all of a sudden now these guys that are, especially Moody, he's starting to enter his prime. And if you don't, deprive him of minutes, what's he going to be like in a year or 2 or 3 when, Holiday's ready to kind of hang it up? So maybe that's a guy you trade and, a package with the deal. And I do think the Warriors can make the offer you were talking about, that package of draft picks and a good young player, and Chris Paul, I think is pretty doggone attractive. But I also think that Payton, I'm not going to compare Payton to Drew Holiday, but there is some similarities there in terms of defense and being able to, make good passes.
Yeah, but I mean, Gary Payton is not a 25-plus minute per game player in the NBA,
or 19 points a night.
Right, so they're right. They're gonna use him more in spots, and I think he works really well with that. Pat, thank you very much.
Yeah, Pat, thank you.
And I would just say this: get yourselves potentially ready for this. Pat's sort of talking about Kuminga or Moody.
Yeah.
What if we change the word to and?
Well, that I think becomes more of a likely scenario. And this feels a little bit like our producer Lucas making a fantasy football trade to you where he's trying to dictate a trade on his terms. And that's where Moody instead of Kuminga, if I'm Portland and you call me with Moody instead of Kuminga, it's a hang-up. And it's no disrespect to Moses Moody, but he does not have the upside that a 20-year-old Jonathan Kuminga has. So if I'm Portland and I'm going to think about this trade at all, and I'm taking Chris Paul from you, so I'm giving you an asset, and I'm taking a $30 million, 38 to 39-year-old guy who, let's be clear, Mark, he doesn't want to play for Portland. He'd much rather play here and go for a championship. So I'm taking a $30 million veteran who's never won a chip, who is now going to a team that's going to be 22-60, and I'm going to have to deal with Chris Paul on my team. I'm not saying he's going to be disgruntled, but he knows coming to Portland he's not winning a championship.
Yeah,
so what else are you going to do for me? You going to give me Moses Moody and a conditional second in 2035?
I see what you're saying, but I'd be surprised if they looked at it that way. Let's talk about that more, but let's do it after we get Doc Feely in here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Those of you on hold, stay right where you are. We'll come to you here in just a couple of minutes, but it is time for Cleared to Play. We take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Dr. Brian Feely. Hey, Doc, what's going on today?
Not much, man. I'm just trying to figure out why you guys want to trade an 18-year vet that doesn't play great defense and isn't a good fit for somebody who would fit in perfectly and fits a need. I mean, it's incomprehensible.
Wild thought, right, Doc? I mean, what am I thinking?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous. Hey, what are the Niners thinking with Brandon Ayuk here, by the way? So the shoulder injury, we all watched him in considerable pain a couple of weeks ago. What did you think of the decision to keep him out last Thursday? And how's he looking for Sunday, you think?
I think the decision to hold him out on a short week, especially early in the season, is really smart. It definitely affected how we played. Those kind of mid 15, 20-yard things that he's been getting open weren't really there for us. But when you look at him from an injury standpoint, you always hold these guys out from shoulder separations and shoulder contusions for an extra week, especially given the fact that it was, no offense to the Giants, my second favorite team, they're a beatable team, and it's very early in the season. So I think it was a smart thing to do. Most of the time, these grade 1 shoulder separations, tend to be about a week to 10 days out. So having that early game makes sense to hold him out, and he should be back in time for the Cardinals.
Doc, Deebo Samuel with a rib issue, although we think he just had the wind knocked out of him, but also a knee thing that's popped up. How concerned are you about early Deebo injury scuttlebutt?
Yeah, I think anytime Deebo's injured, we all hold our breath a little bit. He plays so hard, and the rib injury, we could all see him kind of landing on the football. That's the kind of thing that we don't really worry about game to game. It can slow him up. We saw this with Brock Purdy, second game he played last year. You don't play perfect, but you can kind of gut your way through it. The indication from Kyle Shanahan is this isn't the type of injury that they're really worried about, which would suggest there's no swelling, there's no instability, there's nothing that really is going to hold him up. But the hope is that this doesn't become a nagging injury or something that's minor now and gets worse over the season.
Doc, one more on Deebo Samuel, by the way. Peter King actually wrote about him this week and said he just almost can't really see him getting through 17-game seasons with the way he plays. What do you think about that?
I think we've seen him make it through seasons, and we've seen him not make it through seasons. So I think Peter King's got a 50-50 chance of being right, so it's the right thing to write if you're going to be a reporter, but we just don't know. I mean, all players are going to be beat up. All of them are going to end up at some level on the injury list, no matter how tough they are. And I don't think it's a reflection on Deebo. I don't even think it's necessarily a reflection on how he plays, because we can't really change it. So I'm not too worried about that. I think the training staff and the team docs for the Niners do a great job being conservative with him. And the goal for this season is have this team ready for the playoffs, not win 14 versus 13 games.
With that in mind, Dre Greenlaw's got a bit of an ankle. Niners going to a one linebacker formation a lot anyway. What do you think the Niners will do with Dre Greenlaw and a potentially bulky, not Trent, bulky ankle?
So I think, thankfully, not a Trent Baalke. I think with him, it really depends on how he feels. And when you look at the lateral ankle sprains, are really, really common throughout the league. We've got a great data that suggests it's usually about 7 to 10 days until people can get back. For cutting and pivoting players like running backs and wide receivers, it can be a little bit longer. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're conservative with him. Especially against the Cardinals and the Cowboys coming up. I could see them holding him back one more game. But realistically, if there's no ligamentous instability and it's not a high ankle sprain, it really depends on how he feels and how the training staff and his coaches feel he's making the cuts and how he's responding during the week.
Doc Feely with us here, cleared to play. Doc, just real quick, have you ever seen a more beautiful face suffer a concussion than Jimmy Garoppolo?
Ooh, I'm trying to think. Did Steve Young ever get a concussion?
Oh, yeah. God, hell yeah.
Couple.
Sure did.
Gorgeous.
And for better or for worse, he had to play through. I think, Jimmy G is probably a very handsome man. He doesn't compare to Joe Montana and Steve Young. And he's not left-handed like Steve Young, but, it sounds like he's in the concussion protocol. So that means, at this point, if he can make it through practice without contact, the next step is, can he take a little bit of contact? And then he can be cleared. If not, you take a step back. So any day you take a step back on a 7-day week, it means you're going to miss a game, which would be a big deal against the Chargers.
Yeah, big division game there coming up. Hey, Doc, great to have you as always. Thank you so much.
All right, take care, guys.
Okay, Dr.
Thanks,
Brian
Doc.
Feely. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. We're all rooting for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes, and also the Deebo Samuel one is interesting because we all saw the ribs and we thought he just had the wind knocked out of him and it was listed as a ribs and we don't really know, but then the knee pops up and Peter King's words rattling around in my head in terms of the way Deebo plays. So you always kind of hold your breath when Deebo has the ball because you know there's going to be contact.
No doubt. The word from practice today, Ayuk had the medical jersey off, which is a good sign. Deebo, I don't know how much or how involved he was in practice, but seen headed to the weight room, which I think those on the scene felt was a good sign. We'll probably get a better sense of what's going on tomorrow with regard to the exact injury report. And speaking of tomorrow, Fred Warner will be on the show with us tomorrow.
I cannot wait.
From 49er camp.
Fred Warner's been terrific, and this defense has been nasty. And, the more we get through today, which this Drew Holiday thing has been fascinating, and I really look forward to tomorrow starting to poke through Arizona because I mean, it's a 14-point spread, but this game feels a lot closer than that.
Like Shanahan said, the Cardinals should be 3-0, which I know those are things that coaches say.
Of course.
But if you watch the games, when you walk out of those games and go, who outplayed who? There's no doubt.
Yeah.
They outplayed the opponent 3 times. That's actually true.
Yeah.
The Giants had a furious comeback. The Commanders were able to kind of ground out a win, thank goodness for my survivor pool.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like Arizona controlled that game most of the way, and they look like they're gaining confidence, right? Dobbs is like,
sure,
I got this. I don't think they're going to beat the 49ers, but
right,
more viable opponent than we thought.
If football were boxing, and in boxing there's no scoreboard, there are scorecards. And if you went to the judges after Arizona's first 3 games, they might be 3-0.
Yeah, they might be 3-0. That's a good way to look at it. Mike in San Jose here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Mike, what are you doing? Mike?
Mikey.
Oh.
Mike?
So disappointing.
Let's go to
Mike? Miguel in Hayward. Hi, Miguel. What are you doing?
Oh, hey, nothing much, man. I'm over here driving to work. Hey, when I saw that trade of that Blockbuster trade last night, I already knew the Warriors are going to try to get Drew Holiday. It's only a matter of time. They do it the next day or next week. For CP3, I never liked it a fit. I think Drew Holiday would be a good player all around, and it will make everything go way more better and way more easy. So hopefully, we make this trade, and hopefully, we don't give up too much first round pick stuff. And that's all I just gotta say.
Hey, Miguel.
But I love you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Miguel. Thank you
Yeah.
for calling. Drive safe, man. You know what I'm noticing about this? When you're having a hard time making a decision, right? And this is a fun trick to play. I bet a lot of you have done this. Let's say even, you're at a store and you're looking at 2 items. I can only afford one. Which one do I want? Which one do I want? You go into a person and just be like, that one. If your first thought is, but wait, what about this other one? Well, that's the one you actually want. In other words, like, take one of them away and see which one bothers you more. Do you know what I've noticed about this Damian Lillard trade that has put Drew Holiday on the market is it is re-bringing back up how you all actually feel about Chris Paul.
Absolutely. All of you.
Most of you disliked it, and then you got used to it, and then connectivity and optionality bounced around in your coffee, and you drank it, and you're forced to like it, so you do, and then another option presented itself, and I can't believe how long the line is for people who are like, yep, take Chris Paul.
It's interesting you put it that way because I, as you know, was one of the ones who loved it before it even happened. Me and Steiny both were at the forefront of, I think it actually fits in terms of a veteran and a guy who has a high basketball IQ and all the rest of it. So I'm in a little bit of a different spot. And I think about Marie Kondo when I ever have to make a tough choice between 2 things. Does it bring you joy? And I think about which one of these options brings me more joy. And I love Chris Paul as a Warrior, but the idea of Drew Holiday for a year, and I know what it might mean for the future, Kuminga, Clay, and others, but for this year, Drew Holiday brings me more joy in terms of potential confetti than Chris Paul. Therefore, roll the dice, Joe Lacob.
I agree with you completely. However, the point you just made there, we haven't really discussed yet. Maybe we can do that next. What does this mean for the future of Klay Thompson?
Bye-bye, Clay.
If the Warriors do it. I'm not sure about that, but let's chat it out, and we'll definitely keep taking your calls. 888-957-9570. Drew Holiday's on the market. Warriors reported interest. Likely Chris Paul, Kuminga, maybe Moody too, and draft picks. Are you in or are you out on the idea? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next. We'll get into the Clay question. Also, Adam Sandler tickets again today. SAP Center every day this week. We're giving them away courtesy of Live Nation. Make sure you tuned in next segment. That's your opportunity to win. We're also sponsored by Lucky California, Willard and Dibbs.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky.
super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We got to talk this out. So, first of all, Adam Sandler tickets within the next 10 minutes, okay? SAP Center. Every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation, we're giving away tickets. So that's today and tomorrow. Your chance to win today coming up in the next 10 minutes. So, when we got here today, one of the things I said to you or asked you.
Well, you said it to me.
Well, no, we're sitting there and we're
talking down to me.
Well, I mean, that's what I do. Right? No, we're like, okay, Drew Holiday. Let's talk this out from a logistics standpoint. Money, Klay Thompson, and at one point I said, if after all of this convincing everybody about Chris Paul. And Draymond and Chris are sitting in a tree and they're working out together and everybody's backtracking on everything they've said about Chris Paul for the last, all that stuff. If you're going to do all that, if you then trade him, does that sort of leave you looking foolish, disingenuous, all of that? The answer that you guys gave me, which I don't disagree with and I still don't, but the answer you guys collectively gave me was, yo, this is pro sports. There's no time for worrying about that stuff. Look at how many times a team has done one and flipped and done the other. Most recent example, Jordan Poole. We expect him to be here for the next 4 years.
Look how many times Chris Paul got traded over the course of 13 days. The answer is twice. So if you then trade him today, Chris Paul would have been traded thrice. That's 3 times over the course of basically 3.5 months. So... yeah, it's what happens in pro sports, and when you're dealing with a 38-year-old making $30 million, whose contract is maybe more valuable than his basketball ability, then yeah, you get dealt.
So Monty Poole just wrote something for NBC Sports Bay Area that speaks to, at minimum, the question that I was asking, and I think has now legitimized the topic, if you will.
I love Monty.
Monty's fantastic. Title of the article is Why Holiday's Trade Availability Presents a Dilemma for the Warriors.
It's a pickle.
Well, he writes that there's no debating whether or not Drew Holiday would make the Warriors better. And the answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. He says the dilemma is in the form of Chris Paul. He's 38. He's one of the 10 oldest players in the league. Future Hall of Famer. Been with the Warriors for all of 12 weeks. And any attempt to bring in Holiday would have to include him. The Warriors have done a commendable job of selling Paul to themselves and to a skeptical fan base that has enjoyed nothing more than to see him lose. He's participated in numerous workouts with new teammates, countless conversations with Golden State Warriors coaches, all in preparation for the season, all to massage this entire picture to one another, to themselves, to the fan base. In other words, a lot of work has gone into the idea of, no, it's okay.
No.
Chris can be a Warrior, and actually we've convinced ourselves it's going to be really good and it's going to work. So all this for 12 weeks, and then, poof,
gone.
You're a Blazer. Do you look the fool? I mean, my quick answer would be yes, but I don't care.
Mine would be no, because you got better. And I don't think you look the fool. Now, does Draymond in particular, quote, look the fool? Does he look the fool when it comes to Rodney Magruder? And the clip we played earlier in the week when he's basically burying Rodney Magruder as a fake tough guy, and now Rodney Magruder is in camp to try to earn the final roster spot, and Draymond Green last week goes on a podcast and says, you know, Rodney Magruder, he's a professional, he's a veteran, and all this other stuff. I don't think any of that stuff matters at all. Like, Chris Paul is the enemy. Chris Paul's our friend. If they trade Chris Paul, and if Draymond came out and said, yeah, I never thought it was going to work, That's fine. It's just these are words.
I understand what you're saying, and it's not that I disagree, but I do, again, I want to legitimize the dilemma because it does, and Monty points this out, it makes you look indecisive. You've done a lot of work to tell us that this is the perfect thing. You turn around and deal him, it's like, we weren't really being honest with you. Now Drew Holiday's on the team.
Right.
There's something
I get that
there.
part of it.
Like the way that he wrote it, the potential downside in shedding CP3 so quickly, it's probably it's probably more of a seamless fit into the culture, but it would potentially smear all the breathless praise and paint the front office a deep shade of indecision. That's how Monty writes it. And I get that that's a thing now. Is it worth not getting him? No. Could we get over it? Sure. We'd actually celebrate. But at minimum, it does make the Warriors offseason look disingenuous. It does.
I don't think so. I think that it paints the Warriors front office with a shade of redecision. And I might have made up a word, and I'm not sure if it is a word, but you get my point. Because when you traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, you didn't know that Drew Holiday was going to be available. If you knew back then when you dealt Jordan Poole that you might have been able to spin Jordan Poole into Drew Holiday, you wouldn't have traded for Chris Paul. You would have waited and traded for Drew Holiday. But you never know what's going to happen. So in the moment, you realize we cannot have Draymond and Jordan Poole on the same team. And you know what I think paints the front office a certain kind of way is when the new general manager says, yeah, Jordan Poole's under contract for 4 years and hopefully a lot longer than that. And then 41 hours and 12 minutes later, he's traded. That, to me, is a worse look than what this would be.
Well, I'll tell you why I don't quite see it that way, which is this. When you did that with Jordan Poole, I think the world now understands you had to.
I get it.
You didn't have a choice. This feels a little bit more like a choice. You grabbed one of the players that we dislike the most, and you went and took us on a journey. The Warriors became, and I did this over the summer when we got to Mexico. You know, when you arrive somewhere and they're like, hey, I give you a discount on all those activities, all you got to do is come see this one quick timeshare presentation.
Oh, it's so great.
All you got to do is just give me 1 hour, and we'll give you no obligations.
We got parasailing, we got fishing, we got scuba and more.
You can do whatever you want.
All of it.
In fact, we'll comp it. I was an idiot. I bought into it at 50%. They would have comped it. We'll comp the whole thing. You get free breakfast and just listen to our spiel. And then, as you know, it lasts more than an hour.
Yeah, boy,
you get to the third hour, and you're like, that breakfast really wasn't that good. And this discount ain't that good either. But you're taking us on a journey of Chris Paul's a Warrior. We actually love him. He's amazeballs. He's a Hall of Famer. He's going to fit because Chris Paul fits in any situation because he's so great. You took us on that journey. If you then flip him the second you get an opportunity, yeah, it's banana in the tailpipe. Of course it is. I forgive you. This is what I want to say today. Because listen, we're blessed and privileged to have voices with these microphones and be two of the people who lead this conversation in the Bay Area about sports. If Monty is writing this, it is because someone within the organization has expressed this concern to him. So I'd like to speak back to the organization. Hey, Warriors, it's okay.
Yeah.
We'll forgive you.
Especially if you wind up with a better player.
Do the deal.
Yeah.
It's okay. We actually know that you are a big public organization with PR professionals who are paid well to sort of shape the narrative. We get it. That's sports. That's life. It's okay. Do the deal. We will help you wipe the egg off of your face.
See, I don't think there is egg.
They clearly do.
Well,
they're worried about it. Monty didn't come up with this on his own.
I get it. And Monty is dialed in.
Had a conversation with somebody.
His headline is why the trade availability presents a dilemma for the Warriors. And the dilemma is that they are chasing a fix for a problem that they didn't know that they had.
Correct.
And the problem is young star Jordan Poole doesn't fit with what you're trying to do. And so you tried to fix it. And you tried to fix it by being ahead of the curve, and you brought in Chris Paul. And I'm sure when they made the trade privately, there was a certain hold your nose element to it because you knew you brought in a guy who had not ego questions, but he has an ego. Whatever you think of Chris Paul, you know that the fan base doesn't necessarily love him. You called him one of your 5 most sports-hated players in the NBA.
No doubt.
Long before even this deal was on the table. We talked about the 5 players that you disliked the most, and he was in that 5. I don't know if he was at the top. I think you had
he ain't
Dylan
fifth.
Brooks.
He ain't fifth.
No, but you had Brooks and you had Harden and you had a few other real bad guys.
I mean, I'm trying to think if they're like
Westbrook was on your list.
Brooks is 1. Russ is probably 2.
I think you had Harden, James Harden.
But Chris is ahead of James.
No, but Chris was on there.
Yeah. Oh,
so
that's what I mean.
To Monty's
Chris is
point
probably
about
3.
a dilemma, the dilemma is you brought in a guy that the majority of the fan base doesn't like, and then you spent 12 weeks making everybody feel okay about it. And so now if you then ship him out for another player, there is a little bit of that banana in the tailpipe sentiment. But if you're a Warrior fan and you look at the end result, which is you turn Jordan Poole into Drew Holiday, you got to be okay with it.
I'm with you. It's pro sports, and what's the rule that everybody always goes by? Go win, and all is going to be forgiven.
Yeah.
So if this makes you a better team, you do it. I get it, though. If I'm Draymond Green, I'm sitting here going, yo, dudes, really? Because let's be honest. Let's be real here. Let's keep
Are you going to keep it real?
I'm going to keep it real.
Keep it a buck.
You're telling me that Draymond, just out of nowhere, he's like, you know what I want to do this summer? I want to do podcasts about how I actually am okay with Chris Paul. You don't think the organization went, all right, listen.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Draymond.
Hold on a minute. You're telling me that the organization
Yes, I am.
got to Draymond Green,
I'm telling you that
the captain of new media,
Yes.
and said, Draymond, I got a podcast idea for you. You love on CP3. And Draymond said, no problem, guys. I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'm not buying it.
For $100 million. Yes.
I'm not buying it.
Plus, by the way, it ain't that easy. It's not even that simple. Of course he would do that. He's going to have to go play with Chris. They've got to be teammates. He wants to win. There's only one way to succeed. Make this work. Hey, Day. Here's the microphone. Why don't we start a new narrative about Chris Paul? You think Draymond wanted to do that?
Absolutely.
No, he didn't.
They are cut from the same cloth.
No, he had to.
I don't buy that.
I buy
Nobody tells Draymond what to do.
It's not telling him what to do. It's what's obvious. It doesn't even need to be said. You're telling me that you now don't buy what Draymond has said for 11 years, which is that I don't like that guy? He doesn't like that guy.
Well,
He's now got no choice but to like that guy.
I think that he has always liked him in terms of respecting his game, but
that's not what I heard.
Well,
that's not what his words have been.
Does he like LeBron James because he punched him in the groin in the NBA Finals?
That's different. That's within competition. Yes, they're friends.
Sure.
Have you ever heard him say something nasty about LeBron James?
No, but I saw him punch the man in the genitals.
That's different. They're just trying to win.
Right.
It is.
Right.
It's different. They're
Okay.
trying to win.
I just think that the
You know what I
whole
mean?
dislike narrative when it comes to especially NBA players is wildly overstated.
I'm telling you what his words were. Like he's
Right. I'm telling you what his actions were.
Yeah, but it's not like, again, within the heat of competition, we've watched brothers try to beat each other. Like,
Right.
they want nothing more than to win, which is why Draymond changed his tune because he wants to go win.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Does Jordan Poole dislike, or does Draymond Green dislike Jordan Poole?
Yes.
See, even though his words were, "This is my brother,"
but those were his previous words.
Gotcha.
Those are his not anymore. What were his postseason words this year? He ripped him on the way out the door. Like I don't know, man.
I just think that it's more complicated with this individual. It's not as easy as I don't like you.
No, maybe,
and the rest of
maybe
it.
Maybe it is, but the point remains that the organization has gone on a PR tour. And it was a tour that has no destination if they trade him before they even play a game. So At minimum, it was a waste of time. At maximum, it was wildly embarrassing. And obviously, they are thinking about this and dealing with it, or else Monty Poole and his high-level conversations do not lead to this article.
Sure. And use the word dilemma.
Yes. And in fact, I would even say it this way, and this is why I want to talk about it so badly. There's a decent chance that Monty got a phone call, and they're like, hey, we got to talk about this.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Put this out there so we can take the temperature. So 888-957-9570, let's take the temperature.
What's your temperature?
If they make this move, is it embarrassing? Are you as a fan, are you like, are you snickering at the Warriors for taking us on a Chris Paul ride that went to nowhere? You ever been to Winchester Mystery House?
Sure.
Staircase to nowhere.
It's a fantastic voyage.
Call it a Chris Paul from now on.
I'm trying to think what other ride where you just sit there and everything happens around you and it feels like you're actually going places. Not Space Mountain.
Star Tours.
Star Tours is the one. Thank you.
Star Tours.
Space Mountain is like, wow, you're in this roller coaster in this house. That's crazy.
You're just bouncing. You're just in a seat. It's
right.
Bouncing around.
But it feels like you're going all kinds of places.
Because of what you're looking at.
It's wild.
Right.
Fun ride though.
It is fun.
Which is what this has been. This has been a fun ride. And
Actually, I wouldn't go on this ride again.
I would absolutely go on this ride again if it ends with Chris Paul going out the door. I don't think it's embarrassing at all. I think that this is just the Warriors doing business. I am struck by one thing, Mark, and I'm going to refer you to, today's Thursday, Tuesday, when I read through the Warriors promotional schedule.
Yes.
And I believe I said at the end of it, it's a little weird that there isn't a CP3 related item. And here we are on September 28th. And, there's a Draymond broadcaster bobble. There's a Stephen Clay this, a golfer this, and there's a couple of Steins, and there's a bucket hat. And there's nothing. Wiggins has some memorabilia, some paraphernalia.
Yeah.
There's no CP3 related items.
Which either means they're not committed or they know that the fans aren't, that's not what a fan wants.
Or both.
I don't want a Chris Paul bobblehead.
You damn right you do.
I want them to win this year, so I'll grin and bear it for crying out loud. But I don't want any Chris Paul paraphernalia in my house.
First 10,000 fans get a CP see you later bobblehead.
Exactly. You got a Chris Paul bobblehead on the schedule? I'll go next week.
Oh,
Thanks.
Wow, that's hurtful.
I'm just saying.
Thanks.
We're Warrior fans.
Which is why you love Chris Paul.
This is, and by the way, man, this is the most fascinating article I've read this month.
Talk about the Monty Poole?
Well, let's think about this for a minute. Again, let's use the words.
You talk, I'll read, because I'm still getting through it.
The headline, why Holiday's trade availability presents a dilemma for the Warriors. Okay, let's think about the way that got presented. By definition, if they feel it's a dilemma, it already tells you they want to do it. Or else there's no dilemma. If they really believe,
a good point.
If they really believe that Chris is such a great fit,
look at the wordsmith on you.
Future Hall of Famer, and he lineup works with Chris Paul, and I love that he loves phone calls and not texts. If you love him so much, you don't have a dilemma. Just keep him, right?
Steve Kerr, quote, I'm thrilled to coach him. He's one of the greatest competitors I've ever seen. His command of the game, the way he controls the action, his teams tend to get a great shot, possession after possession. He understands what wins.
Bottom line, Mike Dunleavy pulls the trigger on this, and there are 3 people at minimum in his office going, what do we do about the quote that I gave 3 weeks ago that now makes me look like a dunderhead?
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
What do we do? What do we do, Mike? Ray? Come on in here.
Man.
Ray, excuse me.
Ray Ritter.
Could you come down here to door number 5?
Ray.
We need to have a conversation because we just dumped Chris Paul without ever playing a game, and all of us have quotes all over the internet fawning over the guy. So.
It puts the you coaching into a certain different light where actually I'm not coaching and nobody in this organization is coaching you, maybe. Potentially.
Well, again, yeah.
You trading?
It feels like it was a big ruse. That's what it feels like.
And it's still a long way to go between now and he's gone.
Yes, I know. And in fact, like any team right now, it's all unlikely. Every team that wants Drew Holiday right now, the answer is probably not. And it's true for the Warriors as well. Even if they're the front runner, as Chris Mannix says they might be, that still only puts it at what, 30% chance? Like, it's kind of like Super Bowl odds. They're all of the odds, like the Chiefs and Niners, good odds. It's still less than 50-50 that they're going to win the darn thing, right? Same thing here. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but watch how quickly this wheel is turning. This has gone from, we're on our way in yesterday and Dame Lillard gets traded.
Right.
And 24 hours later, you've got, here's the list of teams who want Drew Holiday. Here's what it's going to cost. And the Warriors have already got stuff on the internet about how this is a dilemma. Okay? These conversations are happening.
Life comes at you fast, Mark. Here's a quote from the Monty piece, and then I do want to go to the phones because people want to weigh in. But this is from Monty, quote, giving up on Chris Paul before he has played a game after shouting that he is the missing piece almost certainly would have players around the league, particularly free agents, to wonder about the integrity of the Warriors. The integrity of the Warriors. This is from Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area.com. That's a big question. If you are, I don't know, Giannis, and we all want Giannis to be a Warrior eventually, right?
Over now.
For now.
You got Lillard.
But whatever. He's just an example. Or Joel Embiid or any other high-priced, big-time guy when Steph is gone. If you're worried about the, quote, integrity of the Warriors, that ain't good.
It's not good.
That's where we are with the Giants right now.
It ain't good.
No. That ain't good, kid.
Now, it matters more in the NBA than other leagues, I believe, because that's the way NBA free agents are. These are superstars. They don't wear hats. There's only 12 of them on a team, and there's only about 10 to 15 really, really, truly great players in the league, and stuff like that, I think, matters more in this league.
Agreed.
Where it's like, how are you presenting me? In other words, they're saying, yo, I grew up watching Chris Paul, and you all embarrassed him. That's, I think, what they're worried about. It's a fair thing. So 888-957-957 is the number. Hypes, you'll be first up. Stay where you are. But get online. We'd love to talk all of this out with you. Would it be embarrassing for the Warriors if they did this? Also, and I'm a little late on this, I apologize, but time to win the Adam Sandler tickets, okay? SAP Center, October 28th. It's all courtesy of Live Nation. Do not call our regular line. That'll get you nowhere. Call our contest line, 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. It's 415-951-2386. Caller 3 is our winner. If you don't win today, another chance tomorrow. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your call's next. Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall around the corner, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race, and kids back in school, it's easy to see what the buzz is all about. Speaking of electricity, did you know that Subaru makes an all-electric vehicle? The Subaru Solterra is...
I like Willard with a little rat-a-tat-tat.
Well, look. Gotta be honest sometimes.
Let's bring the people behind the glass here. You're rat-a-tat-tat in the Warriors organization from being a little flip-floppy.
No, I'm not.
Little flip-floppery.
I am.
You like Chris, you don't like Chris. You want him, you don't want him.
No, I'm not calling them flip-floppers.
Yeah, I know. It was mean-spirited.
I'm seeing through what they've done. And
there's a dilemma.
What I find, I do not think there's a dilemma. I think Jay-Z, thank God for granting me this moment of clarity.
Look at you. It's a 4.
This is the moment of clarity. Warriors, you aren't actually smitten with Chris Paul. And, oh, by the way, Warriors, we knew that.
Wow.
We knew that. Don't get it twisted. They didn't get Chris Paul because they wanted him. They got Chris Paul because they had to get rid of Jordan Poole, and Chris Paul financially fit better.
Optionality, Mark.
And he's good. Yes, he's good. Try to sell me on him being the perfect fit? Come on now. We're not born yesterday. But I don't hold this against these teams or any organization that does stuff like this. I'm not mad at it. You say what you have to say in the moment. That's how this works. It's one of the reasons I've defended so much people like Kyle Shanahan. Oh, but and it was arrogant, and you said Trey, and they say what they got to say in the moment because it works, because they're trying to do something. They're trying to win. They're trying to be successful. They're trying to do and say the right thing that they have to say in that moment. What'd you want them to say when they drafted a new quarterback? You want them to say, well, I sent the play into Garoppolo that would have won the Super Bowl, and he screwed it up because he didn't see it. Oh, but he's playing for us again next year. Or did you want him to say, Jimmy gets hurt a lot, and it's ruined our season because he's so good. So that's why we've decided that we need to move on and find a new starting quarterback in the draft. Or would you rather they come out and be like, yeah, Jimmy makes too much money, so we out? They say what they got to say. So all summer long, Chris Paul, future Hall of Famer, connectivity, pass first. He's going to be amazing. You're not really that into him. You'd much rather have Drew Holiday. So I'm not saying all of this to make fun of you or pin you down, Warriors. I'm saying this to let you know it's okay. We're big boys and big girls, and we get it.
You're on to them, Mark.
Go get the better player.
You're on to them.
We're not going to get mad at you and call you out for all of the embarrassing quotes, apparently you think, that are out there from the last 3 months.
We might get mad at you, though.
I won't.
Well,
I'll applaud him for getting a better player.
Again, this is not about winning the trade if a trade goes down. It's about maybe sacrificing a young player that people are in love with, Jonathan Kuminga. And maybe it comes down to sacrificing the legacy of Steph, Clay, and Dre ending their careers together. Because if you do make this trade and you ship Jonathan Kuminga out and you bring Drew Holiday in and Holiday picks up his player option, maybe Klay Thompson decides that he wants to play elsewhere because he doesn't want to play for whatever small pittance you have left over underneath the second apron salary-wise. So it's okay to not be mad right now, but there are things that lie ahead in the future that fans may be mad about. One, Jonathan Kuminga, and number two, Klay Thompson. Because if you bring in Drew Holiday, it makes it less likely, not unlikely, but it makes it less likely that Klay Thompson retires as a Warrior.
Monty Poole will join us in 40 minutes.
Good job, Lucas. It's a good get.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
Thank you.
That's how we do it there.
Doing an awful lot today.
No, you're crushing it back there.
Thank you. At least someone sees it.
This guy's over here just,
The phone's ringing.
Thank you. Just screen a call.
The phone is ringing.
957.
Sorry, that was...
What's your name? Where are you calling from? We can switch seats because I love screening calls.
Maybe it's Monty Poole on line 4. Sorry.
Two things.
Sometimes it's just for us. Anyway, go ahead.
You make it seem like everybody's going to be both hunky and dory with a potential trade if Drew Holiday comes in.
Who's everyone? You're talking about fans?
Yeah, you're talking about fans. And if you lose Kuminga, people are not going to be happy because there are some people who think that Kuminga is going to be 25-12 and he's going to be an 8-time All-Star and they're going to give up on another young player.
Right. Some people are always going to be unhappy. And
there's also a faction of people that will be unhappy if this drives Klay Thompson out. And I think that it's possible, if not, I don't know if I want to say likely, but it becomes more likely that he leaves.
There's a difficult scenario that develops if Klay has an unbelievable year.
Let's say he has a year like last year, which was a good year.
I think then you're going into your age 34 season, and Klay, you're probably thrilled with your offer of 3 years and $80 million.
No. That's a no. I'm just saying
85.
You're going to have to head north.
I don't think so. You're
going to have to at least head to Foster City on Highway 92.
You're heading to your late 30s.
If not Highway 101.
Same age Draymond. I remember hearing all of you, he's going to command at least 33. No, he didn't. He's averaging 25 a year and took less than 25 for year one to help the finances. These guys are just negotiators, and they're very good at it. But the Warriors are too. You know what I mean? Like no one on the market is going to be after Klay Thompson next year at age 34 to offer him 150 large. That's not going to be a thing.
I'm not saying 150.
No.
You're taking a question
120
for 4 years. I'm talking about 3 and 100. 3 and 33 million a year.
That would really surprise me.
If he has a year like he did this year, where he is a 20-point-a-night scorer, he's showing you signs of being the efficient three-point shooter that he's always been.
Yeah.
Defense definitely took a step back, and I was the one who said that on this very program over and over. But if you're another team out there looking for a veteran two-guard who can defend and who can give you 18 to 20 a night, he's going to get $33 million a year.
We did this exact same thing with Draymond Green. They don't want to leave. He probably did. I think Draymond got a better offer somewhere else. They don't want to leave the Warriors.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
It's been reported as such.
From where, Detroit? Or
probably Sacramento, quite frankly.
Yeah.
They don't want to leave the Warriors. That is a thing. It's not just bottom line, I'm out, highest bidder, see you later.
Sure.
So, look, there's a scenario where what you're saying does become a problem. I worry about it later. Get better.
No, I'm with you.
I think that if this trade were to happen, I think it's applauded by many more than those who would rip it.
In the short term, absolutely.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is as you get down the road and, if you make this trade, do you then try to extend Klay now and, get him in at a bargain rate? And what does that do to your status underneath the second apron?
I don't think so. I think they play it exactly as they're playing it. They're not talking. I mean, are they talking to him? Have the two sides had conversations? Maybe.
We don't know that. Yeah.
Maybe. But it sounds to me like nobody's in a hurry. I don't see why this would necessarily change it. Let's go to the phones. And again, the article that just came out from Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, why Drew Holiday's trade availability presents a dilemma for the Warriors. Monty joins us in just over a half hour. Let's go to Hypes in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Hypes, what are you doing?
Willie Debbie, what's up?
Hey, now.
Hey, so look, hey, first-time caller, long-time listener. First off, thank you both so much for what you do for the Bay Area. Top-notch show you put on, so thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Hypes.
To comment on, yeah. So to comment on this, look, I mean, the NBA has always been a product, right? But more so than ever nowadays, and you kind of stole my thunder there, Willard, but you're talking about selling them now, right? You got to sell the story now, right? Chris Paul hate trade existed, but hey, he's here, so what else are we going to do? You have to sell that story. But if we're going to let pride get in the way of getting Drew Holiday here and having a better team, then we're thinking about it all wrong. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you completely.
It's not about pride, Hypes.
Well,
it's about
by extension.
Well, it's about a franchise, the future, the second apron, and assets. Because it's not going to be as easy as people wanted to make it sound. Oh, we'll just give him Moody and a first in 2030 and Chris Paul.
No, Kuminga would go.
Sure, and maybe Moody too.
Maybe.
And maybe a pick as well.
Fine.
And I said this before, if I'm Portland and you want to give me Chris Paul as a salary match, great. Now how about you give me something that I actually want?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, keep it coming.
Okay, Moses Moody if you need.
Okay, now
But
I'm
more-
going to need
more-
you to sweeten the pot a little bit, and don't tell me Brendan Podziemski.
No, whatever draft picks you want, and that's what they want. I mean, Brian Windhorst literally said it. They want draft capital.
Right.
You have all the draft capital you want.
Okay, done.
Are we
I'll
good?
take first and 28 and a first and 2030.
Great, done.
Kuminga and Paul and Moody.
Moody also?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just saying that.
Okay.
And I look forward to hearing from Monty Poole in terms of what he thinks the offer will look like. Monty Poole coming up in 30 or so minutes, because I do think with multiple teams interested, the offers are going to be higher than what we think.
Maybe.
This is my guess.
But I also I keep bringing up, and I think it's one of the reasons that, for instance, Chris Mannix, Windhorst too, have pointed to the Warriors. I think everybody in their mind thinks that everybody out there's got a contract that's expiring that would work here that they want to get rid of. For this season for Drew Holiday. There aren't a lot of those.
I gave you one earlier, Kyle Lowry, Miami.
That's a good one.
And
But I don't think Miami has the Kuminga, Moody draft assets that the Warriors do.
They don't. They have the draft assets, I'm sure. They probably have more immediate draft assets. I don't think the Warriors can trade their first round pick in 24 or 25.
I don't even know if they want immediate, because as you've pointed out, immediate means bad picks. Those are really good teams right now.
True.
I might want the Warriors 2027 pick.
Yeah,
because that has a chance of being a lotto shot.
I get that, but I think if I'm Portland, I would want to have at least something semi-immediate, and then maybe another one down the road. I would want something that I can at least pitch to my fan base and say, hey, we traded Dame Lillard not for a 2030 first, Well,
no,
and Chris
they got,
Paul.
Yeah, but they got. I mean, you see who they got. They are building youth and draft assets like they got Drew Holiday. But the first thing they did is, let's get Drew Holiday out of here, right? Because he's got a 2-year deal. Let's turn it into a 1-year deal.
And they got 8 and 2, right?
Keep it in mind. I've seen a bunch of comments on our YouTube chat, First NorCal Credit Union, and other places. Portland's not going to want Chris Paul. They won't. They don't look at it as Chris Paul. It's an asset.
Right.
It's a
contract.
It's an expiring deal. And I actually think you could really go both ways with regard to the idea of they don't want Chris Paul around these young guards. Well, maybe they do. Maybe they do want somebody to hold their hand and show them the way. Maybe they do want a veteran presence in there with the young.
All of a sudden now he's a veteran presence who will show him the way.
He can't do that here. I mean,
right, but all we've talked about is how he's not that guy.
No, I don't think Chris has sparred with youth. Chris has sparred with the other stars. Blake Griffin didn't like Chris. Okay? Chris didn't, you know what I mean? That wasn't about like the Clippers draft pick. Chris is rough around the edges, and maybe Portland looks at this and goes, that's a good thing. Let's get somebody in here to set a tone. I don't know, but quite frankly, I think they're just going to look at it as an asset more than anything else. Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Willard and Dibbs. We're taking your calls on the idea of the availability of Drew Holiday. And the Blazers want to move him. The word is they want draft capital, young players, blue chippers, if you will, but then also a contract is needed that would make the money fit, and you would want that contract to be expiring. The Warriors, check. They've got all. A lot of teams are going to want him. Listen to Brian Windhorst, ESPN.
What happens with Drew Holiday and where he ends up in the next couple of weeks could be a bigger outcome on the NBA title than this trade with Dame Lillard. And I say that because Drew Holiday is now available on sale. 2 days ago, you couldn't get Drew Holiday from the Bucks unless you were offering a superstar player and draft picks. Now Portland is going to be willing to sell him basically for draft compensation. You're not going to have to send him a great player. That means a bunch of teams that could compete for the title with the Bucks are now brought into it. I'm talking about Boston, New York, Miami, potentially the LA Clippers, and even more teams. Drew Holiday is a plug-and-play, two-way low impact, low ego player who has proven to have championship DNA. Teams are crawling all over themselves, contenders. And I would even argue that it's possible that a team that acquires Drew Holiday, despite this star pairing in Milwaukee, could feel better about its championship chances than they did a couple of days ago.
Tell you what, everybody crawling all over themselves to get Drew. I hope that this steady flow of information about this is the Warriors' version of doing just that. I think this is an absolute no-brainer. Yes, Jonathan Kuminga would hurt. I really think that there could be something there. It's taken a little bit longer than some of us would have hoped. You can sort of point to both sides in terms of how they got to this situation, but you got to give up something to get something. And if the minutes that Chris Paul was going to play this year turn into Drew Holiday, the bottom line is you're a better team that's easier to root for. Bottom line. And the Golden State Warriors, I would not spend too much time worrying about standing within the industry or embarrassing quotes from the summer. You got an opportunity to do this deal. You do this deal.
No matter what the cost is what you're saying. The cost...
Not no matter what.
Basically, bye-bye depth is what it looks like if you get rid of Kuminga and if you have to get rid of Moody. And forget the future picks.
I'm not sure about the Moody thing, but
okay,
no, it's
so
not
let's just say
depth.
it's Paul and Kuminga. So now you're looking at, you got Steph, Clay, and Dre. You've got Drew, Kavan, and Wiggins. And then...
Dario Saric?
Okay.
GP2?
Okay.
What? That's a bench.
Dario Saric is a journeyman who averaged 6 points a game last year. He's not... It's not like you're injecting him into your six-man role.
He's not. You don't need that.
If you're a good team, he's your 10th or 11th man.
I think it's 6 players. They have plenty. This team would have plenty of scoring.
He's a veteran minimum guy, right? Dario Saric?
Yeah, but
you signed him in the vet min market.
But you're acting like he would need to score. He would need to play his role.
Which is run around and be 6'10".
Being a big.
Okay.
Yeah, being your backup big. This team would have plenty of scoring.
Not a lot of great players on your bench is all I'm. GP2. I mean, not a scorer.
Like if you've got I look at that as an embarrassment of great players.
I look at that as a paper thin lineup in terms of depth. If you get one injury and Steph Curry missed 26 games last year, Draymond was unbelievably sturdy contract year, and other than Andrew Wiggins, who missed half a year, which was an anomaly. He's not a injury guy. He's going to play a bunch.
If guys miss, There's not. I mean, if
you have more depth, then you can withstand that.
You're giving up one player in the depth conversation.
You're giving up Kuminga.
Yeah, that's one player.
Right, a guy who you were kind of asking. You were expecting him to be a much more impactful player this year.
Again, got to give up something to get something.
No doubt.
Because Drew Holiday would have much bigger impact than Chris Paul would. So, yes. To me, there are other players here. If Moody is still on the team, you signed Corey Joseph to back up Curry for a few minutes here and there. Saric is off the bench. You're hearing good things about what they see from Trace Jackson Davis. See if he can contribute. GP2 comes in, plays his role. How many players do you want to play?
Well,
that's plenty.
It's actually not plenty because Trace Jackson Davis is a rookie, and we know that rookies tend to not play a lot on the Golden State Warriors. They just don't. They tend to not play a lot.
Rookies this
has
NBA.
Nothing to do with Steve Kerr.
That's the NBA.
I know, but especially this team, this veteran-laden team, they have not shown a great amount of patience with rookies. So I'm going to take him out of the rotation, as I will Brendan Podziemski.
Right. Rudy Gay can come in and knock down a couple of shots.
Now we're getting into the hilarious portion of the program.
No, we're not. You get to the
Rudy Gay is 38. The guy barely played last year.
You get to the playoffs in the NBA, nobody goes past 8 players.
Right.
You sound like you're asking for 12 players.
I'm worried about October to March.
Every NBA game has 2 or 3 guys at the bottom of the list with the DNP next to them.
Right, and you just named 7 guys who are all
9.
DNP country.
No, I named 9. You've already got, if you were to get this guy, we're already having a conversation about 6 starters.
I mean,
Steve Kerr's got 6 starters. If behind them, your bench is Moody, Saric, GP2, Corey Joseph, other Trace Jackson Davis, that's more than enough people. There's more than enough people.
Yes, people, Mark, but these are not legitimate, like, championship caliber NBA
You're
players.
making it sound like if Jonathan Kuminga leaves, the roster just disintegrates.
I think the roster has depth issues anyway.
Okay.
And you're leaning on a journeyman Dario Saric, Rudy Gay, who may or may not make the team. I'm stunned you didn't mention Rodney Magruder, who is in the Rudy Gay country.
Right.
You got a couple of rookies.
You don't need these
Corey
people.
Joseph
You don't
is,
need these
is a
people.
9th or 10th man.
Right. That's all you need.
You actually do need them with a veteran team that is old. You already talked about how old they are. You expecting all these guys to play 82?
No, this would get younger, by the way. This would get younger. Bye-bye 38-year-old.
In one spot.
Yes.
Bye-bye 20-year-old.
In the much more key spot.
Yeah.
The one who's playing more minutes. So, if you think they've got depth problems now, then so what? They've got depth problems. I don't see it that way. These names I'm rolling off we're not asking for big roles.
Right.
The big roles are all taken.
Sure.
They got great players on this roster.
But I guess
tons of them.
My point
more than anyone else in the league,
when
quite
you
frankly.
look at the way the year went last year, and with a team that's gotten a year older, everybody's gotten a year older, you and I have too. You're asking these guys to, trust me, you're knocking on 50's door.
No, I'm not.
I know, I can't wait until that's actually true.
We're the 49ers.
Yeah, not even yet. But you're asking an older team to rely on a bench that is, by and large, either young and unproven or journeyman.
Remember,
it's not about April. It's about October to March.
Load management this year can only be one player. So,
it can actually be two, as we were outlining during the break. I don't want to get into all the nuance of it.
But of course, we're talking about if CP3 wasn't on the team anymore. So, look, they've got plenty. They got plenty of points, and it's a team that would be so much stronger defensively. It's so much more. It's so much better of a fit. Like, oh my God, it's so much better of a fit.
You're just talking about Drew for CP3.
Yeah, and even quite frankly, like. You all see, this is, again, I don't want to do this because it's going to sound like I'm coming down at Jonathan Kuminga, and I really like him. I don't know what he can become. But if we're all sitting here last year and we all bought into the idea that there's just not a lot of space for young stars to become stars because there's too many stars already on the team, well, why is that not still the case? How can Jonathan, if everyone's like, 18-9, how? There's not enough minutes and shots for that. There's not that many shots. How many shots are really out there for Jonathan Kuminga this year? He's not going to go fill up the box score. You can't on this team. There's too many people who have all-star resumes. So
to me, the 18-9 is a projection on who he could be
someday.
Yes, last year he was 10-2, 2.4 rebounds. So for me, I'm more concerned about the 9 rebounds part of it than I am the points. He's going to get his points. He played 21 minutes a night last year. Over 67 games. I think that he was going to be slated, or he is slated. He's still on the team. He's slated to play more this year.
Slated.
So I do think that the points go up and the rebounds had better go up.
I hope so. Absolutely. If he's on the team. I hope Drew Holiday is. Man. Let's go to the coach in Los Altos. Hey, Coach, what are you doing?
Hey, Willard and Dibs. Great show as usual. What an incredible turn of events. So first of all, Chris Paul's a nemesis for any true Warriors fan, no matter what you say. He's still a brilliant player. He's just a guy I grew up not liking. Just cocky, just kind of rubs people the wrong way. Like you said, rough around the edges. However, he does make teams better. He does pass up, gives the shots to others. The issue that I have is you have no depth lineup with Chris Paul on the squad, I don't think. With Drew Holiday, when you think about the new depth lineup with Steph, Drew, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond, like who's going to guard that lineup? And that's just a bunch of defensive dogs. So even if Clay has slipped a step. So I guess I align a lot more with you, Mark, on this is such an incredible fit. It is such an incredible fit. I would give up Kuminga. Moody would hurt, honestly, but Kuminga, CP3, and a bunch of draft picks, I'd do that in a heartbeat to win now.
Yep.
And I don't think people would leave. I'm with you because I think they could win a couple of ships with this lineup. So I think, we had the Greek Freak that really wanted to play with Steph. People want to play with Steph, one of the greatest of all times, before he's done. It's an opportunity. Imagine if they win a ship this year, if we pull the trigger, and then they got to run it back. Are you kidding me? Like, this is an opportunity not only for us, but for Drew Holiday. And so when I saw that come across the newswire, I'm like, we got to go get that guy. I've always loved that guy.
Yeah, Coach, thanks. I tell you what, Coach brings up a good point about forget starting but finishing. And if the Warriors do ever want to present a quote-unquote death lineup again, where Kevon Looney comes out, they go small and come at you with offensive production that you just can't match, a la the KD years and Andre Iguodala and all that. If you wanted to do that, good Lord, it works a whole lot better with Drew than it does with Chris Paul.
Absolutely.
I mean, not even close.
It works great if Jonathan Kuminga can fulfill his promise between now and April, but that's less likely than Drew Holiday coming in as a veteran and playing that role. I'll give you that because, Kuminga at 6'7", or however tall he is now after the offseason, if he plays at his absolute potential, then you have a whole nother dimension. But I don't know if he's going to get there this year as a 21-year-old. But yes, you would be a very interesting sort of team. I don't know about death lineup anymore. And it gets tougher and tougher the further you get down the road in terms of your career. And I just hesitate asking these veterans to play a lot more in the regular season than you otherwise would expect them to.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an unknown. Like, I get the whole load management thing. Are they more likely to get injured? Sure. But then there's the unknown. Like what happened with Wiggins. Who even, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm giving you 82 games of Wiggs because he's a guy who doesn't, knock on wood,
you'd think,
get hurt. And Looney played all 82. I wonder about Draymond Green, who played more minutes last year than he had since 2018. Actually, he played more minutes since 2017, and it was a contract year. So I wonder how Draymond Green is going to be able to endure as a 33-year-old playing all these games that he's played throughout his career. It's got to take its toll on him.
Take this with a grain of salt. But on Twitter, and this is to a point you made about 10, 15 minutes ago, it's only about 600 or 700 votes, but our station Twitter feed threw it out there to everybody. Said, hey, Willard and Dibbs are discussing this. Chris Paul and Jonathan Kuminga for Drew Holiday. Warriors fans, do you do it? Yes or no? What do you think the vote is right now?
I would say the yeses have it at 60% to 40%. The yeses.
The noes have it at 70-30.
Really? The noes.
The noes.
And I wonder.
Isn't that interesting? Now, again, it's just 600 or 700 people on Twitter, but
it's a decent sample.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many of the noes would say it's because of Kuminga and not because of both, or not because of Chris Paul.
I feel like it's the Kuminga thing.
Yes,
I feel like
agree.
It's the Kuminga thing.
And this is not even to mention in our. I don't know if our poll added in the picks that it would take, and I don't think that people are that married to the picks. Like you're saying, draft schmaft, and you're right. If I'm a Warrior fan, I'll worry about 2030 when we get to it, right? I mean, look at the Niners. The Niners, all they do is trade their draft picks, and they have the best roster in football. So I'm kind of with you on that part of it. But if you lose Kuminga and Chris Paul, and it may take Moody as well, then it becomes pricey.
Look, Warrior fans, your owner has looked you in the eye and said, don't we got it. We're going to be good every year.
Right.
Because we will. Well, who's going to be your I don't know, but we just will. Because that's how we do it, because we're smart, we have a good organization. And it's our responsibility to do it, so we will. All right. Well, then why am I worried about 5 years from now?
Right.
You'll be fine.
You're going to be good.
Told me you would be.
Yep.
Right? Rich and Fremont with Willard and Dibbs. Again, Monty Poole, who has the article about the Warrior dilemma in 13 minutes. Hey, Rich, what's going on?
What's up, guys? As always, you guys deliver. Great show today.
Thanks, Rich.
Although, yeah, I'm gonna be on the other end of this. I just don't believe this is gonna happen. I'm sorry. It just come on. First of all, I'm not giving up Kuminga. That's not gonna happen. And second of all, there's no way they'd have to give up too much to get Drew Holiday to come here.
I just don't see it happen. I mean, yeah, they're kind of in a driver's seat for making it happen as far as the trade capital and everything else they have, but they would be giving up too much. I feel like giving up, Kuminga and Moses Moody and CP3, or even just Kuminga and CP3. I just feel like that's too much. Okay, and don't get me wrong, I'd love to have Drew Holiday here, but I just don't see it happening. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Rich, thank you. Listen, I will say this: if you phrase it that way, I'll agree with you. If you ask me if I think this is going to happen, no, probably not. Probably not.
Do you think he's going to get traded?
Yes.
Where do you think he would go then? And I mean, I guess that's not a fair way to break it down. But
I
do
don't
you
know.
think that if A is a yes, and you said it is a yes, he will be traded?
Yes.
I agree with you. Are the Warriors in a spot where they at least have a fighting chance?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it's probably not going to happen. And the fact that they're already expressing concerns about the way that this would land with people is further evidence that there is some hesitation there. And so, okay, that's fine. Yeah, there's a Chris Paul issue, and I'm sure that they're not like dying to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga. I think this is one of those things. We've all experienced this in life, right? Sometimes it's like a job opportunity, okay? Somebody calls you, and it could be a one-off. I don't even mean about changing jobs. Somebody calls you, hey, what about this? Would you do this? And you're like, whoa, you're going to pay me what? Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. I'm in. And then you're like, well, take a breath and think about the time that it's going to take to do this, the hours work. What does this mean for your family?
New boss.
You're going to figure that whole thing out.
Do we have parking?
Sometimes.
I mean, Mark, there are questions. What's the commute? I mean, there are a lot of questions that go into it. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it was worth it.
You're right. There are things that go into it.
So sometimes you think about those and go, okay, maybe not.
Right.
Sounded like a great opportunity.
We get Drew Holiday?
Right. I mean, I think the Warriors probably looked at this at first glance and they're like, Jesus, that would make us better. Right? Let's do this. Okay, hold on a second. How's the team going to take it? How are the free agents going to take it? How are the fans going to take it? Is Portland even interested in what we've got to offer? How would this work? Blah, blah, blah. And maybe they do get to a point where either A, Portland's like, no, that's not a match, or the Warriors are like, yeah, this isn't worth the downside. So yes, I do. It's a heavy favorite that this doesn't happen.
I don't know how heavy. I mean,
it's a favorite.
I agree with you that it more likely than not is going to happen. So then you look at who might have the assets, who might be in a position to make this actually happen. And we mentioned Miami and Boston and New York and Golden State.
Clippers,
Yeah, there's a list of teams that have been mentioned who have the sort of salary to get rid of and the assets, the young assets to part with and all the rest of it. So if they're in the mix as a team that may have enough to make it happen, I don't think it's that much of a long shot.
No, I wouldn't. I don't even know if I'd call it a long shot. But it's definitely less than 50-50 is what I would say. That might be true for every team.
Where would you put it in terms of if he gets traded before the season? 80-20?
God, higher.
So you don't think that he'll ever be a Blazers?
I think Drew Holiday's getting traded in 2 weeks or less.
So you'd put that at like 95%?
99%.
Oh, even that high?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they want to deal him, and the league is tripping over themselves to get him.
Fair.
Why would he not be traded?
Okay, so if it's 99% that he gets dealt, and then you put it at a 20% chance that he becomes a Warriors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. That sounds about right.
Interesting.
Yeah. Tom in Sonoma next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Tom, what's up?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. How you guys doing, man?
Great, man.
Hey, I got a question for you. I thought we couldn't trade Chris Paul until January. Am I wrong there or what?
Yes, you are. And I know exactly why you felt that way. And it's sort of difficult. I don't even know them to go through all of these CBA rules about when you're able to trade someone. I know that's out there. Sometimes it has to do with whether or not a player is a veteran, whether or not a player has just been drafted. and we could try to work through all that, but it would be boring and super confusing. Here's all you need to know, Tom. Chris Paul, if to be paired with other assets and dealt by the Warriors, it needed to be 60 days after he was acquired, and that has already passed.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So let me say no to Drew Holiday. I don't want Drew Holiday. I think Kuminga's going to have a breakout year. This guy's been working his butt off. I feel this year is going to be his year to shine. And I'm going to tell you, why do we do this every year and we don't get a big man? This drives me bonkers, man. We're after guards all year long, and we're always guard heavy. So we never get a big guy, man. What's up?
Dario Saric is 6'10", Tom. That's big.
Yeah, but he's not going to – how many minutes is he going to play? 20?
Well, I mean, I don't know, to be honest with you. But, I mean, I don't feel like when people with the Warriors – and thanks, Tom, so much. When Warrior followers are talking about acquiring a big man, no one's ever thinking that person's going to play 28 minutes a night, are they? Kevon Looney's their center.
No, they want a big, they want Joel Embiid.
Okay.
They want Nikola Jokic.
Oh, geez. Sure.
The problem with bigs is either you get one of these unbelievably elite MVP guys or you get Dario Saric. Nice little big.
Yeah. So come on in and grab the minutes that are available. Get some blocks, get some rebounds.
Shoot the three.
Right? Put some deodorant on. You're going to sweat a little bit, and then go sit down.
Wow. Okay.
Be a Warriors.
That got awkward.
Well, no. I mean, what are we really asking for here? The league is not built around these guys anymore anyway.
This team is not built around that anyway. This is a positionless basketball team where your power forward is actually your point guard.
I mean, aren't they all? I know.
Well, this team in particular.
Yes, I agree. But people are excited about, but Nikola Jokic, right, who shoots threes.
Sure.
I mean, yes, he's 7 feet tall, but this idea, it's been disproven over and over that it's like, oh my gosh, we've got to be huge. I understand the PTSD of what happened against the Lakers because of size. The Lakers were in the Final Four largely because, yes, they're bigger than other people. Then they ran into a team that was like, that doesn't bother us.
Sure.
And so you lose.
And the Warriors had one of those newfangled bigs, and they discovered early in the year last year that he wasn't good enough and he didn't fit with them, and so they traded the big. So if I'm a Warrior fan, and I have been for 40-some-odd years, I'm not worried about chasing the big anymore because it's just not happening.
Drew Holiday is available. Monty Poole on NBC Sports Bay Area writes, why Holiday's trade availability presents a dilemma for the Warriors. That doesn't mean that they're not going to get him. It to me means that they do want to get him. However, they are concerned about how that will land with the league, with their players, with Chris Paul, with you fans. Is Kuminga potentially on the table here? All of these questions go straight to Monty, who joins us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here.
conversation all day with all of you with regard to the idea of Drew Holiday and his availability. Are the Warriors in on these conversations? What would a deal look like? And furthermore, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, dialed in and writing about how it also presents a dilemma for the Warriors. So first off, Monty, I know it's been a super busy day. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yes, sir. Had to be here. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so let's hear it. Let everybody know why this is a dilemma.
Well, that's several levels of that. I mean, beginning with the fact that the Warriors have had Chris Paul for 12 weeks. He hasn't played a game. He has worked out with his teammates. They have had numerous conversations between Chris Paul and the coaching staff, Chris Paul and the teammates, Chris Paul in the front office. He has been welcomed into their culture, and they have sang his praises from the day that they brought him in. Just this week, I mean, Steve Kerr was going on about how much he wanted to coach him. And so they've invested into Chris Paul, and they've sold this guy to a fan base that, frankly, had no love for Chris Paul. It's like he is an enemy, to Warriors fans, to that nation. So they made it clear why he's here, and I think it's pretty transparent. He's a player who can really work with young players and work with athletic players. I ask people all the time. I said, where was Blake Griffin before and after Chris Paul? Where was DeAndre Jordan before and after Chris Paul? He did wonders for DeAndre Ayton in Phoenix. He made him what he is now, and which is a really good center. And so Chris is one of those guys that has a way of improving the guys around him by spoon-feeding them easy baskets, which often plays into those guys' confidence, and also which then leads to often extra effort. Guys can sometimes get disappointed by not having enough minutes or shots, and then their defense suffers and so forth. Well, Chris is the guy who reads that and says, okay, I'm going to give my guy some buckets, get him going. So the rationale for bringing Chris Paul to the Warriors, it makes sense. They've been worried about the non-Steph minutes for years. Well, you got Chris Paul now. He should be able to handle those non-Steph minutes. And so that's the thing. They've done all of this work to build him up to the fan base and to themselves, and they've explained why he's necessary. So to trade him now for a guy like Drew Holiday, who is a great player, the best two-way player in the league, you have to ask yourself, if you're an NBA player, what are the Warriors doing here? I mean, they've gone on about how much they love Chris Paul, and they've already traded him without playing a game, for a guy who is going to make more money and has more years on his contract. If you're the Warriors, perception is important to you. And so for those of us who know the Warriors before Lacob, Gruber, and so on, we knew that there wasn't a lot of respect for that franchise back in those days. And one of the first things that the new ownership did back in 2010 is they set out a path of, we're going to build some credibility around this place. We're going to make people respect us. And they've done it. They did it from day one. They're bringing in people like Rick Welts and Jerry West. And so it's like, okay, it's a new day. I mean, we're doing things a different way. And they've become a respected organization throughout the NBA. Andre Iguodala was in Denver. Decided, no, I want to play with the Warriors. I see where they're headed. Boom, he comes over. Kevin Durant had 6 different franchises chasing him. He said, I want to play with the Warriors. I see where they're going. I like what they're doing. I like who they are. I like their management ownership. I like the way they do things. And so bringing Chris Paul over now, it's like, okay, bring him into this culture, see how he does, give him a year. It's a 1-year contract. And it's a 1-year rental in terms of what I can see. And that way you give this team a chance to see what they can get from a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. See what they can get from a guy like Moses Moody. Dario Saric is a great addition, too. So I think Chris Paul fits what they do. And I just think if the Warriors decide that all of a sudden he doesn't, after telling us why he does, I think if you're an NBA player in the league, what are the Warriors doing here? I mean, did they run is a backdoor move here going on here? So you don't want to do anything that I think could impact your credibility. And right now, the Warriors have pretty high credibility.
If they trade Chris Paul today, tomorrow, it's a little different perception because, we see you got Drew Holiday, terrific player, but we saw what you did with Chris Paul, and so that's the part where I think if the Warriors were to think about this, that's the part they have to say it's okay to do it, or say no, we can't do it because we don't want to risk it. There is a risk.
Great breakdown from Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area there. And I do remember, Monty, the days before Lacob and Goober and the lack of credibility. And he did a great job of outlining exactly what they've done rehab-wise to bring them to the preeminent spot in the association. Does the very overture of this move or the hint of it, does that do any damage? Or would it have to actually be a consummated trade for this credibility to be called into question?
No, I don't think the thought of it. I mean, I would think the Warriors would actually consider this on first glance, because the way the Warriors are built now is that they're always looking for a way to get better, always, and they would ask themselves, does this make us better? And what are the pros and cons of making a move like this? What do we gain? What do we lose? And so right now, I don't think the Warriors would make this move, and it's not just because of the risk of maybe losing some credibility points, but there's some other issues at work here too. Like I said, the contracts are different, and so I don't think it's a big deal if nothing happens. And right now, there's nothing to indicate to me that the Warriors are going through all kinds of evaluations to decide that they're going to chase after Drew Holiday. Now, if that were to change, again, that means the Warriors will have had to consider the pros and cons of the deal, and also have to consider how it looks. And like I said, perception is important. So I think right now the Warriors are in a safe space.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Let's go down this road, though, a little bit further. Let's say there is an openness to this. There are conversations. Do the finances even work, Monty, with the fact that like Drew has got potentially, with the player option, he's got 2 more years. There's a Clay extension looming. Does that even work together?
It gets really dicey there. See, that's another element here, is the contracts don't really line up. Chris Paul's contract is exactly what the Warriors want that contract to be. It's a 1-year contract. They get to $31 million, and they can walk away. And so that definitely was a factor in why they chased him in the beginning, back in June. So I think that at this stage, when you look at all the other issues, the cap situation, the second apron situation, all these other things are factors why you wouldn't want to make that trade for Drew Holiday, because again, that's a contract that's built in. You're built into that beyond a year. So it's really one that if the Warriors were to make that trade, I'd be stunned for a variety of reasons, and that's just one more of them.
The other piece to it would be the cost that it would enact on the Warriors just to bring him in. If it was Kuminga and Moody and picks along with Chris Paul, would that be too rich for your blood or their blood? Or the fact that so many teams seem to be interested, where do you think that puts the price to bring in Drew Holiday?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty steep. I mean, the Warriors they could do it. Technically, they could do it. I mean, Chris Paul would definitely be a part of that trade. But again, you're losing a contract that you like, and you're adding one that you don't like so much. So, and it wouldn't be just Chris Paul. To make the money work, they'd have to throw in another player. And if that player is Kuminga, then the Warriors really have blown up almost all of their past 3 drafts. So, yeah, I know they're all in on this year. That's evident when they traded Wiseman, Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins, and Patrick Baldwin Jr. It's like, okay, screw the future. We're about now. And I get that. I understand that. I see why they're doing it. But that's why Chris Paul, his contract is perfect for that. It gives him that 1 year. They want to go for the 5th championship. They are, as they are right now, they're set to do that. Now, is Drew Holiday a better player than Chris Paul right now? I would say yes. Is he a better fit for the Warriors? I would say probably, because Drew's a great teammate. He's a legitimate elite defensive player. Chris Paul is not that anymore. And so you look at all those factors, and it just seems to me that, it just makes more sense to kind of stand pat with what they have. And also, if they do that, again, it enhances their credibility because that's what they've been saying they love all along, all summer long. So I just, can it happen? Of course, anything can happen. We saw that yesterday. But do I think it will happen? I just don't see it. I think it's a real long shot to happen right now.
Monty, it's interesting because while I hear everything that you're saying about the challenges that are associated with it, when we simplify it to those two answers you just gave, is he a better player and is he a better fit? Doesn't that go with the organization openly stating in recent times, look, we all chips in the middle of the table for the rest of Steph Curry's career, right? And so wouldn't this fit with that?
It would fit in the sense that you're getting a player who is a real defensive player, legitimate defensive stopper, I'm going to say. And if you look at the Warriors roster, who are their defensive stoppers? I think you've got three of them right now. You've got Wiggins, who's really good. You've got Gary Payton, who's the second, who's also really good. And you got Kuminga, who is good now but can be better. You got three guys that you can stick on somebody. And if you're gonna send Kuminga out and bring in Drew Holiday, then you minimize GP2, who is a part of their culture already. They paid a pretty steep price to bring him back earlier this year. So I think as a front office, you want to have a stability. And I think if they were to say, you know what, to hell with Chris Paul now, screw stability, we're going to go for Drew Holiday, even if it's going to cost us a ton next year, I wouldn't understand that move.
And let's just assume then that they stand pat with Chris Paul and they don't make this long shot as you described it. How does he fit, Monty? And do you think that the idea of CP3 in the starting lineup is a temporary thing, or can they actually work with that really small ball lineup?
No, I don't think Chris Paul belongs in the starting lineup. I mean, plain and simple. I know the Warriors are kind of hemming and hawing about it and dancing around it, but the idea of his best value is to lead the second unit, and of course there will be times when he plays with starters. No problem there. The Warriors have a bunch of veterans on this team, and they will need nights off. They will need, no matter what the league says about load management, there will be nights when the Warriors are going to have to give some of their 30-plus guys a break, and so Chris Paul will get plenty of minutes and plenty of time. The priority for Chris Paul is to keep him healthy. Keep him healthy. So if they're able to do that into the postseason, it's a victory. And you can't keep Chris Paul healthy if he's going to play 82 games and play 35 minutes a night. Neither of those two things are going to happen. They're not in the cards. So I like what Chris can do for those guys in that second unit. I mean, I think Chris Paul gives the Warriors a chance to properly evaluate a guy like Kuminga. If Kuminga can't flourish with Chris Paul, he ain't the guy they thought he was going to be.
Right.
And they will know that. They will know that because, let's face it, Jordan Poole was not going to be the guy who set up Jonathan Kuminga for buckets. He was not going to be the guy who spoon-fed J.K. And so you bring in Chris Paul, which that's what he does. DeAndre Jordan was he was a zero on the offensive end until he got to Lob City. Well, Lob City, who was the quarterback there? CP3. So it's just Blake Griffin. Who was he? He was a great athlete, but what kind of game did he have? Well, Chris Paul made him an all-star. So it's all these things you look at, and if you're the Warriors, you're thinking, you know what? Let's really see what we have with Kuminga, because they don't really know. They see flashes, and if he can't flourish under with Chris Paul guiding him along and helping him out, then maybe they can know to cut bait, and rather than give him a big contract. So there's other factors in play here, but I think Chris Paul's situation, the contract, it's ideal. But no, if he wants to start, that makes no sense to me. Who's he going to replace? Looney, their best rebounder, on a team that needs rebounding?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to break up the best backcourt of all time, for Chris Paul at 38?
I like Steph as a six-man, Monty.
Monty, you know what the question is he going to be okay with it? And should the Warriors even worry about that?
He has to be. If he's not, that's on him. Chris, what's more important to you, starting or having a chance to win and maximizing the roster you have. And if he says, well, I want to start, I don't care about the roster, well, then the Warriors just screwed up. They made a mistake.
I love it. I love it. Yep.
That's great stuff,
Monty. Great stuff, man. Thank you so much for jumping in.
All right, guys.
Okay, there
care,
it is.
Monty.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay.
Great.
Did the line move now?
Oh, it moved.
Did it move?
It moved. And
Can we talk about how much the line moved?
And again,
Do
the line.
I have a minus in front of my name yet?
No.
I don't?
No,
I'm
again,
still a dog?
Again, Mark, if you'd allow me to elaborate. For the audience just joining us, there's a bet between Mark and America's favorite Phil and Alan Stiles. Would Chris Paul be in the starting lineup on opening night? And
for the Warriors.
For the Golden State. I guess we got to say that
for
now,
the Warriors.
right?
Thank you.
I had it at minus 250 last week. After Tim Kawakami yesterday, it dipped to minus 200. I still have Allen as favored. He says yes, he'll start. Down to about minus 160, though.
Woo!
Because I do think that opening night is a whole different ball game than the other 81.
Maybe.
So,
well, then that's it's a no bet if somebody's hurt.
Fine.
It's a no bet.
And I hope nobody's hurt.
I hope nobody's hurt.
The opener is in 26 days.
Yes.
It is 4 weeks from last Tuesday, a couple of days ago. So I'm hoping they get through camp and everyone's healthy. But what Monty said is the answer. He'd better be, because you followed up to my great question that I didn't get it. That's a great question, but I felt like it was a great one. And then you said, what if he's not okay? And Monty said he better be.
He has to be.
Yeah.
If he's not, the Warriors messed up.
A great answer from
great
Monty.
answer.
He's right, though.
I agree. Willard and Dibbs. That was awesome to have Monty. Let's get to as many of the phone calls as we can before we're done here and Grandy comes in. Sean in...
Is this thing on?
Sean in Oakland. Hey, Sean, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, and that was a great conversation with Monty. He hit it right on the nose. Drew is a good player, but the people and the pieces you got to give up. We already were struggling with Sacramento last year. We don't want to go through that. Really not having a strong, big bench going through guys with Sac. Now, Sac is up and coming. We got a lot of people we got to deal with, and we need a bench to survive. So we need Chris Paul for that veteranism coming off the bench. Just like we did in the last few championships, we always had a good starting five coming off that bench with Iguodala and all that good veteran leadership. We still need that, and Chris Paul is a great bench player that he's going to have to understand and have to be. He's going to be a good leader coming off that bench.
I hope so. Sean, thanks so much. Again, Chris Paul is going to be this great leader coming off the bench. Well, there's literally and factually zero evidence of that in the history of mankind and creation.
Yeah.
Because he's never done it.
It's true.
So, yes, Monty, Tim Kawakami, there are a lot of voices out there that are saying this is probably not going to happen. And I get that.
What, him starting?
No, the trade.
Oh,
so now
gotcha,
we're back to whether Chris is even going to be here. But if Chris is going to be here, then, I hope that he handles that role. He should. It's why I made the bet. It makes no flipping sense whatsoever
I get
to
it.
inject this dude into the starting lineup, and the Warriors are a team who is operating with sense. They're smart.
I like your bet from a logical standpoint, but I like the Allen side, and I've always thought that Allen was in the right, quote-unquote.
Emotional side,
yeah,
sure.
and the veteran side. And now if you ask me, will Chris Paul come off the bench more often than he starts this year? I would say yes. But I do think he's going to get a stretch, I think, to try it out and start, and maybe it's at the expense of Kevon. I could be wrong. And if Chris Paul comes out at the end of camp and says, yeah, I'm looking forward to my role as a sixth man, and you know what? I'm winning sixth man of the year. I cannot wait to come off the bench. We all would be shocked, and many of you, and I am actually talking about you this time, would owe him a measure of an apology for all the ego shots. Now, I don't know if he's going to come out and say that, but wouldn't you be shocked?
I'm not apologizing to anybody. I would apologize.
He needs his flowers if he comes out and says that.
Apologize. You kidding me? The fact that we're even having this
not accept.
The fact that we're even having this conversation now confirms everything that I've said. Chris should have said that the day Kendra asked. That's what he should have done.
I like his response.
His response could have and should have been, you didn't need to confirm anything, Chris. You could have very easily, if he simply said, look, we haven't had practice yet. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I'm certainly willing to do whatever this team thinks is the right thing to do. That's all he had to say.
He answered it the same way with 2 words. I thought it was a brilliant retort.
Get out of here.
She's asking him about lineups, and it's July.
She asked him what people wanted to know, which is her job.
Right.
That was a great question.
And his response was exactly how he felt in the moment.
His
he answered a question with a question.
Was surly and inappropriate.
I disagree with inappropriate.
Not inappropriate in terms of like 2 people talking to each other. Inappropriate within the framework of, I just joined the team with the best damn starting lineup in the league.
He hadn't even shown up for a press conference, and he's being asked about rotations?
Just say that. That's because to all of us, it's obvious he should come off the bench. Listen to what Monty just said. It's nonsensical that we're even.
So now you're coaching, and Monty's coaching?
Sure.
And Tim Kawakami's coaching.
Yep.
Y'all are coaching.
Tim Kawakami, exactly.
That might be a 5.
Made you laugh.
It's a rare 5. Randy didn't like it.
He laughed.
I was going to give it 3.
No, you laughed. I don't care what the number is. You laughed. You laughed. It's the only thing.
If I laugh, you get a 5.
So did he. His shoulders bounced. I saw it.
That's a damn 5.
I saw it. I called it. James in Pacifica next up.
You should have walked that off. That was. I don't give a lot of 5s. You know that. That was a rare 5.
James, what are you doing?
Hey guys, while I'd love to have Drew Holiday on the Warriors, after the trade with GP2, I just don't know that Warriors management and Portland management have a great relationship right now.
Well, the relationship between between who?
Warriors management and Portland management after the accusations that were made.
Oh,
fair
point.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. Yeah, James, thanks.
They could just say we were kidding.
I think that Warriors management and Portland management would look if these conversations were to even happen. If they were to happen, I think management for both teams would do the exact same thing that Draymond Green and Chris Paul have just done. Yeah, you're right. We hated each other. We were mad at each other.
Sure.
Now we're fine.
If the Warriors offer is the best offer,
the assets
they're
are
taking
there,
it.
then the assets are there. Exactly.
Like Steve Young, I believe, came out and said the Niners should have never taken that call from the Dallas Cowboys. Well, the Cowboys were the only team offering a 4th for Trey Lance, so you take their 4th.
Yep.
Maybe you hold your nose when you do it because the Cowboys are your rival, but if the best offer comes from Portland and you've got beef, if your best offer is their best offer, they're taking it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you send them an injured player back. That'll teach them.
That's right. 38-year-old Chris Paul.
Oh, jeez.
Take it. All right, here comes Grandy, everybody. Great show today. That was a whole lot of fun.
Yep.
It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises, full hour of the best of the game coming up next. Thank you to all of you, the phones, the texts, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Great interaction today. We'll do it again tomorrow for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot because it's all you got.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall around the corner, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race, and kids back in school, it's easy to see what the buzz is all about. Speaking of electricity, did you know that Subaru makes an all-electric vehicle? The Subaru Solterra is a go-anywhere, all-electric, symmetrical all-wheel drive vehicle built by Subaru, a brand you can trust. Now you can go anywhere and help the environment while avoiding the gas pump at Stevens Creek Subaru. Whether it's a new or certified vehicle, service, parts, or you just want a great cup of coffee from the Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination.
This month, lease a new 23 Solterra Limited for $348 per month. Just $348 for a new Solterra EV from Stevens Creek Subaru, plus tax for 36 months with $69.95 due at lease signing. MSRP $56.35. No security deposit needed. 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year.